Chapter 701. Something wrong. Xiao Feng didn't expect that things went so smoothly in the end. Not only business matters, the two brothers did not object, and even talked to him about trying to emigrate more. To be honest, in the end, it was completely beyond his expectations. Originally, he was only here to investigate their breeding environment and investment market. How did it seem to change in the end? In the evening, the Chen brothers held a big banquet to grandly entertain Xiao Feng. The wine and dishes full of local characteristics really opened Xiao Feng's eyes. After dinner, Xiao Feng and Jessie went back to the small courtyard where they lived and took a hot spring, but they couldn't fall asleep when they returned to the room, because today's negotiations made him feel so smooth. In the negotiation process today, Jessie has not said much. She has been observing the situation of the Chen brothers from beginning to end, and it seems that something is not quite right. City only investigated this information. Xiao Feng took the information about Copper Country and Ithaca that Jessie had obtained from City, and looked at it again. He always felt that he had missed something. Jessie smiled bitterly and shook his head. That's all. After all, City is a bank, not a CIA. Their main energy is in San Diego, and their main focus is on the country's copper mines and saltpeter resources. After all, these two are the most profitable. As for the others, especially the fishing industry, City does not pay much attention. Xiao Feng nodded. I'm just surprised. It stands to reason that the Chen family has been operating here for so many years. And this report also says that this family has been involved in certain transactions before, and the net worth is not clear. There should be some wealth. But today, they are very open to my investment here, and they seem to be short of money. Xiao Feng said that. Jessie only reacted. Indeed, it seems that the economic situation of the Chen family is not very optimistic. It stands to reason that a family like theirs is very repulsive of foreign investment, because too much foreign capital will dilute their right to speak. But today, the two brothers of the Chen family are not only for money, but also seem to be very scarce for people. This made Jessie also notice that something was wrong inside. I also tasted it. This seems to be the most wrong part of our negotiation today. Jessie also sat up straight. Xiao Feng smiled and nodded. Forget it. Let's take a look first. Anyway, don't rush. Invest here. The next morning, Xiao Feng and Jessie had breakfast in the villa, and the Chen family's brothers took them to drive around the island. The Moa Island is more than 100 square kilometers, and it is one of the most environmentally friendly islands in the Kalapag archipelago. In the middle of the island is an extinct volcano. There are several freshwater lakes at the foot of the volcano. Moa Town is located on the north side of the island. The townspeople have reclaimed a few pieces of farmland nearby. The rest of the island is full of dense tropical rainforests, with few roads. So there is nothing to shop around. After an hour, he went around, and then Xiao Feng asked the Chen family to take him on the boat, and began to investigate the environment of those islands in the open sea. Wandering on the sea for a long day, I saw more than a dozen islands, and even boarded some of them with good environment. Xiao Feng was very satisfied with these islands. In other free time, Xiao Feng also tried sea fishing several times, and he was very satisfied with the results. He was a rookie who tried sea fishing for the first time, and he actually harvested a lot of trophies. He caught a half-meter-long tuna, and he also caught a 7-star spot on a coral reef near a small island. Chen Yonglu and his cousins are also very hardworking, because they are very familiar with the sea environment here. They also fished a lot of large lobsters and several unknown large sea crabs. On this day, Xiao Feng had a seafood addiction. Although he did not eat less before, this is the first time he tried seafood in the South Pacific. It really tasted slightly different from the seafood he had eaten in other worlds. In the evening, the Chen brothers drove their yacht back, but when they were about to enter the port, several small speedboats suddenly rushed out from the other direction of the harbor. The speedboat circled their yacht constantly, while the young people on the speedboat waved the wine bottle in their hands and kept yelling. There are even a few guys holding long and short spray guns in their hands. constantly shooting their guns at the sky. The crackling gunshots, coupled with the speedboat circling around, made the Chen family brothers on the boat gloomy. Jessie felt a little scared. She leaned against Xiao Feng and stretched out her hand to wrap his waist, while Xiao Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the speedboats outside through the porthole. For those guys with teeth and claws, he is not afraid, and even feels a little happy. The half-orcs who look more ferocious than these guys in another world can't scare Xiao Feng, let alone these rascals. The reason why he was happy was because of the sense of crisis that he had not understood before. At this time, it became clearer. It seems that these guys should be the hidden threats facing this investment. Obviously, the Chen family did not want to expose these discordant factors before he entered the game, but these discordant factors obviously would not follow the Chen family's will and took the initiative to jump out. It's better than exposing the problem only after the money has been poured in. The speedboats kept circling their yachts, or they were not galloping past their yachts, and almost collided. The Chen family had to slow down the yacht in order to avoid the accident. As soon as they slowed down, the speedboats quickly approached, and soon forced the yacht to stop. Then a few dark-skinned guys with dirty braids jumped from the speedboat to their yacht. "Ha, Chen Lao, aren't you in China? When you return to China, you don't even go to say hello to me. Isn't that interesting enough?" He's talking about a guy who is not tall, but is extremely strong. This guy has dark skin and dirty hair. Although some Chinese appearance characteristics can be seen, it is not obvious anymore. If you don't speak fluent Mandarin, I'm afraid that seeing him looks like this, people's first thought is that this guy is a guy from Central, North America and the Caribbean. Chen Yonglu rolled his eyes. Obviously he didn't wait to see this guy. "Li Zhen, who do you think you are? I'm going to say hello when I come back." "Don't take yourself too seriously." The dark-skinned guy opposite heard Chen Yonglu say this, and looked at his attitude. He was annoyed at the time. He even drew a pistol directly from his waist and pressed it against Chen Yonglu's chin. "Mate, bastard. Do you say it again? Do you think it's still the time when your Chen family is dominating?" None of the Chen family on the boat thought that Li Zhen would turn his face when he said that he turned his face, and he was so excessive that he took his gun directly. Chen Yonglu's cousins also took out the guys one after another, and the people who followed Li Zhen's upload also took out their pistols and confronted each other on the deck. Xiao Feng didn't expect that this place would evolve into a stance to fight so quickly. "Li Zhen, are you crazy? What are you going to do? Aren't you afraid that I will go to the family meeting to sue you?" Chen Yonglu was shocked and angry. Although Li Zhen put a gun against his chin, he still yelled. And Li Zhen just chuckled at this time, and said nonchalantly, "Bah, a bunch of old mortals, what is there to be afraid of? You go and tell it casually." "Li Zhen, don't go too far. What are you going to do today?" a cousin of Chen Yonglu asked loudly, and Li Zhen turned his head to look at him with a smile. "I heard that you have invited a distinguished guest. My uncle also wants to meet this distinguished guest from mainland China. So he sent me to post an invitation. Who knew you were so uncooperative?" At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Oh, you want to see me?" All the people on the deck turned their heads, just to see a young man walking out of the cabin with a smile. Li Zhen was also taken aback. He didn't expect that people from this mainland would be so bold that they would take the initiative to walk out, while the Chen family were ashamed. What they tried so hard to hide, it seemed that they couldn't hide it. "Are you the distinguished guest from the mainland?" Li Zhen asked, and Xiao Feng smiled. "Yes, it's me." "Ah, it's better to put everything in your hands away. It's not the way to treat guests. In case something goes wrong. There are so many people here. It's not good to cause accidental injury." Li Zhen's expression is a little weird, mad. This mainland guy is not simple, and I am not afraid of seeing so many squirts. But he quickly put a smile on his face. Until novel.com. The pistol that was originally against Chen Yonglu's chin was also pulled into his arms. "Ahaha, Misunderstandings are all misunderstandings. Yonglu and I were young. I was just joking with him. What do you call this gentleman? I'm Li Zhen from Ithaca Alito Transportation Company. Xiao Feng smiled. I am Xiao Feng. Shaking hands with Li Zhen, Li Zhen smiled and said to him, Mr. Xiao is a distinguished guest. He may not know the situation in Ithaca when he first came here. Our Li family is also one of the elder families of the Presbyterian Church. My uncle. I want to invite Mr. Xiao to see you tomorrow, but I don't know if Mr. Li is willing to honor him. Good. When and where? It's on the island of our Li family. At 10 tomorrow morning. We will pick you up. Okay. That's it. Xiao Feng readily agreed. Li Zhen didn't expect Xiao Feng to be so happy. Since they agreed, he didn't have to stay long. Ignoring the attitude of the Chen family at all, he took the people around and got off the boat, boarded the speedboat and whizzed away. The Chen family's cousins were full of embarrassment at this time. Mr. Xiao, I'm really sorry. We didn't expect such an accident to happen. And Xiao Feng just smiled. Okay, let's go back and talk about it. Chapter 702 South American Pass. The yacht entered the pier. Xiao Feng didn't say a word, so he took the frightened Jessie back to the courtyard of the Chen family mansion. How about we leave here right away? I know several senior managers of Citigroup based in Copper Country. They can help us. Contact us by private seaplane to pick us up. Jessie felt very terrified for Li Zhen and the group who suddenly appeared today. Xiao Feng smiled and patted Jessie's hand. Don't be afraid, I am here, and the Chen family should come back and give me an explanation later. Sure enough, within half an hour, the door was knocked, and Chen Yonglu took his father and uncle into the other courtyard. I'm so sorry, Mr. Xiao. We didn't expect the Li family to be so confused. Chen Xu and Tang brothers immediately apologized to Xiao Feng when they saw Xiao Feng was still there. Nothing. Come in and sit down. The small courtyard assigned by the Chen family to Xiao Feng, but it had everything in store. Xiao Feng greeted the two brothers of the Chen family and entered the reception room of the house where he lived. Chen Yonglu was very insightful and made tea for several of them. Okay. If you two have something to do, you should tell me about it. After hearing Xiao Feng's words, Chen Xiutang and Chen Xuayong looked at each other, then sighed. Chen Xiutang spoke. Actually, this will start from the foundation laid by the ancestors. It turns out that there is an online legend that it is not true that these bronze Chinese are descendants of the Tping army. In fact, from 1849 to 1874, a large number of Cantonese were bought by slave traders in the form of piglets in Peru, and worked as slave laborers in plantations in Bolivia. Moreover, their local native white farmers have a very bad attitude towards them, not even comparable to the Indians and blacks. The unbearable serfs in 1870 finally rose up and began to rebel. In the beginning, there were not many people, only more than 1,000 people, and they hid in the jungle and fought guerrillas with Peru and Bolivia government forces. Later, more and more Chinese slave laborers who could not bear the squeeze, and local Indians began to join them, and they grew stronger. And here is the birth of the three big families of Wang, Chen, and Mei. But what really strengthens them is the addition of a family surnamed Li, and this family surnamed Li is really to avoid the pursuit of the Qing dynasty, and the descendants and subordinates of Tping army Li Shixian who took the initiative to flee here to take refuge. Because they had war experience in the early years, the people surnamed Li brought a qualitative change to this group of insurgents, allowing them to evolve from a guerrilla into a powerful army. As more slave laborers and local Indians joined in, their power became stronger. By 1879, the Saltpeter War broke out between Peru, Bolivia and the Copper Country. They chose to join the side of the Copper Country, and the people of the Copper Country organized them into the Vulcan camp. Because of the hatred of the farmers in Peru and Bolivia, this army fought very bravely and has repeatedly made extraordinary achievements. But after the war, Patricio, the commander of the Copper Kingdom, wanted to sell them and give them to the Peruvian plantation owners. And Patricio has been at odds with the chief of the navy of the Copper Country, but Siripitso just thought this was an opportunity. At that time, The structure of the copper country was also very chaotic. The military was also lined with hills. The commander-in-chief Patricio was descended from the nobles of the western country and belonged to the army. And Suripitzo is a native white native, and a naval faction. And Patricio has always been wrong. So he told the news to the Vulcan camp, and the Vulcan camp simply reversed the scene, killing Patricio and helping Suripitzo and his naval department to successfully take up the post. Suripitzo took power before giving Ithaca to them as a dominion. Later, the four major Chinese families established a presbytery mechanism. All major decisions in the dominion were voted by their elders by a show of hands, and the leaders in the territory were also held by the four families in rotation. But in fact, the Wang family, the Chen family, and the Mei family have always been guarded against the later Li family. Li Jie believes that it was the appearance of their family that made the Huoshanying a qualitative change, so they always believed that they should be better than others. 3 first-class schools. This also buried a few hidden dangers of discord. Later, because of that era, the external pressure was very great, especially although the copper country gave them the dominion, but they were not at ease, because their dominion was located in the original Pataiba Valley, which is close to Peru and Bolivia. Not only facing the pressure from Peru and Bolivia, but also facing the eye of the copper country behind him. So several family members decided to start to integrate themselves with the locals. Not only did they wantonly intermarried with the locals, but also encouraged their own people to believe in religion. At the same time, a large number of family children were sent to join the army every year, which relieved the suspicion of the power holders of the copper country and took root in the local area. It's just that their days have been very difficult before, because the Patinia Valley used to produce saltpeter, but after the saltpeter resources are exhausted, there is no major livelihood. The neighborhood is not a desert or arid hilly area. There is not much agricultural output, so most of the time, they have to go out to the sea to fish to eat. The situation continued until after World War II in the last century. The confrontation between the two powers also brought shocks to the political situation in South America. At that time, there were frequent riots within the copper country. Some local young people actively participated in it, and later laid a foundation in San Diego. Others have gone north to make a fortune. They are active everywhere in Brazil, Bolivia, Mexico, and even Colombia. Among them, the Wuquans Legion is the most open. In Brazil, Colombia and Mexico, they all cooperated with local bigwigs and opened up many channels. Because of the courage and the wild, the power of the Li family has grown stronger and stronger, and has gradually tended to surpass the other three. At that time, the other three families also had many children and participated in the crazy business of that crazy era. It can be said that several of them made a lot of money. Originally everyone was in peace, but a few years ago, the elder brother of the Wang family wanted to wash his hands with a golden basin. Our family also felt that this kind of business was always mixed with this kind of business. It was not very glorious and wanted to get out. But the Li family disagree, because the Wang family was not on the right track with the Li family, and even some time ago, there was an accident. Many important members of the family died unexpectedly. Chen Xutang said here, the expression on his face was very solemn. Obviously the time was not an ordinary thing. Did the Norwang family think of revenge? Why didn't you think about it? But I have been suffering from no evidence. Moreover, the Li family also has a lot of connections in San Diego, and they dare not act rashly. Where are the Mei's people? This family seems to be very low, and Xiao Feng is very curious about this family. Well, their family hasn't expressed much, but we feel that they should be with the Li family, and they don't want to quit that business. Xiao Feng nodded. The two uncles, since they have said so clearly, let's just keep opening the skylight to speak up. I want to know why you are so anxious that you want me to invest in it. It seems that you are very short of money. Yeah? Chen Xutang and Chen Xuayong looked at each other again, then both smiled bitterly. Hey, now that I have said so much, I might as well tell you. It is true that we are short of money, not only of money, but also of people. It turned out that when the four companies were engaged in unseen business in the early years, because they had huge income every year, in order to prevent people from finding the source of these funds, or being made irresponsible. Everyone is showing off their abilities, looking for relationships to launder money, but the Lee family is the most wild. They actually opened a bank in the Netherlands, Andres. Speaking of Central, North America and the Caribbean, many people know that the famous Virgin Islands and Cayman Islands are paradise for tax avoidance and money laundering. But I don't know where the Andres Islands of the Netherlands are more than they are. On the small main island of Curaçao, there are more than 30,000 companies registered. Compared with the British Virgin Islands and the Cayman Islands, those South American bigwigs prefer to conduct financial transactions here. Because this is not under the control of British and American forces. Don't look at the Virgin Islands and the Cayman Islands, which are known as financial freedom. But once the US government is lively, their financial regulatory agencies will still open back doors to US investigative agencies. On the island of Curaçao, there is no such problem, because this is a completely independent country. Metalnovel.com. In the early years, it was under the jurisdiction of the Netherlands, but at that time it was the favorite Tibet of other powerful nations on the European continent. Money and land, even the United States, are terrified of those big guys. Later, in 2010, this country finally became independent, and it became a paradise for real financial freedom. Not only European bigwigs like to patronize, but many big Americans like it very much. Even big ones from South America like it even more. The domestic regulatory agencies in the United States turned a blind eye to this place. After all, many of their leaders also have accounts here. So here has always been an extra legal place outside of the world's major regulatory agencies. Where the Lee family can actually set up a bank is really amazing. While the Lee family set up a bank on Curaçao, several other families started laundering and hiding money through them in order to save their worries. It was good at the beginning, but when the opinions of several parties began to diverge a few years ago, this disadvantage also became apparent. For example, when his Chen family wanted to use funds, they often didn't get it in place quickly, and even occasionally got hacked. It's no wonder that Lee Zen dared to be so arrogant in front of the Chen family's cousins today. Also explained why the Chen family are so urgent and hope that he invests here, and why they are so short of money. Chapter 703, Muddy Water. Then why do you emphasize immigration from the north? Xiao Feng knows that these families from Guangdong province have the most serious rural complex, and they may even appear in foreign countries. The takeout Chinese restaurants in a small city are all run by one family, and even if they need manpower, they would like to recruit people from their hometown in China. But the Chen family actually said that they wanted him to recruit people from northern China, which could not help but explain some problems. Xiao Feng asked again with a smile, and the two brothers of the Chen family looked at each other, and said to Xiao Feng with a wry smile, "Mr. Xiao, you understand, don't laugh at us anymore. Who is going to with you if you have no money these days?" Now the Lee family is the richest family in the Ithacan area, so naturally there are many people who mix with them. Even several other families have children who defect to them. The words of the Chen family let Xiao Feng understand how difficult they are now. They are not only facing the problem of lack of money, but also the problem of lack of people. They ask Xiao Feng to recruit people from the north, which means that they can't find anyone in their hometown, was forced to this point, which is enough to explain the dilemma they are facing now. Okay, I have understood the situation, and I have to consider the rest. Well, it's getting late, we won't bother Mr. Xiao to rest. The two brothers of the Chen family said goodbye. This time they told Xiao Feng what they should have said. As for Xiao Feng's willingness to take the muddy water this time, help them see what Xiao Feng thinks. The two brothers left the hospital where Xiao Feng lived. Chen Xuai couldn't help but looked back, then looked at Chen Xiutang and said, "Big brother, the Li family wants him to go there tomorrow. Will he?" Chen Xiutang lit a cigarette for himself, took a hard breath, and then exhaled a long puff of smoke. Probably not. As long as this Xiao Feng is not a fool, he should be able to see that it is best for him to cooperate with us now. Cooperating with the Li family? Does the Li family lack his money? Only to cooperate with us, he can get the island he wants and start breeding in this sea area. And the guys in the Li family, you should also know that they have always been the most exclusive. Let him go to see you tomorrow. After meeting the Li family, he will naturally make a decision. Chen Xiutang finished speaking and threw his cigarette on the ground, then turned and left. In the other courtyard, Jessie lay in Xiao Feng's arms. Do you believe what Brother Chen said? Well, it should be like this. Xiao, you are not short of money and status. I don't think we need to blend in here. After all, are the Li family not good people? Jessie saw the light in Xiao Feng's eyes, and knew that he was moved by this island, and couldn't help but persuade him. Xiao Feng smiled and nodded. He knew that Jessie was doing this for his own good and was thinking about it for him. If he were an ordinary normal businessman, then he would definitely obey Jessie, and maybe he would run away overnight. But he is not an ordinary businessman after all. The current situation in the Karapag Islands looks very chaotic, but it suits him very well. Even in his opinion, this place is simply a suitable natural overseas base. It's far away from several continents, and it's also far away from powerful political forces, which facilitates many of his operations. He had always wanted to get something from another world, but he had never dared to let it go. Because there were so many people in China, he couldn't let go of many things. And it's easy to get into lawsuits, but it's different here. The place far away from the Emperor on this day is really suitable for him to experiment, especially after knowing that the other world is actually a world after the end of the rebirth. There are many places waiting for him to explore, such as the remains of the spacecraft. It is definitely useless to use the local scientific level in another world. He would definitely not dare to return to the modern world to do research in China. Once it is discovered by someone, it is a matter of losing your head, and it is not realistic to get it in other countries. In this case, the people are inaccessible, the law is weak, and it is still an autonomous territory dominated by Chinese, which is more appropriate. At that time, find a deserted island, build a scientific research base, and recruit a group of scientists to come over and use the Wang Peak to control it. So this family resentment on the Karapag Islands, even if the water gets mixed up, he will come in. The big brother of the Li family, he also wanted to go to the meeting to see what kind of conditions he would give himself. And Jessie also saw the blinking light in Xiao Feng's eyes. She knew that she couldn't persuade Xiao Feng, so she could only sigh. Early the next morning, Xiao Feng and Jessie got up, had breakfast in the other yard, and then went straight to the dock. To their surprise, the Chen family not only did not stop them, but Chen Yonglu drove them to the dock. Also, Chen Yonglu didn't mean to go with him, put the two down at the dock, and said to Xiao Feng with a wry smile, "Mr. Xiao, I'm sorry, I didn't tell you the truth before." Don't be embarrassed, I know you have troubles too. Thank you, Mr. Xiao, for your understanding. This time you go to see the people of Li's family. Be careful. They are not that easy to talk. If anything happens, call me immediately and I will arrange a boat to pick you up. Okay, I'm interested. Xiao Feng smiled and patted Chen Yonglu on the shoulder. As he spoke, a large luxury yacht drove over and docked on the pier. Li Zhen, who I saw yesterday, got out of the cabin, smiled and waved at Xiao Feng. "Mr. Xiao, good morning." Seeing Jessie by Xiao Feng's side, Li Zhen was also taken aback. At first he narrowed his eyes, but he quickly recovered and changed into a vigilant look. He called a little brother over and whispered a few times. Suddenly there was a white chick next to Xiao Feng, which made him very jealous. A chick with such a complexion, at first glance, knew that she was not a South American, or maybe she was a US or European. Their family is doing a ugly business, and to be honest, they are very jealous of the people in these two places. Xiao Feng got on the boat with a smile. Li Zhen arranged for them to enter the living room on their yacht, and the yacht turned around and left the port. Along the coastline of Moa Island all the way south, the private island of the Chen family is on the north side of Moa Island, and the private island of the Li family is just south of Moa Island. After driving for about an hour, Xiao Feng saw the private island of the Li family, which was smaller in area than the island of the Chen family, but could also be 70 or 80 square kilometers in size, and the environment was much better than that of the Chen family. The temperature is a few degrees lower, and the body feels very comfortable. Moreover, this island seems to be more developed than the Chen family's island. Although the Chen family's private island is very large, there is only a small village on it, with more than 5,000 old, weak, sick and disabled people. There are no supporting facilities, and this island seems to be much more lively than the private island of the Chen family. To the north of the island is a wharf. Near the wharf is a large town. Although it is not as large as Moa Island, it depends on the situation and is much better than Chen's private island. There are many young people in and out of the small town, and there are several new straight asphalt roads on the island. And there are some beautiful houses on both sides of the road. There are also some small shops, pubs, small restaurants, which look very prosperous, but many people walking on the road are young and strong. The feeling that these brawny guys give people is flowy. They don't look like good people at first glance. Many people have tattoos on their exposed arms, and a few even have tattoos all over their faces, with guns on their waists, which is not good at first sight. Seeing Xiao Feng and the others in the convertible, especially seeing the beautiful Jessie sitting next to Xiao Feng, those guys even laughed and whistled. Li Zhen, who was sitting in the front passenger seat of their car, smiled, turning around and said to Xiao Feng, "Mr. Xiao, don't be angry. These are wild children with unruly rules." Xiao Feng smiled and shook his head. Soon the car took them to a coconut grove at the end of the road. After turning a few turns, a large villa appeared in front of them. The villa is beautifully repaired, but the gate guard of the villa is very strict, and the yard is full of guys with guns patrolling. Li Zhen has become accustomed to these things, and they got out of the car with Xiao Feng and they got into the mansion. Soon in the living room, Xiao Feng saw the master, a middle-aged man in his 40s, accompanied by a few others. But obviously this guy is the core. This person is tall and strong. It can be seen from the appearance that there are more obvious Chinese characteristics. Obviously, he is not deeply mixed Chinese. Seeing Xiao Feng coming in, the man laughed and stood up. "Hello, Mr. Xiao, I am Li Kai. I am honored to be able to meet you." "Hello, this is Xiao Feng." Xiao Feng smirked and shook hands with this guy. Mentalnovel.com. Some time ago, I went to Europe to visit my girl who was studying there. We also went to your famous chef to make fast food. Now your store is really popular in Europe. It really gives us Chinese a big face. Ha ha, luck. Hey, Mr. Xiao, you are so kind. This Li Kai is really good at talking, and a few words quickly narrowed the distance. "Mr. Xiao, we celebrities don't talk secretly. You have been here for a few days. I think you already know the situation in the Ithacan area and the Karapag Islands. I want to ask, what do you think? Is it possible for us to cooperate? The conditions set by the Chen family for you, you might as well say, I promise to double the conditions of their family." Li Kai's directness gave Xiao Feng a moment of surprise. He originally thought that this guy had found himself because he wanted to drive him away. After all, according to what the Chen family brothers told him, this guy is very opposed to it. Foreign forces entered the Ithacan area and the Karapag Islands. Why now? This guy welcomes himself to invest here. I mean your celebrity chef manufactures. I know you wanted to cooperate with the Chen family to open a fast food restaurant to South America. But what I want to tell you is that I am actually more suitable for cooperation than them. Chapter 704. Ferocious Beast. Li Kai looked at Xiao Feng, who was a little confused, and explained to him. Xiao Feng suddenly realized that this guy is in love with his shop. Ha ha. Li Kai saw that Xiao Feng didn't reply immediately and there was no expression on his face, so he explained to him with a smile. "Mr. Xiao, in fact, Our Lee family is stronger than the Chen family, whether it is in the Copper Country or in other parts of South America. We have many friends in Brazil, Bolivia and other places, and we have the same in the financial system. Many friends, that's why I dare to say such a thing. Well, I also believe in what you said, Mr. Lee, but I have only come to Copper Country for less than a week, and many things are still being understood. I hope you can give me some time and let me think about it. Ha ha, that's natural. But if Mr. Xiao doesn't plan to cooperate with me, I hope Mr. Xiao will have a better time in Copper Country. When this Li Kai heard Xiao Feng did not immediately express his opinion, his face suddenly averted. Although he didn't directly say it clearly when he turned the front of the conversation, the meaning of the threat in the words was already very obvious. If Xiao Feng doesn't cooperate with him, then don't expect to start business in South America. Come here as a tourist. This attitude made Xiao Feng very unhappy, but he didn't show it on his face. Okay, I've said everything, so I won't waste your time with Mr. Xiao. I have something to do. Let my family Li Zhen take Mr. Xiao around the island and enjoy the scenery of our island. This guy really counts dogs. A dog's face said that he turned his face, and Xiao Feng was surprised at the speed of turning his face. Where is such a businessman? He just said that he would go back and think about it for a few days. But this guy changed his face immediately. But it's clear after thinking about it. First of all, you can't treat this guy as a Chinese. What Chinese people do in business is that business is not righteous. Even if you can't cooperate, you won't hurt your peace. Even if you feel angry, you won't write it on your face. The most basic etiquette is still to be done. The Li Kai in front of him, although he is of Chinese ancestry, has been mixed for many generations. And he is also born in a wild road. Usually, he is more likely to deal with the warlords in the jungles of South America, or do dealers. So I don't tell you any etiquette at all. Moreover, people from South America are generally enthusiastic and unrestrained. They generally like to talk about one thing, and rarely have too many twists and turns. So this person is inevitably contaminated with the habits of the locals. Not to mention that this guy is a native rich man in South America, but his net worth is not weaker than Xiao Feng, and may even be higher than Xiao Feng. So Xiao Feng's request for cooperation was declined by Xiao Feng, and he must have been unable to hold on to his face. Will have such a reaction. It is normal. Since the opponent had already shaken his face on the spot, Xiao Feng naturally did not have to stay for a long time, taking Jesse up and walking out. At the door, Li Zhen had already been waiting there in his car, but this time, there was a smirk on this guy's face. Xiao Feng felt that something was wrong, but he was not afraid. He got into Li Zhen's convertible and drove out of the compound, but after a short distance, he turned into a fork in the road. This doesn't seem to be the way to the pier, Xiao Feng said with a smile, while Li Zhen turned his head and smiled. My uncle said everything. Let me take you to enjoy the scenery on the island before walking, so what's the hurry? As a black generation, Li Zhen didn't even see Xiao Feng as a mainland businessman. In his opinion, this Xiao Feng is tall, but he is actually a silver-like spearhead. The white chick next to him looks pretty good. Today, you can let the brothers taste it first, and then, buy it directly at the beef show in San Diego. A mainland businessman is a fart. This is the place of the Li family. Regardless of your worth of billions, it is only a matter of minutes for you to disappear. How dare you refuse my uncle and stir up trouble with the Chen family? If you don't kill you this time, it's all for your face. What's more, although this Li Zhen is a black generation, he has not received no education at all. In fact, he has also studied at university. Since middle school, he was sent by his family to study in the US, but at that time he mostly mixed with the children in Xiangjiang and Wanwan. After spending a long time with them, his ideas were naturally influenced by them. Is very harmy Japanese, but for the mainland, they are very unsatisfied. Even his Xiangjiang friend once said that he would rather be a fly on the Americans, British and Japanese than Chinese. It is precisely because of the influence of these people on his concept that he is extremely disgusted with the mainlanders in his heart. He thinks that the news that the mainland is rich is their propaganda. In fact, the people everywhere are very poor and can't get enough food. And now there is a mainland wealthy businessman. What kind of investment is coming to the Karapag Islands? This made Li Zhen, who had already regarded the Karapag Islands as his private domain, very upset. What? Is this a place where you Chinese people can step in? Although his uncle didn't say it clearly this time, Li Zhen had already planned to teach Xiao Feng a terrible lesson. Even if he didn't kill him, he would still have to lay his skin on him. As for the means, halfway through college, he was expelled from school because he assaulted his classmates in mainland China. He went home and inherited his family tradition and started to gangsters. Does he still lack the means? The car drove all the way to the south, and soon passed through the town and entered the rain zone. There were dense banana trees and various tropical trees that could not be named. After a while, the car started to bump because there was no road ahead. Jessie could no longer control her tight nerves. What are you going to do? Where are you going to take us? Don't be nervous, it will be here soon. Li Zhen turned around and said with a smile, and at this moment, the smile on his face was extraordinarily evil. Jessie was terribly scared. She felt very bad, turned her head and glanced at Xiao Feng. But the man didn't even mean to be scared at all. Instead, he turned his head and smiled at her slightly. You are tired, just go to sleep. Don't know what's going on. Jessie feels that she's getting sleepy, she can't open her eyes soon, and falls asleep. The Li Zhen in front thought that these two people were already scared, so he didn't care. He asked you to pretend, and it'll make you look good later. If you move me, I think you should know the consequences. Xiao Feng sitting behind suddenly said, and Li Zhen was taken aback. It seems that this guy is not a fool. He turned his head and glanced at Xiao Feng, and Jessie, who was sleeping on his stomach. Xiao Feng was still smiling, but the smile on his face at this time, without knowing why, made Li Zhen feel a little cautious. I know what your house does. But do you know what I do? You don't think I really run a restaurant, do you? Xiao Feng's tone was faint, with a smile on his face, but I don't know why. But Li Zhen felt that this guy's smiling face was a mask, and behind this mask, it was a beast who wanted to eat! This is a kind of intuition that he has honed in the underworld for many years. But he feels unreliable. How does this guy think of him? That is, a little white face without the power to hold a chicken. Let me tell you a story. There was Emperor Yongle in the Ming dynasty of China. He was the one who rebelled and seized his nephew. But after he took the city of Nanjing, a former loyal minister Fang Xiaoru was unwilling to serve him, so Emperor Yongle simply killed his 10 clans and killed more than 800 of his family. In the end, he didn't even let his dogs go. You said I have so much money, what do you do? Okay, throw a few 100 million out. How many people do you say are willing to kill your family? If a few 100 million is not enough, add a few 100 million more. If it is still not enough, then several billions are fine. Anyway, I have been with people before coming. I've explained that if I can't go back, none of you will want to live. Even if there are thousands of people in your family, my property will be enough for others to kill your family. Xiao Feng was telling stories with a smile, but he didn't know why. But Li Zhen felt colder the more he listened. He finally realized what was wrong. This guy is a billionaire. And he is also a billionaire who understands international rules. The rule followed by most places in the world is that money can make ghosts go ahead. What's more, here is South America where the wealth is bigger than the sky. The poor ghosts here, for a few dollars, even give a bottle of wine and a marijuana cigarette. They dare to kill people. Anyway, they are also a bad life. Don't say that this guy lost hundreds of millions. He just lost tens of millions. There are countless horrible ghosts who are willing to sell his life for him. Think about you walking on the street. mentalnovel.com. Suddenly a few horrible ghosts popped out, give you a few stabs. Can you defend it? And what does this guy mean is not only against him personally, but also against his wife and children. So much money is given out to offer a reward, let alone those bad guys. Even the little brothers with the same surname around him are so unbelievable. If you lose hundreds of millions of dollars, then the various organizations in South America, large and small, will have to rush out to find their own family members. Don't look like the world is peaceful this year. But in the tropical rainforests of South American countries, there are actually many animals living in various flags. Some are some kind of militia, some are bandit bullies, and some are simply private arms of drug dealers. These guys are extremely vicious and do everything for money. In the 1980s and 1990s, kidnapping became common in South American countries. It was these guys who kidnapped wealthy children for extortion. When someone catches them, and hides in the rainforest, the government army can't do anything about them. As soon as he thought of such consequences, Li Zhen immediately felt a little confused. He looked back at Xiao Feng, although this guy still had a smile on his face. In Li Zhen's eyes, what a smiling little white rabbit is this guy. He is clearly a ferocious beast. It's just that he has been a cruel desperado who has been in the underworld for many years after all. And these few words alone are not enough to defeat his defense. Chapter 705 Scared, but Xiao Feng's next few words changed his expression drastically. I heard that your wife and children live in Vancouver. Well, that place is great. Wow, there is a child who was just born less than a year ago. Congratulations. Both children. When Xiao Feng said this, he still kept smiling, but Li Zhen, who was sitting in front, had already started to tremble. Impossible. Not many people know about the fact that my wife and children are in Vancouver, except for a few relatives in the family. How did this guy know? Oh, maybe you don't love your wife and children very much. By the way, I heard that you also raise 2 women in San Diego and both have children. Hee. Your family burden is not small. Xiao Feng hadn't finished speaking. Li Zhen turned around abruptly. With a sullen face, he reached out and put his gun against Xiao Feng's head. Stop talking, bastard. Believe it or not, I shot you. He was a little out of control, and Xiao Feng's face suddenly stiffened. All his previous smiles disappeared, and at this time, a burst of icy aura exuded from his body. This is the murderous aura that was killed in the blood of the corpse mountain in the other world. Li Zhen is also a gangster. He has no 10 but 8 lives, so he is particularly sensitive to such murderousness, because when he used to deal with drug dealers, such desperados had come into contact with him a lot. So many people only meet one by one, and he knows what those people do. But even though he had come into contact with so many desperados, he had never encountered a murderous and full-bodied person like Xiao Feng. What's so special? Where is still a killer? This is clearly of death. The temperature outside the convertible was 30 degrees. Although he was holding Xiao Feng's head with a gun, he felt a cold air running down Xiao Feng's head and extending along the spray to his arm. He even felt my arms were frozen. My fingers were completely disobedient. Even if I wanted to pull the trigger, I couldn't. Xiao Feng's sharp eyes were like 2 sharp arrows. His eyes hurt when they stabbed him. After only holding on for a second, he defeated the battle and shifted his gaze to another place. Do you know how long it has been? No one dared to point a gun to my head like this. Did you know that you made a huge mistake? You shouldn't underestimate any billionaire, because there can be such a thing achievement. They are not stupid. This time Xiao Feng stopped talking with a smile. His voice was cold, and Li Zhen only felt that the temperature nearby seemed to drop by 8 degrees. He was looking at the driver next to him. Marino was his most daring dogleg, but at this moment, this guy, like a neutered dog, clutched the steering wheel tightly with his hands and his lips were bitten white. Up, I tell you, I brought my woman here today, and I will take my woman out of here completely. If I or this woman loses a hair, I will let the 2 of you die at last. Before you die, I want you to watch with your own eyes. All your beloved relatives are plucked alive in front of your eyes and made into dog food. If you don't believe me, you can try it. After Xiao Feng finished speaking, he leaned back, and at the same time stretched out his hand to poke away the pistol that Li Zhen had placed on his forehead. "You have already made a mistake." Li Zhen was riding a tiger at this time. Originally, he wanted to bring Xiao Feng and Jessie to the top of the mountain. First, he would ravage Jessie in front of Xiao Feng, and then as for Xiao Feng's life and death, it was entirely up to his own mood. But now he realizes that he kicked the iron plate with one kick. What is so silly and sweet? The tone of this guy's speech and the way of doing things are clearly a more cruel bully than them. What should I do at this time? And he just said that he has made a mistake. What does it mean? At this moment, Li Zhen's cell phone rang suddenly. He picked it up and saw that it turned out that a little wife he raised in San Diego came over. He took a look and couldn't help being silly. It turns out that there are two men who are guests at his little wife's house. "My dear, these two gentlemen say they are your friends. They have not seen you for a long time. They want to say hello to you and let me help you make a video call." The little wife looked suspicious, and Li Zhen was cold at this time. The two guys on the screen were smiling and greeting him, but he felt that the smiles of the two guys were unkind. Not to mention these two people, he doesn't even know each other. He looks like a white man from Europe and America. He doesn't even remember that he has two friends like this. He immediately thought of something and turned his head to look at Xiao Feng sitting behind, while Xiao Feng smiled at him with his white teeth. "Greetings to your family for me." Li Zhen felt his legs soft and his whole body was cold. This guy was not joking with himself. Seeing that the car was about to drive to the top of the hill, there were a few cars and a dozen Li Zhen's men who had been waiting there. It can be seen from far away. Those people have dug two pits in the ground. At this time, they saw Li Zhen and their cars coming, and they all geared up one by one, ready to welcome the next good show. But at this time, Li Zhen changed his hand and slapped Marino on the head. "Turn around. Go to the dock." "Yes, boss." "Fuck you. Turn around. I said turn around. Don't you understand?" Li Zhen felt that he was going crazy. He grabbed Marino by the collar and shook it vigorously and shouted loudly. Lived for more than 30 years, he had never felt so suffocated before, and the man behind didn't even do it. Just a few words broke his defense. Since childhood, he has always been the only one to bully others. But I didn't expect that he would be bullied like this at my own door today. Moreover, in an even way, people didn't even move a finger, only moved their lips, and crushed him. Yes, it's worse than being pressed and rubbed on the ground. It was completely crushed by someone's head on the ground with their feet. He never felt like this. Shame, anger, but more of the fear of the unknown. An evil fire ran around his chest. He felt that if he did not vent it, he could explode at any time, so he could only send this evil fire. Arrived on Marino's dogleg Marino next to him. At this time, Marino played the role of a punching bag very well. Fortunately, he has a thick neck. Although Li Zhen shook his neck back and forth, he still knew that his main task was to drive. He slammed the steering wheel, and then the car made a U-turn in front of a dozen gangsters, turned around and followed the road when it came all the way down the mountain. And the dozen or so gangsters who had been waiting there long ago were dumbfounded. "What's the situation?" He looked at the fat all over his mouth. "Why did it take it back again?" And they also saw the situation in the car just now. Li Zhen and Marino were not controlled by threats. So did the two fat sheep sit in the back seat securely? What happened here? The car was very slow when it went up the mountain, but when it went down the mountain, it could be said that it was racing all the way. Li Zhen, who was sitting in the co-pilot, had a black face and said nothing. Driving Marino was even more cautious, looking at Xiao Feng and Jessie from the rear-view mirror from time to time, for fear that his negligence would annoy the murderer behind. Only more than 20 minutes, the car arrived at the dock. Xiao Feng helped Jessie get out of the car, then came to Li Zhen's side, smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Although his strength is not great, Li Zhen felt that every one of his strokes seemed to be a Shan mountain pressing on his shoulders, and every stroke caused pain in his internal organs. If someone else dared to do this, he would have raised his hand and shot him. but he didn't know why. Xiao Feng did this, but he didn't even dare to hide. You still know the current affairs today. I hope you will be as smart as you are today. Remember what I said today. Don't think that being a rich man in South America can be lawless. There are always things in this world that you can't afford to provoke people. Do you think you are ruthless? But in this world, there is always someone more ruthless than you. If someone used this attitude to say this to Li Zhen, I am afraid he would have been unable to help it, and he would have shot it over. But today I don't know why. In the area of momentum, he was squeezed by the opponent. In Li Zhen's worldview, this world is like a jungle, and he is the evil wolf in this jungle. Even if he encounters a tiger, he won't be too scared. If he can't beat him, he will retreat. When the tiger is also taking a nap, there is always a chance to find a place back. But today he finally knows www.mtlnovel.com. It turns out that what so-called tigers he has encountered before are all but the cat with a king character on his forehead. Today he finally met a real jungle tiger, the king of beasts. Standing with such a person, he can't even develop a sense of resistance at all, let alone find a chance to find a place in the future. He just wants to stay away from this person in the future, or even never meet him in his entire life. It's the best. It turns out that there is really such a kind of person in this world that he will never be able to provoke, and it is really just like what the mainlander said before him. Every billionaire is not given in vain, who can fight through thousands of troops and obtain such a family business, who is silly and sweet. Today in front of Xiao Feng, he is not even a wolf, but a pug with a wagging tail. He really can't understand how the other party did it. What kind of magic did he use? Just say a few words, can you scare your guts? Xiao Feng helped Jesse get on the yacht and left the port. It took a long time for Li Zhen to feel relieved. The chill on his body gradually dissipated, but the shadow that Xiao Feng left on him was impossible for a lifetime. Obliterated. The of murder is gone, but when he thinks of how to explain to his uncle when he goes back, Li Zhen feels a pain in his head. Is it possible to say to his uncle that he was shocked by him? Chapter 706. Why not remember in 1 second? Read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. Xiao Feng drove out of the pier on Lijiadao on the yacht. He was even ready for a fight just now, but he didn't expect that Li Zhen would be calmed down by a few words. That's good. After all, there is Jesse by his side, and it would not be good if he got hurt by accident. In another world, 2 or 3 meters tall, he looked like a vicious half-orc who looked like a devil. He chopped melons and vegetables and didn't know how many he killed. These guys in the south, in his eyes. But it's a chicken dog. There are so many guys in his space. Dealing with these guys is nothing at all. But this time he was really angry, and he didn't expect the other party to be so unruly. Anyway, I was also invited by them. If the 2 countries are fighting, they will not be able to do so. If this business is not successful, then they will go directly to the people. What is the logic? Bandit? And when Li Kai speaks, he will cooperate with the fast food made by famous chefs. Yes, he does have more resources, but who doesn't know what he does? And what Xiao Feng worries most is that this guy uses his fast food restaurant to launder money, and he can be sure that that guy will do that out of the box. This is the main reason why he did not agree to cooperate with him. But I didn't expect that after seeing through his plot, this guy would have to wait for an opportunity to play tricks when he said that was inconsistent. Who could stand this? If it were not for his strong performance, if he were an ordinary person, then a tragedy would have happened just now. Needless to say, Jesse's end will be very miserable, and whether he can go out alive or not is the same thing. When he thought of this, Xiao Feng couldn't help but get angry. The Li family is too much. This time, I definitely can't just leave it alone. The yacht was not far from the pier on Ligia Island, and a dozen speedboats immediately surrounded it. Then Xiao Feng saw Chen Yonglu standing on one of the speedboats, loudly berating the captain of the yacht for stopping. After a while, Chen Yonglu waited for a few of his men to board the ship, and Chen Yonglu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Xiao Feng safe and sound. Are you okay, Mr. Xiao? It's okay, no problem, Xiao Feng replied. Chen Yonglu glanced at Jesse, who was sleeping next to Xiao Feng, and then hurriedly greeted them to board their boat. After a while, a small 1,000-ton warship drove up from a distance, and Xiao Feng followed Chen Yonglu on the warship. Mr. Xiao, when you came out of Li Kai's villa, we all saw it, especially when I saw that Li Zhen took you up the mountain. I felt a little bit in my heart. Those guys are always lawless, but their back mountain is out. I'm famous. I don't know how many people who were against them were buried. I planned to take people to the island forcibly. Fortunately, when I was about to let people fire, I saw that Li Zhen took you back to the pier again. Otherwise, there will be a fight today. Chen Yonglu looked at Xiao Feng and said with a lingering fear, and Xiao Feng looked at the warship under his feet. Although it is an old ship of unknown age, being able to appear here at this time is obviously also the Chen family showing its strength. And what Chen Yonglu said did not seem to be false. It seemed that the contradiction between them and the Li family had reached the point of irreconcilability. And obviously they didn't expect that Li's family did not follow the rules to such a degree. I didn't expect that this Li family actually did this business, but you can rest assured, since I dare to go to the island, I am naturally prepared. What he can do with me this time, things will naturally not be that simple. The sum is revealed. When Xiao Feng said these words, his voice was cold, and Chen Yonglu, who was standing beside him, didn't know why. After hearing these words, he couldn't help but shudder. Prior to contact with Mr. Xiao always smiled. He looked like an ordinary businessman, but at this moment he suddenly felt that Mr. Xiao didn't seem to be as simple as he had seen before. After slapped a few words he just said, he couldn't help but feel happy. It seemed that Xiao always planned to join forces with them. This time the Li family is really doing nothing. It seems that the previous decision of the father and uncle was correct. They know the Li family too well, thinking that they are used to being the emperor in Ithaca and they can dominate in front of anyone. This time it seems to have annoyed Mr. Xiao. And Mr. Xiao doesn't look like a simple person. Xiao Feng also made up his mind at this time, just to support the Chen family and destroy the Li family. He liked the Ithaca and Karapag Islands, but with the Li family, he didn't want to develop well here. Since the Li family makes themselves uncomfortable, then they have no need to exist. Let them disappear. And this Chen family happens to be the weaker side at present. Rather than cooperating with the Li family as icing on the cake, he prefers to cooperate with the Chen family in such a desperate way. And you can also show off your strength in front of the Chen family, by the way. As for who is it? Didn't Liu Jin tell me earlier that they have a branch in South America with a lot of employees? On the second day of coming to Copper Country, Xiao Feng contacted Liu Jin and hired more than a dozen employees from his company. These employees from Mao Xun's country are not ordinary people. Most of them are veterans, and the leader is a former FSB employee. These people have very good skills and a very good price. Xiao Feng likes to deal with them very much. It was them who visited Li Zhen's little wife this time, and before landing on the island, Xiao Feng also learned a lot of news about the Li family from Chen Yonglu's mouth. No one knows you better than your enemy. This sentence is true. He collected a lot of information about Li Zhen from Chen Yonglu. He sent information about Li Zhen to the team named Blue Bonnet overnight. And this team didn't let him down either. They had a very close relationship with the mafia bears all over Europe and America. Before Xiao Feng set off in the morning, he collected all the general information about the Li family, especially Li Zhen's family in Vancouver. They found out. So Xiao Feng arranged for them to visit Li Zhen's family as insurance, but he didn't expect it to be used. Coming out of Li Kai's villa, Xiao Feng sent them a text message, and then there was a video call from Li Zhen's wife behind him. Xiao Feng is very satisfied with the performance of this cornflower team today, and he plans to hire a few more such teams. Today, the Li family dare to provoke themselves. Humphrey. Tomorrow he will let them sleep forever. Back on Mo Island, the two brothers of the Chen family had already been waiting for Xiao Feng in their villa. The two brothers smiled and watched Xiao Feng enter the living room. Before they could speak, Xiao Feng spoke first this time. Well, I have seen the style of the Lee family. I think that if you want to talk about the development of the Karapag Islands in the future, there can be no such ground snakes. They will only hinder the future development of Ithaca and the Karapag Islands. Broken the reputation here. The two brothers of the Chen family looked at each other, then both smiled and nodded sharply. Yes, Mr. Xiao is right, and we think so too. Well, in this case, we might as well cooperate. When the Chen brothers heard Xiao Feng say this, the smile on their faces became stronger. Now it's fine. Xiao Feng's big hose finally let go. With Xiao Feng backing up, they still need to be afraid of the Li family? Why did they gradually lose power in the battle with the Li family before? Isn't it because of lack of money? It was a person who believed in the Li family earlier and took part of the family's funds to the financial channels controlled by the Li family to wash away. As a result, the Li family turned their faces and refused to admit it, causing them to lack funds, so the Li family gradually gained the upper hand. Otherwise, their Chen family's century-old business in Copper Country and South America would not be weaker than the Li family, and even deeper than theirs. In South America these days, it is too realistic. If you have money, you will have people. If you don't have money, you will have no one. Fortunately, the Chen family still has some family power. Otherwise, I am afraid that Li Kai would have swallowed it. It's all right now. With Xiao Feng, who is like a raptor who crosses the river to support them, they finally feel that they have a bottom. At this time, Xiao Feng also took out a stack of citrus promissory notes and threw them on the table. When the Chen family brothers saw the thick stack of promissory notes, their eyes immediately brightened. Although wire transfers are popular nowadays, in South America, especially in some backward areas, green tickets are still easier to use. I have everything you lack. But now what I want to know is, if you win, what can I get? Xiao Feng laughed as he talked, and the Chen brothers looked at each other again, and couldn't help but sigh secretly. Sure enough, there are no simple rich people in this world. Mr. Xiao, we will definitely keep our promises for what you want in the past. The Karapag Islands will open all islands to you, expand desert island breeding, and all sea areas are also open to you. MTLnovel.com can be expanded deep sea farming. In fact, if it is not a last resort, what hope does the Chen brothers have for Xiao Feng to bring in? Isn't it good to be the emperor of the land, guarding such a resource-rich island? But now it's really not allowed by strength. And Xiao Feng laughed. Actually, you don't have to be too embarrassed. I have never liked to eat alone. If this is done, then we will set up a company. Everyone will work together for breeding. Use islands and seas to buy shares. I will give you 3-tier shares, and I will use the rest of the funds. Isn't it better for everyone to cooperate and win-win? When the Chen brothers heard Xiao Feng's words, they couldn't help but their eyes lit up. They really didn't expect Xiao Feng to be so generous and willing to play with them. Setting up a company and letting them use islands and sea areas to invest in shares is so good. It can't be better. Anyway, they don't have to pay a penny. If the thing is done, they can divide the money while lying at home. If it can't be done, they have no dime loss. Why not do such a business? Chapter 707 Start. First, Xiao Feng does not believe in brotherhood, morality, etc., which can restrain people's hearts. Only benefits can unite people these days. The reason why the Chen brothers wanted to ask for themselves before was that they actually valued their own identity as a rich but also a mainlander. If they have money, they can support them. But once they really defeated the Li family and drove the Li family out of the Karapag Islands and Ithaca, would they respect themselves? I am afraid that by then, they will be like Li Kai and regard themselves as fat sheep. After all, they have been a native emperor in this area for hundreds of years. This time they rashly brought in an outsider and gave up such a big profit. They were definitely not happy, because this is human nature. Rather than waiting to get there afterwards, it is better to tie the two brothers to their own chariots at this time. Besides, many things in the Copper Kingdom also require a local snake like the Chen family to come forward. Therefore, Xiao Feng intends to cooperate with them in the way of establishing a company to share profits. and wait until he has a firm foothold here. Ha ha, there is the Overlord Peak, and any ground snake is not allowed to need it. Xiao Feng directly wrote a check for 5 million and passed it to the brothers. The Chen brothers' eyes lit up when they saw this number. In fact, if it were in the past, this amount would not be a big deal to them, but who made most of their family's funds now held in the hands of the Li family. There are actually some emergency funds in the family, but the money has been used to support the family power. Their family has been rooted in the copper country for hundreds of years. There are thousands of people in all branches of the old and young to feed. If these people don't even give money, then they will have no basic plan. It must be a tree and a mess, and there will be no capital to contend with the Li family. Therefore, their capital chain has been very tight recently, and the outside input aspect, Channel B, was also cut off by Li Jiaka, so I wanted to represent Xiao Feng's celebrity chef before. At that time, they didn't just want to go ashore in vain, but they were really short of money. It's all right now. Xiao Feng opened the faucet with this big water hose, and one shot was $5 million, which was enough for them to do a lot of things. There are many idlers in the Ithacan area. These guys are all earning money. They have the character of being drunk today, and they don't have the habit of saving money. If you have money, you can drink and have fun. If you don't have the money, you can go out to do odd jobs. If you can do things like this before. But it won't work this year. In order to eat meat, the capitals of North America and Europe are all over the world looking for a place to cut their swords. In East Asia, they were so distracted by the two world powers that they could only go back to South America to cut meat. In recent years, many South American countries such as Venezuela, Brazil, Argentina, etc. have repeatedly erupted various crises and movements, among which there are many shadows of capital behind them. Not long ago, the country of copper just broke into trouble, so the current market environment is very bad, and it is very difficult to find a job. I used to hire that bunch of idlers to sell their lives, maybe $1,000 a day. Now, for the same $1,000 a day, without food or housing, let them bring their own guys over. They are all willing. After taking Xiao Feng's check, the Chen family brothers started calling and whistling to shake people in front of Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng was also very surprised by the attitude of the two brothers. Originally, he thought that the two brothers might have to make a plan, and see how to start. Now it seems that I am thinking too much. They are South American after all. They are so unrestrained. What plans, strategies, and confidentiality are all unnecessary. Just do it and you are done. Several cousins of the Chen family were also very happy to receive the news and began to call on shake people. It was only noon, and soon there was no one to see on Mo Island. Suddenly, I didn't know where hundreds of young people came from. These people came to the old house of the Chen family from all over the island. The Chen family also began to let the cooks and family members prepare dinner. I'm going out desperately. Obviously I want to give everyone a good meal. Xiao Feng looked at this group of guys. They all wore bells and whistles. They were covered in Hawaiian-style short-sleeved shorts. Some people were wearing slippers under their feet, and many people were just barefoot. If it weren't for these guys with sprays on their waists, he really doubted whether these guys were on vacation or were they here to die. But even so, Xiao Feng is still not very optimistic about the combat effectiveness of these guys, because when a few people passed by him, Xiao Feng took out the spray from their waists and checked them. The pistol is the Taurus PT-92 made in Brazil, which is actually an imitation of Beretta, Italy. Because it is made in Brazil and is cheap, it is very popular in South America. But after inspection, you will find that these guns are not well maintained. Some of the rifling is about to be polished, and some are very rusty. It can be seen that their owner has not done much maintenance at all. Xiao Feng spot-checked more than a dozen people, and he basically had a spectrum in his heart. The combat effectiveness of these islanders is estimated to be not much better than that of the black uncles in Africa. Is really going to be on the battlefield. It is estimated that it is cheering on the side, not much real combat power. When I remembered that the Chen family had to rely on these mobs to deal with the Li family, Xiao Feng felt that he had no idea. Mate, how do you feel that the 5 million people have been in the water before? Although this group of people are of Chinese descent, they are all South American. Their personalities are very different from those of Chinese descent. They only started eating at noon, and many people were clamoring to drink. The Chen family also brought out a lot of rum from the cellar to give these guys to drink, and soon these guys became confused. Seeing these people's virtues, Xiao Feng's heart was cold, and he couldn't help holding Chen Yonglu. Should we rely on these people to attack Li Jiadao? Chen Yonglu smiled. Count on them. Forget it. The reason why we invited them to dinner and got them drunk is to hope that when we fight with the Li family later, these guys will not make trouble on the island. You too. I know that if the South American guys have too much mixed blood, they are really too wild. It is difficult to understand with normal rational thinking. They often do some unthinkable things. Xiao Feng was dumbfounded. It turned out that there was such an operation. Then how many people do you have in total? I went to Lis Island before, and there were a lot of people watching them, and they seemed to be very clever, not so easy to deal with. Well, don't worry. We all know that. Dad and the others have called people from Ithaca before. It is estimated that hundreds of people will come over in a while. Those are the help we really need. It turns out that the Chen family is still counted. Xiao Feng is finally relieved. But at this moment, there was a strange sound of breaking through the air suddenly in the distance. Xiao Feng was taken aback after hearing it, and then his face changed drastically. Because of this sound, he was so familiar with it. It was with this modern cannon that he moved across the outside world and swept across the army many times and defeated the orcs. This is the sound of a shell piercing the air. The Li family first started. Xiao Feng's expression changed drastically. He grabbed Chen Yonglu and ran back. Hurry up and inform the people in your family, and hide first. The Li family has started. Find a place to see. Where are they shooting? Grass. There are ghosts. Chen Yonglu's initial reaction to Xiao Feng was full of consternation and disbelief, but when a series of explosions sounded, his expression changed drastically. Boom, boom, boom. A series of shells fell on Mu Town, and the Chen family mansion was also in a mess. The Chen family and people from the town, thousands of people crowded in their yard to eat and drink. This sudden series of explosions naturally caused a very big riot, and people were everywhere. After the initial panic, Xiao Feng quickly calmed down, because he found that the opponent's artillery skills were obviously not very good. A series of dozens of shells were fired, but they all hit the woods around the Chen family's old house. Only 2 or 3 shots hit the corner of the courtyard of the Chen family's old house, and several houses collapsed without causing much casualties. But the panic effect created is good. At least now the yard is full of guys holding their heads. Chen Yonglu soon brought several cousins of the Chen family and some of his subordinates to Xiao Feng's side. Mate, the Li family will do it first. Nonsense. If you make such a big move, if they don't know, they are fools. Xiao Feng was also a little annoyed at this time. Mentalnovel.com. It seems that these Jins are still being looked up at. These guys are so unrestrained, they have to do things if they take the money. If the Li family doesn't know, they are fools. They came to the top of a taller building in the courtyard. Xiao Feng took out his binoculars and looked at the sea in the distance. I saw in the pier, a small warship happened to be blocking the port there. The naval guns on the warship were firing at the town. The shelling just now obviously came from this gunboat, but after a few glances, Xiao Feng was stunned. This is not the morning when you picked me up, the warship that drove past. The Chen family brothers also saw this warship, and they were embarrassed when Xiao Feng said this. Well, what is this warship actually? The retired warship of the Coast Guard was later bought by a company on Tierra del Fuego, and it usually picks up some tourists. Sometimes it also accepts some private orders. Wipe. Is it just a group of mercenaries? Xiao Feng's brain exploded when he heard it. It's no wonder that the ship helped the Chen family in the morning, and turned his head to help the Li family in the afternoon. But it is not surprising that this happened in the magical continent of South America. Fortunately, the gunner on this ship didn't know whether it was due to poor business or to save shells. The guns on this ship were fragile and unpredictable, otherwise the Chen family would have been over. Chapter 708 Face the Wind. Xiao Feng's Tongo telescope looked at the warship, and he didn't know what model it was, but depending on the form, it must be a work from the 1960s and 1970s. It looks very old, and the hull is rusty and mottled. Just in front of the naval gun, many secondary weapons have been removed. But even so, such a warship is enough to deal with the rabble on the island. When he and the Chen brothers were observing the situation on the dock in the old house, the two brothers of the Chen family had already brought a group of people to the dock. I don't know what benefits the Chen family promised. Anyway, many desperados boarded a few speedboats and rushed towards that warship. The people on the big boat obviously noticed these ants, but they didn't move much at first. But when the speedboats were about to approach the big ship, the Chen family brothers with their telescopes suddenly changed their faces. Because they saw through the binoculars, the sailor on the ship smiled and took out a few heavy machine guns from the cabin. These machine gun models are very complicated, including the American M2, and the Bears HCB, even the M42 used by the German military during World War II in the last century. Such complicated weapons appeared here at the same time, which really gave Xiao Feng a feeling of chaos in time and space. But when you think about it, this is the magical South American continent. It couldn't be more normal. Since the 1960s, the South American continent has been in turmoil. Was originally a battlefield between the two great powers, and later became the back garden of drug dealer tycoons. Therefore, violence and various weapons rampant here are normal. So these days, it's not unusual for you to find all kinds of rare things here. The sailors on the ship quickly set up their machine guns, and then began to shoot with their guns against the speedboats that came over. At the beginning, there were a lot of skews, but they soon became proficient and became more accurate. Several speedboats were blown up by them, and the death squad on the speedboat was torn apart by them. The Chen family brothers on the top of the building watched as they felt distraught, and they kept contacting the Chen family brothers at the dock through the walkie-talkie in their hands, asking them to take someone out first. Otherwise, with their current force, there would be no way to deal with that old ship. Soon the sailors overturned a few speedboats, turned their guns, and began to fire indiscriminately on the buildings on the pier. The wharf on Moa Island is a simple wharf. There are not many sturdy buildings at all. Most of them are made of wood. How can these houses stop the fierce 12.7 caliber heavy machine gun bullets of the opponent? At the beginning, there were some bold guys hiding in these wooden houses and shooting at the sailors on the boat. But after being taught by the opponent's heavy machine gun, he quickly hugged his head and disappeared. And the houses on the other end were constantly being swept across by the large E-caliber machine gun, and some houses were simply hit on fire. Under the blazing fire, a dozen speedboats soon came out from behind the old warship, rushed straight to the pier, and began to land. And at the dock at this time, there is no force that can pose a threat to them at all. Far away, Xiao Feng could see Li Kai with hundreds of brothers, swaggering onto the pier. This Li Kai didn't know if he was deeply poisoned by old-fashioned Hong Kong movies. This hot weather girl even combed a big greasy head, wore a pair of sunglasses, wore a coat, and had a cigarette in his mouth. Holding an M4 in his hand. Looks very much like the Little Ma in the 1990s Xiangjiang Underworld movie, but in such an environment, it looks very funny. Li Zhen, who was frightened by Xiao Feng this morning, was standing beside him. As soon as Li Kai stretched out his hand, Li Zhen handed him a big speaker. Chen, you listen to me obediently, and those who are acquainted should hurry out and surrender. If not, I will kill you guys today. All other people and others, all of them, find a place to hide by themselves. No swords, guns, eyes. If you participate in it, it hurts everyone. Don't blame me, Li Kai, for not telling you about family relationships. This guy said this call in Chinese and Spanish several times. At this time, Xiao Feng also saw countless figures running into the rainforest outside the town from all directions. Obviously the people here know that this place will soon become a battlefield, and they don't want to be the cannon fodder in the battle between the two. The speedboat that sent the first batch of Li family ashore, and soon went back to pick up the second batch of people ashore. After a while, there were already 200 or 300 Li family elites on the dock ashore. The people in the Chen family's old house changed their faces when they saw this situation. The elites that their family can use at the moment are more than 100 numbers. How do you fight with the Li family? What's more, people still have warships parked at the pier. At this time, the gunmen who are expecting to come from Ithaca must be too late. The Chen brothers on the top of the building were sweating anxiously at this time. Xiao Feng took a look at the situation. The Li family seemed to be more elite, but they were also compared with the Chen family. In his eyes, they were all chickens and dogs. He turned to the Chen family brothers and said, "Some of you are staying in the old house. Don't let the Li family rush in easily. Organize some people to round around behind them, and flanks to harass them. I'll go to fix the warship and destroy that boat. Your troubles here will be solved." Chen Yonglu was dumbfounded. "How did you go to destroy that boat?" Xiao Feng listened and smiled. "You don't have to worry about this. I naturally have a way." The Chen family's brothers looked at each other, but they didn't know why. Seeing the smile on Xiao Feng's face, they felt that this guy was not bragging. Xiao Feng didn't wait for the Chen brothers to answer. He went downstairs as soon as his figure flashed. The Chen brothers looked at each other a few times. At this time, they could only do it according to the method Xiao Feng said. "Yonglu, the third child, you take people to go round and round. If you can't do anything, just go. There is a boat behind the island. You know where." Chen Yonglu's eldest brother spoke to Chen Yonglu in a low voice, and whispered with another cousin. Chen Yonglu's brothers looked at each other and then nodded vigorously. This is not the time for hypocrisy. They knew that as long as they were alive, the Chen family would still have a chance for revenge. If they were really killed by Li Kai, they would still take revenge. But Xiao Feng was rushing all the way, jumping the wall and out of the yard. To tell the truth, this is the second time he has used force in the modern world since he did it in Russia. This feeling made him very excited. He had always been a good, law-abiding citizen before. Even if there was any trouble, as long as the money could be settled, he would not do it himself. But who made him catch up this time? The explosive massacres in his space have long been hungry and thirsty. Soon he came to the west side of the small island wharf. The location of the wharf is very good. There are two mountains on the left and right sides extending into the sea, like the two arms of the island, and the wharf is built on these two arms. Among the arms of the city, it is also a very good deep-water pier. It's just that the Chinese families here are limited in their ability, and there is no need for development. So there is no better use. But after this time, after Xiao Feng has taken root here, there will be an in-depth development here. But before that, he had to fix the old boat in front of the dock. He chose a flat area on the mountainside, and then took out the TOS-1, the Borodinov Spitfire tank, from the space. This was the big killer he bought from Liu Qin last time. It's a pity that after I went to another world, I used it once during the siege, and I haven't had a chance to use it since. This time I can just teach that boat a lesson. The main reason for using this weapon is that this guy has an automatic calibration radar on it. I don't want to hail the rocket launcher. Although the firepower is fierce, the accuracy is very average. This time the opponent also has a cannon in his hand. Although they didn't play well before, the threat is not small after all. So you must kill with one blow, and you can't give the opponent a chance to counterattack. Xiao Feng used radar to lock on the opponent's warship, and then fired a shot to test the water. Unexpectedly, the effect is surprisingly good. One shot directly hits the opponent's hull. The 220mm rocket is definitely not weaker than a giant cannon. Directly blew up the buildings on the deck of the ship. Looking at the panicked sailors on the boat in the bay, Xiao Feng smiled coldly. face the wind. Then he waved his hand and slammed the rocket launch button. Metalnovel.com and the sailors on the ship were also confused by this sudden blow, and they didn't even know where the firepower came from. But at this moment, someone with sharp eyes saw that from the hillside on the west side of the harbor, a dozen fires suddenly rose up. The flames are like meteors, climbing quickly into the atmosphere, flying above their heads in the blink of an eye, and then smashing down in swarms of howling. The good-headed guy immediately dropped the guy in his hand, and got into the water abruptly. Those who don't have a good brain can only accept the baptism of these meteor showers on the boat. This Borodinov rocket launch vehicle, but an unmanned mass killer, made its first official appearance on the battlefield in the street fighting in Grozny, killing more than 40 militants in one salvo. The sturdy concrete building, in front of him, is nothing but a crash, let alone the other party's old ship that has been more than 60 years old. More than a dozen rockets smashed down. Although there are no powerful shells like armor-piercing rounds, one salvo is enough to deal with such a small boat of more than 1,000 tons. More than a dozen rockets, 10 of which directly hit the warship, not only sweeping the superstructure above the deck, but also smashing out many large holes in the hull. The only naval gun was blown up on the spot, and the hull was swaying, and water leaked in many places. It was a blessing that it didn't explode into on the spot. Chapter 709 Reverse and Reverse Leak. I looked at the old house of the Chen family in front of him with high spirits. After waiting for decades, he finally waited until today. Since he can remember, the Chen family has been teaming up with the Wang family to press on their Li family's head. They have endured this stalemate for hundreds of years. Isn't it because I came to South America more than 10 years earlier than their Li family? Isn't it the first to lead the slave laborers to revolt and cause trouble? But what about before their Li family joined? The so-called rebels led by these families were not just a group of bandits who were rushed into the mountains and old forests by Bolivian manor owners. If it were not for the joining of the Li family, who provided these people with military knowledge, helped them train the army, and taught them how to fight, they would be a mob who would like to wait until they took the Ithaca Dominion. These companies began to squeeze them out of the Li family overtly and secretly, for fear that their Li family would steal their name. Has been suppressed by them for decades, until the 1960s and 1970s. The ancestors of the Li family were unbearable and went out and wandered outside. In Brazil, Colombia and other places, he has established a huge reputation and established his own network of relationships, and the situation has changed. As one grows, the Chen family, Wang family, and Mei family are gradually unable to keep up with the pace of their Li family. If they are aware of current affairs, the Li family will naturally not treat them badly and give them more benefits. That is natural. But the Chen family and the Wang family, two stubborn elders, still want to stick to their positions and suppress their Li family. This made the Li family suffocated. Now it's finally healed, and their Li family can finally raise their eyebrows. He brought someone to the door of the Chen family, and the Chen family is just around the corner. This time the matter is completed, then the position of the next head of the Li family will belong to him. Chen family idiots, a local tyrant who colluded with the mainland, could he turn his head? Dream. Actually want to recruit people from Ithaca to do it on us? Then don't blame us for being impolite. Now that I have torn my face today, I might as well be cruel. When he came to the door of the Chen family's old house, Li Kai had made up his mind. After a while, he won't keep the chickens and dogs. Anyway, there is no reason for the place far away from the emperor. The person who wins the final victory is Dharma. They fought all the way, and they all went very smoothly. They didn't encounter any decent resistance at all. It is estimated that many people who were inclined to the Chen family were also scared by those artillery shells and fled. Now the rest is estimated to be the Chen family hiding in the house, so that when the people here are destroyed, he will go to Chen family island next and kill all the people surnamed Chen over there. When I arrived at the door of the Chen family's old house, The Lee family was also cautious. Everyone is not a fool, and we all know that this place must be the hardest bone to chew. Soon Lee Kai formed several small teams, letting people round the sides from both sides, over the wall to enter, and another group of people began to storm at the front gate. The two teams quietly touched the front gate of the yard, but before they got close to the door, suddenly a few people stood up from the wall, holding axe, and swept the two teams. A dozen people were swept to the ground on the spot, and then someone stood up with an RPG, and blasted towards the small restaurant where Lee Kai was hiding. Lee Zen, who was standing next to Lee Kai, reacted the fastest. He grabbed Lee Kai and jumped from the second floor. Fortunately, the floor is not high, and it hurts me when I jumped down. But when I looked back, the small restaurant built by the thatched hut had been blown to pieces by the rocket. Lee Kai, who had escaped from the dead, was furious at the same time. He greeted all his men and swept against the wall of the gate. Bricks and tiles flew across the wall that was hitting, and dirt was splashing everywhere. The battlefield that had been calm before became fierce in an instant. Lee Kai, who had just been relieved, was not angry and rejoiced, and encountered such fierce resistance in the old house of the Chen family, which shows that the main force of the Chen family is here. Before, he was worried that he would not be able to cut the grass and roots at once this time, so that the Chen family would be swept away. It would not be beautiful if the Chen family was allowed to escape the fish that slipped through the net. It is also a very troublesome thing to organize people to chase after them. Since the Chen family are all here, it would be better to be able to catch them all at once. The Lee family also started to fight. The gunman yelled and fired at the wall, while the other two squads touched towards the gate under cover. Soon came to the door and tied a few grenades to the door bolt. After a few loud noises, the heavy wooden door was directly blown up. The gunmen of the Lee family cheered loudly and rushed towards the gate. In their opinion, without this barrier, the old house of the Chen family would have no decent resistance. But when dozens of people rushed into the gate, the door of the main house facing the gate was suddenly opened from inside, and a oil tank suddenly appeared in front of the Lee family gunner. This earth tank is actually a simple formula for building up a few sandbags. A steel plate is stuck in the shooting position, and an M2 Browning barrel protrudes from the shooting hole in the middle of the steel plate. This big killer is not only owned by the Lee family, but also by the Chen family. Soon there was Browning's dull dong 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 gunshot like a drum, and the Lee's gunman who rushed in was immediately torn apart. 12.7 caliber heavy machine gun bullets. At such a distance, it is completely death's sickle. Hit by a shot, it can interrupt people on the spot. The first dozens of Lees who rushed in were sought after. They were killed on the spot for more than half of them. The rest were lying on the ground and pretending to be dead. The machine gun operator in the room ignored them and directly pointed the gun at the courtyard. The walls on both sides of the door. The courtyard wall, built with a layer of blue brick plastering, was only 20 centimeters thick, and could not stop the 12.7 caliber heavy machine gun bullets. The muzzle swept across from left to right, and the 2-meter high brick wall was swept on the spot. Where the Lee family gunman who was leaning behind the brick walls on both sides of the courtyard door was even cut off by his waist. Soon it became a slaughterhouse, and the howling of ghosts and wolves continued. Where's the gun? Contact the warship, let them fire the gun, and blow up the tortoise grandson of the Chen family. Seeing his elite subordinates, they were so confused at the door of the Chen family's old house. More than 100 people were killed or injured. And Lee Kai's eyes were red, pulled Lee Zen by the neck and shouted loudly at him. Lee Zen took out the walkie-talkie and just wanted to contact the warship on the dock to bomb the old house of Jun's house. But at this moment, he saw a dozen shooting stars flying from the mountainside on the west side of the pier, and then there were explosions and fires everywhere on the old ship, as well as the screams of people. This series of huge explosions scared Lee Kai too. What is going on? The Chen family even hid a cannon privately. Even if the old ship is unbearable, it is not so easy to be blown up and sunk, right? They also couldn't figure out what happened. But Li Kai knew that he couldn't delay any longer and must solve the Chen family in the yard as soon as possible. At this moment, the people he sent out to circle around from both sides also returned the movement. First, the person who rounded back to the right side jumped into the courtyard, but stepped on the landmine buried under the courtyard wall over there. After a series of explosions, he was blown away by ghosts and wolves. The people who circled back to the left were swept from behind to under the courtyard wall by a group of people who suddenly rushed out from behind when they climbed the wall. The situation on the battlefield can be said to have taken a turn for the worse. But Li Kai still maintained his final calm. He asked people to bring 2 mortars from behind. This time, he didn't care about the others. He blasted the old house of the Chen family. This time the distance is so close, even if their gunners are unprofessional, they will not miss it. The Chen family brothers in the old house were originally in ecstasy. Several ambushes in the past. They were all successful and beat the Li family. But the most morale booster was that Xiao Feng, President Xiao, actually did it. Didn't know what guy he used, and he actually sank the opponent's warship. The other party had no ship, and the sword of Damolisk that had been hanging over their heads, even if it was gone, they would have confidence in this battle. But how can I think that next? Li Kai, who was desperately anxious, gave them a head-on blow. 282 caliber mortars bombed them with misery. The earth tanks blocking the gates had no resistance in front of this kind of curved artillery. They were blown up after 2 rounds. The brothers who followed them were killed and wounded, dozens of them. What's more hateful is that Li Kai even prepared 2 earth-armored vehicles. 2 modified Toyota pickup trucks, www.mentalnovel.com, welded 2 steel plate shields in the rear bucket, and a heavy machine gun, slowly opened from the front door. The gunmen of the Li family followed the 2 armored vehicles very carefully this time, and the battlefield situation on the old house was reversed. The 2 brothers Chen Yonglu, who were hiding outside the old house, saw the tight situation inside the old house, and brought more than 20 brothers around from the side, trying to find the way for the Li family to relieve the pressure on the Chen brothers in the old house. But I just happened to be in Li Zhen's ambush, and a dozen people were killed in the middle of the journey. The situation on the battlefield was immediately reversed, and the Chen family, who had just gone smoothly, fell into desperation almost instantly. The gunshots in the old house are getting sparser and the resistance is getting weaker and weaker. Li Kai breathed a long sigh of relief. When the Chen family in the old house is dealt with, he will return to the teacher's dock to see who is there. I really didn't expect that the resistance of the Chen family this time would be so fierce, causing him so many casualties. But as long as the Chen family is destroyed, all that is worthwhile. When there is money and guns, the team can also pull up. It's just that he didn't notice that Li Zhen, who had been by his side, was full of fear at this time. Li Zhen didn't know what was wrong with him. The balance of victory had obviously begun to tilt towards them, but he just couldn't get happy. When the tiger smiled during the day, the look of his mouth full of white teeth always haunted him. Chapter 710. Hold the emperor to make the princes. Although he had only photographed with that person twice, but I don't know why, but that person left him with a very indelible impression. This time the incident will not end so easily. For example, where did the artillery that sank the warship just come from? As soon as he thought of this, a sense of crisis lingered in Li Zhen's heart, and at this moment, he suddenly slapped him on the head. A sharp pain made his heart angry, but when he looked up at Li Kai who was glaring at him, he immediately held back the fire. Mad, it's this time? What are you still thinking about? Hurry up and organize a manpower for me to search in the yard. Don't let any Chen family go. Li Kai, who had already killed his eyes, yelled to Li Zhen in a vicious voice. Yes, uncle. Li Zhen replied, and he was about to walk into the yard with people. There was no resistance in the yard before, and the roundabout Chen Yonglu group was also repelled by him. Basically, the Chen family left these people in the yard. He guessed that there were few breaths left to breathe. Destroying the Chen family also solved the Li family's serious problems. But Li Zhen didn't go far with the talents. and suddenly heard a fierce burst of gunfire from behind him. He led the team to look back and couldn't help being stupid. From behind them, two Hummer Jeeps suddenly emerged. On the top of the Jeep, there were a few strong white men who were copying the heavy machine gun on the roof and shooting at their rear team all the way. Just after a fight, although the Chen family has basically been wiped out, the Li family is also greatly injured. Just at the entrance of the Chen family's mansion, hundreds of brothers were killed and injured. Then he was detoured by the Chen family and killed dozens of times. Now there are more than 100 brothers who are still able to fight. And this Hummer suddenly came out from behind them, but it beat them into a mess. These two off-road vehicles are fierce, like ancient heavy cavalry all the way. They rushed towards the place where the Li family got together. The Li family also tried desperately to shoot and resist, but the Hummer was a second-generation remodel, specially designed to deal with the IED in the Middle East battlefield. Not only the chassis armor is thickened, but even the glass is made of bulletproof glass. The pistols in their hands, the submachine guns against this Ruskind guy. It's not good at all. Soon the two cars smashed Li's team apart. The 20th and 30th people were killed by machine guns. There were more than a dozen slow runners, either killed or run over. And the driver of this car was ruthless enough. The car adjusted its direction, turned back and rammed in the direction where the crowd was gathering. Originally, the Li family was hiding in the houses on both sides of the road to resist. But the who was driving actually drove directly into the house. The wooden house, how could it withstand such an impact, was knocked to pieces on the spot, and even the Li family gunner inside was buried underneath. The sudden change completely stunned the Li family. Victory was already at hand. But where did this group of guys emerge from? Cheng Yojin? Li Kai stood at the gate of the Chen family's old house, yelling and commanding the gunmen to continue resisting. The two earth-armored vehicles that had just entered the yard walked out of the yard and stood in front of him. It's a pity that this time the fake Li Gui collided with the real Li Q. Although the Toyota pickup is practical and durable, the protection function is still incomparable with the Hummer. The two cars on both sides stood there and fired at each other, but the firepower of the armored car could not penetrate the shooting tower armor on the roof of the car. On the contrary, the iron plate they protected was easily penetrated by the M2. The shooter hiding behind was beaten into two pieces on the spot. The cockpit was even worse. The M2 muzzle swept through, and the cockpit was even more bloody. Soon two armored vehicles were hit and exploded in the air. Li Kai, who was still standing behind him before, was swept away by bullets, and his windbreaker was hit in two. His eyes were full of unwillingness when he was dying, and he couldn't believe that all this was true. The gunmen of the Li family immediately collapsed when they saw that Li Kai was dead. It turns out that there is such a backbone and everyone can organize resistance. But the boss is dead. Who is willing to take the lead at this time? A group of people immediately turned into birds and beasts and scattered. At this time, Li Zhen didn't even bother to go to Chen's old house to search his home. With a dozen younger brothers, he jumped over the wall and ran all the way towards the dock. At this time, the only thought in his mind was to escape from here. The farther the escape, the better. He knew that the Li family was over this time, and the instigator behind all this? He firmly believes that it must be the tiger he saw during the day. Along the way, cold guns continued to sound from behind or in the woods next to him, and the dozen younger brothers who followed Li Zhen kept falling on the road. But it was him. He didn't know what kind of luck he had taken, and he rushed to the pier unscathed, where he saw two speedboats. He ran to the speedboat at a fast pace, preparing to board a ship and run the road, but at this moment, two shadows suddenly rushed out of the ruins next to him. Li Zhen didn't have time to think about it. He raised his hand with two shots and knocked the two dark shadows to the ground. At this time, he was looking intently, and he was also startled. These two turned out to be the two highest elders of the Chen family, Chen Xiutang and Chen Xueyong. He actually killed the patriarch and elder of the Chen family. Thinking of this, Li Zhen wanted to die. Even if this happened, even if he could escape from Mo Island, he would face endless chasing by the Chen family. But he always felt that there was something wrong with it, because the two brothers of the Chen family rushed out in a wrong form, not so much rushing out, it was more like being thrown out. And now that the overall situation is set, the Chen family has already won. They are both of such a high status, so they can't make it hard to fight with themselves here. What the is going on? Li Zhen was stunned. At this moment, he heard a round of applause. He suddenly raised his gun and pointed it in the direction of the sound. Just saw the tiger that he had seen during the day, accompanied by two strong white men, appeared in front of him. It was him. Remembering that when the Li family was about to take down the old house of the Chen family, those sturdy white mercenaries suddenly came out from behind. And then think about the old warship that was bombed and sunk at the dock. Li Zhen understood right away. It turned out that his previous worries were not an illusion. It turns out that the big boss is really the one who really directed the drama that let Li Jiagong fail this time. It's not too stupid. Can detect the clues inside. Xiao Feng slapped his slap and looked at Li Zhen with a smile, saying that Li Zhen had no resistance to the number 4 at this time, and the gun in his hand was also put down. He gave a wry smile, and simply threw the pistol on the beach in front of Xiao Feng. Mr. Xiao, please let me go, I still have value. Oh, except for the top bag, I don't know what value you have, Xiao Feng said with a smile. Killing the two old brothers of the Chen family was also a temporary motive, because after the cornflower he hired landed on the island, he suddenly had another bold idea. If the Chen family loses its backbone, if only Chen Yonglu is left. Okay. Then you can try the taste of holding the emperor to make the princes. Mr. Xiao, I went to the place where the Li family bank hides the money. Li Zhen also worked hard to save his life. Xiao Feng raised his eyebrows when he heard it. You have to think about it. If you lie to me, the consequences will be. Mr. Xiao, this is the time. Do I need to tell you a lie? Xiao Feng nodded at the strong man behind him, and the big man named Xelia Shaw walked towards Li Zhen. The gunfire on the island gradually stopped. Chen Yonglu took his third brother out of the jungle in the south of the island and returned to the old house of the Chen family. Seeing the mess in the old house, he only felt a sense of grief and anger in his heart. Especially when I saw his father and uncle lying in the hall of the main room, covered with white sheets. The third brother rushed over. Dad. Chen Yonglu's tears couldn't be controlled, and it was not only his uncle who lay with his father, but also the elder brother, the second brother and more than a dozen cousins who stayed in the old house to resist. The essence of the young generation of the Chen family can be said to be lost here, and Chen Yonglu can no longer help crying loudly. At this moment, he felt a person coming behind him. He turned around and saw that it was Xiao Feng. He stretched out his hand and patted Chen Yonglu on the shoulder. Sorry, brother. Mr. Xiao, no. Brother Xiao, thank you so much this time. Looking at Xiao Feng and Chen Yonglu, he couldn't help it anymore, and threw himself on his shoulder and burst into tears. Xiao Feng is his nobleman. If it weren't for Xiao Feng this time. mentalnovel.com. The Chen family would definitely not escape the end of being killed by the Li family. It can be said that the battle yesterday was Xiao Feng's solution to the danger and hanging upside down. If he and his hired mercenaries hadn't suddenly appeared, the Chen family might have become history today. So at this time, Chen Yonglu's trust in Xiao Feng is absolutely unconditional. Now the Chen family's core family is left with him and his third brother, but the third brother is just a teenage child who doesn't support it. He has to support the entire family. Okay, brother, although I don't want to, I still have to say something. Now that we have done it, we must remove the roots. Although Li Kai is dead, the remnants of the Li family are still on the island of Li family. Xiao Feng's meaning is very clear, and Chen Yonglu, who has long been dazzled by hatred, has red eyes. Yes, we need to cut the grass to get rid of the roots. Brother Xiao, I will organize people to go with you and destroy all the Li family. As soon as the voice fell off, Xiao Feng pressed his shoulder. Brother, your Chen family has lost enough. Now you are the only backbone of the Chen family. I don't want you to suffer any loss. I will do the rest." When Chen Yonglu heard it, it was indeed the same. The war on the island was over, but there were still a lot of the remnants of the Li family hiding in the corner of the island to be cleared out. And there are still many things at home waiting for him to deal with. He nodded at Xiao Feng. "Brother Xiao, I will trouble you with the rest." Chapter 711. The hearts of the rich are black. Chen Yonglu stayed on Mo Island to take care of his funeral affairs, including his father and uncle, several cousins, as well as the dead and injured family members, all of whom needed to be taken care of. In addition, we must maintain order. Those guys who fled to the woods before, if they come back and find that the Chen family has no backbone, they will definitely rush into their old house and looting. Don't ask why, those guys are that virtue. So he can't go with Xiao Feng to copy the Li family's nest. And this hard task can only be entrusted to Xiao Feng. When I think of billionaires like Xiao Feng, they originally came here to talk about cooperation and business, but because my family is not only in danger, but now he is still braving the bullets and bullets to help his family get justice. Chen Yonglu felt sour in his heart, and see the truth in adversity. This is a good brother, and this is how Lu Yao knows horsepower to see people's hearts over time, and to see the truth in adversity. Thinking of this, he couldn't help holding Xiao Feng's hand. "Mr. Xiao." "No, Brother Xiao. From now on, the Karapag Islands will be ours, and this will also be your home. As long as I am still a day, you will always be my eldest brother." Xiao Feng didn't speak much, smiled and patted Chen Yonglu on the shoulder. Then he turned around and took the brawny white men and went out. There were not many of these brawny men, only a dozen, but they were all veterans full of iron and blood. This is the small team he hired from Liujin Company. He named this team Cornflower. Before going to the Lis house yesterday, he had already given them instructions. The troops were divided into two groups. Some people went to investigate the Lis network. In addition, he quickly sent some powerful troops to support him. And this team did not let him down. He was very satisfied with today's performance. Although the fighting skills of these bear mercenaries may not be the most advanced, Xiao Feng still likes their daring style. The most important thing is that these people were selected by Liu Jin's help. They are all trustworthy, and there is no problem in terms of loyalty. The group boarded 4 speedboats and went straight to Lijiadao. Of course, they had to remove the roots. Today, Li Kai has died. Most of the main force of the Li family has been folded on Mo Island. There is no decent resistance on Li Family Island anymore. Today, after cutting off the Li family, there will only be 3 people in the Karapag Islands, and Xiao Feng can hide behind Chen Yonglu and be a safe boss behind the scenes. An hour later, the speedboat arrived on Lis Island. Xiao Feng originally wanted to rush to the island directly, but the mercenaries are obviously more experienced than him. First, they sent a speedboat and circled the bay of Lijiadao Pier a few times. No one shot them. Then the people on the 2 speedboats landed first. 5 people set up defense areas on the dock, and the other 5 began to search and advance far away. Half an hour later, a signal was sent to Xiao Feng and the others, confirming that there was nothing dangerous on the island, and then Xiao Feng followed a dozen people on the 2 speedboats to board the island together. I went to the island with them, and Li Zhen, who was by the big 5 flowers. "Mr. Xiao, I really didn't lie. The people on the island have all gone to Mo Island with Li Kai before, and the rest are just a few housekeepers. There is so much noise on Mo Island, and they don't stupid. I must also know that Li Kai failed and escaped by boat a long time ago. There is basically no one on this island now." At this time, Li Zhen did not have the arrogance in front of Xiao Feng a few days ago. At this time, he is completely a pug who only wags his tail. Xiao Feng didn't say much, and asked Li Zhen to lead the way and head straight to Li Kai's villa. The layout of Mo Island is different. Although Mo Island is said to be the capital of the Karapag Islands, it is the common land of everyone, but after a few days of observation, Xiao Feng discovered that the island is actually similar to the private island of the Chen family. because their family has a big mansion on the island, and on the contrary, the Chen family is on the island, and Chen Jiadao doesn't pay much attention to it. The Li's island is different. This is the home of the Li's family. Therefore, the Li's carefully designed this place. Although there are no decent living facilities on the island, they are all private houses. But these private houses are very interesting. Most of them are brick houses, and the layout looks very much like a fortress. And Li Kai's mansion is the most rigorously furnished and built the most luxurious. Entering Li Kai's mansion, it was already empty. Even with some decorations that were usually placed, you can see traces of being ransacked. For example, some paintings originally hung on the wall were taken away, and some gold ornaments were also taken away. It can be seen that those people are in a hurry when they leave, and they are obviously looking like a tree falling down. Checked around in the mansion, and there was indeed no one. Xiao Feng settled down in the hall, and then asked the mercenaries to investigate other houses in the town to see if there were anyone else. Everyone else left. Xiao Feng turned his head and smiled and said to Li Zhen, "Okay. Now you should explain." The reason why Li Zhen's life was left this time was because this guy had told Xiao Feng before that he knew where the Li family hid the money. This Li family has been mixing societies in South American countries since the 1960s and 1970s. Even in the 1970s and 1980s, they had contact with the big actor in South America. For example, the Colombian Escobar was said to have been a partner of their family. Of course, the profitable business at the time was monopolized by the big bosses, and the main thing they did was laundering money for these big bosses. And it is said that the reason why their family can rise is because after Escobar was killed, part of the money placed in their family was embezzled by them, which laid the foundation for their rise. You need to know that Escobar was a world-class rich man in those days. He could make billions of dollars a year by buying flour from the United States. He was once known as the seventh symbol in the world, and his net worth even exceeded $30 billion. It is said that the big man even had a headache about how to hide the money, and the money was too much to be washed away. In addition to putting the money in various banks, he also directly distributed money to the people in Medellin, and even simply put some money in a big bucket buried in the ground, so much so that every year just the money that is bitten by rats exceeds 100 million. Yuan. It can be seen that the consumption ability of Americans is really strong. Later, he didn't even know how much money he had, and he didn't even know where it was buried. And the Li family started by swallowing part of that big boss inheritance. With the addition of the money, they have been helping the big bosses in South America operate their funds, and they have also mastered many methods and funding channels. This allowed them to figure out an industrial chain by themselves. But if you want to do this, you must first have a very concealed, safe and suitable place to save money. After all, no matter how your money is laundered, there must be some entities stored in a safe place to make people feel at ease. With this part of the physical foundation, you can play with the numbers on the internet. And later, the Li family also ran the flour business themselves, because they were afraid of being destroyed by deer, so they did not dare to put a lot of money in the bank. So they also found a safe place to hide. And if you want to talk about hiding money, what else is more suitable than the unobtrusive Karapag Islands? Safer? Such a large island, there are not many people, it is still a dominion, and the government of the copper country does not care about them. Even their island, you can't find it on the map. They have the final say on everything here. They are the law here. So there is no better place to hide money than here. So Li Kai hid part of the family funds in the Karapag Islands, and part of them on the Ligia Island. When Li Zhen took Xiao Feng to a cave in the mountains to the south of Ligia Island, when Xiao Feng saw that the cave was filled with hundreds of large aluminium alloy boxes, all of which were wrapped in plastic wrap, bundles of dollar bills, euros, he knew he had made a profit this time. I gave the Chen family and his son $5 million before. But look at the cash in this cave. I am afraid that there are more than $1 billion. What is this special? It's a lucrative business. President Xiao, look, I really didn't lie to you. Li Zhen swallowed his saliva and looked at Xiao Feng and said, whether he can survive or not. The next step will depend on Xiao Feng's failure to keep his promise. Xiao Feng smiled and turned around and patted Li Zhen on the shoulder. Very well, you are very good. Don't worry, if I promise to let you live, you will definitely not break your promise. I think you are also of Chinese origin and your family is old. Hanging out with foreigners in Vancouver is not a problem. I have arranged for someone to take them back to China to receive education in China. In fact, the education in China has developed pretty well these years. Li shook his mouth and salivated.mentalnovel.com. What else can he say? It's a blessing to be able to save the dog's life today. Xiao Feng untied the ropes in his hand, then pushed him down in front of those cash boxes, took out 2 bundles and stuffed them into his arms. Ha ha, I have money, I'm not happy yet, let's have a laugh. Li Zhen is confused. What on earth are this mainlander doing? Before he could understand, he felt that the light in front of him was dazzling, and the flash flashed randomly. It turned out that Xiao Feng was taking pictures of him with his mobile phone. His back was instantly sweaty, and sure enough, these rich guys had a very bad conscience. Xiao Feng let him go today. After he goes back, he can still find an excuse to confuse him. Anyway, Li Kai is dead. If he loses Li Jiadao, he can just throw all these illicit pots to him. After is possible. I am afraid that I am not going to be a dog for Xiao Feng honestly, because the money belongs to the Li family. If it is lost, the Li family must be held accountable. If he is not obedient, and he releases these photos, then the rest of the Li family must skin himself. At this time, Li Zhen really wanted to cry without tears. Even if Xiao Feng let him go today, he still couldn't escape his palm. These rich people are really black. They really know how to play with and manipulate a person. Ha ha, you can save your life and make money, why are you crying and crying? Come on, laugh. Li Zhen can only squeeze a smile that is uglier than crying. Chapter 712 Forced Palace. When Xiao Feng returned to Moa Island, the situation on the island had basically stabilized. The Li family gunmen who fled to various places on the island have basically been pulled out. Without the backbone, these people have no will to resist. And the gunmen that the Chen brothers had gathered from the Ithacan area have also landed on the island one after another. Although the brothers of the Chen family have hung up, Chen Yonglu is still and the $5 million check given by Xiao Feng is still there. So it's okay to instruct these people to do things. And there are many relatives of the Chen family in Ithaca who came to the island with these people. With these people coming to the island, the order on the island soon stabilized. Some rascals who originally wanted to fish in troubled waters didn't dare to mess up. The order applied on the island. The captured Li family gunmen, under the command of the Chen family, began to clean up the ruins on the island, collect the wounded, and cremate the corpses. At this time, the old house of the Chen family is very simple. Although it has been rooted in South America for hundreds of years, the Chen family still maintains the habit of wearing filial piety. Many of the Chen family's collaterals came from the Ithacan area. This time the Chen family's main house was severely damaged. The 2 brothers Chen Yonglu and some female relatives were almost wiped out. Naturally, many of these collaterals were born crooked-minded. Even if it was Chen Yonglu who was battling the trouble at this time, there were still a few people around Chen Yonglu who were crooked and crooked. Lu, your father and uncle are dead now. I think the position of the patriarch should be determined as soon as possible. You are still too young, or let's hold a family meeting first. Chen Yonglu, who was dressed in linen and filial piety, came out with his brother, a few middle-aged people, and a few old guys with grey hair. Is an old man with white beard and hair. He is an uncle of Chen Yonglu's collateral line. At present, the elder of the Chen family's highest standing is also the elder of the Chen family. The other middle-aged people were Chen Yonglu's cousins. Now when they heard his uncle say this, they were all secretly rubbing their hands. The power in the main house was almost wiped out. The real power vacated in the Chen family location. But it's their turn. Even the position of the patriarch, After all, The patriarch handed over to Chen Yonglu. Everyone is not at ease. It is not fast to do things without hair. But Chen Yonglu was filled with grief and anger at this time, and his brother was even more pale with hatred. These bastards, some time ago, the family was in financial difficulties, and his father and uncle discussed with them, giving them a little less honor, and going through the difficult times together, saving money to deal with the Li family together. No one of these agrees, and some people say that his father and uncle have no way to lead, saying that they are greedy for everyone's money. It's all right now. His father, uncle, and cousins have all died with the Li family, but they also wiped out the Li family and wiped out the biggest threat from the family. As a result, these guys, not only did no one come over to thank themselves, what's so special? Now that the bones of father and uncle and cousin are not cold, these will come to seize power and force the palace. Thinking of this, Chen Yonglu felt that the blood vessels in his head were about to burst. But he still insisted on calming down. He knew it was not the time to turn his face, but his brother couldn't help it anymore. Shut up, Chen Xian, you old bastard. My father, uncle, and so many cousins have not yet entered the soil. You are going to pick peaches. Are you still human? When the Li family was strong, you were not one of them. Dare to take the lead. It is Ug's generation who is in the main house and takes the lead against the Li family. Now that we have defeated the Li family, you will jump out to share the fruit, and I will throw your mother away. Chen Yongliang stood up and shouted. Many of the elders present were embarrassed. But soon a middle-aged man with a lean face slammed the table. Yongliang, what are you doing? Did you talk to your elders like this? My child, it's not your turn to intervene in this matter. This man's name is Chen Xuxiang, Chen Yonglu's cousin, and his father is a cousin of the same generation, before. Besides the main house of the Chen family, he was also the most powerful side branch. This time the Chen family's main house is in trouble. He is the most hopeful person to succeed the Chen clan. Lose your old 20 Chen Xuxiang, who doesn't know your thoughts. You are afraid that you have long wished my dad and them to die. So how about you be the patriarch? Chen Yongliang was young and couldn't control his emotions, so he still yelled at him. Chen Xuxiang's face changed abruptly when he heard this. There are things that everyone knows well, but don't take it to the table to say. If you say that, how can everyone be relatives? Asshole, without a tutor, hasn't your family taught you how to be inferior and inferior? Today I will teach you a lesson for your family. A young man stood up abruptly and walked towards Chen Yongliang, who was Chen Yongqiang, the son of Chen Xuxiang. The other elders of the Chen family were silent at this time, even secretly making gestures. The family children they brought with them even blocked the door of the house from outside. Obviously they are going to launch a coup tonight, to force Chen Yonglu's palace to abdicate their main house from today. If Chen Yongqiang succeeds, then it is time to deal with Chen Yonglu. And Chen Yonglu didn't expect that this group of relatives would be so shameless, so eager, that he would do something to himself. He could say that he was really unprepared. Before, he was not the most outstanding talent in the family. He had been living a peaceful life on the mainland before. Although he knew that the business at home was not clean, he had not participated in many dirty businesses. This time I came back and suddenly encountered the Li family doing something like this, and his father, uncle, and a group of cousins died tragically. He wanted to take care of the family affairs and calm the chaos on the island. I still have to appease those gunmen who were called to the island by my father before. They are already very busy. And he had never thought about it. His own family branch, blood relatives, this was just as soon as he landed on the island. He would deal with him, such a sudden forcing the palace to beat him by surprise. When he thinks of this, he hates it. He stretched out his hand and touched his waist, but when he looked up, the uncle who was sitting in the upper position looked like he closed his eyes at this moment, and the other uncles also had their hands in his waist. The few behind them my cousin, someone has already reached out into his arms. If they took out the gun, they would immediately take out the gun and sift themselves and their brother. Chen Yonglu was upset for a while, and his forehead was covered with beads of sweat. At this time, his cousin Chen Yongqiang had already arrived in front of his brother Chen Yongliang, grinning and grabbing his brother by the collar. "You bastard, if you didn't come from the main house, you wouldn't be a fart. I want to smoke you because I was so special." After he slapped his slap, he was about to take Chen Yongliang's face, but this hand was only halfway through his turn when he was suddenly clamped by a pair of steel tongs. "Which one are you going to smoke? Do you smoke my brother?" Chen Yongliang, who had already closed his eyes and waited for his mouth to twitch his face, suddenly opened his eyes when he heard the sound. Seeing Xiao Feng standing beside him and holding Chen Yongqiang's hand tightly, his eyes lit up. "Brother Xiao, you are back." "Brother Xiao." Chen Yonglu saw Xiao Feng, who suddenly appeared in the hall, and he stood up, his voice even choked up. The other Chen family members in the room looked at Xiao Feng, and their expressions kept changing. The main house has found a billionaire from the mainland to act as a backer. Everyone has heard of the things they want to cooperate with. Must be the one in front of him, but he suddenly stood up to support the two brothers in the main house. What is this? And looking at this guy's appearance, it doesn't seem easy. Thinking of this, everyone suddenly remembered that they had already sent their own children to guard the door of the courtyard and the hall. But how did this guy get in? A few people approaching the door immediately turned their heads and looked out. This look frightened them. The gate of the yard opened, and there were many gunmen who had gone to the island with them before. Mad. The promise to these guys before seemed to have no effect. And those family children in the yard were controlled by others at some unknown time. A dozen of them were squatted on the ground by the door with a gun to their heads by a few big white men. Seeing such a situation, these Chen family elders panicked. "Well, we are going to hold a family meeting next. It is not convenient for everyone to watch. You just wait at the door." Xiao Feng shouted at the hundreds of gunmen dangling at the door. Untilnovel.com. One of the ugly-faced guys grinned. "Okay, then I won't bother you in the meeting, but if Mr. Xiao needs it, you will say hello, and we will be waiting outside the door." After finishing speaking, this guy even took the initiative to help them close the courtyard door. Seeing such a situation, the elders of the Chen family in the room were shocked and angry. Especially Chen Yongqiang, who was grabbed by Xiao Feng's wrist. "You ram shovel, let me go quickly. Believe it or not, I keep you from getting out of this Plum Blossom Island alive." This guy was obviously frightened, and at this time he began to talk nonsense like a frustration. Xiao Feng didn't talk nonsense with him at all. He lifted his leg and kicked him to his chest. Xiao Feng eats well in the other world, and is possessed by the king bee. In addition, he has not lived in the other world for a short time, and he is also affected by some other worlds. It seems that his body has developed again and again. Was originally more than 1.8 meters tall, and now he has grown to more than 1.9 meters tall, and he has been exercising regularly, and his whole body is full of explosive muscles. Although Chen Yongqiang on the opposite side is only 1.75 meters tall, he grew up on this land of no shortage of meat in South America, and his physical fitness is also extraordinary. He is full of tender flesh, and his weight is definitely less than 200 jin. This body is definitely a car. Small tank. But in front of Xiao Feng, his tank was like paper. Xiao Feng and the whole person who kicked him off the ground with their feet off the ground, flew out backwards, slammed into the wall and fell to the ground. Chapter 713. Cut the mess with a quick knife. Latest website. Xiao Feng's kick directly kicked Chen Yongqiang and fainted. Seeing Aiko being fainted by someone like this, where can Chen Xuxiang sit still? Yongqiang, you bastard. Chen Xuxiang just stood up and pointed at Xiao Feng and cursed. But at this time, there was a sudden shot in the room, and all the Chen family members present were taken aback by the shot. Settling down to take a look, it turned out to be a white bodyguard behind Xiao Feng. He did not know when he took out the gun, and Chen Xuxiang's head exploded with one shot. All the elders of the Chen family present were stunned. Many of them had mixed up with the path, and even had a few lives in their hands. but they had never seen such a scene of murder if they didn't agree with each other. Xiao Feng was so cruel, but he frightened them all. At this time, Xiao Feng smiled, and then reached out and pressed down the pistol held by the strong white man behind him. "Oh, take a look, this is a complete misunderstanding. My subordinate has a little brain problem, and he is so courageous that he cannot be stimulated. When he is frightened, he is prone to overreact." Although he said this with a smile, these people present were the two brothers Chen Yonglu, but the others all heard their scalp numb. "Nima, I believe you a ghost. You bad masters are very bad." This brawny man is 1.9 meters tall, his body is thick on one side and his waist is thicker like a water tank. To this hand, he looks like a polar bear. "You tell me that this guy is timid!" Exclamation mark. I lost. You are insulting our IQ. Mr. Xiao, right? This is the internal meeting of our Chen family. It's not good for you to intervene like this. Let's not say that you are not our Chen surname, and then you will kill us in our meeting room. Family, what do you mean? The other elders of the Chen family were a little confused, but Jiang was still old and hot, and the uncle who was sitting in the first place reacted first and said, "That's right. This is the internal meeting of our Chen family. If you are a foreigner who is doing trouble here, what's the matter?" "Chen Yonglu, what are your brothers doing? Do you collude with outsiders and kill your relatives? Are you not afraid of being condemned?" "It's Chen Yonglu. You are not afraid of losing the face of the main house by doing this?" This matter spreads out, but it will be pricked on the backbone. The uncles of the Chen family all reacted at this time, pointing at the two brothers Chen Yonglu and began to swear. But it was just a few words of cursing, but they didn't dare to use their swords and guns, because Chen Xuxiang and his son were role models. The few strong white men standing in the four corners of the room are not vegetarians. The most important thing is that the children of the relatives who were standing behind them have just been shot and escorted to the door, squatting with the other brothers. It's at the door, just those old bones of them. At this time, I really dare not play harder with brother Chen Yonglu and Xiao Feng. Hee. Do you know that you have been condemned at this time? At this time, you know what you are doing, and you will be pierced in the backbone when it is spread out. With Xiao Feng, the two brothers of the Chen family found the backbone at once, and did not put these uncles in their eyes at all. As for those middle-aged men, their faces were also blue and purple at this time. It is true that they were so anxious to force the palace today, and they ended up like this in the end. It was really embarrassing to pass it out. Brother Xiao is our eldest brother of worship, not to mention that he is still our brother-in-law. So he is naturally qualified to participate in our family meeting. Chen Yongliang also said, but when he was arranging Xiao Feng's identity, he hesitated, and actually arranged Xiao Feng with the name of a cheap brother-in-law. Xiao Feng was also taken aback. Chen Yonglu was also taken aback when he heard what his younger brother said, but immediately brightened his eyes and took the conversation. Yes, brother Xiao is our sister Bea's boyfriend. He is naturally eligible to participate in the family meeting of our Chen family. Xiao Feng didn't know what to say. He actually became the cheap brother-in-law of the two brothers, but that's okay. With this level of identity, he can finally participate in the Chen family's family meeting in a justifiable way. But the old uncle of the Chen family obviously wouldn't succumb like this, even if he is Bea's husband. He is also a foreigner. Our Chen family's family meeting has never allowed foreigners to participate in the tradition. That's even if it's a son-in-law, it won't work. Several other uncles immediately followed. At this time, Xiao Feng smiled and walked to the chubby uncle, lay on his shoulder, and whispered in his ear, "The Chen family is going to have a big funeral in the past 2 days. We don't mind giving you a ride. It's a matter of convenience. Would you like to go and accompany these Chen family uncle brothers?" Xiao Feng's voice was not loud, but his words were like a spatula. The fat uncle's ear felt as if a layer of skin was severely hung up by the spatula, and it was hot and painful. Looking up at Xiao Feng, who was smiling, the old man felt that the room was lowered a few degrees, and he even suddenly thought of getting up to take a pee, but he still held his leg forcibly. Now is the 21st century after all, and our concepts should also keep pace with the times. I think we should change the family rules. Since Xiao is always Bella's husband, he is also a member of our Chen family. I agree that he can participate in our family meeting. The old man changed his words at once. After seeing the weak attitude of the old man when he was speaking, several uncles of the Chen family exchanged glances. Looking at the room, those fierce brawny, the polar bear who killed Chen Xuxiang with a single shot, their hands began to tremble again, and all of them immediately weakened their legs. Yes, in the 21st century, our family really has to keep pace with the times. Yes. Some old rules and bad habits really don't have to be followed. Yes, regardless of whether his surname is Chen, our family should be the only one. Several uncles all changed their tunes, and Xiao Feng smiled at this moment. That's right. How nice to be with a friendly family. He waved his hand, and two people came over immediately, dragged the dead Chen Xuxiang and his son out, and then he sat directly next to his uncle. Since there is a family meeting, I'll just say it straight. The Chen family's main house was very heroic and contributed a lot to the Li family this time. I don't think it can chill the Longhouse's heart. And there are still many things on this island. You have to deal with things like a snake. I think Yonglu, a child with courage and responsibility, is very suitable to be the new patriarch of the Chen family and lead everyone to move forward. What do you think? Of course, if you have other suitable candidates, can also be elected, everyone shows their hands to vote. Xiao Feng said everything on his own. The other uncles and elders of the Chen family had just sat down at this time. Hearing this, he could only smile bitterly. Looking at the old uncle, he was simply sleeping with his eyes closed at this time. Obviously, he was scared and afraid to speak. A person with a foreign surname unexpectedly said at their Chen family meeting that he would help them elect a new patriarch. How do you think about this? How can you be aggrieved? How can you feel aggrieved? Is it possible that you dare to stand up and resist? Well, since no one proposes another candidate, let's vote by show of hands. I agree with Chen Yonglu as the patriarch of Chen Jiaxin. Xiao Feng said to himself again, and at the same time raised his right hand first. And Chen Yongliang, who was sitting opposite him, immediately raised his right hand in a similar manner. As for the other uncles, it was you who looked at me and I looked at you, but no one raised their hands. Especially, you are too overbearing. A foreigner came to participate in our family meeting and also led the election of the patriarch. We just don't cooperate. What can you do? You are overbearing. We dare not offend you, but we don't raise our hands. It's okay if we don't cooperate. But at this moment, a few uncles suddenly felt their shoulders sinking. It turned out that those strong white men had come behind them at some point and stretched out their hands to press on their shoulders. I don't think the shoulders and necks of some uncles seem to be very good. My subordinates just happen to be very good at physiotherapy massage. How about I let them loosen bones for some uncles? Xiao Feng smiled and bared his white teeth. But at this moment, in the eyes of those uncles, he had already turned into a laughing demon. No, my shoulder did hurt a bit recently, but it's okay to raise my hand. Oh, I just felt a bit stiff in my right hand, but now I suddenly feel better. Several uncles twisted their hands up, and Xiao Feng smiled. Hey, is it clearly a happy thing to elect a new patriarch? Why are you crying and mourning? Everyone smiled. Several uncles squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying, and the brawny men in front of them had time to press the camera button on their phones. Mentalnovel.com. With this photo, Chen Yonglu will be in charge in the future. Well done. Everyone put down their hands and Xiao Feng gave Chen Yonglu a color. Chen Yonglu felt the phone shake in his hand, and looked down. It turned out that Xiao Feng had sent him a text message. After a few glances, he raised his head. Okay, thank you all for your uncles and uncles for your love. Since Chen Yonglu became the patriarch of the Chen family today, I must be responsible for the entire family. The previous business model of our family can no longer meet the needs of family growth and social development. I absolutely want to reform the family business, set up a family company, and merge all the family-run industries into this company. In the future, all family members can work in the family company. Those who don't want to work. You can also receive honors from the family trust fund on a regular basis. This bunch of can't do business, and they're just one of them. They say they are relatives, and they can do things worse than dogs. In just a few days, these ghosts all jumped out, and then Chen Yonglu wouldn't hesitate to give them a quick knife to cut the mess. Chapter 714 Seize Power. Latest website. Although Chen Yonglu seems innocent, he is not stupid. He studied at the university in Huaguo, where he majored in management. He also knew the situation of the family very well. He had discussed the current situation of the family with his father countless times. The current situation of the Chen family is like an old-fashioned family business. Many branches of the family are engaged in various industries. Although there are many industries, in fact, when the family meeting is held every year, it is the most disturbing time. Asking them to pay the money to the family, they just cried out one by one, saying that the business was not doing well this year and they were all at a loss. But every year when the family pays dividends at the end of the year, two of them quarrel more fiercely than anyone else, saying that they have contributed a lot to the family and should be divided a little bit more. The relationship in the family is intertwined, let alone management. Anyway, most people take advantage of what is cheap, and when things go wrong, his father and uncle have long wanted to rectify this situation. But it has always been due to love, and there is no absolute strength. There is no way to rectify the family. When Chen Yonglu discussed with his father, he also proposed the idea of corporatizing the family business. Integrate all the family's industries and resources together, cut off the channels for vampires to blood, and then kick all the waste out, and let the elites manage and operate the company. If you are willing to come to work, you can arrange a place where you can eat and wait for death. If you are unwilling to work, you can get the salary of the family fund every year. This will not only strengthen the control of the family business, but also strengthen the management of the family. If anyone is disobedient, he will be cut off in minutes and kicked out. It is also the only way to strengthen the weak branch. Although the idea is good, it is extremely difficult to implement. Chen Xiutang smiled and said to him if such a reform plan should be announced. I'm afraid that before the Li family hit the door, these Chen family's collaterals could destroy their main house. And why doesn't Chen Yonglu know that such a reform is very difficult? Before, he just thought about it, but today he suddenly realized that now is a good time given by heaven. Especially after seeing the text message sent to him by Xiao Feng. There were two words on it: take power. He didn't think much, and immediately threw out the plan that had been polished in his mind countless times before. Now it happens that all the powerful side branches of the Chen family are there, and they happen to be the weakest. So you might as well take advantage of your illness and kill you. Thinking about the expressions of these relatives before, Chen Yonglu strengthened his determination to take over power. If anyone disagrees with this plan today, then he should not even think about going out of this room. Chen Yonglu, are you trying to kill them all? Yeah? Yonglu, you can't be like this. Yonglu, did you drink too much? Or think about it. Several uncles who had just calmed down said one after another at this time. And Chen Yonglu smiled coldly. Uncle San, your family runs our Ithaca and established the only transportation company. Not only does it have a taxi company, but also a shipping company. All kinds of living supplies in and out of Ithaca are all yours. I don't know why your family loses money every year. Since you lose money every year, then leave the business alone and come to the head office. The most ferocious middle-aged man was choked by Chen Yonglu's words. Why did his Natural Way company lose money? Because he was a family member. But they all pointed to this transportation company for dinner. There is also the second uncle, the only TV station in Ithaca, and 3 newspapers, all of which are managed by you. The supermarkets and shopping malls that we manage will advertise in your home every day. Millions. But your family also loses money. Since you can't do well, then don't do it. Another good old man who seemed to be middle-aged also pushed his glasses. and then stopped talking. And the fourth uncle, Chen Yonglu, called the names one by one, and soon became speechless with a few uncles. When Xiao Feng heard Chen Yonglu's introduction, he understood that Jin's family has been operating in the Ithacan area for 100 years, and it really is not a vegetarian. The whole city of Ithaca, so to speak. Their Chen family owns almost half of the shopping malls, hotels, restaurants, and playgrounds in Ithaca are theirs. The maintenance of various basic living facilities in this city is also his family's industry, such as transportation companies, construction companies, water companies, television stations, and so on. To maintain the normal operation of a city of more than 1 million people, can it work without these companies? And wherever it can make money, there are almost Jin's companies. This time he urged Chen Yonglu to regain power. It seems that he was doing the right thing. A group company in the city centralized all these industries and cut off the blood-sucking channels of the blood-sucking worms within the family. Only in this way can the Chen family's house grow rapidly. Chen Yonglu and the others are strong, and they have a strong voice in the family, so they can fight against the outsiders. The situation in the Ithacan area is far from simple. Although the Li family was defeated in the Karapag Islands, it did not defeat them. Somehow they have also been operating in Copper Country and South America for hundreds of years. How can such a big family collapse so easily? And there are also the Wang family and the Mei family who haven't shown up. These families also have to come forward to deal with it. However, before dealing with them, it is said that the insider must be settled before the foreigner. So Xiao Feng arranged for Chen Yonglu to seize power today. Since he became the patriarch, he had to look like he was the patriarch, and he had already seen all the uncles of the Chen family today. These eggs, they have no other ability. Take advantage of them, and they will only be able to do both. If you don't settle them first, then when dealing with the Wang family, the Mei family, and the Li family, these guys might tinker with you. So first settle them first. The uncles of the Li family still wanted to fight stubbornly, but how could their arms be twisted over their thighs? What's more, Xiao Feng also brought more than a dozen brawny men around, staring at him. There was no other way but to hand over the property in his hand, and Chen Yonglu immediately arranged for some female family members in the main house to take over those companies with some of his playmates when he was a child. First control the company's finances, and then select some trustworthy people from the family. If you really can't find them, you will pick from his playmates when he was a child. Regardless of his ability, first put it in a key position. The company grasps it first, and then slowly talks about integration. In 2 days, Chen Yonglu not only handled the funeral affairs of his father, uncle and cousins, but also completely controlled those companies. And when it comes to control, you have to mention Xiao Feng's cheap wife Bella Chen. This Bella is a stunner full of wild South American style. He is the illegitimate daughter of Chen Yonglu's father and a female celebrity in Tongo when he was young. He grew up spoiled by Chen Xutang. Although he was not a prostitute, his status in their family was not low. Later, she was sent to a university in the United States. After graduating from university, she has been working in the United States. She is a career female elite and has been an executive in major companies on Wall Street and Silicon Valley. After learning of the family change, he resigned as an executive of a certain company in Silicon Valley and rushed back. After learning that Xiao Feng had assisted his brother to stabilize the situation and helped her brother to the position of patriarch, I was very grateful for everything Xiao Feng had done for their family. As for Xiao Feng's identity as a cheap husband, both of them are very clever and have not revealed it. After all, it is a critical juncture now, so you don't need to care about these sections. With the gunman hired by Xiao Feng for $5 million, the power transfer of the Chen family and the transfer of industry went smoothly. Before the handover was completed, none of these uncles were allowed to leave Mei Island. Even after the handover was completed, the cousins were called to the island to receive training. The content of the training is the changes in the internal structure of the family, as well as the future development direction. It is natural to say that it is acceptable. If it is unacceptable, then keep training until it is acceptable. Anyway, these people will never be allowed to commit internal rapes. And the situation of pulling their hind legs is right. The situation in Moa Island and Ithaca quickly stabilized. Of course, during this process, the remaining forces of the Lee family were naturally driven out of Ithaca by the Chen family. Even in Copper Country, the Lee family are like bereavement dogs. Many people left the Copper Country with their families and went to Brazil and Colombia to take refuge in the past. In the next few days, the two remaining families in Ithaca, the Wang family and the Mei family, all received notification from the Chen family to go to Moa Island to hold the elders' meeting. The battle between the Chen family and the Lee family finally ended with the Chen family's tragic victory, but it also established the position of the Chen family among several major families in one fell swoop. There are also several purposes for convening everyone to come to the meeting. One is naturally to announce the identity of Chen Yonglu, so that everyone knows who the Chen family is talking about. The other one, naturally, is to redivide the sphere of influence. The Lee family has already fallen. Although their people run away, they have left a lot of industries in Copper Country. These industries will always be taken over. Chen Yonglu and Xiao Feng will naturally not be cheaper. Others.mentalnovel.com. These industries will naturally be in their own hands. In addition, it is also to unite everyone. This time there is such a big disturbance in the Ithacan area, it must be hidden from the eyes and ears of the interested people. So everyone still has to unite. If there are outsiders who are unsuccessful in the Ithacan area, everyone must work together to resist foreign aggression. Of course, while sharing the fruits of victory, it is also necessary to seize power. Xiao Feng has already decided to firmly control the Ithacan area and the Karapag Islands, so he must seize part of the control over these areas from the Mei family and Wang family. With so much investment, it should be time for him to eat meat. I just don't know how well the Wang family and the Mei family accept him. If you cooperate obediently, it is naturally good. If you don't cooperate, he didn't hesitate to let these guys taste the iron fist that the Lee family had tasted. Chapter 715. Sit in rows and eat fruit. Latest website. Wang Deking came to the pier in Ithaca to board the boat to Moa Island. He knew about the disturbances in the Ithacan area in the past few days. Since being smashed by the Lee family 20 years ago, the situation of the Wang family has gone from bad to worse. If the Chen family hadn't helped them from time to time, their Wang family would have withdrawn from the sequence of the four major families in the Ithacan area. But even so, their Wang family's life is not very easy. In recent years, they have basically withdrawn from the Ithacan area, but moved to the capital and Essen area to seek a living. To tell the truth, the Wang family hasn't intervened in the Ithacan area for a long time, but although they have kept a low profile, there are still many relatives in the Ithacan area. So they can be said to be the centipede worms who die but not stiff, and still maintain their own connections and foundations. This time the Chen family was anxious that they would come to the meeting. Of course Wang Deking knew what it meant. It was nothing more than dividing the cake. The yachts of the Wang family quickly reached the shore. The transport fleet from Ithaca to the Karapag Islands was basically monopolized by the transport fleet of Li and Chen, but now they are basically all of the Chen family. But although the Wang family's strength is not good, there are still one or two yachts, which is a bit worn out. Just as Wang Deking was about to board a ship, suddenly a relatively new yacht docked on the pier, and then a short fat man walked out of the cabin. Brother Wang, you are a rare visitor. It's been a long time since I returned to Ithaca. It's been a long time since I saw you. Are you going to Moa Island too? Why don't you go with my boat? At first glance, Wang Deking saw that it was Mei Chengfa from the Mei family. The dog's nose of this ramming shovel was quite clever. Wang Deking smiled and cursed in his heart. This Mei family can be said to be the weakest among the four major families in Ithaca, and it is also a famous wallhead. Whoever is strong will fall to the other family. At first it was the pugs of their Wang family, and later they followed the Chen family's feet to beg for mercy. Since the Li family's rise by buying flour more than 40 years ago, They have become the loyal dogs of the Li family. This time I must have received the invitation of the Chen family to come to the meeting. It was definitely not a coincidence that he appeared in front of him at this time. He must have been waiting for him early in the morning. When I invited myself to board a ship, I just wanted to discuss with myself how to deal with the Chen family later. Ha ha, dog stuff. However, this is fine, but you can probe his tone to see what he knows. Wang Diking got into Mei Chengfa's boat directly, but he was so happy that Mei Chengfa was so happy that the yacht soon left the pier. In the cabin, Mei Chengfa asked people to bring 2 cups of yerba-mate tea, and then they held teacups with Wang Diking and started drinking. They have been in South America for so many years, and they have also liked this local drink. Brother Wang, you must have heard about the Li family this time, right? Well, I heard. Looking at Wang Diking, Mei Chengfa felt frustrated. This old fried dough stick didn't even intend to speak, he just waited for himself to say it. Forget it. In that case, let's open the skylight to speak brightly. Brother Wang, when things have reached this point, I won't hide it. Now the Chen family has driven out the Li family. In the Ithacan area, it is already the dominant family. This time we are asked to go to the meeting. I am afraid it will be there is no good feast. So Wang Diking smiled and looked at Mei Chang and asked, isn't this dog walking very close to the Li family before? It has lost a lot of bones from the Li family over the years, right? Now that the master is down and running, it is normal for him to be afraid. But he wants to find an alliance with himself. Ah, he found the wrong person. In the early years, the Wang family was framed by the Li family. When the strength of the Wang family was in decline, the Mei family was often domineering over the Wang family. To be honest, there was no one who hated the Mei family more than he is in the Wang family. The reason why he was willing to be on the same boat with Mei Chengfa this time was to see this guy being anxious and afraid of a bird. At this time, Mei Chengfa also saw Wang Diking's attitude and quickly said, Brother Wang, some parts of our Mei family did not do the right thing in the past. I am here to apologize to you. There will definitely be compensation sent to the house later. But this meeting we really have to deal with it carefully. If not, we might be eaten by the Chen family. Wang Diking still smiled without talking. Does this treat himself as a fool? Still writing a bad check to Lao Tzu here? Just fool around with a few words? Just want me to be on your side? Ah, swallowing, also swallowing your Mei family. What does it have to do with our Wang family? Soon the ship arrived on Moa Island. The Wang and Mei family also had their own homes on Moa Island. Both of them returned to their homes to rest first, and planned to attend the conference tomorrow. Wang Diking went home smoothly, but it was not so easy for Mei Chengfa to go home, because he discovered that his old house was inexplicably occupied by a group of people. He said naturally what was going on. But he didn't make a fuss either. Instead, he found a relative's house to live with. Soon the spies he sent out brought back a piece of news that made him extremely frustrated. The private island of their Mei's family is also finished. All the people on the island have been caught on the boat. The island is now occupied by a group of strangers. He naturally knew that this was revenge from the Chen family, who made him the pug next to Li's family before. But he also couldn't understand how the Li family capsized. No matter how you look at it before, the Li family was better than the Chen family. The next day Wang Diking and Mei Chengfa both arrived at the Chen family mansion on time. Although the Chen family mansion has been renovated, the traces of the war left to the house can still be seen. Wang Diking and Mei Chengfa first went to pay homage to their relatives who had passed away not long ago in the Chen family, and then returned to the large living room of the main house to prepare for a meeting. But what surprised them this time was that it was not the old uncle of the Chen family who presided over the meeting, but the new patriarch, Chen Yonglu, and the wealthy mainland man with a mysterious background. The news about this rich man in mainland China has been circulated in their Chinese circles. It is said that it was with his support that the Chen family smashed the Li family and turned defeat into victory. So they are very curious about Xiao Feng. Fortunately, Chen Yonglu also introduced them. The two of them have a very kind attitude towards Xiao Feng. Okay, let's get to the point. After some greetings, Chen Yonglu, as the leader, directly announced that he had entered the topic. Everyone must have heard of what happened before, so I won't repeat it. But what I want to tell you is that the Li family has since been removed from the Copper Country in the Ithacan area. Although this result has been known for a long time, after officially listening to Chen Yonglu, Wang Diking and Mei Chengfa still had a strange feeling. After all, the Li family is also a family that has been rooted here for more than 100 years. At least in the Copper Country, it has been uprooted by others. I'm calling everyone back this time, just to discuss with you about the future development of our Ithacan area. When Chen Yonglu said this, Wang Diking and Mei Chengfa stopped talking and wanted to hear what he would say. First of all, it is the Karapag Islands. You two have no business here, and Mr. Xiao is interested in investing here, so he plans to spend a sum of money to buy the assets of your two here. When Mei Chengfa and Wang Diking heard this, they knew that they were planning to clear the field, and that the Karapag Islands were not going to play with him. But thinking about it again, there is no loss. After all, there are hundreds of deserted islands in this place, and there are really no resources worth developing when bird droppings appear on the island. There is really no good way to make money when it comes to fishing. It's okay to engage in development, but first you have to spend a lot of resources. Since they don't want to take them to play, just withdraw. Besides, they heard Chen Yonglu's tone when he said this, and they had no choice at all. Okay, that's it. My island is not worth much. Wang Diking smiled and said that the main industries of the Wang family are now in the Yin district, and there is really nothing to miss here. Wang Diking expressed his opinion, even if Mei Chengfa does not want to have it. They have already set the rules, that is, they have to sit in rows and eat fruits, and his Mei family stood in the wrong line before, and at this time he has no right to speak. So is my island. Since Xiao always likes it, let's take it. Chen Yonglu glanced at Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng nodded to him, which made Chen Yonglu very happy. The Karapag Islands will be the private property of his Chen Yonglu and Xiao Feng from now on. This part is not included in the Chen family business. It belongs to the private property of their Chen family and is also their foundation. Xiao Feng has already drawn up a blueprint for him. They will jointly establish an agricultural company to engage in island animal husbandry, deep-sea aquaculture, and ocean fishing. He will also invest in choosing an island to build life and participate in the workshop www.mtlnovel.com to directly process the beef, mutton, fish and seafood produced here, and then ship it to the mainland. If the sales are made by his famous chef, then it is not a problem at all. The company's Xiaofeng station has 80% of its shares, the Chen family has 20%, and the remaining 10% will be used as incentive stocks for employees and executives who will contribute to the company in the future. It seems that the Chen family has suffered a loss, but Chen Yonglu knows that in fact he has taken a big advantage, not spending a penny, sitting at home and counting money, without worrying about anything. How can such a good business be in the world? The most important thing is to be able to report Xiao Feng's big thick legs. With the Karapago Islands, in the future, their Chen family, no, it should be said that the Chen family's main house of his line can enter Ithaca and Copper Country. Attack and retreat can be defended, with a strong strategic advantage. As for the Ithacan area, here will be the home of his Chen group. Don't look at it as the Chen family's family business, but once it is corporatized, it will be no different from his Chen family's private company. This group will be his future focus and development target of Chen Yonglu, and the Karapag Islands are just a way to go. Chapter 716 The prototype of the consortium, the latest website, on the Isaac region. I have counted. The main sources of income are actually farms, pastures and fishing companies. These farms, pastures, and fishing companies are all operated by us. It is suggested that we can set up a group company in proportion. Of course, Wang Diking and Mei Chengfa would not object to Chen Yonglu's proposal. In fact, the Ithacan area can really make money through formal channels, that is, two ways, farming and fishing. The advantage of setting up a group company is that it can unify resources and reduce internal consumption. Otherwise, every fishing season before several families, there will always be more or less unhappy. Uncle Uncle Weng, I have prepared 2 copies of the integration information for the Ithacan area this time. You can take a look. With a smile, Chen Yonglu pushed a piece of integrated information to the front of Wang Diking and Mei Chengfe. Both of them smiled and took it, but they were dumbfounded, especially when Mei Chengfe almost didn't have an attack on the spot. What kind of integrated resources is this? So, this is simply killing their Mei family. He had been muttering in his heart before, why Chen Yonglu hadn't moved yet. He had been waiting for the boot that was hanging in the air in his heart. After all, their Mei family had followed the Li family for the sake of the tiger before, and they had done many things that offended the Chen family. Now that the Li family has completely played, how can the Chen family not retaliate? Now that he read this integrated datasheet, he felt cold. Chen Yonglu killed their Mei family in the Ithacan area. Almost all of their Mei family's taxi company, restaurants, and many other businesses in the Ithacan area were annexed by the Chen family. If implemented according to this integrated datasheet, their major is equivalent to being delisted in the Ithacan area. So Mei Chengfe's reaction was great at this time. He resisted the anger in his chest and almost turned his face on the spot, but he was also considering the consequences of turning his face on the spot. That is, he might not be able to get out of this living room. On the other side, Wang Diking didn't respond much. After all, his family had gradually moved out of Ithaca in the past 30 years, and their main business centers were in the Isen district and the capital region. In Ithaca, there are some family members still there, and this time Chen Yonglu integrated their family's property, and did not do much on them. So he has nothing to react. Mei Chengfe, who was sitting on the other side, saw that Wang Diking had no reaction at all, and he knew that he must have been dealt with this time, but could he not agree? Obviously it was not possible. Their Mei family was originally the weakest of the 4 families. Now the Chen family drove away from the Li family and is the only one. If he does not agree this time, it is estimated that he will not be able to leave Mei Island. But if you agree to Chen Yonglu, what is the difference between the Mei family and the Li family? Just when he felt a dilemma, Chen Yonglu said with a smile, Uncle Mei, don't worry, we are not taking away all of your Mei family's properties. In fact, this is the case. The Li family also has a lot of properties in San Diego. For example, they have hundreds of properties over there. The Chinese takeout shops in China are all profitable industries. There are also many small businesses such as fruit stalls, dry cleaners, butcher shops, and there are so many small businesses such as fruit stalls, dry cleaners, and butcher shops. There can be more than 300. Now they are all in our hands. What Chinese people like to do overseas most is to open Chinese food takeaways. Although this kind of business is hard, it is very profitable. Those small businesses such as fruit shops and dry cleaners seem inconspicuous, but as long as you are willing to endure hardships, these are also not low profits. The most important thing is that these businesses can also provide inconspicuous money laundering channels, so the opuk money is very good. Hearing what Chen Yonglu said, both Mei Chengfe and Wang Diking had a heartbeat. As for these more than 300 stores, we must not be able to manage it ourselves, so we plan to split some of the profits and replace them with Uncle Mei and Uncle Wang in the Ithacan area. Hearing what Chen Yonglu said, Mei Chengfe and Wang Diking exchanged glances, and it turned out that the meat is not so delicious. If they are exchanged, then the Ithacan area will be dominated by the Chen family in the future. This has little impact on Wang Diking, but it has a great impact on Mei Chengfe, because the Ithacan area will no longer have their voices. The most important thing is that although these stores in San Diego are fast fat, they are not so delicious. Santiago is the most economically developed city in the Copper Country and the capital of the Copper Country. People here have a strong spending power. There is no way to open a store here that is not profitable. But the problem is that these stores were formerly owned by the Li family. Now that the Chen family distributes these stores to them, it is obviously uneasy. Although the Li family was driven away, it was not annihilated. They would definitely come back to retaliate. And there are so many good resources here in San Diego, how can they easily give up? The competition will definitely start here. Therefore, the piece of meat that Chen Yonglu gave them is actually poisonous. After eating it, they must get into the Chen family's car. After the Li family comes back, they must stand in line with the Chen family. And it doesn't work if you don't want to agree, because the Li family will do something with them first. Wang Diking was not as entangled as Mei Chengfe. They didn't have much assets in the Ithacan area. Chen Yonglu gave them a store in San Diego, which was nothing but meat for them. What's more, they and the Li family have long been feuds. If they swallowed the Li family's store this time, how about facing revenge from the Li family in the future? How about being a for the Chen family, being able to take revenge, and still have real money in the pocket? This is the key. Okay, I agree. Wang Diking took the lead in nodding, and Mei Chengfe swallowed and nodded twistedly. I agree. How does he disagree? If they disagree, the Mei family will have nothing, and will be removed from the Chinese circle in Tong country. If you agree, although you will be pushed ahead and be the cannon fodder for the future battle between the Li family and the Chen family, at least it can preserve the foundation and vitality of the family. It's better than being robbed of everything. Okay. That's it. Chen Yonglu was happy when he saw that the overall situation had been determined. Soon, the good wine and the food were served. Everyone pushed the cups and changed the cups, completely disappearing from the previous calculations of intrigue. Xiao Feng, who had finished socializing in the evening, returned to the other courtyard assigned to him by the Chen family. Jesse was already waiting for him. Jesse was also very happy to see him come back. Is everything settled? Well, it's all done. We have everything we want. How about you looking for it? I contacted a lot of my former colleagues and classmates in the United States today. There are about a dozen people who are willing to work here. I have also received a lot of resumes in China. I probably screened it. There are almost 30. Many of them look very good. They all graduated from well-known financial institutions in China, and have worked in banks and some financial institutions. But the position is not high, and they all want to change the environment. These people have a solid foundation and are trained to get started. It will be soon. Well, very good. You also have to recruit a group of people locally. Xiao Feng told Jesse again. Jesse nodded vigorously. She was very happy. This time Xiao Feng entrusted her with a heavy responsibility. This time not only Chen Yonglu got the exclusive control of the Ithaca region he wanted, but Xiao Feng also got what he wanted. Those are the 2 banks that the Li family left in Copper Country. The Li family had a financial background, and naturally they also opened several banks in Copper Country. They opened a bank in Copper Country, whose name was Southern Cross Bank. There are only 2 outlets on a small scale, one in the Ithacan area and the other in the capital Santiago. All of them are wholly owned banks, not listed, and their business operations are very simple, such as collecting deposits and lending. In fact, the most important role of these 2 banks is the 2 channels in the Li family's financial chain. When laundering money for the flower lovers in South America, the 2 banks sometimes act as channels. Therefore, the 2 banks are usually very low, not to mention South America. It is in the Copper Country, that is, a bank that is not very eye-catching. Now that these 2 banks are in Xiao Feng's hands, Xiao Feng is naturally very satisfied. With these 2 banks, the future Xiao Consortium will take shape. Jesse, who is familiar with the operation of banks, is naturally entrusted with important tasks. She will be stationed in Copper Country in the future to manage these 2 banks. And the reason why Xiao Feng was at ease with this woman was because this woman was already pregnant with his child. Jessie is naturally very happy too. She is not only happy because she can manage the 2 banks, but her child will become the eldest son of the Xiao family in the future. The branches in the Ithacan area will mainly carry out the business of soliciting deposits and lending in the future, and the main customers are the Chen Group. They will open an account with this bank and wait for our business in the Galapagos Islands to operate normally in the future. Afterwards, www.intelnovel.com. All funds will also circulate in the Bank of Copper Country, and then we will go to Mea Island to open a branch. Xiao Feng explained to Jesse, and Jesse nodded. Okay, I see. The Southern Cross Bank that the Lee family stayed in the Ithacan area had very good assets. They themselves deposited a large amount of cash in this bank, and they might not have thought that their family would be knocked down so soon. As a result, these assets were all cheaper than Xiao Feng. The cash and gold bricks confiscated from the bank were worth 5 or 6 billion US dollars. Coupled with the money that other people have here, this bank has a total of 7.8 billion US dollars in assets. For a small city of only 1 million people, this bank is already a giant. Once the business with the Chen Group starts in the future, this bank will be even more remarkable. The branch in Santiago, the capital, was relatively low. When Xiao Feng and the others got it, their assets were only more than 1 billion US dollars, which seems to be a lot. But in a city like Santiago, this bank is definitely not ranked. Chapter 717 Female Hero. The latest website. The bank in San Diego has branched out, changed its name, and kept a low profile. I will be useful in the future. Xiao Feng had ordered Jesse, and Jesse smiled and nodded. I know the boss. Xiao Feng smiled and stretched out his hand to touch her belly. You have to be careful too. Don't work too hard. He didn't expect that his first child in the modern world was actually a work with this woman. Xiao Feng is not young anymore, and it is time to get married and have children, but because he has to travel between the two worlds, once he gets married, he has to live with a certain woman for a long time, which is very unfavorable for him to keep the secret of understanding the shuttle. So he has no plans to get married, at least not yet. But he can consider having children. After all, the huge family business has to be inherited, so it is okay to have a few more children. And Jesse is also very happy to be able to hold Xiao Feng's success. It can be said that the relationship between her and Xiao Feng is very complicated. If it's just a simple relationship between money and interest, it won't be the case. At least there are 4 or 5 levels of affection. Now that she has a child, the emotional relationship between her and Xiao Feng has risen to 6 or 7. It is the interest relationship. As a US native, she is also more open to it. Anyway, single mothers who give birth to children out of wedlock are everywhere in the US. Not to mention that Xiao Feng has given her all the key careers here. Not to mention that there are only 2 banks here, but in her opinion, the Southern Cross Bank here has a lot to do. In the Ithacan area, this bank is almost equivalent to the National Reserve Bank here. The establishment of this bank is inseparable from the establishment of all residents. In addition, the Chen family group and Xiao Feng's investment will be completed through Southern Cross Bank. In her opinion, even if this bank does not go out to develop, it can be supported by these 2 consortia alone. Fatty. As for what Xiao Feng would do to spin off the bank in San Diego, Jesse was tacitly aware. Xiao Feng is also thinking about what might happen in the future. The Ithaca branch of Southern Cross Bank will definitely be bigger and stronger in the future. As for the San Diego branch, it must be established separately, and it must be local for a period of time at first, as long as the basic operation is guaranteed. Of course, the Wang family and the Mei family have eaten some of the Lee family's properties in San Diego, so the basic operating income and expenditure must go through this bank. This will ensure the basic operations of this bank. Another mission of this bank is fishing. See if anyone will come to you. After all, the Lee family must have done a lot of secret things through this bank. Maybe it will involve a group of big names in South America, or it may be against Ithaca. The local politicians of the Copper Country have any ideas? When he first arrived in Copper Country, his eyes were black and in many places, so he must be cautious. While putting the Chen family in front of the stage, he should also appropriately develop his network of relations in the copper country. Therefore, the significance of this bank is not ordinary. The specific use of this bank will be left to subsequent observations, and a decision can be made after the situation has been found out. The next day, Xiao Feng held a meeting with Chen Yonglu and Bea's sister and brother. Now the entire Ithacan area is the one of their Chen family, and Xiao Feng's meeting with their siblings this time was about the future development of the Ithacan area. As for the Ithacan area, there are really no other resources that can be easily developed out of tourism, agriculture and fishery. On the contrary, the Karapag Islands, I think there is a lot of potential for development. Before Xiao Feng could speak, Bella spoke first. Xiao Feng smiled and looked at his cheap wife and didn't mean to interrupt her. Bella looked at Xiao Feng's attitude and continued. The Ithacan area has limited potential, but there are more than 1 million people living here, but this area still maintains a relatively high standard of living. Of course, this is mainly related to the business that our families, previously engaged in, saved. The family background is related, but the Li family collapsed recently, which will definitely affect the livelihood of many people. When Bella said this, Xiao Feng couldn't help but admire this woman. The experience of this woman in the United States over the years was really not in vain. I can think of this. The overall situation is quite impressive. It is true that the previous economic development of the Ithacan area can be said to be quite deformed, with no decent industries, but the standard of living is higher than that of other parts of the copper country, and it can also guarantee social stability. This is mainly related to the fact that the previous families were more or less involved in the flour business, and because several big families checked and balanced each other, everyone did not dare to treat the people below. Therefore, the people here are all doing well. On the one hand, the Floras are afraid of following the mistakes of the Medellin group, so they dare not overly squeeze the people below. While they eat meat, they also give soup to the people below. This has caused the abnormal prosperity of the Ithacan area, but the problem now is that the Chen family wants to go ashore in vain. The Li family, who used to mainly do this business, has collapsed. This will inevitably affect the livelihoods of many people. If the Chen family cannot comfort these people, then these people will definitely become a hidden danger in the future. So I made an island development plan, Mr. Xiao. Let me introduce my island development plan to you. Just as you imagined before, our Karapag archipelago's largest resource. These are the deserted islands. Because we are relatively rich in resources, the islands were not developed. In fact, we knew that these islands are very suitable for raising cattle and sheep. But after all, the most important thing in South America is cattle and sheep. We raise a lot. There is no market, but now that your celebrity chef, Mr. Xiao, is making it, this problem has been solved. When Bella talked about this, her eyes were shining. In recent days, she and Chen Yonglu have also visited more than 100 deserted islands in the Karapag Islands. Of course, the animal husbandry experts were invited to investigate with them, and the answer given by the animal husbandry experts was that at least 100,000 cattle and sheep on their hundreds of deserted islands are not a problem. Build some cattle sheds on each island, and then raise cattle and sheep every day. You don't need to hire many cowboys. You only need a dozen people to visit the island in shifts and bring a few shepherd dogs to keep these cattle and sheep properly. There is plenty of rain here, the temperature is suitable, the vegetation on the island is dense, and it is always green all year round. There is no shortage of food for cattle and sheep, which greatly reduces the cost of breeding. Secondly, there are no natural enemies of cattle and sheep on the island. The cowboys only need to prevent cattle and sheep from falling into the sea, or someone will steal it. The only thing to worry about is that every year in the stormy and thunderstorm season, you must pay attention to driving the cattle and sheep back to the cowshed to take shelter from the wind and rain, so there will be no trouble. What's the difference between sowing a handful of seeds and waiting for a good harvest in the coming year? They didn't dare to raise them before, because they had nowhere to buy them. There is no shortage of beef and lamb in South America. The copper country itself is rich in beef and lamb, and the neighboring Argentina is known as the world's meat storehouse. They are all places where there is no shortage of meat. Who do you say will be raised and sold to? It's all right now, with Xiao Feng's famous chef making this channel. Are you afraid that the cattle and sheep will not be sold? This industry alone can solve the employment problem of 3,000 to 5,000 people. I have counted it. Even if there are 100 islands, each island is equipped with 10 workers in 3 shifts, plus in the future, once the industrial chain of transportation, slaughtering, processing, and wool shearing is developed, it will not be a problem to solve the employment of tens of thousands of people. When the scale of sheep breeding increases, we can also build textile factories and garment factories in the Ithacan area. Bella's words are straightforward, and Xiao Feng is more and more satisfied with this woman. It seems that she hasn't been a fool in the workplace in the United States over the years, and she has learned a lot of management knowledge. Apart from other things, at least her vision is something that Chen Yonglu and the others do not possess. This black-haired Latin woman is definitely a hero. If you train well, you will definitely be a capable man who is no weaker than Jesse in the future. Thinking of this, Xiao Feng couldn't help feeling a little bit of love for talent. Also, it's the deep-sea aquaculture you mentioned earlier, Mr. Xiao. I also did an investigation. We hadn't paid attention to this before. With your previous reminder from Mr. Xiao, after I investigated, I found that it is really suitable for salmon farming. The cold ocean current from the Antarctic every year will bring very abundant seabed nutrients. The most important thing is to bring the best food for salmon, Antarctic krill. It is precisely because of these krills. In order to produce very high-quality salmon, Bella described the wonderful prospects of salmon farming to Xiao Feng. They used to go directly to the sea to fish, but since they learned about the sea fishing ground described by Xiao Feng.mtlnovel.com, especially the sea used by Lin Yuai after the fishing grounds were all made in China, Bella had a new idea. That is to engage in a large-scale salmon farming industry. If this industry is completed, it will definitely be a large industry that can feed tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. Something like salmon is not a fresh product in a country rich in fish like Copper Country, and it is not a high-end food even in many powerful countries in Europe and America. But if you are in China, it is definitely high-end food, and a single adult salmon can sell for thousands. If the supply is increased, the price is lowered, and a new market balance point is found, so that salmon is a high-end food, but the price will not be so unacceptable. How much energy do you think the market in China will explode? Thinking of this, Bella felt that quitting her job in Silicon Valley and returning to Copper Country to help her brother run the family business was not a bad choice. The more Xiao Feng listened to, the more satisfied she became with Bella, a female middle school hero. She can see so much, which shows that she has an extraordinary vision. The next step depends on her execution ability. Chapter 718 Big Development latest website. If the execution is qualified and can turn the blueprint she has drawn into reality, then Xiao Feng will not mind absorbing her into her own consortium for important positions. Bella also saw Xiao Feng nodding her head frequently, and she was also very happy. Because of her plan, she actually hid a lot of selfishness. Although the battle between the Chen family and the Li family was a complete victory, it was actually a narrow victory. The advantage of the Chen family is that it completely controls the power of the Ithacan area. In the past, the 4 families were divided and ruled, but now their family dominates. Moreover, Chen Yonglu also established their position as the head of the Chen family in the Chen family, but at the same time, it was also greatly injured. The main line of the Chen family, currently there are only 3 of their siblings left. Now the 3rd child has been sent back to the mainland. On the one hand, he wants to protect the 3rd brother, and on the other hand, he actually gives the child Xiao Feng is a proton. In fact, the biggest winner this time should be Xiao Feng, because the biggest legacy left by the Li family was basically swallowed by him, especially the 2 banks of the Li family. Are you saying that the Chen family is not angry? In fact, it is angry, but what can be done with it? If there is no Xiao Feng, let alone Chen Yonglu as the head of the family. The Chen family will dominate the Ithacan area. It is a question whether the Chen family can exist or not. Therefore, Xiao Feng took the legacy of the Li family as trophies. That is also what it should be. What the Chen family needs most now is time. They have dominated the Ithacan area, and with the help of Xiao Feng, they have changed the former family business model to a corporate system. Recovering vitality is only a matter of time, and if you want to recover vitality as soon as possible, you cannot do without Xiao Feng's support. For example, they now want to raise cattle and sheep on the island. But who will pay the money for buying cattle and sheep and hiring people? Their previous assets were basically exhausted, and it was not so easy to get such a large sum of money. There is also said that this lucrative marine pasture farming, but that a large marine cage will cost 420 million soft sister coins. Where can they afford the money? Therefore, this cooperation has to rely on Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng is their big benefactor. And there is another advantage of doing so, that is, they can be deeply with Xiao Feng. So when the Li family counterattacks in the future, this President Xiao can't just sit idly by, right? In the previous war with the Li family, Xiao Feng gave them an insight into what strength is. This President Xiao is not that simple. Mao Xung's mercenaries can handle it, and the loyalty of that group of people to him is definitely not just a matter of money. The Chen family has also seen it. Those teddy bears are not ordinary people, they are definitely trained in a professional team, and the fighting quality is definitely just now. So after thinking about it, the Chen family decided to strengthen the cooperation with Mr. Xiao. Anyway, Xiao always seems to be a reasonable person. As long as everyone cooperates well and doesn't play any tricks, Xiao will never treat them badly. Homes. That's why this fellow will work so hard at this time. Mr. Xiao, I think we use islands as shares and you use capital as shares to jointly establish an animal husbandry and fishery company. Chen Bella smiled and said to Xiao Feng at last, and Xiao Feng nodded with a smile. Well, I agree with this idea, but your steps are still too small. I took a look. In the Ithacan area, there are many farms suitable for breeding and planting. It is better to use all of these farms. Get up and plant high-value crops such as cherries, nuts, and American ginseng. I will be responsible for the sales at that time. This will provide more jobs in the Ithacan area and help you maintain stability in the place. Huh? That would be great. Unexpectedly, the two brothers and sisters of the Chen family, Xiao Feng actually took the initiative to mention this, but this time they were very happy. After all, there are more than 1 million people in Ithaca. How much can their islands absorb? Island farming and deep-sea farming alone can feed tens of thousands of people. If hundreds of farms, large and small, in the Ithacan area can be used, it can solve the livelihood problem of hundreds of thousands of people. Those people only need to give them a bite of food and give them a stable environment, and they won't go out with the Li family, so that the place will be stabilized. And Xiao Feng did this for a reason. In fact, the natural environment of Tonggo is very good, very suitable for agriculture, such as cherries. In the country, it is dozens of a catty, and in winter, it costs more than 100 yuan a catty. Anyway, it is a very expensive fruit. But in Tong country, there are not many cherry trees in the yard of anybody. The cherries in common people's homes are eaten open every time they bear fruit, and the cherries that are not eaten will just rot on the tree. This is very expensive in China, and was even once rated as a high-end fruit that can verify whether a person is economically free. In the copper country, it is a popular commodity that everyone can eat. It was only in recent years that there were more Chinese tourists in South America, and they discovered this business opportunity. Then, through the e-commerce model, they sold cherries, salmon, and beef to the country together. But the price is still extremely expensive. Xiao Feng had learned about these products from Copper Country when he was doing video import and export business in Beijing. The quality is indeed very good, but in this business, the profits are at least half and half. In the meantime, it's better to feed a few dealers. So a kilo of Copper Country big cherries is only a few dollars to produce in the Copper Country. but after several changes, you can buy 70 to 80, or even more than 100 a catty in China. Don't be too expensive, even at such a price. It still has no worries about selling. He used to have no channels. Now that he has the Chen family siblings and Ithaca, he will naturally join in this business. But the purpose of his joining is to keep prices down so that more people in the country can enjoy the benefits of the copper country, and to prevent those black-hearted traders from making huge profits. In addition, because of the good natural environment here, close to the Andes Mountains, the mountains produce a large number of nuts. The price of these nuts here can be said to be cheap and touching, but the domestic price is very expensive and touching. Naturally, this was also due to the various black-hearted dealers' problems, so Xiao Feng also planned to mix it up. The most important thing was that the large number of nuts produced on the other side could be sold domestically through this channel. There is also the issue of American ginseng and ginseng. He also tried to grow a large amount of ginseng in another world, but he has not retrieved much so far. American ginseng can also be grown, and the economic value of this thing is not low, so you don't have to worry about selling it if you sell it back in batches. The most important thing is that it is very suitable for growing various economic value crops. These crops can be used as crop extracts for various health products. To be honest, the cost of large-scale planting in copper country is much lower than that in China, and the natural environment here is good, and there is no pollution. This is also a key source of raw materials for his healthcare products factory in the future. Nutrilite and BioHealth, which are more famous in China, often purchase crops from here as raw materials for their extracts. Therefore, Xiao Feng, who wanted to make large-scale health products, naturally thought of building a logistics support base here. And I think Moa Island needs to be expanded. Xiao Feng continued. If you want to keep people on the island, you must build Moa Island. I have inspected the island and I think the geographical environment here is very good. I want to invest in building hospitals and banks on the island, shopping malls, schools, and residential areas. After all, if the Galapagos Islands are to develop in the future, they cannot do without people. People must live on this island. And it's better to go to work on other islands from Moa Island than in Ithaca every day. It's much closer by boat. That's really great, Mr. Xiao. After hearing what Xiao Feng said, the Chen family sister and brother couldn't sit still anymore. The parents of their family dreamed of developing the Galapagos Islands as the last place for their strangers. Moreover, if this place is developed, it will also increase the weight of their speech in the political circle of the copper country in the future. But nay, he has been underfunded. Now that Mr. Xiao wants to develop on Moa Island, how can they refuse? This is a once-in-lifetime opportunity. If Moa Island can be developed, then their area will be stable. After all, the Galapagos Islands now belong to their Chen family and Xiao Feng's family. If this place is set up, it will not be weaker than the other Ithaca in the future. I have already contacted Hans and came over to check the environment, and they will give us a design plan at that time. Xiao Feng said with a smile. He really contacted a few domestic planning and design classmates to come over and take a look. If you want to build a city, you can't do without these people who have studied formal urban planning and design. And of course, he was selfish for doing development on Moa Island so generously, so that he could justifiably make a big deal of emigration from the country. Of course, people must be brought in under the name of labor export. Once people are brought in, the ethnic structure here can be changed. When this group of mainland immigrants have a firm foothold head.metalnovel.com, then he will have the real right to speak. The education Xiao Feng received from his childhood told him that this kind of harmfulness is not allowed, but the defensiveness is indispensable. Although he is happily working with the Chen family now, who knows what will change in a few years or decades. After all, people can change. So the preparation that should be done is naturally to be done. The investment required for this island development plan is not a small amount. Xiao Feng probably estimated that it would take at least 1 billion or even several billion US dollars to develop Moa Island. If it is an ordinary person, it is estimated that not many people are willing to invest the money, because in their opinion, developing on such an archipelago where birds do not is simply a brain kick. There is neither oil nor gold here. It takes a day and night to sail from the nearest mainland area. Who wants to come here? Chapter 719 Darkline latest website, but Xiao Feng doesn't think so. After inspecting the environment here, he found that the natural scenery is very good. The climate is also very good, and the 4 seasons of the year are distinct. Various natural resources are also very rich. The most important thing is that most of the people here are of Chinese descent. The language environment is also half of the Chinese-speaking environment. The most important thing is that this is the autonomous territory of the Chinese. Once this area develops, it definitely has the potential to become another certain family slope. This is also a good place for many people in China. I don't want to live a life of great pressure in China. I want to immigrate overseas, but I don't want to go to Europe and the United States to be stunned by white people and dislike Western culture. I also don't want to go to Hong Kong, Macau and Taiwan. So why not come to this dominion in the Pacific? The environment here is beautiful. Life pressure is low, and resources are abundant. It's so enjoyable to live here. So when the time comes, you can enjoy shopping if you are just doing immigration business. The most important thing is that this is just the beginning. As for the future development here, Xiao Feng has other calculations. After discussing the future development with Jin's sister and brother, Xiao Feng, Kai and the brother and sister left here. But he turned around and went to San Diego, because there was someone waiting for him over there. The Li family's property in San Diego is more than one bank, many small restaurants, dry cleaners, and a building collecting rent. This time Xiao Feng went to San Diego, on the one hand to meet someone, and on the other hand to take stock of the Li family's property he took over. This time I came to San Diego and the situation was much better than when I just got off the plane, and the riots have basically subsided. Xiao Feng also had free time to take a good look at this famous South American city for the first time. Speaking of Santiago, this city has a history of more than 400 years. It was naturally established by Spanish colonists at first, and later flourished in the hands of the Tongo people. There are currently more than 7 million people living in this city, contributing 45% of the Copper Country's GDP, which shows the importance of this city to the Copper Country. And here is also the second most expensive city in South America. The house prices here are converted into soft money, which is nearly 31,000 square meters. It is the second most expensive city in South America after Buenos Aires. The building of Liss House is located at the corner of Financial Street behind the city's core Weapon Plaza. It is a 40-story building. The entire building covers an area of tens of thousands of square meters. The facade is all reflective glass. It is a newly built property that has only been completed in recent years. It is also a very decent building in this financial district. Although it is not the tallest, it can also be ranked in the top 20 in San Diego. Basically all the floors of the building have been rented out. The largest institutions in it are Citibank and HSBC, and the rest are some local banks and various financial institutions. The annual rent here alone can cost tens of millions of dollars, which makes Xiao Feng very satisfied. This Li family's old man is really deep. Of course, the title deed of this building was also discovered when he copied the Li family. It originally belonged to a certain company, but now it has been transferred to a fund registered in Ithaca, and of course it basically belongs to him. Probably inspected a circle, and then Xiao Feng came to a small street cafe in San Diego. To be honest, the air environment in San Diego is not very good. Like many large cities in China, there will be very serious smog every winter. But this season happens to be the time when the smog is the most serious. Xiao Feng got off the car and entered the cafe. The Blue Bonnet team is now fully responsible for his travel and security in the San Diego area. Xiao Feng has already registered a security company in the Ithacan area. Usually, some security work of Southern Cross Bank and some security work of the Chen Group are all entrusted to this security company. In order not to be too eye-catching, they also hired a lot of local security personnel who are familiar with the local situation. Of course, their skills must have passed the assessment. As for the issue of loyalty, Xiao Feng, who is escorted by the soul of Boang Peak, is the least worried about loyalty. After entering the cafe, it was already packed. The owner grinds a cup of coffee for him, and then retreats. After a while, someone walks in from the back of the shop. It was Li Zhen who had been let go before. This guy walked in and saw Xiao Feng's eyes very complicated, and Xiao Feng smiled and raised his coffee cup at him. "What are you doing in a daze? Come over and have a cup of coffee. The coffee beans in this shop are very good. You can grind a cup by yourself." However, Li Zhen was obviously not in the mood for coffee with Xiao Feng. He directly opened the store's refrigerator, pulled out a bottle of beer from it, opened it, and sat opposite Xiao Feng. "Save this early in the morning and be careful of your stomach." These guys have been with foreigners for a long time, and some living habits have been assimilated, such as drinking cold water and cold beer. Xiao Feng shook his head, but Li Zhen suddenly raised his head and gave himself a sip. At this time, he was very conflicted. He knew that he was betraying the interests of the Li family, but he just couldn't control himself. Who made Xiao Feng control his family and still hold his handle? How is it, after you go back, people in your family, don't you be troubled, right? Xiao Feng asked with a smile, and Li Zhen looked up at him. "Why? As soon as Li Kai died, you were chasing me in a hurry. Everyone was patronizing and running, and who would care about me? No. Until recently, they got a firm foothold and they called me over and asked about it happening." "Oh, where are the Li family now?" Xiao Feng asked with a smile, while Li Zhen answered with a smile. "There are everywhere, and some are now back to the mainland. Others are in the United States, but there are also many in Brazil and Argentina." Xiao Feng knew that he was afraid that he would kill the Li family, so he didn't tell the truth. He smiled and shook the coffee in his hand. "Don't worry, as long as your Li family doesn't come back to make trouble, naturally I won't bother you. Look at me here now, do you think it's possible?" Li Zhen smiled bitterly and said to Xiao Feng that after so many years of business in Copper Country, he was uprooted in just a few days. How could the Li family swallow this breath? After gaining a firm foothold abroad, it is certain to come back to retaliate. This is also the main reason why Xiao Feng left Li Zhen, an ambush soldier, earlier. What's the situation in the Li family now? Tell me. Knowing oneself and the enemy can survive all battles. What's more, this time he took the Li family away, but he did a great deal. In the future, he doesn't want the Li family to come back and make trouble. Li Zhen glanced at Xiao Feng, then sighed and said to Xiao Feng, "In fact, the Li family is divided into 3 branches. One is conservative. They are neither involved in bank operations nor in the flower business. These are serious businesses. However, they have already immigrated to the United States, Canada and other places." The next 2 groups were the flower gang led by Leaf and the other was the financial gang led by Li Xingkai. The 2 families disobeyed each other, and Li Kai, who was killed by Yu, was the cousin of the flower gang Leaf. When Li Zhen said this, Xiao Feng probably understood the internal organizational structure of the Li family. He took a look at Li Zhen. This guy had already been cast down by his overlord Peak. Although he couldn't do it, he could see that he did not tell lies. In the past, Leaf and Li Xingkai were actually not on the right track. But because they cooperated with each other, they were able to afford to face the issue. The main issue was the fight for the leadership of the Li family. Originally, Li Kai hoped very much this time, but who can you think of him falling in Ithaca this time? The Chen family's counterattack was so swift, but the Li family was caught off guard. Now Li Xingkai is hiding in Recife with someone, while Leaf is hiding in there with someone. Colombia. Listening to what Li Zhen said, Xiao Feng basically understood the current situation of the Li family, and listening to the meaning of Li Zhen's words, it seems that he is not very happy with the two Li family mentioned above. What about you? Which one are you from? I'm just a side branch. These two are the Zheng Shao of the Li family. When Li Zhen said this, he looked a little angry, and it seemed that he was not too cold with either of the Li family. Then what are their plans? Xiao Feng asked Li Zhen again, and Li Zhen sneered at him and glanced at him. What do you say? I have braved the limelight and returned to San Diego. What do you think they plan to do? They were very angry about this failure and lost the copper. The foundation of the country has made Leaf and Li Xingkai join forces. Leaf has no shortage of people, while Li Xingkai has money. So they have sent many people back to prepare for things. Xiao Feng touched his chin. This is also in his plan. If the Li family does not retaliate, then there will be ghosts. Especially this family started out by selling flour earlier, and these guys are all wicked people. Here are the addresses of several teams I know. As for if anyone else will come over www.mtlnovel.com, then I don't know. They plan to start in San Diego. After all, the Ithacan area is now fully covered. After being taken over by the Chen family, it is not easy for them to infiltrate. Moreover, they intend to do both, not just doing things below. It is said that Li Xingkai also contacted the people above. Li Zhen said that he pushed a USB flash drive to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng knew that there were some information on the Li family killer team. He took the USB flash drive. These people will naturally be dealt with, but what gives him a headache is the upper-level relationship of the Li family in San Diego. This group of talents is the most difficult to prevent. The Li family has also been operating in Copper Country for more than 100 years. If it doesn't matter, it's impossible. Who are they looking for? I don't know this well, but it should have something to do with Morito, and I heard that there are some Japanese connections in it. Li Zhen replied. Xiao Feng was also taken aback when he heard that. Japanese? Why did the Japanese come here again? Chapter 720 Upper Route latest website. The four families in Ithaca have been operating in Copper Country for more than 100 years. If there is no network in the political circles of Copper Country, Xiao Feng certainly does not believe it. For example, when he first came to Copper Country, Chen Yonglu introduced to Xiao Feng his uncle who worked in the military, called Antonio Sanchez. The Chen family has such relatives. How can it be said that the Li family does not have such relatives? And according to his recent understanding, it seems that the Wang family has the most relatives in this area. Because they had many daughters in their previous generations, they have married many local upper-class families in the Copper Country. This is also why they couldn't do business in the main reason for the province. Xiao Feng asked Li Zhen to introduce to him the relationship of the Li family in the upper class of the Copper Country, and Li Zhen introduced what he knew to Xiao Feng. It turned out that the Li family climbed into the Morito family in the 1980s and 1990s. Which is a family of Japanese immigrants. The family reached its peak in the 1990s. Their eldest brother Alberto became the president of the Copper Country and drastically reformed the Copper Nation's economy. Because of his Japanese ancestry, the Japanese president has received a lot of support from the Japanese in developing the economy in the Copper Country. So his economic reforms in the Copper Country have also been a great success. This is different from other South American presidents who have reformed their own economic systems. Most of the other South American presidents who want to reform have no good end. And this Morito reform was successful because of Japanese blood transfusions. And of course Japan also derives a lot of benefits from it. Morito even won the presidential election 3 times in a row because of the success of the reform, but because he colluded with the Japanese, he also offended many local residents. So when his third president had just been re-elected, he was overshadowed by an election bribery scandal, and eventually stepped down. This guy even took the opportunity of participating in an international conference to go into exile directly to Japan. This run lasted for several years, and until a few years later, he returned to the Copper Country, but he was caught and sentenced for 25 years. In any case, This Morito can be regarded as the best Asian person to mix overseas. After all, he has been the president of a country for 10 years, and the Lee family also climbed this level of relationship in the early years, and quickly became bigger and stronger, and relying on the relationship between this family, it brought a heavy blow to the Wang family, which was the head of the 4 families at the time, and they jumped to the second place in the family. In that case, did the Lee family find a relationship with the Sen Pain family? Xiao Feng frowned and said. Li Zhen nodded. I heard it was like this, but whether people are willing to stand up for them is another matter. After all, it is not 20 years ago anymore. The forces of the Mori Ten family, it's not as good as before. Xiao Feng glanced at this guy. This Li Zhen was still a bit savvy, not just a brash man. Li Zhen looked at Xiao Feng's eyes and smiled awkwardly. His brother Sancho is also a member of Congress and participated in the presidential election a few years ago. The Morito family still has some influence in the copper country, but he went to jail and his influence is not as good as before. Besides, this is a very realistic society. The Lee family is now in a declining power and has been driven away. Many people are also watching. Do you want to reach out to help them? When Li Zhen said this, Xiao Feng basically understood it. Then what's the matter with the participation of the Japanese? Xiao Feng asked again. It's also because there are so many Japanese immigrants here. In the last century, the most immigrants from South America came to Japan, and there were many Japanese immigrants in the copper country. And when Morito was president, he had very close contacts with Japan. Therefore, the national economy of the copper country has been deeply influenced by Japan until now. As for who they are, this is not what I can know. Li Zhen probably told Xiao Feng, and Xiao Feng nodded. Well, you go back first, pay attention to safety. Leave the rest to me. Li Zhen nodded and turned away. Xiao Feng looked at this guy's back and narrowed his eyes unconsciously. This person is still worth staying. In the evening, Xiao Feng came to the villa where Chen Yonglu had taken him last time, and the 2 brothers and sisters of the Chen family were also in the villa. In fact, the 2 sisters and Xiao Feng went to San Diego with their front and back feet. Xiao Feng came to take over the Li family and stayed in the business, while the sisters came to worship the dock. After driving away from the Li family, the Chen family is the only one in the Ithacan area, so it is natural to come to San Diego to say hello to the big men. In fact, this situation is also very common in South America. Many countries here seem to be what they are, but they are actually controlled by local chaebols. And these local chaebols are basically native white families left behind by the Spaniards. It started as an agricultural plantation and then continued to grow and expand, extending its tentacles into all areas of the national economy and the people's livelihood. In each province, there will be one or several influential families that control the livelihood of the people in the region and other issues. These families are similar to the gentry families in the countryside in ancient China. They are the tentacles of the country's rule over the localities. But these gentry families are more powerful. Many key departments in San Diego, as well as those members of Congress, are representatives of these gentlemen. Now that the Ithacan area has changed, Chen Yonglu will naturally come to visit these colleagues. Firstly, they are familiar with each other, and secondly, they will also inform them. They will have the final say in the Ithacan area in the future. Seeing Xiao Feng coming back, the brothers and sisters were also very happy. Bello asked the servant to get some dried fruits, snacks, and opened a bottle of red wine. Several people sat in front of the fireplace in the hall, drinking and chatting. Things are going very smoothly today. I met the Minister of Agriculture, Minister 30 and others. Everyone was very enthusiastic about us. Chen Yonglu didn't regard Xiao Feng as an outsider either, and talked to Xiao Feng about his trip with Bella today. Xiao Feng nodded when he heard it. After chatting for a while, Xiao Feng learned that the brothers and sisters had gained a lot today, and the outside world didn't seem to have much reaction to their sister Chen taking over the Ithacan area. But Bella also mentioned that Pablo, the boss in charge of the fisheries department, seemed to be dissatisfied with them. Xiao Feng thought for a while, then took out the note that Li Zhen gave him and handed it to Chen Yonglu. Chen Yonglu took it over and took a look. His expression changed, and soon sneered. Knowing that they won't admit defeat obediently, they will definitely send someone back to make trouble. These guys can't help it so soon. On the note that Li Zhen gave to Xiao Feng, there were the names of several action teams sent by the Li family, as well as the target of the attack, as well as the addresses where these guys are now hiding. Bello asked for the note and glanced at it for a few moments, then took out the phone and called Wang Diking and Mei Chengfe. Now that they have boarded the ship of their Chen family and ate the meat that the Chen family gave them, it is natural to show something. If the dog is unqualified, there is no need for existence, especially Mei Chengfe's slippery head. On Wang Diking's side, Chen Yonglu and the others were not worried. The Wang family had a feud with the Li family. In the 1990s, the Li family climbed up to the Mori Teng family. Using the above methods, they tried to destroy the Wang family many times. The Wang family was a mortal enemy with them, but now that the Li family is in trouble, the Wang family will naturally not miss the opportunity to master the falling water dog. So at that time, Mei Chengfe's family, this family had been close to the Li family before, although they have now stated that they have taken refuge in the Chen family, and this time is a test opportunity for them. If they perform well, they can continue to survive. If the performance is very ambiguous, it is still the two ends of the snake and mouse, then there is no need for this family to exist. And I heard that the Li family also contacted the Morito family, wanting to ask them to contact some people for help and take action against the Ithacan area. Xiao Feng said to Chen Yonglu's sister and brother again. Xiao Feng now is not too worried about the threats from the B channel. After all, the Chen family used to be involved in this, and the influence in the circle is not small. And now he still provides financial support behind his back. Now he has guns and artillery, and the soldiers are strong. The gunmen who are willing to work for them in the Ithacan area alone can gather thousands of people in minutes. There is no shortage of willingness in the San Diego area. Desperados who sacrificed their lives for them. What's more, the Li family has been continuously attacked by the Chen family, driven out of the Copper Country, and its power has been greatly reduced. Even if the Li family still left some dark lines in the Copper Country, these people would definitely sit on the fence and wait and see their first choice at this time, and they might not immediately stand up and work for the Li family. On the contrary, the people above made Xiao Feng more worried. After all, these politicians were far more ruthless than those B society. Don't worry about this. Today we visited a few congressmen who were close to the Li family. They all welcomed us to take over the Li family's business. As for the Morito family, it is not 20 years old now. The power of their family is not as good as before. The most important thing is that a few of their children www.mentalnovel.com are now mainly active in Japan. And there are few politically active in the Copper Country. So don't be worried too much. Chen Yonglu was very optimistic, but Xiao Feng didn't think so. The Li family has been operating in San Diego for 30 years, so how can it be said that it has considerable influence here? And it is impossible to concede defeat so easily this time. I heard that there are Japanese people involved. Xiao Feng said something like this, and the faces of both sisters and brothers of the Chen family immediately turned ugly. Special Olympics, think about Pablo's attitude to us before. I think these upper-class guys can't help but guard. Bella called Chen Yonglu's Copper Country name, and Chen Yonglu nodded at this time. When Pablo's old dad was there, this guy was not very kind to us. He made all the previous proposals for the Ithacan area. No. I have to make some phone calls to confirm whether this guy has a leg with the Li family. Chapter 721 Guilty. The latest website. The roots of the Chen family are not so deep now. With Xiao Feng reminded, Chen Yonglu didn't dare to be too blindly optimistic, so he immediately took out the phone and made a call. Bella also started to call. After about half an hour, the two brothers and sisters made more than a dozen calls in a row. And finally their faces became gloomy. Mad. When he went to pick up Mario for nothing during the day, That guy was very happy to receive the check, and he said very beautifully, but now he doesn't answer the phone. Chen Yonglu dropped the phone in annoyance, and Bella didn't seem to be smooth. Gomez is not going well either, so he hesitates to ask anything. Or his secretary is happy. It is said that after meeting us in the morning, they met the Japanese. Bella's words made both Xiao Feng and Chen Yonglu sink in their hearts. These Gomez and Mario are members of the National Congress of the Copper Country, and they are also powerful figures in charge of agriculture, forestry and fishery. If you add Pablo, who didn't catch them much before, then the most powerful person in charge of fishery in Copper Country can be said to have all of them. If these guys are not friendly to them, then the Chen family will be sad in the days to come. Even if the Dominion of Ithaca is reversible, you have to follow the instructions of Santiago, right? What is the connection between the Li family and the Japanese? Why do these big guys change their faces after they meet the Japanese? Xiao Feng always felt that there was a layer of mist in front of him, and he still didn't know the situation in Copper Country thoroughly. At this time, Bella began to explain to Xiao Feng the current domestic political pattern and economic situation in the Copper Country. The pillar industries of the Copper Country are currently mainly mineral resources, fisheries, and forestry. Mineral resources are mainly copper ore, lithium ore, rare earth ore, and saltpeter resources. After hearing what Bella said, Xiao Feng felt that it was a real realization. Although the land of the country looks small and very narrow, let alone, the minerals of the people are really rich enough. Just say that this copper mine has been mined for hundreds of years, but it is still rich in reserves, not to mention your saltpeter mine. Besides, this country actually has lithium mines and rare earths. If Bella doesn't say anything, Xiao Feng really doesn't know. And Bella also said that the Copper Country has the most proven lithium mineral resources in the world. The mining cost is high, so there is no large-scale mining. Of course, these industries where money is easy to come by are all in the hands of the big white families born in the Copper Country. These big families are inextricably linked with European suzerain states, even many European royal families, and the great chaebols of the United States. These minerals have always been monopolized in the hands of these people, and it is difficult for outsiders to intervene. Fortunately, these people are still quite rules. These mineral resources are enough, and they don't get involved in other industries. Therefore, many other families were given opportunities to rise up later, such as those who sold timber, and one that was caught by high fisheries. Because Copper Country has a very long coastline and also guards a large fish farm, the country's fishery resources are very rich. Every year when the fishing season comes, fishing boats from all over the world come to their fishing grounds to fish. Of course, these fishing boats are required to apply for fishing permits, and overfishing is absolutely not allowed. Otherwise, once caught by the Navy of the Copper Country, you will be punished for ruining your fortune at the slightest level, and you will have to sit in prison. In chilling fishing grounds, the Japanese are the most involved. The Japanese love to eat fish is world famous. Xiao Feng naturally knows this, but what he doesn't know is that among the 9 largest aquatic products companies in the world, there are actually 4 Japanese companies. And these 4 Japanese fishing giants all have a very large network of relationships in the Copper Country. When Morito and Japan started in-depth cooperation before, the main partners of cooperation were these fishery companies. The big fish farms of Copper Country are world famous, but as early as the 1960s and 70s, when the international community began to vigorously develop offshore fisheries, in fact, the fishing grounds of Copper Country were not particularly valued. Because there are too many fish-rich sea areas in the world, such rich countries as the United States, Canada, the United Kingdom, and even Australia have long coastlines, and because of the geographical environment, almost all of them have fish-rich fishing grounds. At that time, although there were a lot of fish in Tongo's fishing grounds, only some were caught every year. It was enough to meet the domestic market, and there were basically no opportunities for expansion in overseas markets. At that time, only Novice Maiwai Company had started salmon fishing at the Tongo fisheries. It can be said that the fishery at that time did not bring much economic benefits to the copper country. This situation was not until Morita became president, and after he began close cooperation with Japan. He vigorously promoted their copper country fishing grounds to Japanese fishing companies, which attracted the attention of several Japanese giants, and also gave them to those who came to the copper country fishing grounds to fish. The Japanese fishery company gave the green light, and only then did the copper country fishery take off. It can be said that Japan's four major aquatic products giants, in addition to Mitsubishi Cefic, the other three Maruhariru, Japan Fisheries, and Jiang Fisheries are all aggressively operating in Tongo fisheries. This kind of cooperation has enriched a large number of people in the copper country's fishery industry, and also made the three Japanese fishery and aquatic products companies make a lot of money. So up to now, the fishing grounds of copper country have basically become the traditional sphere of influence of these three Japanese companies, and it is basically difficult for other fishery companies to penetrate here. The current situation is that 40% of the annual output of copper country's fisheries has fallen into the hands of these three Japanese fisheries companies. The remaining 10% is controlled by copper country's own fishery companies. It is to meet the domestic market of copper countries. The other 10% is allocated to other overseas fishing companies, such as Huago and Southern Dynasties. The remaining 40% is Iraq, controlled by the SARC region. At this point, Bella told Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng basically understood what was going on. You mean, your Karapag Islands area controls 40% of the output of the copper country fishery? That's right. This is mainly because of the special geographical location of the Galapagos Islands. It happens to be stuck at the intersection of the Peruvian cold current and the Pacific warm current. We have more than 150 islands, large and small, and there are nearby islands, various deep and shallow seas, as well as submarine active volcanoes. So geothermal and mineral resources are very rich, coupled with the obvious alternating effect of cold and hot sea water. Therefore, every year in the fishing season, various fishery resources are active in our jurisdiction. According to estimates, it occupies 40% of Tongo's fishing grounds. No wonder, this is a crime. After listening to Bella's explanation, Xiao Feng gradually understood why the previous big shots in San Diego couldn't help but take action on the Ithacan area. They are just so few people and still occupy such a good place, and the fishery resources under their autonomous territories are worth hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars every year. But these guys only play a little bit every year. It is enough to satisfy themselves with food and drink. What's even more hateful is that they have not yet opened their licenses to the outside world, they have not played themselves, and they have not been allowed to play. It's no wonder that some people are dissatisfied with them. They are blocking some people's fortune. The Lee family must have made some deal with the Japanese before, so they are willing to support them. Someone had proposed a proposal to exempt our Galapagos Islands dominion before. At this time, a councillor named Langley proposed it a few months ago. But as soon as it was proposed, it was shot to death by us. Now I want to come. It should be a temptation for those guys, Chen Yonglu said with a gloomy face. And Xiao Feng also nodded. Now that we have taken over the Ithacan area, they haven't figured out the situation yet. But they must be tempted to do it. Bella followed, and Xiao Feng frowned. He had only wanted to invest, but he didn't expect to cause so much trouble. Now that he has been involved in the Chen family's affairs, it seems that he must settle the matter before he can leave. So at the moment, our obvious enemies are Gomez, Pablo, and Mario, the real power figures in charge of the fishery. Xiao Feng touched his chin and said. Chen Yonglu and Bella nodded. They are the real power figures in the agriculture, forestry and fishery departments of Copper Country. If they push behind them, then we are really in trouble. Well, let me think about how to deal with them. Xiao Feng couldn't think of a good way for a while, so he had to deal with Jin's sister and brother first, and then went back to his room to rest. But this evening, in San Diego, it was not peaceful. Fierce gun battles broke out in several residential areas, with gunshots and explosions one after another. Although Xiao Feng and the others lived in the high-end villa area far away from the city www.mentalnovel.com, they did not hear the guns less this night. Sound. Xiao Feng naturally knew what was going on, and the citizens of San Diego seemed to have become accustomed to this situation. On the one hand, because of the continuous unrest in the recent period, although the unrest has now been brought under control, the restless young people will still go to the streets every other way to make troubles. And when they do things, there will always be some gang members who will beat them up and fish in troubled waters. Speaking of gangs, there has never been a lack of these guys on Copper Country. When the flower business in South America flourished in the last century, there were many people in the Copper Country who did this business, but compared to their Colombian counterparts, these people were very low. Now these gangs are also entrenched in many neighborhoods of San Diego, and wars will break out because of turf battles or disputes over interests. Therefore, the citizens of San Diego have become accustomed to this situation. Chapter 722. Pay a visit to latest website. The next day, Xiao Feng stayed asleep until noon before getting up. He just ran into Jin's sister and brother in the restaurant and had a brunch together. After a night of adjustments, both the Chen family's sisters and brothers seemed to be in a much better mood. I received a call from Wang Diqing and Mei Chengfa in the morning. The minions sent by the Li family have basically been killed. Chen Yonglu smiled and pushed Xiao Feng over some newspapers. Xiao Feng took them over and read them. They were the mainstream Western language newspapers in the local area, and he couldn't understand them. But the photos on the front page can still be seen. They are all photos of houses after the fight. In addition, some local Chinese newspapers wrote clearly, "Yesterday, there was a gang fight in a certain district, and so many people died." No wonder this Chen Yonglu seemed to be in a good mood. The man sent by the Li family was cut off, which also saved him a lot of trouble. Can't just let them go. They think it's safe to hide in Colombia and Brazil. They dare to reach out and come back. Don't you think that our Chen family has no resources in those places? The dog of the bereavement must have the consciousness of the dog of the bereavement. They don't even have this sense of consciousness. I think they're dead. At this time, Bella Chen just finished a cup of coffee for Xiao Feng, and made a few slices of toast, and sent it to Xiao Feng. If you don't consider what she said, she really looks like a virtuous little daughter-in-law. And Chen Yonglu also nodded. Indeed, you can't let them go so easily. I have already found out that the people sent this time are all sent by Leaf. Leaf is hiding in Manizal now. This time, Li Xingkai provided them with financial support and a place to stay. This guy is hiding in Recife now. I have arranged for someone to greet them. Listening to Chen Yonglu's words, Xiao Feng couldn't help but nodded with a smile. The growth of this hairy boy was still visible to the naked eye. More than half a month ago, this guy was still a young master, but now he is transforming like the head of the family of Killing Yuojiu. On the wild continent of South America, there is no such stinky domestic rule to subdue people with morality. Here, the fist stands for everything. As a person with a head and a face, someone comes to your ground to make trouble. If you don't retaliate, then you are weak and deceptive, and you will be ridiculed and looked down upon. The rule here is to go straight. If you dare to make trouble on my site, then I will chop off your paws. And this alone is not enough. You must also give the opponent a powerful counterattack, so as to deter the younger generations. After all, many people here are the same as the natives, fearing power but not virtue. It is better to reason with them and never ask them to take a fist. However, the attitude of the Chen family's sisters and brothers made Xiao Feng once again deeply aware of the Chen family's strength. It seems that they are far from being as simple as they appear on the surface. Think about it too. A few decades ago, their family was deeply involved in the flower business, and maybe even now, they are still involved. So in Colombia and Brazil, how could they not have their own channels and thugs? It's just that some time ago, because the Fun channel was stuck by the Li family, it seemed very weak. Now he has swallowed the assets of the Li family and Ithaca City. Once the strength is restored, they will still be the lions and tigers. However, after learning about it, Xiao Feng was not so loud, and the Chen family had the strength, which was naturally a good thing. After breakfast, the few people did not rush to leave the villa, but discussed together how to deal with Mario, Pablo and Gomez. At this moment, the servant came in. "Sir, there is a Mr. Vargas who wants to see you. This is his business card." As the servant said, he handed over a business card, and Chen Yonglu took it and looked at it. It was a black card with only a blue-shaped base mark on it. His face changed. "I am a person from Jiang Fisheries." Xiao Feng and Bella exchanged glances. They only talked about these Japanese aquatic giants yesterday, but they did not expect that they would actually come to visit today. This really exceeded their expectations. Xiao Feng thought for a while, "You see him here, I will avoid it first." Xiao Feng went to the study room upstairs. As long as he opened the door, he could see the living room downstairs and hear the conversation downstairs. After a while, the servant brought the man named Vargas to the living room. Xiao Feng stood at the entrance of the study and looked down. Although Vargas had a South American name, he looked completely Asian. It should be of Japanese descent, Xiao Feng guessed. Sure enough, after this guy saw Chen Yonglu, he bowed. "Hello Mr. Chen, I'm Vargas Sato, I'm glad to meet you." When Chen Yonglu heard this guy's surname, he basically understood what was going on when he looked at this guy's appearance. He looked up at Xiao Feng upstairs, and Xiao Feng nodded at him. Chen Yonglu turned his head and smiled and shook hands with Vargas, then asked him to sit down and asked the servant to bring him coffee. After chatting for a while, this Vargas has already introduced his own situation clearly. He is the representative of Japan's Jiang Fisheries Company, or even the representative of the 3 Japanese aquatic giants. The purpose of his visit to Chen Yonglu this time is to obtain permission for fishing and resource development in the waters within the jurisdiction of Ithaca. "Mr. Chen, I know that the Ithaca Council issuing fishing and resource development permits is just a matter of your word. That's why I came to you to cooperate. This is our sincerity." This Sato said and waved his hand, and the assistant behind him took a suitcase. But before they got to them, they were stopped by Chen Yonglu's bodyguard. Sato nodded, and his men directly handed the suitcase to Chen Yonglu's bodyguard. Then the suitcase of Chen Yonglu's bodyguard took it in front of Chen Yonglu and opened it. It was full of piles of green franklin. "It should be 1 million here, as long as you agree to cooperate with us, Mr. Chen. There will be more in the future." Chen Yonglu chuckled. These Japanese guys, are they really beggars? If it was before, he really didn't know how much these guys could make a year by fishing. But after getting in touch with Xiao Feng more recently, he has widened his vision. In particular, I learned that these Japanese fisheries companies can transfer hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars in profits from the Tongo fishing grounds every year by fishing alone. And now Sato actually wants to spend $1 million to buy himself and give him the green light. Is this really dismissing himself as an old hat? Of course it doesn't stop there. "As long as you agree to our terms, Mr. Chen, I promise that the profit you will turn over to you will be 10 times that of money in the future." 10 times? $10 million? It looks like a lot, but compared to what you earn, it's just a drop in the bucket. Besides, it's just a small amount of money. If I agree, then if the people in the Ithacan area know, they can't tear me up. The smile on Chen Yonglu's face was full of teasing. How could this Vargas couldn't see it? He cursed inwardly. These buns have a lot of appetite. If Mr. Chen is dissatisfied with the offer, then we will increase it tenfold, giving you at least $100 million each year. What do you think? In Vargas' view, this price was enough to hold down this copper bun. After all, they only spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to get Pablo and Mario the real power figures in the copper country fishery. This time we took out $100 million to get Chen Yonglu. The price is not low. If he hadn't met Xiao Feng, Chen Yonglu would have already agreed. But I have discussed with Xiao Feng before, the future development blueprint of the Karapag Islands and Ithacan area. The vision of the fathers to make Ithaca and the Karapag Islands a safe territory for Chinese descent in foreign land is about to come true. There is already a higher and most demanding Chen Yonglu. How can he see this little profit? Sorry, Mr. Vargas. We have our own blueprint for the development of the Ithacan area. Our fishery resources are to be reserved for our children and grandchildren. You are indeed a lot more than money, but I can't sell out the interests of our people for money. Hearing Chen Yonglu's answer, Vargas Sato's smile narrowed a little. Mad. This bun has a really big appetite. Mr. Chen, let's talk about it. What kind of conditions do you want? As long as it is not too excessive, we can satisfy you. Controlling an archipelago, there are only a few people in the jurisdiction, but they account for 40% of the output of the Tongo fishing ground. But you don't fish yourself, and you don't let others fish. To be honest, these Japanese aquaculture giants have seen the Chinese in Ithaca upset for a long time. It's just that Morito suddenly lost power before, and they had to consolidate their annual non-fishing share in Tongo fishery, so they didn't jump out to make trouble. 20 years have passed now. www.mtlnovel.com. They have almost penetrated the network on the Copper Country side. Even if there is no Japanese family like Morito to help them wave their flags, they have the strength to speak to a local snake like the Chen family. When they challenged, they couldn't help but extended their paws to the Ithacan area. They had already encouraged some parliamentarians to test the rationality of the Ithacan area. Unexpectedly, the rebound in Ithaca would be very strong. But recently the Ithacan area itself has been fighting in fight, so these Japanese feel that they have seen hope again, and the time has come to fish in troubled waters. But unexpectedly, the Chen family who came to power seemed not so friendly to the Japanese. Vargas' thoughts were turning around at this time, but Chen Yonglu, who was opposite, still had a contemptuous smile on his face. I'm sorry, Mr. Sato, I still answered the previous one. We do not intend to sell our marine resources. Our resources are reserved for our children and grandchildren. Vargas' face changed abruptly, and then stood up. Okay. Have a nice weekend. Chapter 723. The enemy of the enemy is the friend. The latest website. We must not waste the resources of our entire country for the benefit of a small group of people. The position of this small group of people is difficult to understand now. They are not the same as us. They have a big country. They are a factor of regional instability. So I am sure that everyone can pass our new Copper Country fishery development draft as quickly as possible. The revenge came very swiftly. Just the day after Chen Yonglu rejected Vargas. On the second day, Pablo, Deputy Minister of the Fisheries Department of Tongo, proposed a motion at the meeting to redivide the fishery resources of Tongo's fishing grounds. At the same time, an official of the Tongo Foreign Trade Administration was also shooting with him, and Mario and Gomez, the reformists in Congress, also expressed their positions. However, their statement was rather vague, saying that it was right to redivide the scope of the fishing grounds, but they did not address which one. The news is more fierce, and many media have pointed the finger at the Ithacan area. Break the dam monopoly. Dominions that should have been banned long ago. Eliminate the modern emperor of Earth. Wait for a series of gimmicky headlines, which began to appear in the newspaper the next day. Even Chen Yonglu didn't expect the other party's revenge to come so fiercely. For a while they didn't even know how to deal with such a chaotic situation. The same is true for Bella. Although she may have her own opinions on the operation and management of the company, she is really blinded by how to deal with such political methods. Xiao Feng was not surprised by this situation. After rejecting Vargas' proposal yesterday, he expected that the Japanese would retaliate. And today the Japanese should have used their thunderous methods. But is it just that little energy? Xiao Feng was not panicked, but Chen Yonglu and Bella Chen could not sit still. Mr. Xiao, what should we do in such a situation? Do you still use me to teach you? First of all, contact your relatives. It is time for them to exert influence. After all, they receive so many salaries from the homestay business every year, and they have to work. In addition, Those politicians will participate every year. Your family's family banquet, you enjoyed the benefits of your family every year. This is naturally the time for them to stand up and speak. And this is also a good opportunity for you to distinguish who is worth continuing to associate and invest in. Friend Xiao Feng's words left the Chen family's two brothers in a daze, and then immediately took out the phone and started practicing. The Chen family's business in Copper Country for hundreds of years has not been done for nothing. The network is quite strong, not to mention that they have many relatives married to the local indigenous people. At this time, it also played a key role, and the situation soon stabilized. Although the proposal was put forward, there was not little resistance in Congress. It would take a week before a decision can be made after congressional debates to be passed. In addition, the enemy's enemy is a friend. Surely Pablo, Gomez and Mario will not have no enemies, do they? Xiao Feng said with a smile again. This is the advantage of the MZ country. Can be fair play tricks. Well, it is true. Pablo and Mario are all reformists in the new Copper Nation. Their enemies are Matthias and the others. Matthias and the others are people. Most of this faction is composed of university professors and doctors and other informants. They are not on the right track with the new Copper Country reform faction dominated by small landlords. In particular, the new Copper Country reform faction has monopolized the fishery sector for a long time, which has made them dissatisfied for a long time. Chen Yonglu was very aware of the domestic political situation in Copper Country, and he soon thought of Pablo and their opponents. Xiao Feng nodded after hearing this. Very well, then we will go find them. But what do we use to convince them? Bella looked at Xiao Feng and asked, these folks are also a group of decent guys, especially this Matthias. On the surface, they are very upright, but in fact they are also very greedy. We looked for it and didn't have enough chips. They may not want to get ahead. If they only give them money, they may look down on it. You have no chips. But I do, Xiao Feng said with a smile. Bella and Chen Yonglu looked at each other. What do you have? Ha ha. Madame Matthias frowned as she looked at the bill in her hand. Her husband is the leader of the People's Party and works in Congress. Their monthly salary is only more than 1,000 meters, and they have 5 children. At present, the 3 are still young and are studying in China, and the 2 big ones are now studying in universities in the United States. And the annual expenditure is more than $100,000. Now this family can only be rented out on some real estate handed down by her father, and supported by an ancestral farm outside of San Diego. But now as the 3 children get older and bigger, she also feels more stressed. Recently, she always thinks about what she can go out to do. She knows that by virtue of her husband's identity, what she goes out to do will definitely succeed easily. But considering his husband's future career, she had to give up such an idea. But if you don't go out to do things, and rely on the current income of the family, then the future will definitely be sitting and eating. And when she thinks about this, she feels that her migraine is about to happen again. Madam, someone from West Pacific Investment Group wants to see you. The maid at home came to the drawing room with a pot of coffee and said to Mrs. Matthias, who waved impatiently, Maria, didn't you tell me? My husband is away, he went to work. Madam, they say they want to see you, not Mr. The chubby maid stood at the door holding the coffee pot and looked a little at a loss. But what she was thinking about was the $10 that the gentleman just put in her pocket. Mrs. Matthias was also taken aback when she heard that the other party wanted to see herself. Didn't you want to see Matthias? Okay then, Maria, bring him in. After a while, a tall young man walked into the living room behind Maria. Mrs. Matthias was also taken aback when she saw the man. This man is very young. And the most important thing is that he looks completely Asian. Completely different from what she imagined. Hello, Mrs. Matthias, this is Stephen. Sure. Xiao Feng smiled and made a kiss with Mrs. Matthias, and then gave a gift at hand. People are right, you really are the most beautiful woman in San Diego. I think only this Blue Noble suit launched by the 9th laboratory can be worthy of you. Originally, he was full of doubts about the origin of this Asian, But this young man is really polite, and he is tall and handsome, even handsomer than Oppa in the Southern Dynasty idol drama. The most important thing is that his little mouth is sweeter. I can still be a man. For the cosmetics of the Ninth Laboratory, Mrs. Mathias certainly knows that the products of this Chinese cosmetics company have not officially landed on the South American continent yet. But this does not affect their products, which are sold throughout the South American continent. For ladies of their level, if there are no two cosmetics from the Ninth Laboratory at home, they will be very shameless during the party. And the Mrs. Quo, who is really rich, will fly to Miami or Paris every month to go to the specialty store to purchase the cosmetics of the Ninth Laboratory in person. The Ninth Laboratory only recently launched this set of Orchid Noble suits, and Mrs. Mathias had also heard of it. In fact, she had only seen it at Mrs. Matthews' house last week. According to the show-off woman, this set of high-end suits has only been released for more than a month in the Ninth Laboratory, and a set costs more than $10,000. She bought it from Paris last week. Don't look at the expensive ones, but you are late, but you can't buy them. At that time, Mrs. Mathias felt as if he had eaten lemons. She yelled at Mrs. Matthews. She was just a bitch. Didn't she just add a husband who runs a gas station at home? There are two stinky money. Yes, what a great deal. But when I got home, I thought, if she really couldn't afford it. Most of the family's expenses are for the two children to pay tuition in the United States, and the little money left is only enough for a family of 5 to live tightly. A set of more than $10,000. Think about it or forget it. Today, this young man actually offered to give herself a set. Although she wanted to refuse, she couldn't say anything that was polite. When Xiao Feng saw the appearance of Mrs. Mathias, he knew that the matter was basically completed. Ah, Mr. Xiao, come and sit here, Maria. Go and grind a new pot of coffee and bring those refreshments. Mathias drove into his yard, and even before entering the house, he could feel that the atmosphere at home is very different today, because he smelled a scent of chocolate in the air. This delicacy was his wife's specialty, but she hadn't cooked it for him for some time. But if she can do it today, it means that she is in a good mood. Then what makes her so happy? Mathias entered the house with a briefcase. Mentalnovel.com. As expected, today's dinner was very rich, and Mrs. Mathias and her maid, Maria, were busy in the kitchen. And the table is already full of various delicacies, from barbecue to grilled fish, and salad. The hearty Mathias feels a bit too much. My dear, are there any guests at home today? Ha! The distinguished guest has already been here. Mathias goes to wash his hands. We will have dinner right away. Mathias was puzzled by his wife's answer, but he still obediently washed his hands, and the three children soon came to the table and sat down. The family enjoyed a great dinner together, and then Maria did the mopping up, and the three children went to do their homework. Mathias and his wife came to his study. Let's talk about it. What happened today that made you so happy? Haha. I found a new business. It can alleviate our family's economic crisis. Chapter 724 Fatal Temptation. Latest website. Mathias' face suddenly sinks when he hears it. As a politician with lofty political ambitions, he hopes to be able to select the president of the copper country in a few years. He certainly knows what his wife's answer means. Who is looking for you, honey? I don't think we should sacrifice for a little profit. No, my dear, it's not what you think. It's like this. Then Madam Mathias shared with Mathias what happened during the day. In that case, what West Pacific Investment Group helps to allow you to buy shares in their fast food restaurant? Yes, it is. What's the name of their fast food restaurant? It seems to be called A Famous Chef. It is a Chinese fast food company. It is said that it is still very big in China. Here, this is the promotional disc he left behind. Mathias took out a disc left by Xiao Feng, and then the two of them watched the disc at home. This disc is a promotional video made by a celebrity chef, but it is accompanied by Spanish. Before coming to South America, Xiao Feng had someone make it. After seeing this disc, Mathias also understood what kind of company this famous chef manufactures, which turned out to be a new type of Chinese fast food chain. Wow, honey, I remembered that when we traveled to France with our children, we seemed to have visited their restaurant in Paris, and it tasted very good. Matthias remembered something, and Mrs. Matthias also remembered. Yes, when we were in Europe, we went to their store. Speaking of this, Matthias immediately took out his laptop and started searching for the store. As a result, as soon as he entered the name of the store into the search bar, countless search results popped up immediately. They are all videos of foreign consumers visiting stores, and these videos are almost identical to all kinds of rainbow farts made by celebrity chefs. Wow, this shop is really delicious. Yes, much better than our Chinese restaurant here. Thank God, this store finally opened in Berlin. Haha, dude, this store opened in London last month. Wow. When will this store open to the United States? Hey, don't worry, I have seen their stores in Los Angeles and San Francisco being renovated, and many stores have begun to recruit waiter training. Wow, I'm so excited, their first store in the US finally opened. Looking at the various videos made by celebrity chefs on the internet, and the almost one-sided praise from various netizens, both Matthias and his wife were shocked. Especially Madame Matthias. Am I being too negligent of that Mr. Xiao in the morning? Mrs. Matthias watched the video stupidly and said that in the morning, she didn't care much about the Western Pacific Investment Group. When Xiao Feng asked her to buy shares in their fast food restaurant in the form of a shop, Mrs. Matthias didn't really take it seriously. What she cared about most was the sentence Xiao Feng mentioned to her. At least $200,000 in guaranteed dividends every year. Her father was a big businessman in San Diego in her early years and left her a lot of inheritance. But in the past 10 years, she has not managed well, and now there are more than a dozen storefronts left. In recent years, the Copper Country's economy has not been very prosperous, and only 7 or 8 of those storefronts have been rented out, and the remaining a dozen are vacant. And those rented out shops can bring her tens of thousands of dollars in income every year. And now people tell him that as long as she buys shares in the store, she can enjoy at least $200,000 in dividends every year. To be honest, at first, Mrs. Matthias thought that this must be the other party to indulge her husband, so she came up with a disguised way of bribery. But now after seeing the business model and popularity of the celebrity chefs' shops, she suddenly didn't think so. She suddenly realized that people really wanted to bring her to make a fortune together. The next day, the Matthias and his wife once again hosted Xiao Feng and his party at home. That's right, Xiao Feng came by himself yesterday. But today he brought a team. The people in the team prepared a contract for Mrs. Matthias to buy a share in a famous chef to manufacture a fast food chain. Matthias himself is a lawyer. After reading the contract, he immediately decided to let his wife sign the contract. It's just that the signing of the contract was in another room, and he and Xiao Feng appeared in his study together. He took out a cigar and handed it to Xiao Feng. This is the best Cuban cigar. But Xiao Feng smiled and shook his head, and then took out a box of cigarettes by himself. I still like this better. Matthias didn't force it either. He took out the cigar cutter, cut the cigar, and lit it for himself. Behind the vaguely rising smoke, he stared at Xiao Feng, trying to see him through. After a while, he spoke. Come on, Mr. Xiao, what do you hope to get from me? Haha. It's very simple. I hope you can oppose Pablo's new Copper Country fishery development draft in a week. Matthias was taken aback, looking at Xiao Feng's face, and soon he was relieved. Are you from the Ithacan area, is it? Matthias fell silent. He was figuring out whether the sale was worthwhile. He doesn't feel much about the Chinese guys in Ithaca, but he feels a lot about Pablo, Mario, and the fisheries department monopolized by Gomez. These reformists of the new Copper Nation are just a group of respectable hypocrites. They have colluded with the Japanese for decades and have been betraying the interests of the Copper Nation. In recent years, the Japanese have been hunting and killing large numbers of whales on the edge of the Tongo fishing grounds, near the Sanzui area of Antarctica. Many university professors and intellectuals in his faction have mentioned this matter to him, hoping that he can stand up and oppose it. But he hadn't stated his position before, firstly because of his lack of strength, and secondly because he didn't have any benefits. It didn't make much sense to just jump out and fight against the new Copper Nation reformists. But now, with the variables in the Ithacan area, this matter makes sense. Pablo and the others are very difficult. Moreover, the reformists have a lot of seats in Congress. It takes a lot of energy to veto their decisions. Haha, please rest assured Mr. Matthias on this point. It seems that the enemies of the reformists and Pablo are not only you, but we also have contact with other people. Oh, when Matthias heard this, his eyes rolled a few times, and Xiao Feng on the other side smiled again. However, Mr. Matthias and your family are the only ones who came to visit in person and offered to cooperate. This guy is really good at talking, and when he says this, Matthias feels more comfortable. Haha, why is that? Because, we are very optimistic about your future development, Mr. Matthias. We know that you have high ambitions and a group of like-minded friends around you. Although your group is very young, it is very popular with young people and intellectuals. The future is endless. We also know that you hope to run in 2 years' time. Matthias was taken aback by Xiao Feng's words. This guy actually knew this? And Xiao Feng looked at Matthias with a smile, but a smile. If you, Mr. Matthias, help us this time, then 2 years later, I think you will get a lot of money in the Ithacan area at 50% of the votes. This is what really makes Matthias' eyes shine. For a politician, this is the deadliest temptation. Are you serious? Of course what I said is true, and I guarantee you in the name of the Chen Group. When he heard this sentence, Matthias finally fell in his heart. Okay, just do it. After just a few days of effort, Xiao Feng and Chen's sisters and brothers attacked everywhere, and he Zhong Lianhen quickly settled many enemies of the reformists. Wow, there will be a debate in a few days. I think that Pablo and the others will be sniped at that time. I really want to see the expressions on their faces. Chen Yonglu sat at the dining table that day. While flipping through the newspaper, he said happily to Xiao Feng, and Xiao Feng put the newspaper in his hand on the table. Yonglu, sent someone to discipline the editors of these newspapers. These should have taken Japanese money. It has been 3 days in a row. Shanghai has been promoting this new Copper Country fishery development draft, and at the same time, it also maps our Ithacan area in various ways. This is not a good phenomenon. They should shut up. Xiao Feng knows the effect of all kinds of gold. These newspapers fan the flames here. It is easy to fool a group of brainless black and follow the trouble. So this trend must be stopped. If he is in China, he would definitely not dare to do it. But this is South America. As soon as Chen Yonglu heard Xiao Feng's words www.mentalnovel.com, he immediately picked up several newspapers and couldn't help but swear. I thought that these guys with no ethics would be able to take the rhythm for a day. But I did not expect that these grandsons have never stopped taking the rhythm in the past few days. In South America, there is a bad phenomenon. Whenever there is an economic crisis, there will be gangsters taking the lead in making trouble in the streets. And every time there is a disturbance, there will be a phenomenon of beating, smashing, looting and burning. And those shops that have been smashed, looted and burned are basically Chinese shops. The local government generally acquiesces to such a situation. It seems that people who stick to the rules will regard these Chinese shops as a punching bag to quell domestic anger. Xiao Feng feared that if these media kept the rhythm for a long time, they would ruin their major events. There will be a meeting in 4 days to discuss the bill. If they are allowed to continue with such a rhythm, then their opposition proposal will probably not be passed. So for these grandchildren, it's time to teach them a lesson. Chapter 725 Happy Cooperation latest website. In recent decades, smashing, looting, and burning of Chinese shops have occurred frequently in Argentina, Brazil and other places. Of course, the economic situation of the Copper Country is not bad. But it has also happened several times in the past few years. Because of Ithaca self-control, Chinese people in Tong Country, or people of Chinese descent, have a slightly better living environment. But this time these newspapers and media frantically came out with a rhythm, which is not good. Jurado is a reporter for the San Diego Morning News. This guy is a native white man. He always thinks he is superior in the copper country. Nothing else, but on the basis of his skin color that is much whiter than others. The impression of Jurado, a Chinese, has not been very good. He studied in the US, so he is also deeply influenced by the American ideological trend, and he has always held a hostile attitude towards China and the Chinese people. Think that these unbelievers are the enemies of the civilized world. Moreover, in recent years, China's penetration of the copper country's economy has also made him very vigilant. Originally, the main copper export destination of copper countries was the United States, but in recent years it has been changed to China, although Chinese people also pay the same, even more than Americans. But Jurado always feels that these Chinese people are taking advantage of them, buying their resources at low prices, and then producing some and selling them back to the copper people. There is also the fact that Chinese people now buy a large amount of cherries, salmon and beef from them every year. As a result, domestic prices have started to rise in recent years. This is all Chinese people's fault. As for the economic benefits and jobs brought by the Chinese to the copper country, who cares about your bad money? Not long ago, he suddenly received a call from a classmate of Wonwon who was studying in the United States and asked him to come out to meet him. After the meeting, the Wonwon classmate gave him a sum of money, and the only request was for him to write more articles slandering the Ithacan area and the Chinese. This was what Jurado was willing to do, so he naturally accepted it. Recently, he has concocted several sensational articles in a row, all about the Ithaca Dominion, and also about the Chinese. The impact is very large, and the editor-in-chief also appreciates him very much. As this continues, a promotion and salary increase at the end of the year is just around the corner. This made him very motivated. He plans to continue working overtime in the newspaper that night, and polish the article that was just made up yesterday, mainly to reflect the news of those Chinese in Ithaca who eat dog meat. He firmly believes that once this article is thrown out, it must be a blockbuster. But after a busy day in the newspaper, he also felt a little tired. Seeing that the lights were already on outside, Jurado decided to walk outside and have dinner by the way. After dinner, he wandered back to the newspaper office, but as soon as he arrived at the door of the newspaper office, two guys with black hoods suddenly followed him. "Are you Mr. Jurado?" "Yes, I am." Jurado looked suspiciously at the two young people opposite, but the next two young people smiled coldly, and Jurado saw a cold light before him. There was a sharp pain in his wrist, and when he looked down, his right hand had been cut off. He screamed. The only thought at this time was to pick up his hand. If the severed hand is stored properly, it can be connected to the hospital. But what he didn't expect was that the two men in black actually lifted their legs and kicked his severed hand to the side of the road. At this time, a black shadow suddenly appeared on the side of the road. It turned out to be a wild dog. His severed hand ran into the alley in the distance. Ah, no, my hand. How can I type on the keyboard without my hands? Jurado seemed to see the end of his career. That night, the San Diego Morning News caught fire due to an accident. The same was followed by the Bay Area Evening News and several newspapers such as Xintongyuan. The reason for the misfortune of the other newspapers is relatively simple. It is because the young people are making trouble again, and then they start to beat and smash them in the dark. These newspapers are relatively unlucky. Not only were they robbed, several important editors were also beaten and fractured into the hospital. Finally, when the group of guys left, they set a fire in their newspaper. Especially several editors or newspaper bosses who indulge in large-scale articles about the Ithacan area recently. Some of them even had their homes drop bombs or set fires, and many of their family members have received certain injuries. The newspapers and the big bosses behind them are naturally very angry about this situation. They think that this is because someone has retaliated against them. I also called the police, but after calling the police, there was no policeman coming over. It turned out that the whole of San Diego was commotion again that night, and young people took to the streets and started making trouble. The police simply couldn't manage the affairs of these newspapers. In the end, they just sent a few police officers over and took the confession. The final answer was that this was the result of yesterday's riots. It's not that someone maliciously came to their newspaper to retaliate. Faced with such an answer from the police, these people in the media were also very helpless. They knew exactly what was going on, but the police are obviously perfunctory now. So what can they do? In North America or Europe, or some other countries in the world, journalists and newspapers can indeed be regarded as uncrowned kings. But in South America, these reporters and newspapers can only be chess pieces and puppets in the hands of big men. You can write whatever you want. Not obedient, Do you see that there are still few injustices in the great river of La Plata? In the last century, when those flower men were rampant, some reporters wrote a lot of articles exposing them, but what happened in the end? In a few days, it will disappear out of thin air, and even some of the whole family will disappear. Not to mention that the newspaper was beaten, smashed, and set on fire, and it was not even once or twice by bombing. Later, when the society was in turmoil, many reporters with big mouths were thrown into jail by the bosses above, and finally disappeared. In the years of the turmoil in Argentina alone, more than 10,000 journalists disappeared. This is still only Argentina. As for other South American countries, no country has fewer journalists than Argentina. Therefore, reporters all know that in countries like South America, rice can be eaten indiscriminately, but you must not talk indiscriminately, otherwise the consequences are really beyond your imagination. The next day, I was still focusing on the newspapers in the Ithacan area, but suddenly there was a collective misfire and turned around and started to care about the coming cold current and the riots last night. As for Ithaca and the new Copper Country longer development draft, it seems that it has never happened before. This situation naturally attracted the attention of Pablo and Mario, because some of these newspapers are closely related to their new Copper Country reformists. But why did these newspapers suddenly become miserable? This is very unfavorable for the upcoming Congress in 4 days. That day, Pablo slapped the desk angrily in the office after reading various newspapers about the upcoming Antarctic cold current all morning. This Harvey, what's the matter? Mario, who was sitting across from him, smiled and took the coffee in his hand. Pablo, don't be so angry, you know that guy Harvey, he needs money. At this time, he suddenly stopped supporting us, and he also joined a few newspapers. I guess they should want money again, asshole. Do they still want money? Haven't they already given them 500,000 yuan each before? Gomez, who was sitting on the other side, also said angrily, in order to make the bill Copper Country, they have recently spent a lot of money to invite these media to create momentum. Once the bill is passed, everyone will get a lot of benefits. Several Japanese aquatic products companies can get the right to operate the fisheries in the Ithacan area. So they valued this business very much. But now their good momentum of building momentum is suddenly interrupted, which makes them uncomfortable. At this moment, Pablo's secretary suddenly knocked on the door and walked in. Sir, there is a Mr. Doban who wants to see you. Doban? Has it changed? Wasn't Vargas the one who was in charge of the docking before? Pablo said suspiciously, but he waved his hand and motioned for the secretary to bring people in as soon as possible. Soon the secretary brought in an Asian-looking young man, but he was not the same as the Vargas they had seen before. This man was obviously taller. Hello gentlemen, I am Doban from Mario Haralu. This is my business card. This person introduced himself with a smile as soon as they met, and then handed out business cards to a few people, and they were relieved when they saw it. Vargas, who had previously docked with them, was produced by Jiang Fisheries, and there are mainly 3 Japanese fisheries companies operating in their Tongo fisheries, the largest of which is Mario Haralu. These 3 companies have always appeared in the form of alliances. www.mentalnovel.com. This time Mario Haralu suddenly sent people over, indicating that they may not be able to bear it, and they are also anxious. Gentlemen, you should have guessed the purpose of my visit this time. The tone of the propaganda of those newspapers has suddenly changed today. Our president thinks this is not a good phenomenon, so let me give you some support. Pablo and the others usually deal with the Japanese, let alone collect money from the Japanese. This time the matter is very important. The media suddenly changed the direction of the wind, and the Japanese were sensitively aware of it. So it is very normal to come over and send support. This also made Pablo and Mario very happy. They thought they had to pay for the newspapers themselves. But now the Japanese are actually willing to pay. How could they be unhappy? Please don't worry, Mr. Domoto. Please go back and tell Mr. Matsumoto that we will leave this matter to us, and I promise to satisfy him. That's good. I wish us a happy cooperation. Chapter 726. The wall fell down and everyone pushed latest website. Dear Congressmen and gentlemen, in order to allow our people to enjoy their fishery resources more fully and fairly, please everyone. Pablo, the Vice President of the Ministry of Fisheries, stood on the high platform with great eloquence and launched today's speech. Finally, when it comes to the congressional debate, they have contacted many colleagues from the reformists, and when they show their hands to vote, these people must be on their side. In addition to those who like his rhetoric, and also look at those parliamentarians who are upset in the Ithacan area, the passage of the new Copper Country Fishery Development Draft should not be a problem, and this is just the beginning. Once this draft is passed, then in the next few years, he will continue to throw out several bills. The ultimate goal is to decompose the Ithacan area, cancel all the privileges of this dominion, and let them, like other provinces in the Copper Country, return to the embrace of the Lord. As for those Chinese, it has been more than 100 years, and this country has been kind enough to them, so let's go wherever they love. Once he has made a breakthrough in the Ithacan area, 2 years later, he will announce his election for president. By then, the matter will be handled successfully, and it should help him win a lot of votes. Pablo felt very happy, even reading the manuscript in front of him, feeling a little bit of breath. Forget it. What fishery draft? I think it is a draft that satisfies your selfish desires. Before Pablo's manuscript was read, suddenly a strange voice rang. Pablo was immediately annoyed when he was interrupted. It was that who jumped out and sang against himself at this time? Oh, it turned out to be the Matthias. What happened to this famous fishing guy? Isn't the gang of high-ranking intellectuals sent by the people always uninterested in things like fishing grounds? Masha's hospital. What do you mean by that? What do you mean? Vice President Pablo, your Ministry of Fisheries has contracted most of the domestic fisheries to Maruharu, and what do the 3 Japanese companies of Japan Fisheries and Jiang Fisheries mean? They are near Tierra del Fuego. A large number of tuna, dolphins, and even whales are killed in the fishing grounds. Why didn't your fisheries department come forward to manage them? Also, they tried salmon farming last year, but failed. But a large amount of feed and fish medicine were thrown into the sea this year. The fishing grounds are flooded with green algae. Where is your management? Pablo just asked casually, but he didn't think that Matthias was full of firepower. It seemed like a series of questions, but they went straight into Pablo's lung tube. The Ithacan area is the last autonomous territory in our country, and it is also the most well-protected area of Tongo's fishing grounds. There are rich natural resources here, which are reserved for the people of Ithaca, and don't forget, they are 2 citizens of the Copper Country. But why did you propose this draft? I think you want to contract the fisheries in the Ithacan area to the 3 Japanese fisheries companies, right? Matthias' mouth was so fierce that Pablo was a little dizzy after a few shots. He didn't expect that Matthias would suddenly jump out to attack him at this moment. In fact, many people in the Congress know the tricky aspects of their fisheries department, but everyone has their own sphere of influence, and they generally don't cross the border easily. But this time he wanted to move the Ithacan area, and everyone was thinking about watching the excitement, and no one stood up to speak. But at this time Matthias suddenly jumped out, and he also said that almost every question was asked by his throat, which made him very uncomfortable. How is it uncomfortable? Because what people say is true. Matthias, are you crazy? You say these things, but you want to show evidence. Don't spit people. Pablo changed his color suddenly. At this time, he could no longer care about any fishery drafts, but quarreled with Matthias in a violent manner. And Matthias smiled contemptuously at this time. You want proof? Well, he'll give you proof. Speaking of this, Matthias brought the computer to the front of the stage, and soon released a PPT for everyone. This is a picture taken by the students of the University of La Prada when they traveled to Tierra del Fuego last year. Matthias first put on a small video. In the screen, a Japanese fishing boat was hunting dolphins, and the people who filmed the video kept yelling at it, signaling the fishing boats to stop doing that immediately. Then he let the ship approach, intending to stop the Japanese fishing boats. But when they thought of their yacht, they leaned over and were driven away by the water cannon of the Japanese fishing boat. They even took pictures of several green protest speedboats being overturned by the water cannons of Japanese fishing boats. Gentlemen, can you imagine? This happened in our fishing grounds. And those fishing boats that kill dolphins come from Japan's Jiang Fisheries Company? Then Matthias released some other photos, and then said, Gentlemen, this is a large-scale outbreak of green algae in our fishery this year. These green algae shielded the ocean surface, causing the fish below. There was no way to surface to change the water, and eventually a large area was suffocated to death. Matthias switched the screen, and everyone saw a large area of floating corpses of various marine fish appearing on the ocean surface. According to our university's investigation, the reason for this green algae pollution is because Maruhararu tried to breed salmon and tuna near 20 Island, but without success. They dumped a large amount of feed and fish medicine into the sea, which finally led to such a problem. Matthias has released a lot of photos. At this time, the whole Parliament building is silent. At this time, everyone has also tasted it. This time Matthias came prepared, and his purpose is obviously to overturn Pablo and the others at once. At this time, Pablo, who was on the other side, was already wiping his sweat, and he obviously didn't expect Matthias to attack him suddenly. He quickly looked at Mario and Gomez with help-seeking eyes, but he didn't expect these two to stare at the big screen intently, not at all. His heart sank and he went to look at the other colleagues in the same faction who still talked about the wine yesterday. At this time, everyone was looking at the big screen intently. He knew that he was finished and had been abandoned by them. Such problems happen frequently in our fishing grounds. I would like to ask Mr. Pablo, where is your management? You contracted a large area of our fishery to these 3 Japanese aquatic products companies, and then you leave it alone? Can they do whatever they want in our fishing grounds? Now you have to sell our last piece of fishing ground to them. Are you the Minister of Fisheries of the Copper Country? I think you should be the Minister of Fisheries of Japan, right? Matthias made a series of cynicism on the stage, and Pablo was sweating, and he couldn't give a strong counter-attack at all, because for this guy who jumped out suddenly, he didn't have any preparation at all. What's more, how do you ask them to answer if they are so prepared? People have video evidence and photo evidence. He has nothing except the speech in front of him. How can he get into each other's eyes? Don't talk nonsense. Im from Tongo, what's the matter with the Japanese Minister of Fisheries? Except for such a pale excuse, Pablo really couldn't say anything. Haha, it's really rare that you remember that you are from Tong country. What do you think this is? Speaking of Matthias, he took out another piece of video data, and when this video data was released, it immediately caused an uproar, because this is exactly one video of Pablo, Mario, and Gomez accepting bribes. The video was shot in Pablo's office. The person who gave them the money claimed to be a business representative of Maruhararu, and gave $1 million to the 3 guards of the Ministry of Fisheries. The purpose of sending money to them is very simple. It is to hope that they will work harder on this proposal so that this draft can be passed. The money is their hard work, and they can use the money to buy newspapers and reporters, and let them go to the Ithacan area and break dirty water on the heads of the people. By the way, people's anger was stirred up, so that the draft could be passed quickly in Congress. At this time, Pablo and the three of them finally had something wrong with their products. That day, Mr. Jobin of Maruharlu was the source of their overturning. The angle at which this video was shot is clearly that guy shot it. Could it be that that guy is not a representative of Maruharlu at all? It's Matthias and the others who sent here to confuse them and plant the guy who framed them. Damn, you guy is spitting blood. Thinking that Pablo could no longer sit still, he got up and pointed at Matthias and cursed. But by this time it was too late. Metalnovel.com Numerous members of Congress stood up enthusiastically, pointing at Pablo and Mario and shouting at them, "Traitors, it was you who wanted to betray the interests of Copper Country." Bad son. The public security situation in Copper Country is still bad enough recently. You bastards actually want to tease the people's emotions and want to cause mass incidents. You hypocrites who are so profitable, you should all go to hell. The congressmen were so excited that they all pointed at Pablo and Mario and yelled at them, and the reformist colleagues. No one dared to stand up and speak for the three of them. After all, Xiao Feng's previous series of ties were not made in vain. His West Pacific Investment Group found far more than Matthias. There are more than half of the people in this council who have had personal contact with him. At this time, the wall is about to fall, and this group of people naturally stepped up to help push it. Chapter 727 The Well-Being of Others. Latest URL. The end of the hypocrites. Damn traitor. They should all be sent to the gallows. Early the next morning, all kinds of sensational news naturally made the headlines of various newspapers in Copper Country. Everyone did not expect that, originally thought it was an ordinary congressional debate, it would eventually lead to such an explosive scandal. The three heads of the Ministry of Fisheries actually accepted bribes from the Japanese in the office, and they were also filmed. In the end, the video was revealed to the opponents. Such scandals are really shocking, and the people who are looking for a catharsis are boiling over. Soon the reformists of the new Copper Country lost their power completely in the Congress. Pablo, Mario, and Gomez were directly put in prison and awaiting trial. And the real power departments that were originally controlled by many new reformists are also facing a major reshuffle. Naturally, the people who benefited most of this change were the People's Faction led by Matthias. His success in capturing the pigtails of the Pablo trio was not only for the People's Faction. It has also won a very good personal image in the hearts of the people. After a change, the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry and the Ministry of Fisheries, the three important authorities with real power, all fell into the hands of the People's Faction. Mushers did a beautiful job. In a mansion in the Andes Mountains east of San Diego, Chen Yonglu and Xiao Feng are hosting the Matthias family. Mrs. Matthias, under the leadership of Bella, is visiting this manor. And Matthias is sharing the joy of victory with Chen Yonglu and Xiao Feng in the living room. I still have to thank Mr. Xiao for the information you provided. It is precisely because of that video that I can defeat Pablo and the others at once. At the earliest, Matthias just wanted to take the lead in antagonizing Pablo and the others in the parliament. But later Xiao Feng sent him a video of Pablo and the three collecting money. The meaning here is different. To be honest, the fact that the officials of the Copper Country collect dollar is a secret and unspoken rule that is almost well known in China. Not to mention the Copper Country. This is a common phenomenon in the South American continent. If people don't get outside pieces, how can they maintain a high standard of living? A month's equivalent of a salary of more than $1,000 is simply not enough to sustain their family's expenditure. Therefore, these officials of the Copper Country, especially those with real power, almost never charge dollar. It's just that everyone did it very secretly, and like Pablo and the others, the courageous rushed to collect money in the office. This seems to have happened more than 20 years ago when Morito fell. At that time, someone gave a gift to Morifuji's spy chief, but he was secretly photographed and finally released. which became the fuse for Morifuji to step down. And Matthias was actually very entangled after that piece of video material. In fact, he can choose to leak the video information to certain people, let those people put it on the internet, attract media attention, and let the media start the fire first. But after thinking about it later, he decided to publish this video by himself. After all, he can become the biggest beneficiary by doing so. Once this video is released, he will establish himself in the public as an anti-corruption expert. Once this person is established, after a few years, he can run for the president. It will be all detrimental. Think about how Morito came to power back then. Isn't it just in the name of anti-zo and reform? He can do it, and so can he himself. So Matthias decided to try it himself and personally announce this video in Congress. He wanted to be a Don Quixote who challenged the windmill. At present, it seems that the effect of doing this is very good. This time he tore Pablo and their transformationists, which made him famous in China. The support rate among the people has soared. Now he has not announced that he will run for the next president, but the people have already called for him to run for the election. The most important thing is that his party has won the real power of the three fertile departments of agriculture, forestry and fishery. Of course, this is also the result of competing with other schools for the political legacy of the reformists. And in the end everyone compromised with each other. And he is very satisfied with the three real power departments. You must know that the pillar economy of the copper country, in addition to the mining industry, is also the most profitable in these three industries. With these three departments in hand, their martial art can develop and grow rapidly. So he is naturally grateful for Xiao Feng, and this time he voluntarily asked to visit him. As for Chen Yonglu, the new head of the Ithacan area, it is naturally not surprising. And when Xiao Feng matched the bridge, the two quickly got acquainted, and Matthias was very enthusiastic about Chen Yonglu. He knows that he will run for president in a few years, but he cannot do without the support of Chen Yonglu. After all, the Ithacan area under his management has more than 1 million votes. Such a person, he naturally cannot afford to offend. What's more, they are still his big benefactors, so they wrote a check for $100,000 directly to the election office. He just established measures. I don't think we can be happy too soon. Oh, Mr. Xiao, what do you mean? Your speech at the Congress the other day was wonderful. Indeed, the fishing grounds of the copper country are now monopolized by the three Japanese aquatic products companies, and the destruction is very severe. They overfished, even sea elves like dolphins. Not only are they hunting dolphins, but also whales. There are so many tuna in the fishery that they can't satisfy their greed. They also pollute the ocean. I think they should be investigated. Xiao Feng said with a smile. The real world is already very cruel, let alone a more cruel mall. When the Japanese didn't come to provoke him, he thought it would be enough to have a fishing ground controlled by the Ithacan area. But now Pongbai was brought over by the Japanese and he suddenly felt that if he didn't get it back, he would be very sorry for his identity as a Chinese. What's more, you Japanese have been playing this Tongo fishing ground for many years, right? Now it's time for us to have fun. As for your Japanese fisheries company, haha, where is the love? If you dare to show your teeth and claws with Lao Tzu, then chop off your claws. This. When Matthias heard this, he couldn't help but hesitate. After all, the Japanese had been operating in the copper country for so many years, and the network of relations in the copper country was still very broad. He has just become famous recently, and a few years later, he still wants to select the president. He doesn't want to offend the Japanese at this time. The PPT material that day was actually used as an excuse to attack Pablo and others. But if he is really asked to engage in Japanese, he really has to think about it carefully. Matthias, don't worry, even if you let go, you will find that many people support you. Chen Yonglu smiled and winked at Matthias. Matthias seemed to understand a lot suddenly. Although the Chen family in the Ithacan area does not usually expose it to the public, They have developed in the copper country for more than 100 years, and it can be said that they are also a big family, not weaker than the top giants in the copper country. I heard that many people over there are married to the family in San Diego, and I feel relieved when I think of Matthias. The three Japanese aquatic products companies currently occupy the South Pacific marine fish, and the salmon and tuna fishing grounds close to the Antarctic. The fisheries that produce about 40% of the output of the Tongo fisheries every year. Ihixiao intends to establish an ocean-going fishery company. Once Matthias can take back the fishery, then you will get 3% of the stock, and the remaining 2% can be allocated to your sect. People you think are useful to you. As soon as Matthias heard this, he felt energetic. This proposal is good. Before that, he might still be afraid of the difficulty because of the difficulty, but when someone throws such a piece of cake, he immediately feels that even if there are difficulties and obstacles, it seems that he cannot be overwhelmed. Tongo fishery produces 40% of its output every year. If he can take 3% of this part, he can earn tens of millions of white-collar workers this year. Right? The other 2% are in his hands for him to distribute to people in the sect. Doesn't this help him secure his position in the sect? With this money backing up, how can the few Xiaoxiaos in the school have the qualifications to fight him? When the time comes, just throwing money at them can kill them. At the thought of this, Matthias felt a burst of delight in his heart. More importantly, he knows that these two people can give 5% to himself, so he can definitely give 5% to other people. This shows that he will be a Japanese, and the resistance will be much less than imagined. Also much smaller. In this case, what's so terrible? That's it. No problem, gentlemen. Leave this to me. Matthias smiled and raised the wine glass in his hand. Chen Yonglu and Xiao Feng looked at each other, smiled and raised the wine glass. Novel.com. This time they kept cutting off the Japanese pause, but also to drive them out of the copper country's fishing grounds. As for the benefits promised to Matthias and other copper country politicians, it is nothing more than the benefit of others. They are all grabbed from the Japanese, and there is nothing to distress. The two of them had forgotten inside and out. If they took the Japanese fishing grounds this time, they might have to share nearly half of their profits. But they didn't feel distressed, because the money will help them weave a huge network of relationships. Then all the sects of the upper class of the copper country, all the officials, will be connected with them. So this sale is very cost-effective, not to mention that they can still have half of the income left. Anyway, those fishing grounds used to be controlled by the Japanese. If they don't grab them, they won't get a share. Now the Japanese take the initiative, which gives them a reasonable excuse. As for whether the Japanese will retaliate, American dogs, they are not worried at all. Chapter 728 First draft latest website. Within a few days, the Ministry of Fisheries, which has been completely under the control of the People's Party, launched the first investigation of this year on the problem of marine pollution caused by overfarming by 3 Japanese companies. Just a few days later, several Japanese companies had their fishing licenses revoked because of overfishing. Now these Japanese companies have suffered heavy losses, but they have no alternative. If this is Asia, the Japanese may still have a way to make you sick, but this is South America, a piece of land known for its magic. Even the Americans will stumble upon it accidentally, let alone you Japanese. Here, except for those who sit on the ground, but for all foreigners, you have to lie down if you are a dragon. At this time, Xiao Feng and Chen Yonglu had returned to the Karapak Islands, because the urban planning team invited from China had already arrived. On this trip to San Diego, the two of them were very rewarding. Not only did they cut off the retaliatory paws of the Li family, they also made friends with the upper class in San Diego. And Xiao Feng's celebrity chef manufacturing has completely opened up channels in copper country. In San Diego City alone, he opened 50 stores in one go. After all, this is a big city with 7 million people, and the urban concept of Latin Americans is not the same as in China, but rather similar to the United States. That is, The scale of the city is relatively flat. Except for some high-rise buildings in the city center, other areas are basically square, so the area of the city is much larger than that of large cities in China. Therefore, San Diego is also a city in the shape of a pie. Because of its large area, there are more fast food restaurants. At the same time, celebrity chef manufacturing began to officially enter the second largest city of the Copper Country, Consumption. This city has about 2 million people and is also a big city, and its economy is also very developed. Xiao Feng estimated that in this city, he could open 20 or 30 stores no matter what. In addition to the Ithacan area and the Yin area controlled by the Wang family, it is not a problem to open 100 branches in Copper Country. The next step depends on the profitability of copper countries. If the profitability of copper countries is good, then his Western Pacific Group will copy this model and extend it to other South American countries. At the same time, it will be his Southern Cross Bank that will follow up the expansion. The Chen family is also a century-old family in South America, with tentacles in all South American countries. In South American countries, there are also Chinese settlements of similar size. Where there are Chinese, there is financial demand. Xiao Feng feels that this is the opportunity for Southern Cross Bank. They can penetrate into it. Even if they specialize in business with Chinese people, it will be enough to make money. However, these expansions were left to Bella to deal with. Xiao Feng and Chen Yonglu returned to Ithaca first, when the urban planning team he invited from China had arrived. In fact, this team was also introduced to him by Li Mingqing. When he was in Beijing, he used to work with a team of designers. In fact, in recent years, the domestic designer team has grown very rapidly, and the capabilities are also good, but many well-known domestic buildings are designed by foreigners. Xiao Feng didn't dare to say exactly why, nor did he dare to ask. In fact, he could vaguely guess some of the reasons, but he would definitely not say here. Anyway, he still trusts the domestic designer team. The designer team led the team by a middle-aged person of more than 50, called Dao Liang, who used to be a leader of the urban planning unit of the capital. Later, he went out to work alone and created this designer team. The group of people is still very interested in the Kalapag Islands. If it weren't for Li Mingqing to find them, they would have thought that someone was joking with them. A place that can't be found on the map, or even a place that can't be found on Google, really exists in this world? And is it an autonomous territory of overseas Chinese? If they hadn't come here and witnessed the city of Ithaca with their own eyes, it would be hard for them to believe that in this wild land of South America, there is actually such a land so close to our Chinese blood. Xiao Feng did not show up, but Chen Yonglu came forward to receive these people. The next day, I took them to Moa Island by boat, and then walked a few times along Moa Island. These people were stunned when they saw such a group of islands. It is really hard to imagine that in the vast South Pacific, there is actually such a group of islands with a comfortable climate and a beautiful environment. Such a beautiful piece of archipelago has never appeared on the map. What is the reason? But after Chen Yonglu talked to them, they understood. There are simply too many island groups like this in the Indian Ocean and the South Pacific, and generally it is of little value, and people don't bother to mark it on the map for deserted islands where no one lives. Furthermore, according to international practice, only those islands with freshwater resources can be counted as islands, otherwise they will not be counted as islands. In the Kalapag Islands, many islands do not have freshwater resources, so they are not counted as islands at all, so people naturally don't want to take the trouble to mark you on the map. This is not bad for the South Pacific region. After all, there are many islands here, and there are also many famous islands, so you can still see many islands on the map. In the Indian Ocean, then, from the west coast of Australia to Madagascar in Africa, the ocean is tens of thousands of nautical miles wide, but you can't even see the route here on the map. Is there really no island at all? The fact is that there are actually many islands, but because of the harsh environment, no one lives on the islands, so there is no value. Therefore, the people who map don't bother to mark those islands on the map. The Karapag Islands are also of this nature. After getting to know these designers are all excited. This is an archipelago of Chinese people. Now that these people plan to build a city here, the designer's sense of mission immediately comes. Originally, there were only a few people in the team, but when they greeted the country, a dozen people flew in immediately, a team of 20 people, and it was completed in less than a week. These people take a speedboat every day to circle Moa Island and several small islands around it. Others drove an off-road vehicle and wandered around the island, collecting soil data on the island, and looking up local climate and rainfall data. Finally, after another week, Liang's team brought Xiao Feng and Chen Yonglu a first draft. According to the exploration of the geology of Moa Island during this period, we found that the island is a magma island. The condition of the island is 30 meters deep under the mantle. It is granite, and the entire island is covered with soil. It is about 124 square kilometers. The terrain is high in the south and low in the north, high in the west and low in the east, with a gentle slope, which is very suitable for building a large city. Mr. Chen said before that we wanted to build a city that can accommodate 1 million people. So we designed a sketch. Considering the saving of land, a large number of buildings use high-rise buildings, and because there are often wind and rain in the area, invasion, so the building will not be too high. The highest is only 40 floors. In addition, we will set up an administrative center here, where the city managers will work here. This is the hospital, the school, the police station, the fire station, etc. This is a large commercial center. This is a wastewater treatment plant and a garbage treatment center. The power supply mode on the island, because there is sufficient wind energy here, we are considering building wind power plants, as well as sunshine power stations, which can minimize pollution. I have to say that the plan designed by the team, Xiao Feng and Chen Yonglu, are very satisfied. Just because of one thing, that is to save land. Moa Island originally has a small land area. If the design of a Western-style city is adopted, then 1 million people will not be able to afford it. Every household has its own courtyard. This small island of more than 100 square kilometers, not to mention 1 million people, can be filled with hundreds of thousands of people. And if they adopt Daliang's design, they will not even use half of the land on Moa Island, and they can already meet the needs of such a city. Of course, this is only a preliminary sketch, and the later design must be planned and designed after the detailed consideration of the team. At present, this is just an initial design concept, and after reading it, Xiao Feng and Chen Yonglu think this scheme is very good. First set up the shelves of the management center, and then all the hospitals, schools, shopping malls and the like were built. The cattle and sheep on the surrounding islands were raised, and workers from the mainland were recruited. At that time, they will naturally have the need to buy a house and settle down on Moa Island. After that, their real estate business can be launched. Buildings are being built and sold to the workers. Hey, this cycle, you are reading www.uukansu. It will take a few years for Com to gain popularity on the island, and then development will be on track. After the port is built, the development starts, the island's popularity gathers, and then the city will be built. If the population continues to increase in the future, then Chenjia Island, Ligjia Island, Wengjia Island, and Meijia Island, the 4 large islands closest to Moa Island, which are suitable for human habitation, will all be brought in. Reclamation of the sea to build islands is what the Chinese are best at. Hey, if the development is good, in a few years, Xiao Feng will be able to build a huge Chinese city on the South Pacific. Wait until that time. His illusory overseas team can be attached here. The most important thing is that there is such an area to cover. Then the advanced technology knowledge he brought back from the outside world, can he start teaming up here for research and development? Thinking of this, Xiao Feng felt a little impatient. When Liang saw their first draft plan, Chen Yonglu and the others were very satisfied, and they were more motivated. Chapter 729 Development and Expansion. To be honest, They have been living in the Karapag Islands recently, and they are very satisfied with the environment here. Even some team members are asking about the immigration conditions in the Ithacan area, if appropriate. They also want to emigrate here after the city is built and enjoyed the slowest life here. Although it is easy to make money in China, the pressure is too great and the pace is too fast. Many people have been overworked in their 30s, and even if they have made money, they have no chance to spend it. It is better to enjoy life in this place. Many people in Daliang's team were moved by this thought, while Chen Yonglu and Xiao Feng were looking at the map at this time and pondering their development plans. The first thing we need to do is to breed islands. Recently, I have recruited a lot of people and surveyed all those islands. Many islands have a very good environment, with dense vegetation, and sufficient feed suitable for cattle and sheep. The animal husbandry expert I asked for probably calculated it. For some small islands, it's not a problem to raise 300 cows and 200 sheep, and for larger islands, it's okay to raise tens of thousands of them. Recently, they are not only concerned about the future development of Mo Island, but the most important thing is island farming. Although they have planned to invest here, they can't just invest money in it. The most important thing is that they must first form an industrial chain here, turn it around first, and be able to make blood independently. Only in this way can the pressure of capital investment in the later period be reduced and a virtuous circle can be formed. After Xiao Feng and Chen Yonglu discussed it, they both felt that the easiest way to make money is island farming. Because the natural environment here is so superior, on those desert islands, just reclaim some wasteland, which is a very good pasture. Raising cattle and sheep is not a problem at all. Although there is no fresh water on some islands, there is plenty of rainfall in this place, and there will be rain every 3 to 5. As long as a few reservoirs are dug on those islands, the drought problem can be solved. There is no need to send too many people on the island, a few cowboys, plus a few shepherd dogs, and find more people to go to the island in shifts to watch the cattle and sheep, so as to prevent the cattle and sheep from getting sick or injured. So this work was the first to start, and the Ithacan area did not confirm it. After their advertisement for the ranch was posted, more than 3,000 cowboys were quickly assembled. At present, Chen Yonglu has organized these people to go to the island to carry out work. Although the environment on those islands is very good, some basic work still needs to be done, such as leveling the land, filling gullies, digging reservoirs, and building cowsheds to shelter from wind and rain. In addition, some vines on the island that are not suitable for cattle and sheep should also be eradicated. After all, not all plants are suitable for cattle and sheep feed. Some plants are poisoned by cattle and sheep if they are eaten, so these plants must be eradicated. By the way, the poisonous snakes and other poisons on the island must be eradicated. These poisons can be said to be the only natural enemies on the islands that threaten the lives of cattle and sheep. So before the cattle and sheep are in place, these poisons must be eradicated. So recently, the Karapag Islands are very lively. Every day there are barges coming from the Ithacan area, ships of construction machinery, large bulldozers, and excavators are sent to the deserted islands one after another. The cowboys and construction workers also came to Moa Island, and then took turns to work on the desert island. According to Chen Yonglu's estimation, it will take more than 3 to 5 months to complete the construction of the island's land, reservoirs, and houses for people and cattle sheds for cattle and sheep. Xiao Feng can also understand that this is already a very efficient work speed in South America. This is still done by these Chinese people, if it is the local indigenous people. With so many small desert islands, they can definitely work for you for 3 to 5 years. At the same time, they still have a lot to do, such as increasing the construction of power facilities on the islands and energizing each island. Island power supply has always been the most serious problem plaguing island development. At present, the most funny power supply mode in the world is naturally to build thermal power plants. But building a thermal power plant in the Karapag Islands requires too much investment. All raw materials need to be transported from the mainland, and fuel must be purchased, which also pollutes the environment. This is not cost-effective. In the end, Chen Yonglu and Xiaofeng, together with Daliang, decided to adopt the wind power plus photovoltaic model to solve the problem of power supply on the island. This sea area is inherently windy, and many hilltops on deserted islands also have the conditions for the construction of photovoltaic power plants, which can effectively solve the problem of power shortage here. Besides, there is not a large population here, and it is enough to rely on these renewable energy sources for power generation. With this idea, Xiaofeng directly asked Liang to order a large number of photovoltaic power plants and wind power equipment from China. In recent years, many domestic photovoltaic companies are waiting to be fed. In the past few years, when there was state support and subsidies, they could still mess around. However, after the country has gradually reduced subsidies in recent years, these photovoltaic power generation companies have been exposed. They used to patronize the concept of speculation and make quick money, and did not pay much attention to investment in research and development, resulting in a serious lack of technical capabilities. At this time, the shortcomings are completely exposed. Once there is no state subsidy, one of these photovoltaic companies will lose one, and none of them can make money. After all, there is no core technology. On the one hand, the photoelectric conversion rate is too low. On the other hand, the core control chip technology for photoelectric conversion is all in the hands of Japanese and German companies, so they can't make any money at all. This time Xiaofeng sent them the order through Daliang. It can be said that several domestic photovoltaic manufacturers have lost their heads. Although they have to bear the freight and be responsible for installation and maintenance, they can still make some money, which is more than a penny. Can't make money, sit at home and stare at you. Like them, there are those wind power companies. They were overjoyed when they received the order from the copper country. Overseas orders are more and more fashion-off. The most important thing is to make money. Most of the domestic wind power companies are half dead, and they are starving to death a long time ago. Speaking of wind power, everyone who knows the industry knows that this is a clean energy that is more reliable than photovoltaics, and even more reliable than photovoltaics. For example, internationally, a third of the electricity supply in California is provided by wind power, and in Spain, more than half of the electricity supply is provided by wind power. In Northern Europe, Sweden, Denmark and Norway, other people's windmill power generation technology is even more leveraged. There are also many large windmills in China, but why are wind power companies not easy to mix? It's really because there are too many thermal power plants in China. What about the current domestic economy? Many thermal power plants can't operate at full capacity. How dare you connect a large amount of wind power to the grid? After all, thermal power companies support an entire industrial chain, from the research and development and manufacturing of thermal power equipment, to coal mining, coal sales, and transportation. There are tens of millions of people in this industrial chain. For wind power, if you build a windmill, it is enough to have a few people to maintain it. Therefore, in terms of economic benefits, windmill power generation is indeed a very clean and efficient energy source, but in terms of social benefits, it is not worthy of large-scale promotion, at least not worthy of large-scale promotion at present. But on the Karapag Islands, there is no such problem. What is needed here is cost-effectiveness and environmental protection, so wind power and photovoltaic power generation are suitable for this side. Several domestic companies that received orders even sent a pioneer team to investigate locally in less than 3 days. These people are as if they have been beaten up with chicken blood, each with their chests screaming, and within half a month, they will be given a plan, and within 3 months, all power plants and substations will be built, and the power supply in the region will be completely solved. The problem. This is the speed of China. Xiaofeng didn't think there was anything, but Chen Yonglu and the others were excited and tears filled their eyes. If they were to find a local company in copper country, they would be able to investigate for 3 to 5 months just by various inspections. Then it was demonstrated and finally purchased. It will take at least 1 year for the power station to start construction, and it will take 3 to 5 years to complete. By then, the daylily will be cold. At the same time, Xiao Feng is also investigating the animal husbandry industry in Copper Country. Before, Xiao Feng knew that Copper Country was one of the earliest beef importing countries approved by China. Originally, one of his copper countries was a big beef producer, but he only found out after investigating. It turns out that the most important exports from copper countries to China are not beef, but pork and chicken. Copper Country is not a big beef exporter, but it is precisely because it is the first country in South America to formally sign a free trade agreement with China, and meat exports enjoy zero tariff treatment, so the Copper Country has only started in recent years. A large number of beef cattle are raised and exported to China, but the scale of their beef exports is still incomparable to the scale of their pork and chicken exports. As of last year, the total price of meat exported from copper countries to China was almost $500 million, but pork accounted for more than half, chicken accounted for about $200 million, and the rest was beef exported to China. The level of tens of millions of dollars. This was far beyond Xiao Feng's expectations. But now that he is on www.metalnovel.com, the country of copper will have another company that exports a large amount of beef to China. Another thing Xiao Feng did while inspecting the aquaculture market in Copper Country was to buy a large number of islands suitable for island aquaculture. There are many such islands in Copper Country. Excluding the Galapagos Islands, there are countless fragmented islands in the offshore area of Copper Country. These islands are very close to the mainland of Tongo, and there are no people living on the islands, and most of them are deserted islands. There are big crocodiles like West Pacific Investment Group who are willing to buy these islands and engage in island farming. Whether it is the government of the Copper Country or the local government, it is welcome with hands and feet. In this way, the West Pacific Investment Group's development and expansion of the Copper Country began gradually in such a way of moisturizing things quietly. Chapter 730. Great deal. That day Xiao Feng finally came to the largest island ranch in the Copper Country, Lesko Island. This island is south of Punta Arenas, the southernmost city of Copper Country, close to the Strait of Magellan. It has been engaged in island aquaculture before. However, in recent decades, the environment on the island has been much worse than before because young people have left one after another. Punta Arenas is already the southernmost city in the Copper Country. A short walk to the south is the South Pole through the Strait of Magellan. The natural scenery here is very good, but the environment is not that good. It is cold all year round, and life on the island is very boring. So there are not many young people willing to live on the island. Most young people choose to live on the mainland or in more prosperous cities. As a result, this originally prosperous island pasture was gradually abandoned. Xiao Feng brought Jesse to the island together. In fact, when he came to buy the island this time, he was also here for a vacation. The scenery of Patagonia, which belongs to the Copper Country, is still very beautiful. Recently, Jessie's workload has not been small since she was pregnant. She was also very tired and her mood was a little ups and downs. Xiao Feng took advantage of the opportunity to buy a ranch. Take her here for a vacation. From Punta Arenas to Risco Island by boat, it is actually only 10 minutes away. The area of this island is very large, and the terrain is also very flat. The Portuguese and Spaniards set off the era of great navigation in the early years and controlled the Strait of Magellan. Every time they passed by the island, they would throw some cattle and sheep on the island. Because there are no natural enemies, cattle and sheep on this island soon flocked, and every time the Spaniard fleet passes here, they will hunt some cattle and sheep on the island for replenishment. This habit lasted for hundreds of years, and it was not broken until the British and Dutch took control of this place. Later, the Copper Country became independent and became a private ranch. At that time, several families on the island were engaged in the livestock industry here. At the peak, There were more than 3,000 people living on the island, with hundreds of thousands of cattle and sheep. But now, young people don't like it anymore. Without internet, they can only engage in the boring life of animal husbandry. So more people choose to leave here, and now there are dozens of old, weak and sick births living on this island. Most of the pastures are deserted, and cows are no longer raised. There are only more than 100 sheep and hundreds of turkeys. The only remaining family on the island is the Ricardo family, but there are also the grandmother in the family, and her sons and nephews in their 70s and 80s. The grades of these people are added together, and they are thousands of years old. Since knowing that there is a Western Pacific investment group that recently bought island pastures in the Copper Country and began to engage in aquaculture, they have contacted them through various channels. In the end, Xiao Feng was contacted through the Weng family in Isen District, and this was the journey of acquisition. After Xiao Feng landed on the island, he took Jesse to see the environment on the island first. To be honest, the environment on the island was very good. After all, in the early years, it was also run by Ricardo and some of their relatives and families for nearly 100 years. The land is basically leveled, and most of the land is planted with alfalfa and various plants suitable for cattle and sheep. The island also has electricity and houses, but the houses are relatively old. The youngest on the island is Domingos, a grandson of Ricardo's grandmother, who sleeps more than 40. Seeing the arrival of Xiao Feng and the others, Domingos showed great enthusiasm, and also took Xiao Feng and the others to visit the family museum. Said to be a museum, it is actually a small house that introduces the historical development and changes of the island. It stores various tools used by farmers on the island in different eras. Then Domingos also showed Xiao Feng and the others how to shear the sheep. First, they pushed the sheep they raised into the river, and pressed the sheep's head with a special wooden pole to let the sheep swim in the ditch they had dug. This process can just wash away the dust and debris on the sheep, and then drive the sheep to the shore, get the head stuck in a wooden trough, and then start shearing the sheep. This is the first time Xiao Feng has seen cowboys shearing wool. Jesse has seen it many times before. Although the technique is similar to that of North American cowboys, the final results are similar. But Domingos is old after all. According to him, if he could cut one head in 3 to 5 minutes when he was young, it would take at least 20 minutes now. Mr. Xiao, you think this is the situation on our island? If we engage in formal large-scale breeding, this island can breed up to 80,000 heads of cattle and 20,000 heads of sheep, and by the way, it can also breed more than 100,000 turkeys. All our previous experience. After a series of visits, Domingos greeted several helpers and roasted Xiao Feng and the others a whole lamb. Then, while having a big meal and tasting wine, he recommended this island to Xiao Feng and the others. And Xiao Feng is really passionate about this island. 80,000 cows, 20,000 sheep, and 100,000 turkeys. This is really incomparable among the island pastures he currently has. No wonder this island is known as the largest island pasture in the world. I'm also getting older, and the elders in the family are all older, and it's no longer appropriate to stay on the island. I want to take them to the land for retirement. Domingos is also a good person, and he did not hide his current embarrassment. First of all, the annual output on the island makes them unable to make any money at all, and the annual taxes, fees, and various expenditures are expensive. It is not profitable for them to operate this ranch. The most important thing is that they are getting older. This island is really not suitable for them to provide for them, and most of their children make a living on land, and they all mix well. They all want to go to their children. In the end, Xiao Feng didn't talk nonsense, and took the island directly. The price was not expensive, only a few $1 million, which is no small amount in the Copper Country. But to Xiao Feng, it was nothing more than a fraction of what he had seized from the Li family. I didn't expect it. Copper Country is still the world's largest chicken exporter. Before investigating the livestock industry in Copper Country, Xiao Feng always thought that the main export products of Copper Country were beef and salmon. But after the inspection, he realized that the Copper Country was not a big cattle raising company before. But after signing a free trade agreement with China, it started to raise cattle on a large scale. In the past, their agriculture was also very developed, but at that time, they were mainly like the turkey exported from the world. Since the 1960s and 1970s, the Copper Country has been the world's largest exporter of turkey, exporting hundreds of millions of dollars every year. The turkey is particularly popular in Europe and America, especially the United States. The United States is also the world's largest turkey farming and consumer country. Even the country's own farming is not enough for consumption. Every year, it also imports a large number of turkeys from other countries, including copper. But in China, this creature was sentenced to death because many Chinese people think turkey is not tasty. The reason for this is that Xiao Feng believes that firstly, the domestic people do not have the habit of eating turkey, and secondly, the eating method of turkey has not been studied very much, so the eating method is very simple, which is why such a stereotyped impression is generated. At least Xiao Feng has enjoyed many turkey feasts in Tongo, and according to the cooking style of Tongo people, this turkey is quite delicious. In Xiao Feng's view, turkey is actually a very good breed, especially for fast food restaurants like him. Recently, he was watching the investigation report of the Western Pacific Investment Team on investing in turkey farming, which surprised him. The input-to-output ratio of raising a cow is less than 1:1, while the input-to-output ratio of raising a turkey can reach about 1:5. The main advantages of farming turkeys are that the breeding cycle is short and the turkeys have strong disease resistance. It takes only a few months from the shell to adult. After adulthood, each chicken can weigh more than 10 kilograms. Feathers can be used for craft decorations, or they can be chopped up and sold to down purchasing companies. And the pure meat of each chicken after removing the bones can have more than 10 catis. In terms of net profit, it is much stronger than the 40-day fast-growing chicken waste in China. The most important thing is that turkey also has the characteristics of high protein, low fat, and low cholesterol. Looking at it this way, turkey farming is definitely a promising industry. It's just that according to the cooking habits of China, this turkey is not delicious, so it has not been popular in China. In Tongo, in addition to roasting turkey, the locals also popularly chop up turkey meat for filling, and cook it into steak-like chicken steaks. A variety of cooking methods, coupled with Tongo's self-produced seasonings, after Xiao Feng had eaten it several times, it was really good. So he moved his mind to bring this thing back to China. Before that, he also referred to the price of domestic turkey meat. To be honest, it is very expensive. A turkey leg on the internet is only 100 yuan smaller. The reason why it is so expensive is that there are too few domestic farms, and most of the turkeys are imported. And these middlemen only want to make money, and they don't want to promote it on a large scale. This is the situation. And if he takes the turkey back, it won't be a problem at all in terms of sales. For example, their famous chef's chicken rice www.intelnovel.com chicken chop rice, and even some of their patties that are specially designed for Western fast food, can use turkey meat in their sausages. Chinese don't like turkey. That's because you eat the wrong way. He didn't believe that consumers would not like the seasoned turkey meat made by their celebrity chefs. It really doesn't work. You can also make turkey meat into various fillings and make quick frozen foods. This thing is not expensive in Europe and the United States. It is just an ordinary food for the general public. Xiao Feng can't figure it out. How come it has become a high-end food in China? And the purpose of his investment in South America this time is to bring down the prices of many high-end domestic ingredients, such as salmon, beef, all kinds of marine fish. In the future, celebrity chef manufacturing will strive to become a large-scale catering and food supply group dedicated to serving the people across the country. The ultimate goal is to make the people in China affordable for meat and fish. Chapter 731 Selling to the Explosion. I rely on me. Boss, you can really toss about it. You are here to build such a big industry. After taking Hixio-jun to visit several farms, Hixio-jun never stopped. He originally presided over the development and construction of Daxing Island in China, but recently it is at the peak of construction. In fact, the original building on the island is enough for the current scientific research personnel of the 9th laboratory, and he mainly supervised the construction of the production plant of the 9th laboratory. In the past, the production of the 9th laboratory was completed in the old office area of the high-tech zone, as well as the production area of the Twin Towers. But with the increase in the types of cosmetic products, many products can no longer be produced in the original production areas, especially some high-polluting cosmetics. This requires a special production factory. So after landing on the island, Hixio-jun set up a production plant area on the southeast side of the island. In recent months, the main focus has been on the construction of civil engineering there. The other is the decoration of the office area and the family area, as well as supporting investment promotion. All of these require him to organize the overall situation. It lasts for a few months. It can be said that he has a sense of accomplishment. Recently, the factory has finally been built, but Hixio-jun has also lost a few pounds of meat. When Xiao Feng was on a video call with him, he saw that this guy was so tired that he was a little out of touch. For fear that he would be exhausted, he was forced to come here on a vacation and cultivate his body. Hixio-jun also put aside his work and brought the core team that had been following him to spend a holiday here. I originally thought Xiao Feng was just bragging, but only then did I realize that Xiao Feng was a real cow. Such a large piece of foundation can be done in the copper country, especially the farms they visited before, where some tomatoes are grown, as well as some other crops of high economic value. After reading it, Hixio-jun was also full of emotion. How do you look at these farms? The reason why I took you to see these farms is to relax you on the one hand, and also want to tell you whether our healthcare products should also be enriched. Line. Hixio-jun smiled and pointed at Xiao Feng and shook his head. I know you, a black-hearted capitalist, wouldn't be so kind. Ha, don't I think that our product line is too thin, compared with that of Amway, Nutrilite, etc. It feels hard to beat, Xiao Feng said with a smile. In fact, the health product called Yongzhu, recently launched by the 9th laboratory, has been sold out in the domestic market. The market has already formed a situation in which demand exceeds supply. This healthcare product based on small molecule collagen has passed the initial dormant period and is now well known, especially after most consumers understand the principle of this health product. In fact, many people with basic scientific knowledge know that oral collagen is actually a very suitable model for replenishing collagen, even more effective than applying collagen on the face. Although the conversion rate of oral collagen is very low, it can also absorb part of it. At least it is more reliable than applying it on the face. Previously, countless pharmaceutical companies and healthcare products companies around the world invested huge sums of money every year to study oral collagen drugs, because the benefits of oral collagen are too great. Not only can delay aging, in terms of softening blood vessels, promoting cell metabolism in the human body, etc. This benefit is great. We must know that in the human body, although the skin is the tissue that uses the most collagen, the most important tissue that can use collagen is indeed the various blood vessels in the human body, as well as the ligaments located in various joints, and various connective tissues in the body, such as various fascias, lymphatics. Among them, the most important organ is the heart. Once oral collagen is successfully developed, the body that benefits the most is the heart. It can be said that once oral collagen is successfully developed, many heart diseases can be solved. For example, the hardening and narrowing of blood vessels in the heart can be healed by accelerating metabolism and replenishing collagen in a large amount. In the past, the biggest problem in the development of oral collagen was absorption. A large trotter, and all kinds of tendons. The human body digests and absorbs more fat. Collagen is first decomposed after absorption, and after decomposition, A large amount of VC must be ingested before it can be synthesized again in the body. The speed of synthesis is far inferior to the rate of loss of human collagen. Perhaps after eating a large trotter and a kilogram of tendons, the amount of collagen resynthesized in the human body is only a dozen grams. Therefore, how to develop a collagen that can be taken orally and then quickly absorbed by the human body has always been the biggest problem that plagues the world's medical research and development community. And now the Ninth Laboratory is silently giving homework on this problem. They were originally a company known for producing small molecule collagen. In the past, their main products were externally applied to everyone, but now they have developed even internally administered drugs. How can this shock the entire pharmaceutical industry? It can be said that the cosmetics of the Ninth Laboratory help everyone to delay aging externally, and now the Ninth Laboratory has launched this oral small molecule collagen healthcare product called Yongzu, which helps everyone to delay aging from the inside. After oral administration, you can quickly obtain a large amount of collagen, which can be provided to various aging organs in the body, so as to accelerate the metabolism of organ cells and tissues, accelerate the rate of regeneration, and achieve the purpose of delaying aging. This is a change from the inside out, and it can even be said to be a means of reverse growth. So when Yongzu's healthcare product was studied and understood, it immediately became famous and shocked the entire domestic pharmaceutical industry. It shocked the domestic healthcare product industry at first, and then slowly penetrated into the entire medical field. This is because many doctors have found that many elderly patients undergo surgery or other treatments, and when recovery is relatively slow, after taking Yongzu capsules orally, the body's recovery speed will be significantly faster. Even some elderly patients, after taking Yongzu capsules orally, their physical fitness will be significantly improved than before, and some symptoms of elderly diseases will be significantly reduced and relieved. In this way, this healthcare product, in the eyes of many doctors, can no longer be described as a healthcare product. It can even be included in the field of medicine. It even became a must-have drug on the drug purchase list of many hospitals. Many pharmaceutical companies in the world have carried out some permanent capsules to go back to research, and they found that the Ninth Laboratory is indeed unique. Their small molecule collagen is protected by an active factor and will not be dissolved by gastric acid. It enters the small intestine directly and is absorbed by the body. This absorption conversion rate can actually reach 97% of the terrifying. As soon as this research report came out, it can be said that it shocked the pharmaceutical industry all over the world. This is definitely a God-defying medicine. Increase the absorption and conversion rate of collagen, which was not 1%, to 97%. This is so much better than any elixir. Some experts and professors in the medical field took the initiative to sing praises for the Ninth Laboratory on various programs and touted this drug. This was something that Xiao Feng and He Xiaojun had never thought about. You know, when they put this health product on the market before, they didn't think about how much money they would invest to promote and publicize this health product. After all, the domestic healthcare product industry is a mixed bag, and its reputation is not particularly good. And now there are many well-known domestic medical experts who take the initiative to help them endorse in front of the TV camera to promote their permanent capsule. This is really beyond their expectations. Because of this, their permanent capsules have been sold very hot in China recently, and it can't be described as hot. It's not an exaggeration to use madness. In the past, they sold their Yongzu capsules by staying in various chain pharmacies. At that time, they needed their salesmen to run the country. Contact various chain pharmacies to deliver the medicine to your door, and you will have to pay for the pharmacy. And some chain pharmacies that are not very friendly will pressure their purchases. Obviously the products have been sold, but they have to pay them off after 3 months or even 6 months. This situation was not alleviated until Wang Gongcai let them enter the chain pharmacy invested by Wang Gongcai, and now Yongzu capsules are sold out almost every day, and those pharmacies take cash to come to the door to wait for their factory to ship it almost every day. The ninth laboratory is now quite bullish, and all permanent capsules will not be sold on credit. All cash settlements, one lot of money, one lot of goods, otherwise it will be out of stock. Even some chain pharmacies, in order to get the goods first, take the initiative to hand them a full advance payment. In He Xiaojun's words, now their healthcare products have been sold in China. Nowadays, ordinary people go to a door during the holidays, visit relatives and elders, or go to the hospital to visit patients, and give a greeting to the leader. If you don't take 2 bottles of Yongzhi capsules, you are embarrassed to knock on some Eon's door. And now the price of everlasting capsules is not cheap. Mentalnovel.com. A bottle of 30 capsules is more than 300. The 2-bottle gift set is only 700. Among the health products, it is definitely a high-end product, and this is the version with the lowest content. The collagen concentration is high. A bottle of it will cost thousands or even tens of thousands. But even so, consumers are still eager for it. Do you think this capsule is expensive? But the real effect can delay aging and alleviate the pain. It is definitely a genuine elixir. The cheapest one is only tens of dollars. If you don't take it, when you are sick and eat a box of more than 10,000, or thousands of imported drugs, would you be considered a good deal? People are not stupid, especially family conditions are not bad. Although this Yongzhi capsule is expensive, it is better to spend money on this than to spend money on other medicines. It is for this reason that this eternal capsule has been sold to the point of exploding in the country. Chapter 732. Back to the roots. It is precisely because of this that Xiao Feng has the idea of enriching the product line of the ninth laboratory. Anyway, if you don't make money on healthcare products, others make money, so why not take advantage of Yongzhi capsule to help them get a name, and then start developing other products? For example, the vitamins are in fact very interesting. In recent years, the healthcare awareness of the common people in China has gradually strengthened. Many people have begun to buy some health products to maintain their bodies while strengthening their physical exercises. For example, recently, the very popular vacuum flask is filled with wolfberries. In fact, what Xiao Feng wants to say is that if you have that skill, it is better to eat more multivitamin tablets. Maybe many people have seen various doctors talking in various short video programs, saying that if you eat hundreds of multivitamins, you are paying an IQ tax, which is a lie. As long as you usually eat more fruits and vegetables, you don't need to buy those multivitamins at all. Every time Xiao Feng saw those so-called health happoners and said these shit, he wanted to blow their heads. Because for ordinary people, especially those living in a fast-paced, high-intensity work environment in first and second-tier cities, taking multivitamin tablets is actually the most cost-effective way of healthcare. For example, young and middle-aged people living in first and second-tier cities who don't like to cook have 1 or 2 hours to commute to and from get off work every day. If the parents are not around, and there are wives and children to raise when they get married, how many do they cook when they go home? When the baby goes to kindergarten and settles to eat in the kindergarten, the couple may not open fire at all when they go home. Every day, I'm exhausted from get off work, and I'm home at 6 or 7 in the evening. I have to set aside parent-child time to accompany my children to do homework. How can I have time to buy vegetables, wash vegetables and cook? Even if you can cook by yourself, how many can achieve a balanced combination of various nutrients? Don't most of them order takeaway, or take a bite outside? And how can they make up for the various vitamins and trace elements that the human body needs every day based on their fast food? What's more, the so-called health bloggers of Dog.B don't even know that they actually did follow-up investigations in foreign countries. For example, the Pew Center in the United States has conducted a long-term follow-up survey, and the final conclusion is that people who have been taking multivitamin tablets for a long time from the age of 30 have a longer lifespan and better health than those who do not take them. The most important thing is the risk of cancer, which is more than 70% lower. So in Xiao Feng's view, believe in science. Moreover, many people in the country have very big misunderstandings about healthcare. For some reasons, Chinese people can be said to be the most important people in the world to invigorate the kidney. If there is any disease, the first thing that comes to mind is kidney deficiency. This also makes the Chinese become the laughingstock of the world in some respects, and they are regarded as the most superstitious people in the world to nourish the kidney. Many people even think that healthcare is to nourish the kidneys, and then they have the habit of drinking wolfberry water that makes people laugh or cry. In Xiao Feng's view, if you have that habit, you might as well take a few more multivitamin tablets. Many Chinese food parties in China laugh at the unhealthy diet in Europe and America all day, saying that they eat too much junk food and too much meat. But the fact is, take a look at the average life expectancy in the United States and Australia. Which one is not higher than that in China? People eat more meat than you and enjoy a higher quality of life, but the average life expectancy is higher than you. Why? Just because these two are also big consumers of multivitamin health products in the world. Generally, Americans and Australians start to eat a variety of multivitamins to maintain their health after middle age. However, it is not completely unreasonable for those healthy up owners to say that eating vitamin tablets in China is an IQ tax. It is completely because of another reason, that is, the cost-effectiveness of this multivitamin tablet in China is too low, because this thing is too expensive in China. For example, a certain pure multivitamin tablet, 100 tablets per bottle, can easily buy more than 100 yuan at the pharmacy. This is simply a huge profit, even so huge that it can't be a huge profit. Xiao Feng has also been to many countries. This kind of healthcare products are sold in many supermarkets, not to mention pharmacies. And the price can be said to be very approachable. A certain pure multivitamin tablet, in a supermarket in the United States, 300 tablets, a bottle of almost enough for you to eat for a year, only more than $30. 30 meters away when the discount it is less than 200 yuan in RMB. One piece a day costs a few cents on average, which is much lower than the domestic cost of one piece or even two pieces. What's more, the content of many elements in their multivitamin tablets is higher than that of domestic ones, and the absorption and transfer rate is better than ours, and there are even more trace elements than domestic ones. I really don't know it. My liver hurts with anger at first glance. It's no wonder that these domestic companies engaged in healthcare products are not open to people, and their conscience is so bad. As long as you are knowledgeable, you can compare various domestic health products with foreign ones. The price is more expensive than others, and the purity of the content in the same unit is lower than that of others, so the effect is naturally unnecessary. It's no wonder that many health up owners will say that eating this kind of healthcare product is paying an IQ tax. The price is indeed too low. This is also what Xiao Feng most disgusted with the domestic healthcare products manufacturers doing. They will only ruin the domestic healthcare market. What are you special about? You don't treat yourself as a person, so it's no wonder that people will meet in a foreign country. Whenever he thinks of this, Xiao Feng feels angry. This time he intends to make the 9th laboratory a conscientious healthcare product company, so he has to stop this unhealthy trend. We have established so many plantations in Copper Country, which can grow a variety of high-quality crops, and your healthcare products have sufficient sources of extraction. For example, VC can guarantee sufficient raw materials, others not to mention, so I think this is a very suitable opportunity to expand and enrich the product line. After Xiao Feng took He Xiaojun to visit several plantations, he finally came to a villa. This villa was given to him by the Wang family. The environment is very good. There is a plantation outside the villa. Nowadays, many local people in the plantation are busy pruning fruit trees and picking cherries. This season of each year is the harvest season for Tongguo's big cherries. And He Xiaojun nodded frequently after listening. Yes, I took a look. The crops here are very good, and they are indeed suitable for large-scale purification and extraction. Before, I also considered the issue of enriching the product line in China, but it just happened to be suffering from the lack of domestic products. The cost of a suitable crop purification and extraction base is too high. Now that I have this place, I can safely set up a healthcare product factory. Haha, here is still close to the fishing grounds of Tongo. You can do all kinds of deep-sea fish oil at that time. The more Hixia-jun thinks about it, the happier he is. This healthcare product is really too profitable and too confusing. Recently, after their Yongzha capsule became popular, the sales of this Yongzha capsule alone have brought tens of billions of revenue to the 9th laboratory. It's been less than a year since it went on the market to become popular. This product has brought them tens of billions of income. How can you say that he can be unhappy? After Yongzha's multivitamin tablets and other products are officially launched on the market, as long as you make a few combination gift sets with Yongzha capsules, you will not have to worry about selling them. When the time comes, what X-Platinum, this kind of garbage swindler healthcare products, will all step aside for me. What they have to do is to drive out the bad money with good money, to drive these counterfeit and shoddy products specifically to deceive Chinese consumers' money, to collect Chinese consumers' IQ tax, and to drive them out of the Chinese consumer market. Back to the roots. Let Chinese consumers really spend money to buy useful and real healthcare products. In fact, the cost of making this kind of multivitamin tablets is not high, but domestic unscrupulous merchants are really unscrupulous and always treat consumers as leaks. Such an attitude is exactly what Xiao Feng cannot accept. A Chinese company does not love Chinese consumers. It always thinks about profit and has no sense of social responsibility. Such a company should not last long. Hixia-jun is also very in favor of Xiao Feng's attitude. Now the domestic healthcare products market is very large, with 600 billion yuan every year. Among them, foreign brands account for the majority, and almost all high-end healthcare products are monopolized by foreign countries, and domestic healthcare products manufacturers are not up for it. It only cares about making money and harvesting profits, regardless of the life or death of consumers and their affordability. If things go on like this, bad money will drive out good money without the need for foreign healthcare products to publicize. People will naturally think that foreign goods are good. What he has to do now is to reverse this unhealthy trend. If the 9th lab can do this, it will have both fame and fortune. And there are Yongzha capsules. Even if other health products reduce their profits, an oral collagen capsule can bring back profits. The price of this oral collagen capsule cannot be low. After all, the product effect is here. The whole world is the only one of Scorpion Barber, so the price is impossible to drop. MentalNovel.com. The reason why the price is kept high is not only to ensure high profits, but also because of this thing the cost was not cheap. Xiao Feng brought it back from another world. Another point is that people often have a very strange consumer psychology. If the price of your products is too cheap, even if the effect is very good, there will always be some people who doubt whether your product is effective or not, because in their concept, cheap goods are not good ones. Just like an Apple phone, it's so expensive, but there are still people eager to buy it. On the contrary, if the price is cheaper, he will lose a lot of consumers. Don't ask why. Human nature is so complicated and weird. The construction of the healthcare products factory is left to Hixia-jun, and the island development is basically on track. It is time for Xiao Feng to go to another world, but this time, he intends to set off directly from South America. Chapter 733. The Last Fortress. The weapons purchased from Liu Jin last time haven't been used much, so this time Xiao Feng has no plans to make additional purchases. When he left the alien world last time, because he was worried that the orcs would really catch the dragon, Xiao Feng also made preparations on the side of Fuliu City. However, judging from the human resources he currently possesses, he is just enough to equip Runliu City and build huge towers in Runliu City, while such an air defense tower design has not been completed in other cities. If there is no worry at all, it is impossible, so Xiao Feng's first stop in the alien world this time, he chose Maple Mountain City. After all, this is the forefront of humans against half-orcs. In front is the Maple Prairie, behind is the canyon, and behind is the Gourd Gorge and Kai City. Beyond that is the last line of defense for this human tribe, Rushing City, and behind Rushing City is the insecure Pennyvera Prairie. So this time Xiao Feng plans to go to Maple Mountain City first to see if the frontline city has been attacked during this period of time. But after crossing over, he felt something was wrong this time, because the sky was full of black smoke, and the air was full of burnt smells. When he arrived at the location of Maple Mountain City in his memory, the situation in front of him completely stunned him. He had asked people to renovate this mountain city before, as an outpost for human beings. Although this city is not tall, it is not a small city. But now this city is in ruins. There were broken walls everywhere, and the ground was full of coke, which seemed to have been destroyed by a fire. The smell of roasted animal carcasses could be smelled from far away, and Xiao Feng couldn't help feeling sick. Seeing such a situation, he felt a little bit in his heart. The most worried thing happened. It seemed that those half-orcs had actually found the dragon, and now this Maple Mountain City should be the masterpiece of the dragon. How about Nagkeqing? Is the Hula Gorge still there? As soon as he thought of this, Xiao Feng felt as if he was caught in his heart. He quickly took the Ka-50 out of the space and boarded the plane to fly directly to the rear. Coming to the sky above Kai City, he saw the situation similar to Maple Mountain City, but Kai City is a big city after all, and the situation is better than Maple Mountain City. Part of the city wall to the north was burnt down, and some houses on the side of the city wall were also burnt down. But many buildings in the city are still there, and he can even see from the air the half-orcs that come in and out of the houses. The original warehouses in the city had been burned down, and it seemed that it was a fire that was ignited by the human army when it retreated. The half-orcs in the city saw Xiao Feng's Black Shark helicopter flying over his head, and even got out and yelled at his helicopter. Some guys even kept waving the weapons in their hands before demonstrating to him. If it was before, Xiao Feng would definitely lower his height and teach these guys how to be human, but this time he ignored them. Instead, they went all the way to the south. Kai City had already fallen, and Hula Gorge could not be held, so only Fully City might still have hope to hold. So at this time, Xiao Feng went home like an arrow, just want to go back to Runliu City as soon as possible to take a look. He went all the way to the south, and the further south, the more black smoke in the air. Passing through the upper part of the Gourd Gorge, traces of human resistance can be seen everywhere. In the most dangerous middle part of the Gourd Gorge, the castle he asked Charisman to build has also turned into a pile of ruins. He even saw from the air that half-orcs were picking up the corpses of human soldiers from the ruins, and then pulling them out. Some were even desecrating the corpses of those human soldiers. Xiao Feng didn't bother about it either. He was back home at this time, just wanting to return to Runliu City as soon as possible to see if that city is still there. Let the arrow. Let the arrow. Noisy shouts continued to be heard from a distance. The officers commanded the rhubarb crossbow shooters at various shooting positions on the top of the tower to continuously fire large crossbows into the sky. And in the air, there were several huge black shadows that kept tracing through the dark clouds, but they didn't rush down. Humans and these giant dragons have been anxious in this city for more than 10 days. And now the battlefield situation is constantly changing. The human army has settled down from the first stop when it first saw this prehistoric behemoth, but it has rallied and fought stubbornly in this city. At the beginning, the half-orcs were able to rely on the power of the giant dragon to repeatedly succeed in raids, and even behind the running city wall, a small half of the unfinished armed fortress had been burned by them. But when humans began to use the rhubarb crossbow to kill 7 or 8 dragons one after another, the situation on the battlefield gradually stabilized. The half-orcs found out that it was not because of the giant dragon that they could do no harm. And humans also discovered that those ancient divine beasts were not invincible, at least as long as they could reasonably use the big killer left by Master Mage, They could also cause serious damage to the dragon. These fire-breathing beasts swoop down from the air, seemingly amazing, but their attack methods are actually very single, and their fire-breathing range is only 50 meters to more than 100 meters. And the number of fires a day is only dozens of times, and more will be exhausted. But Master Mage, the anti-aircraft tower left for them, was able to fight against this kind of dragon very well. With a concrete wall more than 1 meter thick, even if the dragon's anger is strong, there is nothing to do with such a thick stone wall. Whenever they dive, just let the archers of the rhubarb crossbow aim at them. As long as one arrow hits, it can bring irreversible damage to these dragons, and even if they can't be killed by one arrow, there is a second arrow and a third arrow. Caluhan pushed the rhubarb crossbow forcefully, aiming at the flying dragons in the air, and Hansen and Fisher next to him had used the noose to chain the Tomata long-holding spear. The bowstring made of twisted vines and crocodile tendons gives the giant crossbow super strong tension. When the bow is full, the effective range of this giant crossbow can reach 1 kilometer. This is the range that Caluhan himself tested when he practiced operating this giant crossbow before. When shooting upside down, taking into account various angles and wind speeds, the effective killing range of this giant crossbow can also be achieved. It reaches between 500 meters and 600 meters. There are 4 people in his rhubarb crossbow shooting team. He is the main shooter. Hansen and Fisher, who are responsible for giving the giant crossbow, are the second and third shooters. Together with Charles from the observation post, they formed their shooter team. As for a team of shooters like them, on the top of this tower, there are 16 groups. Everyone defends in pieces, and there are 2 groups in almost every direction. And in the walls of the running city and the fortified city behind, there are a total of 26 air defense towers like them. There are 16 on the wall and 10 in the city. Now he has calmed down from the horror and fear when he first saw the dragon, especially after the baptism of fire and blood. After more than 10 days of confrontation, he has sacrificed 4 comrades in arms, and he has also become the main shooter from the original observation post. He even shot and killed a dragon with his own hands, and his ultimate goal is to shoot more dragons and orcs before he dies. The more the better. The half-orcs are coming up. Fort Fusum, Fort Chiclair, and the shooters of Fort Hagel adjust the shooting range. Titan Fort, Fort Poseidon. Continue to the realm and protect everyone's heads. Suddenly a series of shouts sounded on the city wall, and the loudly voiced messenger passed General Kyle's order from the left side of the city wall to the right side. Each air defense tower on the city wall has its own name. The air defense tower where Karl Luhan is located is Fort Fusum. Their location is at the key point of the stretch of the city wall on the mountain. The original city wall of Rushing City was just a section of the city wall that was built along the mountain and stretched to the edge of the Rushing River. In the following years, with the continuous expansion of human territory, this city is no longer the forefront of facing half-orcs, but humans who suffer from force phobia to half-orcs have never stopped defending the city. Construction. The city wall that was originally 10 meters high and more than 2 meters wide has now been expanded into a giant city wall that is 50 meters high and 8 meters wide. Even the mountain on the right, facing the direction of the north, was transformed into a city wall by them. The originally steep mountain was cut into 90 degrees by them. The city wall is more than 100 meters long all the way, extending to the hillside, all the way to the steepest mountain top. At every other segment of the city wall, a tall air defense tower was built. Of course, this kind of construction can be completed thanks to the tribes who are very good at dealing with stones and construction, and the hundreds of thousands of half-orc slaves captured. Until novel.com, especially those drills, Shangia, Bunnerman, and Ratman, these slaves who are good at civil engineering, have made great efforts in the construction of city defense. It's not an exaggeration to say that there is a half-orc corpse buried under every meter of the city wall, and this city wall has really played a role in the confrontation over the past 10 days. The half-orcs and their hundreds of thousands of army, together with dozens of dragons scouted to serve as aides, still have nothing to do with this solid fortress. Kyle looked at the large orc formation that was slowly advancing on the opposite side. He could not remember how many times the orcs rushed into the city. Due to the terrain restrictions, the width of the battlefield suitable for the formation in front of Rushing City was only more than 100 rice. This relieved a lot of pressure on the human beings who guarded the city. He was not afraid that these half-orcs could climb up the city wall more than 50 meters high. After a few days, the half-orcs smashed their heads in front of the city, and left at least tens of thousands of corpses in front of the city wall, which made him gradually calm down. Chapter 734 Wall of Size. The previous defeat from Maple Mountain City to Kai City almost caused the war-fighting general to collapse. In the previous few years, he had been fighting too many tailwinds with his master, but this time he was beaten like this by the orcs when the master was absent. To be honest, it really made him very sad. If it weren't for Running City at the end, I'm afraid their military spirit would have already collapsed by this time. But after these 10 days of tug-of-war, he has gradually stabilized his mind. It is worthy of the miracle left by the master. With such an air defense tower, those dragons are nothing to fear. Even looking at the army of orcs in front of the city wall, he felt nothing to be afraid of. This time, even if the half-orcs hadn't tried their best, they had at least sent most of the elite. At least hundreds of thousands of troops lived in the darkened camp in the distance. If it weren't for the unique terrain of Running City, it was really unsuitable for an attack formation. I'm afraid the half-orcs would come up all at once. Thinking of this, Kyle couldn't help but sigh and thank him. The owner's good vision of choosing the location was because he chose to build the city here, so that the superiority of the orcs could not be reflected. And after smashing their heads under the city wall these days, the orcs also came up with their way to best reflect their strength in strength. That is the uninterrupted pig attack. Wave after wave of 500 people formed a square formation, uninterruptedly impacting the city wall, and the ultimate goal is to cause a lot of damage to human soldiers, and exhaust all the spirit of human soldiers. Wait till the end is finalized. Therefore, the attack of the orcs has hardly stopped since yesterday. Kill from morning to night, and then from night to morning. The front of the 500-person phalanx is always the thick-skinned elephant man. These guys are 5 or 6 meters tall and have a waist of more than 2 meters. If they usually appear on the battlefield, they will definitely be the decisive force. But this time, they were given a drudgery, that is, to smash the wall under the city wall. No way. The 50-meter-high city wall really made the orcs desperate. They might still be able to deal with a 10-meter-high wall in normal times, but for a 50-meter-high wall, no matter how tall the orc warrior is, there is no way. Even the snakeman and the ape-man soldier who are good at climbing can't do anything against the city wall, because the walls of this city are designed to be very chicken thief. Many places are designed with protrusions. Whenever they climb the wall, the cold arrows from which protrusions make them impossible to guard against, especially after the anti-aircraft towers were installed on these city walls. The defensive ability of this city wall was greatly increased. The half-orcs pushed dozens of catapults in front of the city wall more than 200 meters away, but in fact they didn't want to push them so close. After all, with the strength of half-orcs, their catapults are generally 500 to 600 meters away, and they can already cause damage to the defenders on the walls of ordinary humans. But facing the city of Runliu, that's not okay. The wall of this strong city is more than 50 meters high, and where there is an air defense tower, it is more than 70 meters high. If they were far away, the stone bullets fired by their catapult could not reach the top of the city wall at all. So they could only push the catapult down 200 meters away from the city wall. And even in order to cause a lot of damage to the defenders on the city wall, they even raised the foundation of the catapult more than 10 meters. No way. Who made those humans build the walls so high? Even so, only half of the stone bullets they fired can fly to the top of the city wall each time. As for how much damage they could cause, they couldn't say for sure. As for imagining to deal with other human cities, relying on stone bullets to smash the city walls, After trying for 10 days, the half-orcs have already given up this idea. The wall of this running city is simply a wall of desperate size, according to the report brought back by the Golden Eagles sent by them after investigating. The wall thickness is 7 or 8 meters, and it seems that the lower half of the wall is made of countless huge stones. As for the upper part, it is a large stone built with a strange building material. It's sturdy. The Elephant Man has been digging the wall under the city wall for several days, but he has not been able to dig through even half a meter. Of course, in order to conquer this city wall, the orcs also thought of countless other methods, for example, airborne, but this time the effect does not seem to be good. These cunning humans built high air defense towers on the city walls, and the deadly rhubarb crossbows and fire cannons were also arranged on the air defense towers. Even if they use golden eagles to bring soldiers to the wall, they cannot control the wall at all. The human soldiers will line up in a neat array, and all the half-orcs who descended from the air will be killed on the wall. Because the city wall is too high, the orcs' siege below the city can't provide any effective support to the orcs who drop to the top of the city wall by air. Airborne to the human city behind, attacking the city wall from behind, the effect is also not good. Human cities have also become fortresses. There are 10 large-scale air defense towers, and there are countless small fortresses. The orcs parachuted into those urban areas, and they would face cold arrows shot from tunnels, walls or crypts, or knives stabbed in the back. Not to mention attacking the walls of mankind from behind. It is very difficult to get out of this city. What's more, after human beings have effective air defense methods, it is no longer as easy for half-orcs to play the airborne behind the scenes. Those rhubarb crossbows and fire-breathing cannons will cause serious damage to the golden eagles in the sky. Golden eagles that often carry half-orcs are lighted by sky lanterns in the air, and some of them are shot and killed by cold arrows shot from air defense towers when they descend and prepare to drop the carrying half-orcs. So after losing hundreds of golden eagle men and tens of thousands of airborne half-orc soldiers, the half-orcs gave up this siege mode. In the end, I chose this seemingly clumsy and slow, but the most effective method, and that is to fight with humans. After a period of confrontation, the half-orcs also understood that there should be about 1 million people in this human kingdom. Among them, there should be 200,000 soldiers, but there are only 100,000 who can be called elite, and in the previous Maple Mountain City Sneak Station and Kai City Raid Battle, they estimated that they had killed at least about 30,000 elite humans. So the remaining human combat power would be more than 100,000. And now there are more than 300,000 half-orcs squeezed in front of the gate of Rushing City, and there are 200,000 reinforcements behind, and there are countless logistical materials. Therefore, after recent discussions among the senior generals of the orcs, they adopted this seemingly most clumsy but most effective method, which is to fight with humans. At present, it seems that the effect is still very good, mainly because the human mage seems to be absent. So in the recent period, their continuous offensives have put a lot of pressure on the human defense. The orcs' catapults roared and launched giant stones towards the human city wall, and just in front of their launch positions, there were rows of giant python longbowmen, and they were not short of giant arrowheads that were more than 1 meter long, launched to the head of the human city wall. It's really thanks to the super flexibility of these giant pythons. Otherwise, if you change into other half-orcs, you won't even want to shoot these giant arrows towards the wall. In the air, sometimes looming giant dragons shuttled over humans' heads, and from time to time they would rush down to give these humans a lesson. Below the dragon, there are constantly moving golden eagles and various birdmen. Some of them hold stones in their hands, some hold bows and arrows, and are ready to dive down at any time. Just from the north side, a bat squad flew at low altitude along the direction of the river, escaped the human sentinel, suddenly rushed to the wall, and shot a round of arrows towards the human squadron who was preparing to enlist the enemy on the wall. The rain caused dozens of casualties. Because the arrows are all poisoned, the wounded soldiers are basically dead. However, this group of Batmen was quickly burned by the fire dragon shot from the air defense tower. There were more than a dozen on the spot, and they were burned into roast rats in the air. The Bat Squad caused a riot on the human wall, and the Falcon Squad in the air swooped down in the direction of the ridge, intending to pick up a bargain. As a result, as soon as they rushed down, they were discovered by an observation post in Anfubao on the ridge, and they quickly ran into an air defense tower made up of a rain of human arrows. Charles Mann University fellow, inspired by Xiao Feng, invented a powerful continuous crossbow, which played a very important role in this city wall defense battle. This kind of crossbow has a very poor single-shot aiming head, but the advantage is that it can cover with firepower. Although the range is only 50 meters, if 10 shooters use it at the same time, 100 crossbow arrows can be fired at a time. An airspace can be covered indiscriminately, which is simply a nightmare for these half-orcs who are good at airstrikes. Because even though they can attack from the air, their effective attack range is not very large. Only when they fall to a certain height www.mentalnovel.com can they perform precise strikes. But once they reach a certain height, they also enter the range of human archers. This makes their attack greatly reduced. The display battle between the two sides in front of the city wall quickly became stalemate. The 500-man team of half-orcs quickly rushed under the city wall. The elephants lifted the stone skins into the cart, helped each other over their heads, and then began to awkwardly chisel the wall. The human garrison on the top of the city wall is operating the catapult, the rhubarb crossbow, and the long-range orcs in the distance. At the same time, from the top of the city wall, there are thick tree trunks. An arrow tower. The human archer hid in the arrow tower and fired arrows at the orcs' phalanx below the city wall. At the same time, in the bastion of the protruding part of the city wall, there will be archers pouring arrows down continuously. And the half-orcs under the city wall, except for the elephantmen who chisel the wall. The other centaur archers would hide under the stone-skinned cart and shoot against the human archers. Chapter 735 Pincer Offensive latest website. Fighting is not only happening under the city wall, but also on the river on the west side of Runliu City. Countless huge black shadows are quietly lurking under the water, approaching like a wall on the west side of Rushing City. But at the moment when he was about to lurch under the city wall, suddenly a few black shadows were suddenly strangled, causing the movement to be unsmooth, and finally had to come out of the water and start to gasp. At this time, there was a great alarm bell on the river. In a few moments, the helmets of human soldiers appeared on the west wall where no one was infested. The lookout post quickly reported the situation on the river. A group of huge crocodile men, water snake men, and hippo men emerged from under the water, and soon rushed straight to the pier outside the west gate. Because of the need to use water transportation, the supervisors of Runliu City built a small port outside the west gate with a wharf, many warehouses, and a storage space. This is one of the few small squares outside the west gate. Once occupied, the orcs can start their formation and attack the city wall from the west. The humans on the wall soon discovered the intention of these half-orcs, and immediately mobilized a large number of archers, and began to intensively shoot at the half-orcs under the wall. But this time the half-orcs responsible for the attack on Simon were all Ruskin people. The crocodile man and the hippo man with the thick leather armor, wearing heavy metal armor, are not afraid of the bows and arrows above their heads. The pliable jungle-dwelling anaconda began to bend its bow and shoot at the humans on the city wall as soon as it landed ashore. The battle entered a white-hot stage from the beginning. The crocodile and the hippo charged ashore and quickly rushed to several houses on the edge of the pier. They have to clean up here to prevent human soldiers from hiding here, and after the remnants of the enemy are eliminated, the successor forces can arrive one after another. At that time, this pier will be their new starting base, and they will be able to launch attacks on Rushing City from both the west and north sides. No way, who made the location of this city so good? Their half-orcs had an army of hundreds of thousands, but they couldn't expand on the battlefield. Sora has an absolute advantage in military strength, but he can't throw it all at once. But he sorrows the half-orcs. It's like holding a hammer in your hand, but the object you want to smash is slippery and you don't even give it your chance to start. You have no strength to use it. Fortunately, they also discovered that the west side of the running city was also available, so they planned to launch an attack from this direction. So they formulated this pincer-type offensive combat plan to fight as many human soldiers as possible. Soon the orcs cleared out and occupied the pier. Teams of crocodile men and hippo men climbed onto the shore from the water and began to open up a stable landing field. In a short while, there were still a few boats behind, sending them a large number of tauren and pighead soldiers one after another, cramming the landing field full. But at this moment, the orc who was sailing over suddenly screamed loudly, and someone looked at the river in horror. The crocodile and hippo who landed were horrified to see a fleet of ships rushing from the river to the south. Soon this fleet rushed to the front of the orcs' fleet, and it started firing blisters and kerosene bombs at the orcs' warships. For a moment, the orcs' fleet was ignited into pieces. The big torch became a moving coffin floating on the river. In fact, the half-orcs themselves are not good at building ships. These ships were built by the human slaves they captured, and even those who transported them were human slaves. These human slaves had no resistance at all against the human navy that rushed over. Seeing the blisters and kerosene bombs fired by the opponent, these guys immediately jumped into the water, leaving only the stupid half-orcs on the ship, who accompanied these ships as a funeral. The warship of the orcs on the river soon became a burning coffin. At this time, the human warships turned their muzzles again and bombarded the orcs on the shore. The fist-sized stone bullets, seemingly small, can be launched by the giant slingshot. They operate with a very straight trajectory. Even if a tauren in heavy armor hits a shot, it is the end of a burp on the spot. Hit in the chest is a big hole in the basin. Hit in the head, then it will be a headshot on the spot. Even the thick-skinned hippopotamus will be half disabled and lose combat effectiveness at the first shot. Not to mention the crocodile people. They have thick skin on their backs, but the chest and abdomen are indeed the weakest. In the face of such overwhelming stone bullets, their first choice is to lie on the ground and play dead. The jungle anaconda with the thickness of a bucket on its waist was angry at this time, operating the giant longbow in his hand, and began to shoot at these human warships. But these human warships are actually not vegetarian anymore. The ship is also equipped with that kind of rhubarb crossbow. The giant crossbow arrows fired are not weaker than the python longbowmen, and the accuracy is higher. Soon these python longbowmen were suppressed by the rhubarb crossbow on the warship, and what was even more frightening was that the trebuchet on the ship kept throwing kerosene bombs over their heads. At the same time, the humans on the wall also operated the catapult, throwing kerosene bombs on their heads. The top-wronged approach, flanking both sides, caused these half-orcs to suffer. Finally, some of the crocodile men began to feel uneasy, ready to go into the water. But those human warships were also guarding them. They dropped a large number of fishing nets with stone pendants near the pier. As long as these crocodile men were entangled in these fishing nets, even if they were superbly watered, they would still be entangled to death, because many places in these fishing nets are equipped with wire barbs. Once you are entangled, the more you struggle, the tighter the entanglement. And the crocodile, no matter how watery they are, they have to show their heads on the water to pant, not to mention that they are still wearing heavy armor. After struggling for a few times, he was exhausted, and in the end he could only become fish food at the bottom of the river. In less than half an hour, the half-orcs who landed were wiped out. The battle plan of the half-orcs flanking both sides failed, so they could only increase their investment in the direction of the north gate, and the confrontation on the frontal battlefield began to gradually turn into white-hot. The fierce battle continued in the afternoon until the evening, and the phalanx of the orcs changed wave after wave. Under the suppression of the aerial firepower above their heads, they can also be considered to have achieved certain results. Even the elephants don't want to pierce through the huge stone city wall easily. so the result they have achieved is the effective killing and injury of the human soldiers on the wall. The defeat of the war has become a war of attrition, which is well known to both sides. In front of the 50-meter-high wall of size, all the strength, speed, and size advantages of the orcs have disappeared. The only thing they can rely on is the thick skin and the high defense to fight against the humans. If it were in the past, they would disdain to wear armor when facing human soldiers, but now that human weapons have been improved many times, even if they have thick skins, they can burp a few times without wearing armor. Therefore, they all chose to wear armor to fight against humans. They originally had a talent for high defense, and they were wearing armors, which would offset the geographical advantage of humans. In addition, the half-orcs used long-range strikes, and coordinated with the air-to-ground Trinity combat mode, which was on par with humans. The battle-loss ratio of the two sides remained at about 1-to-1, which was a great improvement for the human defenders, but they were not happy. Because if you continue to fight like this, the human soldiers will definitely be consumed first. The sky has dimmed, but the half-orcs' offensive did not mean to stop. Instead, relying on the advantage of night vision ability, they continued to organize the siege overnight. The purpose is to stay awake and consume the humans on the wall. In the orc camp, the leaders of the various tribes who participated in the war were having a meeting at this time. Today our results are very good. The intelligence sent back by the Sentinel shows that we shot and killed at least 300 human soldiers today. There were also more than 500 wounded, but our bows and arrows were all smeared with poison. Yes, so these people can also be counted as being shot. Sitting at the top and bottom of the camp is a guy in a cloak. Although there are many torches in the big tent, this guy's head is hidden in the hood, but it is still difficult to see. Sitting beside him were two guys who were dressed the same as him. These three were the priests and bishops from the top of the orcs who ruled the Pope's Hall. The first one to speak was the commander-in-chief of the half-orcs, Diozido, one of the 12 blue-clad archbishops of the Pope's Hall. The one sitting next to him was the one who had previously fought against Xiao Feng in Maple Mountain City. The high priest Zuochuo, the other is the high priest Turkey. This time, the Pope's Hall sent 3 high-ranking clergymen as commanders, which shows the importance attached to this war. And the leaders of many half-orc tribes below www.metalnovel.com even dare not show up. But Master Bishop, today we suffered a heavy loss in Xamon. The plan of attacking these two sides does not seem to be Sunchang. It's not because your monkeys didn't cooperate well. If you could control the dragons to rush down to cooperate with us when we attacked Simon, we wouldn't fail so miserably. A crocodile man sitting on the left hand spoke, and while speaking, he stared at the ape man on the opposite side, obviously very dissatisfied with the things on the battlefield today. When he said that, the ape man on the other side was not happy anymore. The total number of giant dragons is 35. 17 of them have been damaged in battle, and 18 are left. But among them, they are over-fatigued and need to be healed. There are 13 of them who are ready to rotate. I can only do it on the battlefield. With 5 heads left, and taking into account the North Gate attack, how can I support your West Gate side? Atilic, the ape-man leader, is very upset with the condemnation of the crocodile leader Sulkan, and their ape-man tribe has also lost a lot these days. Chapter 736 Meteor Shower. The latest website, the leader of the ape-man and the leader of the crocodile are fighting in court, and some of the leaders of other tribes are eager to try, and some are silent. This is also the normal state of the Half-Orcs Alliance. Originally, everyone had different attributes and lived in their respective fields. Before the appearance of the Pope's Hall, their half-orcs were simply scattered sand. Usually he fights back and forth, and there are constant attacks between the tribes, not to mention peace and alliances. It was the emergence of the Pope's Hall that the loose half-orcs tribe was combined into a form and became the current Half-Orcs Alliance. But even so, these tribes are still filthy, and there will still be some small conflicts between them. And because of the failure of the pincer-type offensive this time, The crocodile has suffered heavy losses. They dare not get angry with the blue-clad Archbishop Dioszedo who made the plan. They can only spread the fire to the nearest relationship with the Pope Hall. They are usually ridiculed as a dog-licking dog in the Pope Hall, on the head of Attilik, the leader of the ape-man tribe. But this Attilik was not a vegetarian anymore. He didn't even bother the crocodile leader Sulkan, so the two sides quickly quarreled in the big tent, and even tended to do it on the spot. Enough, you two bastards. Suddenly a sharp roar sounded from the big tent, and all the orc leaders present felt that their eardrums were almost broken. When he looked up, he saw that the blue Bishop Dioszedo had stood up. His height could only be regarded as a short in the group of half-orcs, but for some reason, everyone was able to feel the overwhelming pressure on him. He kicked the case in front of him, and everyone felt that there was a flower in front of him. When he saw it clearly, he had already arrived in front of the crocodile leader Sulkan. "Are you dissatisfied with the pincer-type offensive I developed today, Sulhan?" Although everyone could not see the expression on Dioszedo's face through the hood, everyone could tell from his tone that he was extremely angry at this time. The crocodile leader Sulkan was a young man who had just succeeded to the throne of the tribe. He didn't know much about the power of the Pope's Hall, so he heard a few words from his parents. Therefore, there is not much respect for the Pope's Hall. Today, his people attacked Simon according to Theodore's plan. However, hundreds of people died before they achieved any results. These are all the elite of his tribe. How could he not feel distressed? So at this time it is inevitable to speak very aggressively. "No, how dare I be dissatisfied with the Pope's Hall?" "Then you are dissatisfied with me," Dioszedo said loudly. As soon as the voice fell, everyone had not had time to see Dioszedo's movements. When Dioszedo waved his hand, a blue light flew out. Then the proud new king of the crocodile, Sirhan, cut his waist in two. When his upper body slipped to the ground, his face changed to a look of horror. Obviously he couldn't believe that he was killed like this. "You bastard, you have to remember that you can have today's status, all from the Pope Hall. Without the Pope Hall, you are nothing. And you all have to remember this, so from now on, what I say, do what you do for me." Theodore turned around and shouted to all the orc leaders in the big tent. Although he is short and looks very funny, all the orcs in the big tent dare to meet his eyes, including the leader of the elephant tribe, who is the largest in size and known as the most powerful in the Orc League, and Eddie Rogu is the same. At this time, everyone thought of the fear of being dominated by the Pope's Hall over the years. I think that the Papal Hall unified the Half-Orcs Alliance, not relying on morals to convince people, but blood and fire. Tribes who submit to the Papal Hall, are willing to obey their will, obey the instructions of the Papal Hall, and give them confessions on time every year will be recognized by the Papal Hall, and they are just canonized. If you are unwilling to submit, then wait for the family to be destroyed. These blue bishops in the Pope's Hall will bring the High Priest, and the Knights of the Pope's Hall, to flatten your tribe and kill a chicken or dog. The number of tribes that were destroyed by the Pope's Hall in those years is unknown. Now the peaceful days have passed for a long time, and many of us have gradually forgotten the history of that year. But the brutality of Theodore today reminds everyone of the fear of being dominated. Listen to me. The pincer offensive will continue tomorrow. This time it will still be the crocodile. Bastyuk and Karavich are still behind. Do you have any objections? The leaders of all the tribes on the scene knew that the crocodile department was finished this time, and was pushed to the front as cannon fodder by Lord Theodore. They were lucky if they were not dead this time. And when the leader of the hippopotamus, Bastyuk, and the leader of the jungle anaconda Karavich, with Sirkan's lessons learned, how dare you defy Theodore's wishes? I can only nod frequently. But at the store where the orcs were making tomorrow's battle plan, suddenly there was a fierce explosion outside the big tent. Dioszedo's face suddenly changed, and the high priest Zoochuo, who had been following him at this time, had already approached him. My lord, will it be the death god of Running City? Dioszedo felt a little bit in his heart. Before they launched an attack on humans, scoring several cities, and regaining the Gourd Gorge, it can be said that it went smoothly. Even the smooth progress made them feel a little unbelievable. The prisoners who finally tortured the human soldiers knew that the death god of Rushing City had gone away and was not in their camp. Zhao Chuo and many half-orc chiefs have had the experience of fighting against the death god of Running City, and naturally they also know how terrifying the death god of Running City is. But Dao Zido hadn't fought against Xiao Feng. He had only heard his men talk about how terrifying the death god of Running City was. But there is no specific concept, and when Zhao Chuo mentioned this, he also came to the spirit. The group of people quickly came outside the big tent, and the situation outside at this time completely stunned them. A series of meteors in the sky crossed the sky, and then fiercely plunged into their camp of half-orcs. When each meteor falls and hits the ground, a huge fire will burst out with a huge explosion sound, and then all creatures near the fire, including camps, carriages and other equipment, will be swallowed by the fire. After the fire flashed, there was only a large pit several meters deep where the meteor had landed, and all the life around it disappeared. Regardless of whether you are a thick-skinned tauren or a pig-headed person, even if you are an elephant who is 3 times the size of them. Just now everyone witnessed one of the meteors hitting a small brazier surrounded by 5 elephants. As a result, after the meteor hit the ground and exploded, there was only a large pit up to 5 meters deep on the ground. The 5 elephant people who had just been sitting there have all disappeared. Only the various organs that are constantly falling in the air and the broken arms of the elephant people can prove that these elephant people have existed in this world. Sure enough, it is him. Seeing such a powerful explosion scene, Zhao Chuo was dumbfounded and said, "Such a scene." He had seen such a scene before in the battle for Naples Mountain City. After their half-orcs seized Naples Mountain City, the death god of Rushing City attracted a meteor to destroy Naples Mountain City late that night. That's right, it destroyed the Naples Mountain City. After that battle, when he reported to the Pope's chamber, many people expressed disbelief. But today this scene is happening again. There were half-orcs running around like flies without their heads everywhere in the big camp, and everyone was obviously frightened by the sudden blow. And the meteor shower, as if it would not stop, smashed down from the top of the head without interruption. Every meteor falling will take away the lives of dozens or even dozens of half-orcs. And Xiao Feng, who was on the mountainside in the distance, was also very satisfied with the effect of the carpet bombing. The Tozo-1 Borodinov rocket tank behind him was finally able to take off. The 220 caliber rocket is really not a cover. It can be equivalent to a small missile in terms of physique, and the rocket cartridge contains not only explosives, but also various incendiary agents. After the explosion, it can also have the effect of a solidified incendiary bomb. As long as there is a little spark sticking to you, it will end up waiting for death in the end. What's more terrifying about this thing is that it also has the effect of cloud explosive bombs. The fierce burning can not only burn people to death, but also consume the nearby air. The vacuum state of the nearby airfield is artificially created. Even if it can't blow you up, it can burn you, and if it burns you, it can also suffocate you. With such a big killer control field, even if the half-orcs below are a camp of hundreds of thousands of people, Xiao Feng is not afraid. All the hundreds of rockets he had brought from Liu Jin before were lighted up in one breath. At this time, the bazooka's barrels were all red. Xiao Feng directly put the Borodinov Spitfire tank into the space www.mentalnovel.com and then shouted to the soldiers who loaded the bombs behind him, "Withdraw, you go back to the city first." He jumped into the JLTV armored car, squeezed the steering wheel and stepped on the accelerator on Friday, and went straight to the second launch site they were preparing. At this time, the camp of half-orcs was completely messed up, and the leaders of Theodore and other half-orcs finally took off, because the meteor shower in the sky finally stopped. It must be the death god of Running City who is back. Zhao Chuo shouted to Dao Zido, and Dao Zido had calmed down. He grabbed the collar of Atilik, the leader of the ape-man, even though Atilik stood in front of him like a giant, but in his hand here, This Atulek is like a rag doll. You immediately take people to lift all those dragons into the air. No matter how much you pay, you have to find out the human mage for me. Yes, my lord. Atulek looked at Zoochua with horror and replied, and then staggered away. Chapter 737 Gradually collapse. Latest website. At the second launch site, the soldiers are already ready. The BM-21 HALE rocket launcher has been waiting for a long time. The 10x3 122mm 30-barrel rocket launcher, although the caliber is a little smaller than the 220 caliber Borodinov. But you can't stand this thing. He has a 30-barrel. Borodinov is only 12 in charge, and the power of carpet bombing is not necessarily much less than Borodinov. Of course it is the case of using ordinary rockets. After all, Borodinov is a strategic weapon. It can launch thermobaric bombs, cloud explosive bombs, and special incendiary bombs. The HALE rocket launcher can only fire ordinary rockets. In the afternoon, Xiao Feng had already made contact with Friday in Benliu City. Taking advantage of the darkness in the evening, he stayed with hundreds of people and quietly left the city on Friday. Under the command of Xiao Feng, several artillery positions were opened on the mountainside close to the camp of half-orcs. These human soldiers, they may not be able to let them fire, but it is still okay to let them do the rough job of loading cannonballs. After all, Xiao Feng's rocket launchers were all multi-barreled rocket launchers. It would be quite troublesome to load them by himself. To increase the rate of fire and expand the coverage of the artillery, the help of these human loaders is indispensable. Of course, Xiao Feng also trained them beforehand, so you must be cautious. After all, this big cannonball, if it doesn't work well, it is very dangerous to fall on the ground. Fortunately, these guys, their heads are pretty good, and they have completed the tasks he explained very safely. The HALE rocket launcher had been loaded, and Xiao Feng took out the rangefinder. There is no way this HALE rocket launcher, unlike tanks and self-propelled artillery, has its own artillery radar, which can automatically complete the aiming work. After all, it is a product of the 1960s and 1970s. And it is dedicated to artillery. For general troops, it will be equipped with a special radar command vehicle. The radar command vehicle scans to find the enemy, their name, set the parameters, and then send the parameters to each artillery team, and then they will launch the calibration and it will be okay. But Xiao Feng didn't have such conditions. It was more troublesome to build a radar car, so he simply built a set of sighting devices by himself. After all, this is relatively simple and can be operated by one person. After aiming roughly, I set up the shooting source, and then pressed the launch button. Fire dragons immediately rose into the sky, turning into meteors and heading straight to the enemy camp. Here again. Meteor is coming again. Run. It's God's punishment. Looking at the meteor that pierced the sky from a distance, and smashed down again, the orc camp that had just calmed down immediately became a mess again. For an obscure race like them, everything that cannot be explained will be regarded as a miracle by them. For example, the meteors that cross the sky now smash into the camp of half-orcs one by one, and each explosion can take away the lives of dozens or even hundreds of people. This kind of war mode has completely exceeded the cognition of these half-orcs. So many half-orcs have collapsed. Some people squirmed around with their heads in their arms, while others knelt on the ground and began to pray to the sky. Others simply had a nervous breakdown, pulled out their knives, and started to hack around. The entire camp of half-orcs has been completely messed up. As the supreme commander of the expeditionary army, Diose Edo was helpless when he saw such a scene, because even he didn't understand what kind of weapon humans were using. Could it be that the human mage of Running City can really summon the sky thunder? Is it really a punishment? Could it be that God is really on their side? Zoochua and Urki, the other two high priests standing by his side, were also full of worries at this time, and the situation was indeed very critical. They must find out the death god of Running City as soon as possible. At this time, Diose Edo had seen the location where the meteors were emitted, Halfway up the hill on the east side of their camp, one by one, the red dots rose into the sky, across the night sky, and finally smashed into their camp. Every time it falls, dozens of lives will be taken away. Well, the death god of Rushing City is still quite cunning. The meteor shower before that didn't fly from here. Attilic, see if it's there. Quickly take the flying dragon over there. Dio grabbed the collar of Attilic, the leader of the ape, and pulled him to the front. Attilic nodded frequently, then turned around. Just sending Attilic to them, Dedo still didn't feel relieved, and once again pulled the Golden Eagle leader Shaksin over. The person with you, hurry up and cover Attilic. If you can't complete the task, you don't have to come back. Yes, my lord. Shaksin replied depressed, but she didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction on her face. After all, the body of Sirhan, the leader of the crocodile tribe, hadn't been cool enough yet, so he didn't want to be second. Soon there were several dark shadows, taking off from behind the camp of half-orcs, and rushed towards Xiao Feng's artillery firing position. At this time, Xiao Feng's artillery firing position was also the time when it was hot. The continuous rocket raid, the bombardment of the camp of half-orcs, and the human loader on the scene are already in madness. It's really enjoyable. Master's artifact is really amazing. Far away, they don't need to meet the orcs at all to kill the orcs. Such a series of bombings had already blasted the half-orcs camp enemy into a sea of flames. Some of them calculated that under such a series of artillery attacks, at least tens of thousands of orcs would be killed or injured. You should know that these half-orcs have come in more than 300,000 in total, and now that they look like they are messed up. If the bombing continues during overtime, it is estimated that it will cause a camp scream. If the orcs really collapse by then, it will be fine. Even if the crisis in Rushing City is lifted. Think about the fact that the orcs have been pressing down in the city before. These human soldiers are suffocating at this time, and they want to give these orcs a hard time. Soon, the Hail rocket launcher had fired 5 consecutive rounds, but by this time the barrel of the rocket launcher had been red. Originally, this gun car was not a new product, but a non-handed product that I didn't know how many hands it had been around. The lifespan of the barrel was not long, and Xiao Feng was afraid that it would explode, so he asked the loader to stop reloading. Just leave the Hail rocket launcher here to cool down naturally. When he came back this time it happened to be a winter in another world, and the temperature here was also 10 degrees below zero. It would take a long time for the barrel temperature to naturally cool down. Although there is no Hail rocket launcher, Xiao Feng has another 63 Type 12 tube, 107mm rocket launcher, which is known as the AK-47 in the artillery industry. The skin is durable and maneuverable. The Americans were the ultimate victims of this rocket. In Vietnam and the Middle East, they have suffered from the big losses of this rocket launcher, so that when the Americans came to the battlefield, the first thing to do was to detect the firepower of the other party and find out whether the other party had such a rocket launcher. Once they find that their opponents have this kind of rocket launcher, they will definitely focus their firepower to destroy them first. And this rocket launcher had appeared in the battle for Maple Mountain City before, and since the half-orcs had been defeated by Xiao Feng, it hadn't been used much. This time I finally have a chance to see the sun again. Xiao Feng had already taken out this gun car, and the loader had already finished loading it. Xiao Feng took out the sighting device, adjusted the aiming, then input the shooting source, and then pressed the launch button. Rockets rose into the air again, and went straight to the camp of half-orcs and smashed down. Anyway, he had accumulated thousands of rockets before, and he planned to use them all this time, so as to teach these half-orcs a bitter lesson. I believe that after passing this time, even if he is not in another world, the orcs will never come over and slap the tiger's beard lightly. Although the 107 caliber rocket is not as powerful as the 122 caliber Hail rocket launcher, it is not much less powerful. The meteors fell into the sky, almost uninterrupted bombardment, which has completely messed up the camp of the orcs. The first bombing was the southeast corner of the orc camp, and then using this as a location, gradually using a carpet bombing pattern, gradually infiltrating backwards step by step, and finally spreading to the entire center camp. Who can stand this style of play? Even the other person can't see it, so thunder will fall directly from the sky. The ignorant half-orcs really couldn't understand this attack mode. Coupled with some people yelling and yelling, the officers in the half-orcs camp gradually couldn't resist the soldiers who were already going crazy below. And Diosito in the middle camp didn't know the situation. He immediately drove the leaders of the tribes around him back, asking them to quickly suppress the soldiers below, and not allowing them to have large-scale disturbances. At the same time, www.mentalnovel.com, he is also praying constantly, hoping that Attilik, the dragon, and the golden eagle will quickly find the human mage, even if he can't be killed. It is also best to interrupt his spellcasting ritual so that he can no longer continue to summon the sky thunder bombardment, otherwise, if his camp cannot be held, then it may really be a big defeat. Just as he kept praying, suddenly the guards beside him rushed over and stood in front of him. "My lord, retreat quickly." As soon as the voice fell, a meteor fell directly from the sky, and the elephant guard who had just rushed in front of him turned into a fan on the spot. It was the first time that Diosito was so close, seeing the effect of the sky thunder attack, and he was stupid on the spot. Before he could understand, he was picked up by a few guards and fled back quickly. But the camp of the middle camp was baptized by Danlai, and the whereabouts of Bishop Diosito in blue was unknown, and the camp of the orcs was suddenly messed up. Chapter 738 PixarDoug latest website. Omaz operated the Tuki under the crotch, and flew quickly towards the starting position of the thunder. Omaz is the eldest son of Attilik, the leader of the ape-man. This picture under his crotch is also the flying dragon he caught from Dragon City with the high priest himself some time ago. In fact, it is not right to say that it is a flying dragon. When this picture is taken back, it is actually just a dragon egg. It should even be said that they went to Dragon City and did not catch those adult dragons back, but stole a lot of dragon eggs back. Later in the Pope's Hall, the archmages and popes used special methods to tell these flying dragons to hatch and ripen, and then gave them to the Ape-Man tribe. Their Ape-Man tribe has become a new generation of dragon knights, relying on a more Chongming mind than other half-orcs. In the past, such a dragon knight was almost invincible on this continent, but now, especially after seeing the human mages show operation, Omaz didn't think so. Now his only thought is to find the human mage as soon as possible, and then interrupt his casting process. But his father Attilik also repeatedly reminded him that if the momentum is wrong, he will immediately run away to preserve the vitality for the Ape-Man tribe. As long as he and his Tuki are still alive, even if their half-orcs fail this expedition, their Ape-Man tribe will not decline. Omaz naturally knew the meaning of his father's words, but he still didn't want to think so much. Soon he controlled the flying dragon and flew behind the hill, and as expected, they found the human launch position halfway up the mountain. But the situation seemed to be different from what they thought. There seemed to be two strange equipment parked on that field, and those shooting stars seemed to have been launched from these two machines. He turned his head to look at his father above him, and Attilik nodded at him. Yes, it should be this. Those strange machines should be magical weapons refined by human wizards that can summon the sky thunder. Attilik's words caused the surrounding dragon knights to nod their heads. 18 apes, manipulating 18 dragons. It can be said that the Dragon Knight is all out. Regardless of whether these dragons were injured or whether they needed to rest or not, Attilik brought them all in accordance with Theodore's order. The human launch position had been discovered, but Attilik did not intend to forcefully break into it. He had people call Shaksin, the leader of the Golden Eagle, who was acting as a wingman to cover them. The people who took you with you attacked their camp from the northwest corner and attracted their attention. Then the Dragon Knights and I went in from the opposite direction. It has been a while since controlling the dragon, and Attilic and the others have also summed up certain tactics. Don't just know the frontal rush as before, especially when there is a death god of running city below. He planned to send Shakespeare to take the Golden Eagle to lead the battle, on the one hand to attract firepower, and on the other hand, to explore the reality of the human camp to see if they have decent air defense methods. There were not many Dragon Knights in his hand, and he didn't want to lose too much here. Shahin felt very uncomfortable when he heard the tone of Attilic talking to him. You should know that the Golden Eagle is a high-ranking race in the Orc Alliance, and they are very proud of their temperament. They used to be on the same level as the apes. But now the way Attilic was talking to himself was actually a superior virtue, which made Shaksin very upset. But he didn't dare to resist face to face, because he knew that Attilic was the big red man in front of Theodore. Think about the way Diosido killed the crocodile leader Sagan, just like killing a dog, and then sent the crocodile to the front line as cannon fodder. Shaksin felt a bitter cold all over his body. This blue-clad archbishop was really terrifying. So even though he was very upset with Attilic in his heart, Shahin nodded and led the way. But when he returned to his team, he couldn't help but swear at Attilic. Moreover, he kept an eye out when executing the order. He only sent 3 Golden Eagles to the northwest corner to test. Moreover, when the 3 Golden Eagles set off, he still fought for them. All give me a little bit of caution, get up to 120,000 points of energy. Once discovered by humans, immediately climb up and avoid their attacks. As for counterattack, don't think about it at all. The 3 Golden Eagles led the way, and Shaksin sneered at the air on the right-hand side. I want Lao Tzu to find the way for you. Go dream. Aren't you apes? Ha ha. Go by yourself. Attilic took the Dragon Knights and hid in the clouds in the southeast direction. He saw 3 black spots rushing out from the northwest, and rushed straight to the human camp. He couldn't help but cursed. This Shaksin was really cunning enough. How could he not know Shaksin's careful thinking? But now is not the time to care about it. His gaze is fixed on the black spot that rushes down in the sky. It may have been instructed by the above. The impact of these 3 black dots was very careful. After they pounced from a high altitude, they immediately launched the mode of flying close to the ground. The height is very low, almost flying close to the tree canopy. It seems that they also know to avoid enemy air detection. It's a pity that humans are not fools. They set up a lot of special observation posts around the launch site, and soon someone discovered 3 black spots flying from the northwest. The whistles of varying lengths soon sounded, and Xiao Feng also sneered at this time. Is it finally here? The reason why he arranged the launching position here actually had another purpose, which was to draw the Orcs Air Force over. He wants to solve those flying dragons, these fire-breathing guys. If they don't solve it, humans will not be able to launch a counterattack. After all, this thing is also a rare big killer in this era. Unlike half-orcs like the Golden Eagle and the Bumblebee, this ancient mythical beast is too difficult to guard against. He took out the infrared binoculars. Although it was pitch black outside, all the orcs who struck were basically invisible under his binoculars. Soon he saw that it was actually 3 Golden Eagles rushing over. As the commander-in-chief of one party, Xiao Feng immediately understood that these 3 Golden Eagles were a feint. He turned his gaze, and soon found a half-orc dragoon hiding in the clouds in the southeast corner of the camp. He knew what these guys were thinking. I really underestimated them. I know how to play tactics. Xiao Feng sneered, and took out the Ghast cannon, this double-barreled aerial cannon, but it was a heavy weapon in his hand. It was originally a weapon for fighters to fight in the air, but now it has a pretty good effect for venting. The most important thing is that this gun is not only powerful, but also fast, which is not inferior to the 6-barreled Gatling. Since the other party wanted to play a sneak attack, Xiao Feng naturally didn't mind cooperating with them. He quickly aimed at the 3 Golden Eagles with the Ghast cannon in his hand. Before the 3 Golden Eagles were waiting to approach his camp, they were startled by the shells fired by the Ghast cannon. The effect of the tracer bullet is very obvious under the night sky, just like a fire chain flying in the sky. The Golden Eagle that rushed to the front immediately climbed up, but before it had time to turn around and escape, it was disintegrated by a volley shot by the Gaster cannon. The power of this gun is not only because of its caliber, but because the shell is not only filled with gunpowder, but also with thermite, the purpose of which is to cause a fire when it hits an enemy aircraft. The iron skin of the plane can be lit for you, not to mention these flat-haired beasts with flammable hair. Soon the other two Golden Eagles also volleyed into big fireballs, and at this time, the leader of the Golden Eagles, Shak Sin, who was hiding in the distance, watched with a cracked look. I thought that the few Golden Eagle men sent they could escape back even if they could not succeed in a sneak attack. Now it seems that I am thinking too much. He didn't even get close to the camp, and they all belched. It seems that the name of the of Death in Running City is not for nothing. At the same time, at the moment the human camp sounded the whistle, Atilik waved his hand immediately. The 8 Dragon Knights behind him volleyed down while operating the dragon, playing a top-pronged approach. However, he also kept an eye on him and sent 8 dragons down first as the first wave of attack. Then he divided the other 10 dragons into 2 teams and rushed down from the other 2 directions. The Golden Eagle man Shak Sin made it clear that he wanted to preserve his strength, but he couldn't. The Pope's Hall handed over the dragon to their tribe, which has caused dissatisfaction from many other tribes. If he doesn't show combat power at this time, then don't talk about the Pope's Hall when he goes back. Only those tribes with red eyes can drown in saliva. Yourself. So knowing that the human mage below is terrible, he can only bite the bullet. However, before setting off, he still confessed to every 8-man Dragon Knight, once you find something impossible to do, retreat immediately. After Xiao Feng quickly solved the 3 Golden Eagles, he immediately took out the Stinger missile from the space. Previously, he thought that attacking the Half-Orc City www.mentalnovel.com might face various tough battles, so he bought a lot of Stinger missiles from Liu Jin, as well as RPG and AT-4. However, I have used several RPGs before, such as Stinger, and high-end goods such as AT-4. I really don't have much chance to use it. RPG and AT-4 are more effective against ground targets, but Stinger is specially prepared for aerial targets. Helicopters can fight down and deal with these flying dragons. Haha, Xiao Feng believes it is not a problem. The pits have been dug, just waiting for you to come down. Soon Xiao Feng aimed at the flying dragon rushing in front and detained the trigger. Xiao Feng did not reload, but directly took out another Stinger and continued to aim. It's a trench anyway. Although this Stinger is not a disposable rocket launcher like AT-4, Xiao Feng has prepared a lot of them. Chapter 739 Dragon Warrior latest website. Staphaglis' upper body was tightly attached to his dragon, Angelou, although it didn't take long for the dragon to be in his hands. But he has fully mastered the method of manipulating the dragon. When there was no dragon before, he was the best rider in the tribe, and those stupid ground lizards were his car. After getting the dragon, he slept on the dragon's back almost every day, thinking about how to control these dragons every day. It was this kind of diligent study and hard training that gave him an outstanding ability to manipulate dragons, and it was this kind of ability that allowed him to survive the previous tragic city defense battle, the previous conquest of Naples Mountain City, and the smooth progress of Kai City made the orcs somewhat forget about it, especially their dragon knights. A running city would definitely come down. After all, in front of their giant dragons, these tiny humans have no resistance at all. But I didn't think they had bumped into the blood in front of the tall anti-aircraft towers in Runliu City, and several of his friends died in battle in front of the city's defense. Only he survived by relying on a strong ability, and this time to hit the camp of the human mage. This task seemed to him to be a life of 9 deaths. So he woke up 120,000 points of spirit. He put his body tightly on the back of the dragon in front of him, and then the dragon was head down, almost at a 90-degree angle, and began to dive toward the human position below. Staphaglis' ultimate goal is to make the dragon quickly hit the distance that his dragon flame can spray, and then launch an attack on the human launch position. As for whether or not to burn the mage to death, it is not within his consideration at all. His only purpose is to disrupt the rhythm of the human mage summoning the Sky Thunder. If the two magical weapons that summon the Sky Thunder can be destroyed, then this attack will be a success. But for some reason, he always felt a little nervous in his heart. He hugged the neck of the dragon in front of him tightly, watching the human camp below get bigger and bigger, his heart beating faster and faster. Soon, within half a minute, they will be able to rush into the dragon's attack range, and the dragon will be able to breathe fire. But at this moment, a black shadow suddenly flew up from below, and he almost instinctively hugged the dragon's neck and twisted to the right. Angru obediently deflected his body to the right, and the black shadow sprayed fire and brushed past them. Stafaglu suddenly heard a loud noise behind him, and when he turned his head, he was already frightened. Chakad and his dragon Odin, who followed him, were hit by the black shadow, and then they disintegrated in the air. A huge firelight, accompanied by a huge explosion sound, and then the dragon Odin unexpectedly disintegrated in the air. This is unimaginable in Stafaglu's eyes, because according to the records of half-orcs, these dragons are covered with a thick layer of scale armor, and ordinary swords and guns are useless to them. Until now, he only knew that humans had a kind of giant crossbow that could shoot this kind of dragon, but he had never seen this kind of weapon. Before he could get over, the dragon knights behind him were hit by the black shadows flying up from below one after another. Selene and his dragon Pasha, Ismail and his dragon Osman, Amir and his dragon Aemon. The dragon knights, turned into brilliant fireworks in the air, and they could be smelled by Stafaglu from far away. Their bodies shattered by the explosion were brought by blood mist. The smell of blood. His Mount Angelou seems to know that his companions are constantly dying, and they have been wailing and neighing constantly in the air. The speed of the downward charge is also slowing down, and it has even begun to violate Stafaglu's order and not to charge downward. Looking at the dragon's meaning, he obviously wanted to turn around and escape. Stafaglu didn't want to rush down either. The companions around him fell one after another. The death god of Rushing City, as in the legend, had various methods. It is simply not something that mortals like them can challenge. Even if they already have dragons, even if they are great dragon knights, they can go to death in the same way against the death god of Rushing City. Now that they all know that they are going to die, what are they doing? After thinking about this, Stafaglu pulled Angru by the neck, and Angru immediately adjusted his body, first hovering in the air, and then immediately turned around and started to flee. In this place, they don't want to stay for half a second anymore. It's a pity that since it's already here, there is no reason to leave if you want, let alone this pit. But Xiao Feng carefully prepared for them. The advanced nature of the Stinger missile is reflected at this time. Initially, the laser needs to be locked to the target, and then it can be launched regardless. The maximum range of 5 kilometers is enough to deal with these short-legged dragons. In order to be able to rush into their attack range, these guys desperately rushed over. And Xiao Feng's missile launch distance was also when these guys rushed to about 3 kilometers away from the camp. The speed of his launch was very fast, even though these half-orcs had played with a heartwarming attitude and rushed down together from 3 directions. But they were unlucky when they faced the Stinger missile, which was a weapon that didn't need to be controlled after launching. Soon Xiao Feng ran out of inventory. No more than 18 Stinger missiles. At this time, there was a fireworks display above their camp, and dragons were constantly blasted in the air by volleys, and the stumps of the dragons were constantly falling from the air with broken arms. The people in the camp kept cheering, and even Summerloader rushed over quickly, picked up the corpses of the dragons, and put them in the bags. This is a dragon. The legendary ancient mythical beasts were just killed by Master Mage. Even if they failed to become the legendary Dragon Slayer warriors, it would be an honor to be able to fight with the dragon-slaying warriors. These stories can be passed on back to the family, and they can be told to the family for a lifetime. And the corpses of these giant dragons, they picked them back, naturally intending to taste them. What is the difference between this legendary ancient beast meat and ordinary beef? More than a dozen dragons have been beaten in the volley and disintegrated, and the orcs who rushed towards behind were naturally not fools. The toughness of the human mage once again taught them a lesson. At this time, not many people were planning to rush forward, and Xiao Feng reluctantly. Attila and his son Omaz took the lead and immediately turned the direction of the dragon and prepared to escape. But how can the Stinger missiles be so foolish? They want to leave without leaving anything behind. Attila and his son almost exhausted every means to get rid of the Stinger missiles' tracking attack. Doing various evasive actions in the air, Xiao Feng couldn't help but admire the maneuverability of these half-orcs. You must know that controlling those dragons flying in the air is not the same as controlling an airplane. Human fighter pilots are all specially trained. Wearing combat uniforms can resist the gravity of so much G, but these half-orcs are just a piece of skin. And then they control the dragon to perform various actions in the air to fight the gravity of the earth. If this is replaced by ordinary humans, such tossing, I am afraid that the blood vessels will burst long ago. But this group of guys can constantly flicker in the air, which can't be said to be their racial talent. However, this Attila was unable to escape in the end. The end was the same as other Dragon Knights. Before he escaped the range of the Stinger missile, he was finally hit by the Stinger missile, and the volley disintegrated. It was his son Omaz who was lucky enough to escape the pursuit of the Stinger missile with his car. However, the Stinger missile volleyed and disintegrated before it went out of range. The shrapnel that flew out still injured the dragon of Omaz, and Xiao Feng could even see the dragon's flying wings, half knocked out. If you want to raise it well, I'm afraid it won't be alleviated in a moment. And after this one stop, I'm afraid this half-orc Dragon Knight is already scared by himself. Maybe next time he dare to come. 18 dragons, 17 of them were blown up in the air by him on the spot, and one of them was severely injured and escaped. Without these fire-breathing dragons, this half-orc would be nothing terrible. Xiao Feng called out the souls of the loader who had just been stunned. At this time, Borodinov was almost cold, and he took it out directly. Borodinov, hail rocket launchers, plus 63 Type 12 tube, 107mm rocket launchers lined up, bombarded the camp of the orcs. Xiao Feng took out all the nearly 10,000 rockets in his inventory, and today he plans to smash them all at once. Even if these cannons are scrapped, they will be spared. Soon the hail rocket launcher could no longer hold on. After all, it was an old gun vehicle, and several barrels were scrapped. But after all, it was 30 rocket launchers. A few barrels were scrapped, and there were other useful ones. Xiao Feng's instruction to the loader was to burn all the shells out. Soon Borodinov also dropped the chain. After all, the 220 caliber rocket was not only powerful, but also caused great damage to the barrel every time it was fired. Soon several barrels became obsolete. It's the Type 63 12-barrel rocket launcher www.mtlnovel.com which impressed Xiao Feng. Even though the barrel of this gun has been red, but it still does not affect the normal firing. In the end, Xiao Feng also looked scared, because he was afraid that the temperature of the barrel would be too high. Blow up. People stopped shooting this gun. In just such a crazy baptism, nearly 5,000 shells were shot out. At this time, the camp of half-orcs under the hillside had become a sea of flames, and the camp of 300,000 people had already become a mess. Even many half-orcs in the rear camp had begun to ignore the previous orders, but they retreated straight away. In the middle camp and the front camp, there were even many half-orcs who fought in order to be able to various supplies, horses, and even escape routes. Seeing this, Xiao Feng knew that this big camp was over, and the orcs had been destroyed by him. Chapter 740 Martalianing, the latest website. Send a signal to the people in the city. The time has come for a full counterattack, Xiao Feng said to Friday, and Friday nodded excitedly, and then took out the flare gun Xiao Feng handed him. On the distant city wall, Kyle and Bloom have also been intersecting and looking at the distant mountain col. Master Mage was there, shooting meteors out, and smashing them into the camp of half-orcs. They have watched the fireworks here for most of the night. And the reason why they have been here is because they are waiting for a signal. The return of Master at night made them happy, and with Xiao Feng, they had the backbone. When Xiao Feng was away, although they could also defend themselves by relying on the air defense tower, they were always unsure, because on the battlefield, they could only be the defensive side, and could not attack at all. And everyone knows that long-term defense and a war of attrition are the worst for them. Now that Xiao Feng is back, it means that they have effective counterattacks. After all, only the special methods of Master Mage can deter and kill the dragon heads. Xiao Feng formulated an emergency combat plan that night. Although it was a bit rough, everyone thought it was feasible. The fireworks show that night did not disappoint everyone. Xiao Feng's artillery blew up the camp of the orcs, and the morale of the orcs immediately fell to the bottom, and there were even signs of collapse. What made Kyle and the others even more happy was that although they were far away, they still saw the scene of the adults slaying the dragon. Those dragons that frightened them and were helpless were like dolls in front of the adults, and they were easily torn to pieces by the adults. The giant dragons were blown into pieces by the meteors summoned by the adults, and then the scene of the collapse of the orcs camp. Standing on the city wall more than 50 meters high, they could all see the half-orc camp collapsing little by little, falling into chaos. Obviously, it was not just them who saw the dragon being slaughtered, but the half-orcs also saw it. And seeing the strongest trump card in their hands being slaughtered in this way, the half-orcs were obviously unable to hold back. Get the people below to get ready. Kyle felt hot all over, and he shouted at the messenger behind him. The Quinling Bing also trembled with excitement. Yes, my lord. Soon the sound of a strong trombone sounded on the wall, accompanied by the sound of gongs and drums. And under the city wall, and in the Tibetan soldier cave at the top of the wall, a human soldier is neatly clothed. The guys carried the steaming cauldron to the wall. The soldiers began to line up to eat. No one was full of a spoonful of meat sauce. Everyone knows that after eating this meal, maybe there will be no hot meal in the next few days. At this time, 3 red flares finally rose up in the sky, and Kyle turned his head and shouted to the messenger behind him, "Let the people below get ready. If you haven't eaten, hurry up and eat." At the same time, huge warships were quickly drawn out of the rushing river on the right side of Rushing City, and along the rushing river all the way to the north, quickly approaching the camp of the orcs. The camp of half-orcs is located just 5 kilometers north of Rushing City. In order to facilitate the people in the camp to get water, the camp is next to the rushing river. When they set up camp, they only thought about convenience. They must have never thought that one day, humans would rush over from the water. In a short while, the human fleet had reached the right side of the orcs camp, and when it fired an oil bomb, it was thrown into the orcs camp by the ship's catapult. It was already in a mess, and the camp of half-orcs was completely messed up with flames everywhere. In one round, hundreds of kerosene bombs flew into the camp of half-orcs, and such projections were carried out round after round, and the camp of half-orcs near the river soon became full of flames. At the same time, everyone heard a roar of motors above their heads. Everyone looked up and saw a huge black shadow, which happened to pass over their heads at this moment, and soon hovered in the middle of the orc camp. Then this huge steel monster resembling a dragonfly, tangling like a kaleidoscope, began to spray flames in all directions. Wherever the tongue of fire went, there was a sound of explosions and flames soaring into the sky. That had just been infiltrated at first turned into a dam that was washed out in an instant. The original orc soldiers still sneaked away. But when K-50 hovered over their heads and began to spray death flames, the group of guys collapsed and began to flee frantically. Not only the soldiers are fleeing, but the officers are also fleeing. As for the running city, the bells and drums were ringing at this time, and the gate under the city wall was opened soon, and then a group of heavily armored cavalry came out of the city wall. At the same time as they got out, These heavy armored cavalry didn't rush to think that the camp of half-orcs would start charging. Instead, they stepped forward slowly and began to line up. Soon a lot of light cavalry came out from both sides of this heavy cavalry, and then rushed towards the camp of the half-orcs. Because it was never considered that humans would counterattack out of the city, there was no protection at all in front of the camp of half-orcs. There are no horse traps, fortifications and equipment such as horses, and even because of their contempt for the human army, they even have a row of wooden stakes over 2 meters high in the surrounding wall of the camp in front of them. So the human light cavalry quickly rushed to the front of the half-orc camp. What was even more surprising was that the half-orc camp did not even shoot an arrow at all. The hussars threw ropes and tied them to the wooden pile wall of the orcs' camp, and their 2 hares quickly pulled down the thin wooden pile wall. What surprised them was that behind the wooden wall, there were no half-orcs who resisted, only empty camps. As for the half-orcs soldiers, they were already gone. The light cavalry swept all the way, except for seeing many orc soldiers lying on the ground surrendering on the road, or kneeling and praying in the direction of the true meaning of Master Mage summoning the Sky Thunder. The others were only bombed and burned to death. Orcs. As for the orc soldiers who dared to resist, none of them were seen. The human light cavalry and heavy cavalry under the command of Kyle are progressing very smoothly. On the right side, there are Ying Ran's naval forces slamming the enemy's flanks, and there are aircraft operated by Master above their heads, constantly destroying the enemy's resistance. And all he had to do was to command the cavalry to step on the joint camp. Xiao Feng drove a helicopter, constantly patrolling over the orcs' camp. As soon as he found any place where the orcs had assembled to organize resistance, he would immediately fly over and give them a round of rockets to wash the ground. When the rockets were all lit up, a round of machine guns came to wash the ground. I have also seen his greatness. These half-orcs finally collapsed. As long as they saw his card 50 flying over, they immediately turned into birds and beasts. To him, the half-orcs on the ground looked like a flock of sheep, and all he had to do was to keep driving the flock of sheep and flee where he wanted these guys to go. Finally, the human heavy cavalry under the command of Kyle rushed into the camp of the orcs. Some resistance was encountered more or less along the way, but these half-orcs who dared to resist turned into mud at the feet of the heavy cavalry in just one round. The knights don't even have to swipe their swords to kill them, as long as they drive the horses to rush over and knock these guys to the ground, and then let the cavalry behind step on them directly. The heavy armored cavalry, like an iron curtain, swept across the camp of the half-orcs, and after they swept through, basically not much life was left behind. Following the heavy armored cavalry is the human infantry phalanx. They are leaning toward the camp of half-orcs in neat steps amid the commanding sounds of various bagpipes and whistles. The caught fish that escaped from the sword of the human cavalry could not escape their pursuit. Soon the front of the orc camp was slaughtered and cleaned. Xiao Feng drove the helicopter as a can opener, and had already defeated all the decent resistance organizations in the orcs' camp. At this time, the fuel tank of the Ka-50 he was driving was basically empty, and the shells he was carrying were basically empty. He quickly parked the helicopter on a nearby hill, and then called last Friday that he drove the T-72 directly into the camp of the orcs. This iron skin monster with a square head and a square brain is really suitable for pushing the orc camp on the land. When encountering people who dared to organize and resist along the way, Xiao Feng would only hit the accelerator with a kick on Friday, and there were no fewer than hundreds of half-orcs who died under the T-72 5 pairs of road wheels along the way. Soon Xiao Feng and the others were attracted by a lively place on the battlefield, and Xiao Feng commanded the car to drive over on Friday. It turned out to be a group of elephant people. There were a lot of tauren, pighead, rhino, hippo and other heavy-skinned infantry, fighting stubbornly on a slope. The heavy armored cavalry commanded by Kyle has nothing to do with the orc soldiers who have a geographical advantage, not to mention there are several large elephants in the opposing line. Until novel.com they can only adopt to harass the opponent by taking turns shooting bows and arrows. The real solution to the battle seems to have to wait for the infantry phalanx to come up. The infantry phalanx has nothing to do with such a small orc camp, but they have a spray train in their hands. At that time, surround these half-orcs and give them a few strokes from several directions to see if they can still hold them. Kyle thought so, but with the arrival of Xiao Feng and T-72, he knew he didn't have to wait. The T-72 adjusted its muzzle and aimed it at the Elephant Man, who was taking the lead in commanding the resistance. The Elephant Man, who was more than 5 meters tall and had a waist of more than 2 meters, was pierced and battered on the spot. Only half is left. This scene frightened those half-orcs who were stubbornly resisting. When Xiao Feng came over and broke another Elephant Man into 2 pieces, these half-orcs finally collapsed. I didn't know which led it, and soon a group of orcs all knelt and surrendered. Chapter 741 Defeated like a mountain. Latest website. Diozador rode a giant wolf all the way to the north, fleeing unconsciously for a whole day and night. He didn't even stop even after entering Hulazui Castle, and the guard on Hulazui's side was panicked when he saw the half-orcs who had retreated from the south. Everyone had heard the news that the death god of Rushing City had returned, and these half-orcs immediately had no intention of sticking to it. After all, the castles that were smashed by the death god in Rushing City have gone. What's more, the 300,000 troops who went to crusade were all beaten down by him. Staying here, don't you want to kill yourself? So the defenders here immediately packed up their finesse, and followed the large forces and began to retreat all the way to the north. There was no decent battle in the entire Hula Gorge area, and it was recovered by Xiao Feng and the others in half. When rushing to the Gourd Waste Canyon, there was a slight blockage here. In order to allow the large troops to escape, Diozado had people set up a defensive position here. It is a pity that in front of Xiao Feng's Italian guns, these unresisting half-orcs are also native chickens. Xiao Feng drove a PCP-001 82mm vehicle-mounted rapid-fire mortar and fired a few shots. Just after hitting a base number of cannonballs, the opponent was already so scared and fled, watching the wind. The camp of the half-orcs was really bombed by Xiao Feng. After thousands of shells, many of the half-orcs who escaped have already had a psychological shadow. Moreover, as they passed on word of mouth, the power of the cannon in Xiao Feng's hand has been passed down to the utmost. Rumors of crossing the heaven-smiting thunder and heaven's punishment began to prevail in the army of half-orcs. In their opinion, Xiao Feng's cannon was the power of the gods unmatched by ordinary humans, and they couldn't resist it at all. So when Xiao Feng led the troops to catch up, they didn't have to resist at all, and they could retreat with 2 symbolic meanings. In this way, Xiao Feng led the human army and rushed smoothly through the Gourd Waste Gorge and entered the Gourd Gorge on the north side. At this time, Theodore and his party had just gained a foothold in Kai City and had just begun to gather and collapse soldiers. At the end of the day, tens of thousands of defeated soldiers were collected, plus the 200,000 people who were originally stationed in the Gourd Gorge, and Diozado had nearly 300,000 manpower in his hands. But as to whether or not to resist in Kai City, the high-ranking half-orcs quarreled in Kai City. No, we can't retreat like this. If we retreat like this, then we will never want to regain the Hula Gorge land in the future. Theodore didn't want to withdraw in such a daze, but this time the other orc leaders below were not as silent as before. Although everyone is afraid of the power of the Pope's Hall and the blue-clad Archbishop Theodore, it does not mean that everyone likes to die. Everyone has finally seen how terrible the death god of Rushing City is. Most of these half-orc leaders have never fought against Xiao Feng, and many have just heard of him. But this time they knew that they were really scared, because the previous rumors about the death god of Running City were all true. And now Theodore actually tells everyone that he wants to stand here and fight the death of Running City. What, are you kidding? You are asking everyone to die. No, we have already lost too many elites in front of Runliu City, and now our morale has fallen to a trough. It doesn't make much sense to let the Kuras stay here to resist. The leader of the Elephant Man, Eddie Lagu, took the lead to speak out. As the half-orcs, the largest and strongest in combat. The Elephant Man, who usually only exists as a nuclear deterrent, actually took the lead in opposing the voice. The other orc chiefs who were still scrupulous about the Pope's Hall and the brutal Diozido also began to speak. That's right, Master Bishop, it's not that we don't want to fight, but how can we fight now? You have seen the methods of the of Death in Rushing City. Even if we stay in this city, we have no chance of winning at all. The natural punishment he summoned, there is no hiding at all. Yeah, your lord. It doesn't make sense to continue to fight hard here. It's better to withdraw first and plan for a long time. My lord, our dragons have all been lost. Without air superiority, it is very unwise to fight the death god of Running City. Bastuk, the leader of the hippopotamus, Karavich, the leader of the jungle anaconda, and so on, a group of leaders who are more respected in the Orcs League, have all spoken out one after another. This made the muscles of Diozido, who was sitting in the first place, stiff, and even his teeth rattled. This time is different from the last time. Last time, a crocodile leader Sulcan sang against him, and now almost all the leaders do not agree to continue to stick here. This makes Diozido very embarrassed. He can't kill all these people. But have you ever thought about it? This alliance has consumed a huge amount of manpower and material resources to organize this crusade. But if we just end up like this, then we will completely lose the initiative in front of mankind in the future. In the future, on the battlefield, we will also completely lose the psychological advantage that we have worked so hard to establish in front of mankind. Diozido said loudly. What he said was the truth. The leaders of the Orcs also knew that after this failure, they would be stuck in a stalemate and confrontation with humans for a long time. But with the development of the human kingdom, the power will continue to increase. After a few years, maybe they will gather the power to fight against the half-orcs. What should they do when they come out to fight the half-orcs? But a few years later, who is right? Maybe he can think of an effective way to deal with humans and the death of Running City when going back to the Pope's Hall this time. And now if you continue to keep here, it is waiting to die. Not necessarily. After this time, we all know that it was not the ordinary humans who defeated us, but the death of Running City. Without the death of Running City, those humans would not dare to go out of the castle to fight with us. That is, without that mage, human beings can't compete with us. So let's save our vitality first. My lord, you should also consider our difficulties. We have already lost more than 200,000 people under the city of Runliu, and we really can't lose more. Yes. The heads of objection made Diozido feel dizzy, and it seemed that he was out of action. At this moment, suddenly there was a series of explosions in the city. The faces of all the orc leaders in the conference room almost changed. What happened? Could it be that the death god of Running City caught up? The elephant leader Rediliogo asked. Their ethnicity is tall and heavy, and they are powerful siege hammers on the battlefield, but they are slow when marching. They were all exhausted to be able to escape to Kai City. If Xiao Feng and the others catch up at this time, it would be miserable. The hippo people, who are similar to the elephant people, are just as disgusting as the rhino people. Soon there was a messenger who slammed open the door of the conference room in a panic. It's not good, adults. The death god of Running City has led the humans to catch up. What? Fuck. What can I do? Retreat quickly. That's it. It's late. Maybe someone will make dumplings. All the people present said babbledly. And Diozido's face became more and more gloomy. Don't quarrel and see what you all look like. They catch up. We are guarding the wall this time. What is there to be afraid of? Go, and follow me to the wall to have a look. After speaking, he got up and left the meeting room. The other half-orc leaders, look at me and I look at you, although they didn't want to follow. But in the end they gritted their teeth and followed. Diozido led the crowd to the top of the wall and looked down the city, only to see human troops rushing over on the plain in the distance. The first to arrive was the light cavalry. By this time, they had already lined up a kilometer away from the city wall, but the cavalry had dismounted their horses and rested, and others were feeding the horses, relaxing the horses, and massaging their muscles. There are heavy cavalry behind, catching up one after another, and then the infantry phalanx standing on the city wall, watching the human army rushing over one after another. Even the many well-informed half-orcs took a breath. This human army is completely different from the human army they have fought against in the past. The most notable point is the discipline of this human army, uniformity, and a sense of killing when seen. Next is their equipment. Almost everyone wears armor. The lancers wear leather armor. The heavy armored cavalry, not to mention the infantry behind, all wear like a tin can. The weapons in his hand are also diverse, ranging from spears, to sabers, to all kinds of tactical equipment, such as ballista carts, fierce oil tanks, and the like. All the orc leaders on the wall that I saw were tingling scalp. Even some people are thinking in their hearts. Mentalnovel.com, if they really run into such a human army in the wild, what is their chance of winning? Soon the human phalanx gave up a passage, and then a black iron box slowly opened from behind. Before Diosito, who was standing on the wall, understood what was going on, they suddenly saw a white smoke from the pipe sticking out in front of the iron box, followed by a fire, and a huge roar. In the blink of an eye, they saw a big gap in the city wall next to them, and the soldiers who had been hiding behind the city wall were directly blown into Phaethon. Then there was another flash of fire in the iron pipe, and then the gate under the city wall was blown out of a hole the size of a millstone. Seeing such a picture, those half-orc chiefs didn't even say hello to Theodore. They jumped off the city wall and greeted their tribes to start organizing the retreat. Seeing such a scene, Theodore knew that this time he was truly defeated. There is no need to defend this city anymore. Chapter 742 Dragon City Quest latest website. Standing at the Naples Pass, looking down at the Naples Prairie opposite, Xiao Feng suddenly realized what it means to swallow thousands of miles like a tiger. The battle fought so smoothly. A counterattack was launched from the city of Runliu. He led the human army almost all the way backwards, progressing smoothly, which he did not expect. From running down the city, chasing for a day and a night, they caught up with the horde mouth. Originally thought, the half-orcs would rely on the castle here to confront them. Unexpectedly, people didn't even want the city, so they just ran away. A low-intensity collision occurred in the entire Gourd Gorge, that is, at the waist of the horde, and in the end even Kai City was taken in one go. His D-72 also blasted 2 shots, and the orcs fled away watching the wind. Even the city was too late to be destroyed, and countless military resources and food were left in the city. After taking over Kai City, he didn't make more stops, but directly left a part of the manpower to take over the castle and clean the battlefield. And he led the army to continue chasing along the Gourd Path, and drove the orcs directly to the Naples Prairie in one breath, and regained the Naples Mountain City before stopping. And the reason why he didn't take over the Naples Prairie was because Xiao Feng knew very well that the strength of mankind was not enough now. Even if you occupy the Naples Prairie, you can't hold it, and it's not good for them to see the orcs on the grassland. It's just that after this battle, the entire Gourd Gorge was completely and stably collected under their accounts, and the half-orcs must have no guts to attack again in the future. The original mountain city of Naples has been burned down by the dragon, and this time he plans to completely rebuild the mountain city, because this time they captured almost 200,000 orc captives. With such a lot of manpower, building a castle is not a difficult task. After all, there are so many half-orcs, he must not be able to raise them in vain. The value of the air defense tower has been verified in this battle of the running city, so the Naples Mountain City this time was built in accordance with the specifications of the running city. Because this is a purely militarized fortress, only a small part of the living quarters of ordinary residents is enough, so the castle is not difficult to build. Mole people who are good at digging holes and laying foundations, as well as mountain drillers, quickly laid the foundations in the castle. Many hippos and rhinos were captured this time, and even more than a dozen elephants were captured. These guys were very rebellious before. Xiao Feng was also very rude to them, so he directly stretched out his hand to teach a few, and also chopped off the heads of a few guys, and the rest was much more honest. These guys are good laborers, and they are very useful for moving bricks and soil on the construction site. The other half-orcs did not dare to be lazy, so the construction of the new Maple Mountain City went very smoothly. Last time I suffered from the dragon's loss, so this time Bloom and Kyle both attached great importance to Maple Mountain City and strictly supervised the project. During this time, the two have been watching the progress of the project. However, Xiao Feng did not return to Benliu City. He was pondering the information he had collected in the past few days. Among the captives they captured this time, not only were more than 200,000 ordinary half-orcs, they also captured a lot of half-orcs nobles, and even several tribal leaders. From the mouths of these people, he finally understood the organizational structure and development process of the Orcs Alliance. It turns out that half-orcs lived in secret forests before, but they have always been in the same water with humans and not rivers, and the various tribes of half-orcs also conquered each other. Until a few decades ago, a papal hall suddenly appeared, and all the half-orcs were conquered. After the half-orcs were defeated with their fists, the papal hall became the supreme ruler of the half-orcs alliance. Every year, every tribe handed over the prince, or the child of the nobleman, or the bravest warrior in the tribe, to the Pope's Hall. The Pope's Hall will select the best elite from these people and leave the knights trained to become the Pope's Hall. It is said that this knight group is the most capable of fighting in the Half-Orc Alliance, and the Papal Hall is now relying on this knight group to maintain the awe and dominance of the Half-Orc Alliance. The reason why the Papal Hall did not send the knights to conquer them this time is because the knights were sent to Dragon City before. It is precisely because of the action of the knights that the half-orcs can capture so many dragon eggs and come back and train the dragon troops this time. But in this operation, the knights of the Pope's Hall also suffered a lot of losses, so they did not come with the army. Among these information, the one that interests Xiao Feng the most is the information about Dragon City. According to the captured half-orcs, this Dragon City is located in an extremely cold place in the northeast of the secret forest. There are all kinds of raptors living there. I don't know if it is the fire-breathing flying dragon they brought this time, and there are many dragons walking on the ground. These dragons gather and live together and rarely migrate outward. So the place where they live is called Dragon City. And the Dragon City they live in, let alone humans, even half-orcs dare not enter easily, because if one is not good, it will become food for those giant dragons. After listening to these people's descriptions, Xiao Feng always felt that such a place sounds familiar. Soon he remembered that the Jurassic Park he had seen in the modern world. Could it be that Dragon City was such a place? But the dinosaurs in Jurassic Park do not breathe fire. When I went to rescue Nathramal earlier, I found a lot of good things from this sky, such as the book on Introduction to Chemistry. Unfortunately, the book couldn't be opened because of insufficient battery power. The most important thing is that after he brought the book back to the modern world, he still failed to open it after studying it for a long time. He also tried to charge the book, but he couldn't charge it. Later, he gave up. After all, in his opinion, even if he could open the 3081 book, he might not be able to learn anything, and what he learned would not be good if he took it out. After all, in this world, if you are half a step ahead, you are a genius, but if you are one step ahead, then you are a lunatic. If it attracts the attention of relevant departments, it will be bad. So later, Xiao Feng didn't study that book much. But now it is different. He has already established a base in the copper country of South America, where the sky is high and the emperor is far away, and the traditional political power is weak, so it is very suitable for research there. If you set up a company there and get some results, it will be difficult for many people to work with them there. So it's time to explore the unsolved mysteries of this planet. Flamel had told him before that their mage system was originally some servants around gods, and it was the superficial methods learned from those gods that later formed the mage sect. Xiao Feng pondered that the gods in his mouth should be the future people he understands, and those superficial methods should be the technology that those future people teach these people. It's just that because there is no orthodox system of technological civilization, those technological civilizations have not really been passed down. However, he estimated that there must be many prehistoric scientific relics on this planet, and that Dragon City should be one of them. The war is over here, and he plans to take advantage of this rare peace interval to explore Dragon City. Let's see if we can find some evidence to support his conjecture. If we can find some prehistoric science relics, then it would be great. After Kyle and Bloom had heard them, although they had clearly expressed their opposition, they were not very resolute. After spending time with Master for a long time, they naturally know Master's character. Once Master decides something, they can't change it at all. Since Master Mage intends to explore the Dragon City, even if they don't want adults to take risks, they can only silently do the logistics work. In this way, Xiao Feng stayed on Friday and went on the road with the entourage. This time he brought not many people, only over 100 people, all elite cavalry. After these people, Bloom and Friday followed. The group of people quickly rushed into the Maple Prairie, but in the winter Maple Prairie, except for the withered yellow, there are snowy fields covered with snow everywhere. At a glance, there were no people within 100 miles, even the strong and hardy orcs. At this time, they all hid in the secret forest to keep the cat winter away. There are only some small animals. Will they get through the grass? Xiao Feng intends to be very fast, so he drove all the way, with the cavalry behind him. The cavalry is also Onaman and 3-horse configuration. The reason for bringing them is actually not because they need their protection, but because they need these people to act as an early warning. For example, they can be sent to the front to be a horse detective during the day, and they can help camp and set up guards at night. With these people, although they can't improve their combat effectiveness much, they can always greatly improve the comfort of life in the winter. A group of people walked quickly www.mentalnovel.com one day and one night. They passed through the prairie and directly entered the secret forest. After entering the forest, there are more tales on the road, most of which are sent by half-orcs of various tribes. But the half-orc who had just gone through a fiasco, knew that the death god of Running City was here, but he didn't dare to come over and slap the tiger's beard lightly. After all, Xiao Feng is well known, and now in the half-orc tribal alliance, his name even has the effect of stopping children's night crying. Xiao Feng didn't mean to entangle these half-orcs. He went all the way to the north and saw several big cities of half-orcs. He didn't attack, that is, he swaggered past those city gates. When these half-orcs saw him, the city gates were immediately closed, and there was a chill in the city, for fear that the of death would come and ask for trouble. Xiao Feng was also very satisfied with the interest of half-orcs. After finally walking in the secret forest for 5 days, they passed through this thick sea of forest, and what appeared in front of them were patches of snow-capped mountains. Chapter 743 Jurassic Park. According to the accounts of the captured half-orcs and nobles, they were already very close to the Dragon City when they walked here. But the road ahead is not so easy, because they are not only guarding against half-orcs, but giant dragons that can appear and disappear. When he got here, Xiao Feng was not letting Bloom and Friday follow, but instead asked them to choose a place to camp here, and he would go to Dragon City alone to explore the secrets. For ordinary people, the inside may be terrible, but Xiao Feng is not worried. He can just shuttle back to modern times when he is in danger. But they won't be able to do it on Friday, so in order to reduce casualties, he plans to go alone on the next road. Friday and Bloom stayed here and waited. As for the orcs following them, he didn't worry about it. If he didn't provoke them, these half-orcs would have to burn incense. If these half-orcs dared to provoke Bloom and them when he was away, it would be dead. Although both Zook and Bloom were very opposed to him going on the adventure alone, they still couldn't hold back him in the end and could only stay here in the end. Xiao Feng mounted the spirit eagle he had brought and flew straight to the northeast. There is another reason why we don't bring them on Fridays, because if we go to the northeast, they will all be mountain roads. The snow-covered hills are like snow-covered plateaus in the modern world. The environment looks very harsh, because the altitude is high and the temperature is low, and there is no vegetation on the mountain. These mountains are all stone mountains, and there are no roads. Xiao Feng himself is fine, but ordinary local aborigines have difficulty walking. So in order to save time and avoid unnecessary casualties, Xiao Feng let Bloom and the others stay on the edge of the deep forest in the secret realm. The spirit eagle flew higher and higher, and the upper air became thinner and thinner, and the temperature was getting lower and lower. Fortunately, Xiao Feng was well prepared. He was wearing thick windproof down equipment, so he didn't feel cold. But Wang Feng's strengthened body also greatly improved his ability to adapt to the harsh environment, so no high-level anti-reactions appeared. After Ling Jiu flew for more than half an hour, Xiao Feng finally saw the overview of Longqing in the distance. The Dragon City is hidden behind this snow-capped mountain, and it is far away. From the high altitude, you can see that there is a magical place. It's because looking at it from the air, there is a basin, and it is still a lush basin, surrounded by snow-capped mountains, but in this piece of snow-capped mountains, there is such a green basin hidden. According to Xiao Feng's little knowledge of geography, it can be inferred that there must be very rich geothermal resources. Ling Jiu flew for a while, and when he was approaching the basin, he said that he was not flying forward. It seemed that he was smelling something, or he heard a sound, so he said that he was not flying forward. Up. Xiao Feng knew that there must be something very scary in front of him. This kind of animal instinctive bloodline suppression can be said to be a very magical feeling. This spirit eagle is also a legendary ancient beast, but now it seems that it is not enough to see in front of the dragon family. Xiao Feng didn't force the spirit eagle to fly over, but chose a place closest to the basin, let the spirit eagle put himself down, and then let him go back to find Bloom and the others. There are eagles guarding Bloom and the others over there, and they can also be a little safer, and at the very least they can shock the half-orcs who are ill-intentioned. The place where Xiao Feng landed was 2 mountains away from the basin. If an ordinary person walked, it would take a few days or nights to walk, but for Xiao Feng it was not a problem at all. Ling Jiu refused to fly. He still has a card of 50. However, considering the need to save fuel and ammunition, he still chose a rotorcraft. Of course, the advantage of choosing a rotorcraft is that the sound will be relatively small and will not disturb those dragons. Soon he flew over 2 mountains, then found a relatively flat place and landed. Only after putting the gyroplane into the space, he heard the sound of trees rubbing and being crushed in the distance. Xiao Feng immediately climbed to the top of a big tree more than 100 meters high. According to the description of the orcs, this place should be the Dragon City, and it is said that there are countless dragons living here, so he must be careful. Sure enough, only a few minutes after he climbed to the tree, a walking creature came to the flat ground where he had just landed. Xiao Feng only took a look, and he basically concluded that his previous guess was correct, and this place must be the legendary Jurassic Park, because the creature on the ground that probes the brain is the Velociraptor he has watched countless times on TV. This kind of dinosaur is not too big, even in the dinosaur family, it can only be regarded as a small guy, but compared with normal humans, it is more than 2 times larger than humans. The most frightening thing is that this dragon is very intelligent. Because it is not big, it is very good at team fighting. This is the most terrifying part of this dinosaur. At this time, the dinosaur was constantly patrolling back and forth where Xiao Feng had just landed, obviously trying to figure out what exactly landed here before. At the same time, the sound of dead branches being trampled and trees being rubbed continued to be heard around. After a while, 5 or 6 raptors came out from different directions. When Xiao Feng saw it, he also let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't run around just now, but chose to climb the tree. These velociraptors are indeed the smartest dinosaurs, and they have obviously noticed themselves as an alien. But they did not choose to pounce from one direction, but chose the way of hunting. If they ran away in a hurry before, then 5 rounds rushed in that direction, and they would collide with these dinosaurs. Several velociraptors got together. Obviously they didn't understand too much why the alien from outside just disappeared. Even some smart people raised their heads and began to scan the surrounding trees. Xiao Feng didn't want to come into contact with them at this time, so he hid behind the big tree early, and at the same time kept complaining. Fortunately, these velociraptors have not evolved a strong sense of smell. If their noses are the same as dogs, they will have nowhere to hide. At this moment, there was a violent rubbing sound of branches from a distance, and even Xiao Feng heard the sound of branches breaking. After a while, a behemoth appeared on the flat ground where he had just landed. When he fixed his eyes, he was also taken aback. It turned out to be the overlord of the dinosaur world, Tyrannosaurus rex. This kind of dragon is also known as Tyrannosaurus, but it is a veritable tyrant in the dinosaur family, who feeds on the same kind, and in the basic dinosaur family, there are few rivals. But what surprised him even more was that the few velociraptors in front of him, which were more than a circle smaller than the Tyrannosaurus, did not mean to retreat. This adult Tyrannosaurus can be 15 or 6 meters tall, and the largest of the velociraptors is only 3 meters tall. The size of the Tyrannosaurus rex is a win. But the velociraptors didn't seem to be afraid when they saw the Tyrannosaurus rex, and even had the meaning of eager to try. This confuses Xiao Feng. According to the inferences of the dinosaur world he has seen from scientists in the modern world, this Tyrannosaurus should be at the top of the food chain in the dinosaur family. Ordinary Phytophagous dinosaurs met him, only to flee, including Triceratops, Stegosaurus and other bone dragons, and the courage to fight him. But basically they lose more and win less. As for other carnivorous dinosaurs, when they met Tyrannosaurus, they basically had no choice but to run away, because this Tyrannosaurus was also a very intelligent type. The most important thing is that this Tyrannosaurus rex has a terrifying bite force, its feet are on the ground, its speed is fast, and the inconspicuous pair of front paws are also their well-known killer moves. Ordinary dinosaurs are not their opponents at all. The scene before him completely subverted Xiao Feng's cognition of the world of dinosaurs. The smaller raptors not only did not fear the Tyrannosaurus rex, but quickly surrounded it. 5 velociraptors surrounded the Tyrannosaurus rex from several directions in their calls of varying lengths. Several other raptors of smaller size are constantly wandering outside the battle circle of this adult raptor, giving the adult raptor a raid. Yoa. These velociraptors are not easy. Are you also open? And that Tyrannosaurus was not in a hurry. Looking at the circle in front of him, he didn't know what he was thinking. Finally, the raptor at the front quickly rushed over, and the Tyrannosaurus was waiting for him, and suddenly bowed his head and bit. But this dragon was just a feint. He quickly dodged the attack of the Tyrannosaurus when he was short, while a velociraptor from the other side quickly rushed over and bit at the neck of the Tyrannosaurus with one bite. Tyrannosaurus rex is not a vegetarian either. He obviously expected the other party to have such a trick. He suddenly raised his sharp front paws. Until novel.com The raptor that jumped up seemed to jump up and hit himself. It's normal to his paws. With a pouch, the velociraptor was pierced in the air, and the velociraptor screamed in pain. And the next scene that surprised Xiao Feng even more appeared. The velociraptor gave a short cry, and then bit the forelimb of the Tyrannosaurus rex. The Tyrannosaurus also screamed, and then bit the velociraptor into 2 pieces in one bite, but even so, the head of the velociraptor firmly bit the forelimbs of the Tyrannosaurus without letting go. At this time, the 2 raptors behind suddenly jumped up. One bit the Tyrannosaurus tail fiercely, and the painful Tyrannosaurus flicked and turned around. At this moment, another raptor, cruising on the other side, rushed forward fiercely, taking a bite on the softest belly exposed by the Tyrannosaurus rex. With just one click, the Tyrannosaurus rex broke its stomach. The Tyrannosaurus rex screamed for the first time, and with one kick, it slammed the velociraptor to its feet and stomped it into fleshy flesh. Chapter 744 T-72 Battle Tyrannosaurus. The following two groups of dinosaurs fought extremely fiercely, and Xiao Feng hiding in the tree was also frightened. This scene is really terrible, let alone a Tyrannosaurus, a monster more than 10 meters high, just like the Godzilla in Japanese cartoons, is as destructive as possible. Between hands and feet, a tree that is hundreds of meters high and more than 10 meters thick can be swayed straight. A big tree with the thickness of an ordinary water tank can be snapped with a slap. The Velociraptor, which looks much smaller, is even more terrifying. This thing is more than 2 meters high, but the speed is very fast. What's more terrifying is that they have a very high IQ and know how to fight in a team. And the most frightening thing is that they still have the spirit of dedication and sacrifice. For example, just a few raptors just gave up their lives to attract the firepower of the Tyrannosaurus Rex and create opportunities for other companions. Such creatures are really terrifying. Xiao Feng didn't know if they walked out of this valley, would the humans and orcs outside have a chance? These guys, without any surprise, will become the overlords of this planet. At this time, we have entered the middle of the war. Both sides did not move too much. They were still in a state of confrontation. They seemed to be accumulating strength and preparing to give each other a final blow. But at this time, something that surprised Xiao Feng happened. Before that, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was besieged by the Velociraptor, and he had suffered a lot of injuries. For example, he was bitten off with a large piece of meat on his stomach, and he was almost cracked. Including the tail, and many parts of the back, the head was ripped off by the Velociraptor. These are all serious injuries. Although they are not fatal, according to Xiao Feng's understanding, it takes a month to recover. If you want to recover, you have to be thankful that there is no wound infection. If not, it will definitely be the end of a belch. But at this moment, the Tyrannosaurus Rex actually grabbed the raptor that was trampled to death by his feet and swallowed it in one bite, and then the wounds on his body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The other raptors were not to be outdone. They first shared the meat torn from the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and then everyone recovered from their injuries. This was not enough. They also dragged out the corpse of the companion who had been bitten by the Tyrannosaurus before in two, and then divided and ate them. After eating the corpse of the companion, the Velociraptor immediately entered a manic state. Their body shape seems to be a little bigger than before, and their eyes are also starting to flush, and their expressions look more excited, as if they have taken a stimulant. Soon the second round of war started, and this time the raptors were more determined and fearless. Two Velociraptors quickly walked behind the Tyrannosaurus Rex. One directly attacked the Tyrannosaurus Rex's tail, the other attacked the Tyrannosaurus Rex's right leg, and the one in front was constantly harassing and feigning attacks. Several small raptors surrounding the periphery also participated, constantly harassing the Tyrannosaurus Rex from the front and side. But after all, he is the overlord of the dragon family, and in the face of such a siege, the Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't panic. His tail is a steel whip, which can help him maintain his balance when standing upright and running, but it is also a weapon when fighting occurs. He constantly flicked his tail. The thick tail was like a steel whip, sweeping the two Velociraptors that were coming from behind, so that they did not dare to approach. At the same time, he is also fighting and retreating. It seems that he wants to exit this battlefield, or choose a terrain that is more beneficial to him. Xiao Feng saw the actions of the Tyrannosaurus Rex clearly, and at the same time he couldn't help sighing that the scientists did not make a mistake. The Tyrannosaurus was indeed the most cunning and vicious hunter in the age of dinosaurs. They were able to dominate the Dragon Clan for a reason. Not only did their strength value explode, but their IQ was not low at all. He can see what the Tyrannosaurus means. It's nothing more than running. If he can't get away, he will choose a place with a safe backrest to fight, such as his back against a mountain or a river. In this way, he doesn't have to enemy on the back. Therefore, the Tyrannosaurus retreated all the way. Although the raptor attacked fiercely, it did not cause much damage to him. This time he was very cautious. But Xiao Feng soon became unhappy, because he discovered that the Tyrannosaurus was actually leaning against the big tree where he was hiding. When he climbed the tree, he chose the thickest and tallest tree in this forest. This tree was more than 10 meters thick and more than 100 meters high. It should be a 10,000-year-old tree. And this Tyrannosaurus Rex obviously chose to fight back under this tree when he couldn't find a suitable backrest. He wanted to cry without tears. Who would have thought that such an accident would happen? And the dinosaurs below were playing lively. He didn't want to participate. At this time, he wanted to escape, but he couldn't. With a bang, Tyrannosaurus finally leaned back against the tree. His huge size made it tremble when he hit the tree. Xiao Feng cursed in his heart and had to hug the tree trunk beside him. At this time, the Velociraptor found that it could not sneak attack from behind. So they surrounded the Tyrannosaurus from the other three directions. It seems that they have also decided to fight back here. The battle quickly became fierce, and the Velociraptor stepped forward and launched a charge like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. But the huge size of Tyrannosaurus Rex was not white, tall, with a long mouth and long claws. Even his shortest forelimbs of the upper arm were longer than the thighs of a Velociraptor. The advantage in size makes up for the lack of quantity. Soon two raptors fell under the mouth of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, but the Tyrannosaurus was also seriously injured. As soon as the Velociraptor saw that it could not go on like this, he immediately adopted new tactics. Several smaller Velociraptors began to detour behind the big tree, and then actually began to climb the tree. It seems that they are planning to launch a sneak attack on Tyrannosaurus from above and behind the tree, and Xiao Feng, who saw this picture, was heartbroken. He really didn't know that these raptors would climb trees. At this time, he was hiding on a horizontal branch of the tree that was more than 30 meters above the ground. Earlier he thought it would be enough to climb so high, so he didn't climb higher, and he had a fear of heights. But now the Velociraptor, climbing a tree, was not far away from him. Sure enough, there was a Velociraptor with a very sensitive nose, and he could smell him. After all, the nervousness made Xiao Feng sweat a lot, and the sweat that dissipated in the wind could not hide from these best hunters. A little raptor did not participate in the siege of the Tyrannosaurus, but crawled over the horizontal branch where Xiao Feng was hiding. Soon he poked his head over the horizontal branch, but he didn't expect that it was Remington in Xiao Feng's hand waiting for him. With a boom shot, the single-headed bullet fired by Remington drilled directly into the little Velociraptor's right eye and drilled out of the left head. The uneaten Velociraptor came directly from the 30-meter high falling from the tree. It fell directly into Meatloaf. Against such a large, thick-skinned creature, rifles such as AK are definitely not good. The only useful ones are the gastro cannons or heavy machine guns. But in the tree, these big guys couldn't expand, so Xiao Feng could only take out the Remington he bought at the earliest. This kind of gun can not only disperse bullets, but the power of the 3-inch single-headed bullets it fires is terrifying. This was originally a shotgun. When it was first designed, hunters were considered and encountered the most powerful creature in North America, the brown bear in the forest. That's why a powerful single-headed bullet was designed. Within 100 meters, not to mention brown bears, even elephants can be knocked down. It's hard to say how to fight Tyrannosaurus, but you can still do it with one shot against a small Velociraptor. However, when this shot was shot, Xiao Feng was exposed. The Tyrannosaurus and Velociraptor below had stopped fighting, and they all raised their heads to look at the branches where he was hiding. Soon the Tyrannosaurus Rex began to violently hit the tree trunk with its body, while the other raptors shouted, began to climb the tree, and rushed towards the place where he was hiding. Xiao Feng didn't dare to stay for a long time, so he jumped to another big tree next to him on a run-up. There were many big trees over 100 meters high in this forest. With his super body transformed by Bawang Feng and super hand-eye coordination ability, it is not difficult to be a personal ape-chan. Soon he became proficient in his movements, and his speed became faster and faster. But just as he was about to jump on the third tree, away from the Tyrannosaurus and the raptor behind, A sudden sense of crisis was in his mind. When he jumped onto a tree, he slammed to one side, and then burst into flames. Landed in the air. This time, because of the evasive action in the air, he didn't grasp the trunk in front of him, so he directly hit a tree branch and fell down. Fortunately, he grabbed a tree branch in midair, otherwise he would have to be smashed in half. When I looked up, it turned out to be a flying dragon flying over his head. Xiao Feng was also angry from his heart at this time, and the evil grew to the guts. A group of hairless beasts really thought that they were a little taller, and they were the overlords of the planet. Let you try it today. High-end intelligent human beings are amazing. The Tyrannosaurus and Velociraptors in the distance had already chased him. He quickly jumped to the ground, took out the T-72 tank from the space, and got in as soon as he flashed. To be honest, at this time www.mtnovel.com he regretted that he didn't bring in Friday, otherwise he could have multiple drivers. He got into the turret, began to turn the turret, and soon aimed at the rushing Tyrannosaurus Rex, who made this guy the largest. One shot passed, and the 15-meter-tall guy was beaten on the spot. In the face of others of the same kind, the tough skin and strong muscles that can be proud of, in the face of the T-72's 125mm smoothbore gun, it can be said to be useless. It's just a thicker protein, and the T-72 emits steel. The high-speed projectile with a speed of 1800 meters per second immediately taught this Tyrannosaurus how to be a dragon. Except for your height, you don't do everything in front of Lao Tzu, so why do you scream? Xiao Feng looked at the Tyrannosaurus that crashed down, and snorted proudly. Chapter 745 Dragon Holy Land. An adult Tyrannosaurus weighed about 8 to 14 tons, while the Tyrannosaurus in front of him was a bit larger. Xiao Feng estimated that it could weigh about 18 tons. Compared with other creatures, this weight is indeed incredible, but it is not enough in front of T-72. You must know that this is a steel beast weighing more than 41 tons. If all the outer armor is draped, it can weigh more than 45 tons. Needless to say, the shells he fired were able to penetrate the uniform steel plate 1 meter thick on the front, not to mention the Tyrannosaurus Rex on the opposite side was nothing more than carbohydrates. So with just one shot, Xiao Feng smashed the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The penetrating injury on the chest of this Tyrannosaurus can be as big as a pot lid. Even if this Tyrannosaurus has a strong recovery ability, it can't act against the sky at this time and can only belch on the ground. However, the power of this gun failed to frighten the raptors, and these raptors were rushing towards Xiao Feng's direction at a very fast speed. These velociraptors are fast and are much smaller than Tyrannosaurus Rex. It is not very cost-effective to bombard them with a cannon. And even if it is to use more lethal grenades, it is not worthwhile, because these things run too fast. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to within a distance of only 100 meters from the tank. But Xiao Feng was not afraid, turned the turret, and began to greet these raptors with a coaxial machine gun. Small thing, no matter how fast you run, can you still be faster than bullets? The 7.62 caliber NKT machine gun is no joke. At such a close distance, even the light armor of an armored infantry vehicle can penetrate, let alone a few velociraptors. The skins of these velociraptors are not as thick as Tyrannosaurus Rex. You must know that a machine gun of this caliber can penetrate within 400 meters of the helmet you wear on a modern battlefield, and the body armor you wear is useless even if a heavy-duty bulletproof ceramic version is inserted in it. How can the protection of this velociraptor be as powerful as a soldier with modern equipment? Therefore, against this NKT machine gun, it is only a gift. Even if these guys are crazy, they can't rush to the front at all. In a moment, 50 bullets were shot out, and these raptors fell on the charge. 2 of them had their necks broken by the NKT machine gun, and the rest were shot in the torso, and they were all dead. At such a close distance, being hit by a 7.62 full-power bullet is basically an eye in the front and a big scar in the back. This is still the effect of bullet penetration. If the bullet enters the Velociraptor without getting out, it will be even worse. The bullet would spin wildly in the Velociraptor's body, causing more serious gunshot wounds, and mashing the internal organs of the Velociraptor into a mass of flesh. The last raptor finally fell under the muzzle, which made Xiao Feng also relieved. It seems that this safety is always within the range of the machine gun. This truth is really fragrant. Whether you are a Velociraptor or Tyrannosaurus Rex, you are a bunch of carbohydrates against humans with modern firearms. If you are obedient, then go to the other side of the road. If you want to dominate in front of the young master, then teach you how to be a dragon every minute. Xiao Feng got out of the tank, and there were a few small raptors in the distance, hiding behind the trunk at this time, and did not dare to rush over. Obviously the death of the dinosaurs in front had already reminded these Velociraptors, and this guy on the opposite side was hard to deal with. They are high-intelligence creatures, so they naturally know that it is unwise to come out to die at this time. And Xiao Feng killed a Tyrannosaurus Rex and 5 or 6 raptors, which also greatly increased his confidence. At the very least, this powerful thermal weapon still gave him a guarantee of confidence. As for the embarrassing flying dragon, he was completely gone at this time. After all, there are dense forests all over the place. The tallest trees are hundreds of meters high with branches growing. In this dense forest, it is not easy for the flying dragon to fly. So it did not appear. It was normal. Xiao Feng raised his telescope and began to observe this valley basin. The area of this basin is very large. His current location is probably on a gentle on the south side. Further down is the truly endless basin. This basin is full of dense forests, with water vapor lingering in the canopy. From far away, you can hear the calls of various animals from time to time in the woods. And from time to time there is a dark shadow passing over the tree crowns. Holding the infrared binoculars, Xiao Feng looked around on the roof of the car and finally saw something interesting to him on a hillside on the east side. There is a gentle on the hillside, and there seems to be a door on a gentle slope. The most important thing is that the door actually seems to be made of metal. Because he was far away, he could see the sunlight reflected on that door. It was this dazzling emission that made him notice the iron gate hidden deep in the dense forest. Xiao Feng thought for a while, jumped off the tank, put away the tank, and took out a Hummer from the space. Although the T-72 is powerful, it is heavy and has very poor driving comfort, so he does not plan to drive a tank over. JLTV light armored vehicle. The body is too wide. This time he walked in many places are dense forests. Relatively speaking, it is a slightly smaller Hummer, easier to pass. As for the safety issue, he directly took out an M2 Browning heavy machine gun and put it on the roof of the car. In trouble, he could save his life with this heavy machine gun. If it didn't work, he just ran away. Hummer's speed is not bad. However, before setting off, Xiao Feng drove to the front of the Tyrannosaurus Rex corpse he had killed. Suffocating the nausea, he took out the chainsaw, opened the belly of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and found the urinary bubble of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Like tigers, this thing is a solitary creature. Only when they need to reproduce, they will live together. At other times, they dominate an area. Moreover, this thing has a very strong sense of territory, and their method of dividing territories is the same as modern tigers and lions. They rely on the special smell of urine and feces to deter opponents. He resisted the nausea, hung the urinary bubble of the Tyrannosaurus Rex on the back of the car, and then drove away. Don't say it, this trick works really well. Along the way, he saw a lot of carnivorous dinosaurs in the jungle. You know, in the world of dinosaurs, although Tyrannosaurus is the absolute top player in the food chain, there are many other carnivorous dinosaurs in the dragon family. For example, Spinosaurus, Barbarosaurus, Carcharodon, Maplon and so on. Although these dinosaurs are not as famous as Tyrannosaurus and Velociraptor, they are also very fierce hunters. If in the past, they heard the movement and saw the Hummer driven by Xiao Feng, they would have rushed forward. But this time, because of the long distance inside, I could smell the urine of Tyrannosaurus rex in Xiao Feng's car, and these dinosaurs resisted and did not pounce. After all, the lesson that Tyrannosaurus has taught them is still very profound. These carnivorous dinosaurs are just a dish in front of Tyrannosaurus. So even though they looked at the small iron box and moved in front, they didn't dare to catch up. After all, the smell of Tyrannosaurus urine was too irritating. However, the few remaining raptors from before have been adorned far behind Xiao Feng's car. Xiao Feng sneered. Unexpectedly, these beasts were very strong in revenge. If they were lucky, they didn't chase too far, otherwise he would definitely invite them to take a gun. It is worthy of being the means of transportation that American soldiers have relied on for decades. The off-road capability of this Hummer is indeed powerful. There are no roads on this mountain. Many places are filled with weeds several meters high. There are various ditches and creeks along the way. But this Hummer is not just walking on the ground, but also brought Xiao Feng. The only downside is that the comfort is really bad, and Xiao Feng almost didn't fall apart on this journey. After driving all morning, Xiao Feng finally came to the basin from the mountain. Xiao Feng didn't dare to stay for a long time. He galloped all the way in the basin and drove straight to the eastern slope. Thanks to his modern positioning system, it would be uncommon for him to get lost in such a dense forest. At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he finally drove the car to the foot of the mountain on the east side, and had to climb a certain to reach the platform he saw in the telescope. At this time, he felt that he had to stop and rest for a while. On the one hand, he was tired and hungry, and on the other hand, he was afraid that the car would not be able to bear it. Although the Hummer is very resistant to construction, the road is on non-paved roads. There are more scratches on the car seat and the tires have been punctured several times. If there is no central inflation system to ensure that the tires do not burst, I am afraid that it will not be able to drive long ago. The most important thing is that Cummins' 8-cylinder engine is a bit unbearable. The water tank needs to be filled with water. Otherwise, if you continue to drive it, you have to burst the cylinder. Although the original design purpose of Hummer was to resist manufacturing, it was not built in such a harsh environment. He first inspected the car body, refueled, added water, changed tires, and then jumped into the car and started eating. Because he was afraid of the taste of the food and attracted the beasts, he didn't start a fire to cook, so he simply took a bite with canned food. But as soon as he finished eating, he noticed something was wrong. The dinosaurs who had avoided him before www.mtlnovel.com all came up quietly this time. What's the situation? Is it because Tyrannosaurus Rex's urinary bubble is not working well? No, there is still half a package behind. At this time, he hid in the car, and then looked into the dense forest in the distance with a telescope, and saw all kinds of dinosaurs hiding behind the trunk of the tree, and then peeping in his direction. Xiao Feng had a heartbreak. He started the car and kicked the accelerator. The rested Hummer leapt out like an arrow from the string, and this time quickly. All the dinosaurs hiding behind the tree followed. Is it possible that the place I am going to make them the holy land of the dragon race? Where do they guard together and don't want me to pass? Xiao Feng remembered the plot in the science fiction movie, and the more he thought about it, the more reliable he became. Otherwise, he just saw those spinosaurs, wild dragons, and maple dragons who are usually not dealing with dragons, and they have to fight each other when they meet. But now they actually gathered together and launched a chase on Xiao Feng. Chapter 746 Dinosaur Battle. No matter how fast the dinosaurs run, how can they be as fast as the four wheels that Xiao Feng drives? However, Xiao Feng didn't rush up and take out the hillside in a hurry, but drove the car to a gentle first. The terrain of this place is not steep. The most important thing is that the view is relatively open. There are no big trees within a few hundred meters of the surrounding area. On the ground, You can see a lot of charred trees and straw. It seems that there should have been a fire caused by a lightning strike not long ago. Xiao Feng intends to use this as a battlefield to teach those dinosaurs a lesson. These guys are making trouble for themselves when they can go to the place to explore the secrets by themselves in the future. These dinosaurs are not low in intelligence. As long as they hurt them and be scared, they will detour when they see themselves next time, so that they can save themselves a lot of trouble. That's why Xiao Feng decided to fight with the dinosaurs here. After choosing the platform, he erected the car, and then took 2 chubby launchers from the car. Pulling the pull-down ring, there was a slight popping sound, and then black spots flew out one by one. This thing is a good thing. He got it by accident when he went to Liu Jin's last time. This is a single Zolgyr mine-laying device that can quickly lay out minefields on the front line. The original Soviet army used to be equipped with a large number of mines. Later, because of its wealth, it switched to mine-laying rockets. But there is still production, specifically for their brothers in the Middle East. This time Xiao Feng brought 2 of them. They were originally intended to be used against half-orcs during the city defense war, but unfortunately they have been useless, and now they just happened to be used against these dinosaurs. For a moment, he was covered with GBL 332 anti-infantry landmines within a range of 300 meters from the front, back, left, and right. Unlike those anti-personnel landmines, the power of this anti-infantry landmine inherits Maz's usual brutal style, and the power is quite huge. Once stepped on, the mine will jump to a height of about 1.7 meters, specifically bomb the chest and above the neck of the person. Unlike Sunil, the Americans who blasted the thighs of opposing soldiers, and JJ, this kind of landmine is specially terrible. After laying out the mines, Xiao Feng jumped onto the Hummer and got into the shooting tower. This Humvee is a Humvee that has been transformed after the street fighting in the Middle East. The body and chassis are equipped with bulletproof steel plates. The shooting position on the roof is also equipped with a bulletproof tower to prevent snipers' cold guns. In short, fighting in this shooting tower still sounds safe. The most important thing is that you can always pay attention to the movement of the head. Xiao Feng intends to solve not only the dinosaurs on the ground, but also the flying dragon above his head. Soon the dinosaurs from behind chased up. The first to attack was Spinosaurus, an amphibious dinosaur and the largest carnivorous dinosaur. It was known for its huge fin-like spines on its back. This dragon is a quarter larger than Tyrannosaurus rex. The reason why it is not as famous as Tyrannosaurus rex is because he usually lives in water and feeds on fish and prehistoric giant sharks. Yes, you read that right. This is a big guy who likes to eat sharks. This time, in order to hunt down Xiao Feng, he went ashore, and he was the first to attack like Xiao Feng. First he turned his head and roared at the dinosaur hiding behind him, then jumped out from behind a big tree and rushed towards Xiao Feng quickly. At this time, the M2 Browning in Xiao Feng's hand also rang. Although it only had a 12.7 caliber, when the gun was fired, it made a sound of dong dong dong, which was very similar to the sound of a gun. The power of the 12.7 by 99 caliber heavy pointed bullet is no joke. Japanese beam tanks during World War II could not withstand such bullets. With great power, straight trajectory, and high precision, this gun is famous all over the world, and it has also become a classic old gun. From the Second World War of the last century, it has been used to this day, which shows the uniqueness of this gun. The steel plate of the Japanese beam tank with more than 1 centimeter at its thickest part cannot withstand M2 bullets, not to mention that the opposite is just a dinosaur of flesh and blood. The Spinosaurus rushed a few steps, and the huge fin-like spine on the back was hit by Browning. This piece of hard fan bone, which was originally used as a bone knife in the Battle of Dinosaurs, was useless in front of heavy machine gun bullets and was easily torn to pieces by M2. The Spinosaurus screamed in pain, but still did not stop. At this time, Xiao Feng turned his muzzle and 10 bullets passed, breaking the front leg of the four-legged monster. Spinosaurus crashed to the ground, and then wailed. Xiao Feng was not in a hurry to take his life, but turned his gun to the Maplon, who rushed from behind. This is also a very cruel carnivorous dinosaur. This is a close relative of Tyrannosaurus. It looks very similar to Tyrannosaurus. The only difference is that it is slightly smaller than Tyrannosaurus, its head is a little bigger than Tyrannosaurus, and the skin on the top of the head. It is red. Xiao Feng has mastered the tricks to deal with these dinosaurs. He is not in a hurry to kill these dinosaurs, but first hit the dinosaurs in the thighs. This Maplon is also the same as Tyrannosaurus. When charging, the upper body is parallel to the ground, and the lower two legs charge quickly. His two thighs were very strong and powerful, but no matter how strong they were, they couldn't grab Browning's bullet, and they fired over and hit his knee joint. One leg was interrupted on the spot, and Mpron, who was rushing, immediately lost his balance and fell to the ground severely. Xiao Feng turned his muzzle and pointed the gun at the wild dragon, who rushed over on the other side. This guy was close relatives with Tyrannosaurus Rex and Mpron. It is also one of the largest carnivorous dinosaurs, even slightly larger than Tyrannosaurus Rex, and its appearance is similar to Tyrannosaurus Rex and Mapulosaurus. However, because of his fierce appearance, it became Xiao Feng's focus, so Xiao Feng broke his leg before he rushed too far, and fell on the way to the charge. The next few more fierce carnivorous dinosaurs, such as Carcharodon, Giganotosaurus, and Tyrannosaurus, have all received the key care of Xiao Feng. But when he focused on taking care of these large carnivorous dinosaurs, the smaller velociraptors quickly rushed over. These velociraptors learn very smart. This time, instead of rushing over straight, they ran the zigzag route, and even learned the offensive tactics of running a few steps and hiding behind the big tree for a while. It's a pity that they got the move in the end. In front of Xiao Feng's chariot, 300 meters away, he arranged a 3-meter-wide minefield. These raptors rushed over and were immediately hit. The fierce thunder jumped directly to a height of 1.7 meters, and then exploded in the air. Almost every mine would shoot out more than 300 steel balls, plus more than 100 explosive fragments. And the location of the thunder and explosion happened to be the weakest abdomen of these raptors, so when the steel were flying around, they immediately swept across the raptors, especially the velociraptors that pounced from different directions. Almost all suffered this lesson. The mine exploded. Xiao Feng estimated that at least more than 50 raptors were killed. And this series of explosions also frightened the velociraptor, as did the other small dinosaurs behind, and they dared not rush forward. The fruits of the explosion were terrible. After a series of explosions, more than 50 velociraptors with broken bowels were lying on the ground after the fire, and they didn't even know how to die. Some of the ideas that were memorized were even blown away. Such a tragic scene frightened all the dinosaurs behind. Don't look at these things that look like big lizards, but they are not low in wisdom, especially the dinosaurs in this basin. Soon the pace of the charge stopped, and at this time Browning in Xiao Feng's hand kept turning his muzzle, and began to spray hot projectiles at the dinosaurs. If he couldn't dodge, he was knocked to the ground on the spot and hit by a full-power heavy machine gun bullet. Even a rough-skinned dinosaur would not end well. A velociraptor more than 2 meters high, just like a human, will break into 2 pieces on the spot. A large dinosaur with a height of more than 10 meters hits a shot, that is, a wound with a large bowl mouth in the front and a wound with a large basin in the back. There is basically no way to survive anyway. Seeing the dinosaurs in front of the formation fell to the ground one after another, Xiao Feng was also able to kill him. He quickly slapped 2 bullet chains, and Browning's barrels were already red. At the moment when he was about to change the barrel, a bright red belt flew from a distance and wrapped around his turret at once, and then he felt the entire Hummer shake violently. It turned out that the red belt was pulling the car vigorously. Although this Hummer can't be compared with the T-72, it also weighs 2 tons. What kind of thing is this? It actually shook the car to fall apart. Xiao Feng turned the muzzle, but he didn't expect the barrel to hit the red ribbon. The red ribbon shook suddenly, and then retracted. Obviously it was burned by his barrel. At this time, a dark shadow suddenly flew over in the distance, and directly flew over the minefield he had arranged, and appeared at a distance of 200 meters in front of the Hummer. Xiao Feng just watched and celebrated. www.mentalnovel.com. These two guys turned out to be two small prehistoric giant frogs. He had seen Dinosaur World produced by BBC, and there was a prehistoric giant frog that lived in the Cretaceous period. It specialized in hunting terrestrial dinosaurs. Velociraptors are their best food. Seeing these two goods suddenly appeared and broke through his minefield defense line, Xiao Feng was also shocked. He quickly opened the turret, took out the RPG and gave it to him. One of the giant frogs came. With a boom, the giant small frog was blasted to pieces. But the other one jumped violently and leapt towards him. It was still in the air with its bright red tongue sticking out. Xiao Feng didn't think much, jumped out of the car, took out the T-72 from the space, and blocked him. There was a boom, but this time it was not the giant frog that pulled the tank, but the giant frog's tongue wrapped around the tank. But the weight of this tank is more than 40 tons, how can he be able to pull it? Chapter 747 Run Wild. Xiao Feng did not get into the turret, but into the cockpit. To be honest, the T-72's cockpit is really not comfortable at all, and when it was designed, it was not considered for a big man like him to open it. The driver of the T-72 is generally only 1 meter tall. A 1.9 meter tall man like him is really aggrieved to get into the cockpit. What's more weird is because of the space design. Only lie down to drive. Only then got into the cockpit. Xiao Feng decided that next time he returned to Liu Jin's side, he must build a T-90. Although this T-72 is cheap and durable, its comfort is too poor. He grabbed the T-72's joystick, drove the tank, and drove directly in the direction of the giant frog. He pushed the tongue of the giant frog all the way, and that alone hurt the giant frog. After driving more than 10 meters, Xiao Feng got into the turret and turned his muzzle to aim at the giant frog. The explosion sounded one after another in the distance. It turned out that those dinosaurs, taking advantage of Xiao Feng's dealing with the giant frog, began to charge him desperately. The mine isolation belts that were previously deployed using mines can still play a certain role, exploding one after another, blasting those dinosaurs on the way to the charge. Xiao Feng climbed out of the cockpit, grabbed the 12.7 caliber heavy machine gun on the roof of the tank, and continued to fire at the dinosaurs outside the isolation zone. This round has harvested more than a dozen dragon lives, but when he was playing happily, suddenly the sixth sense of Bo Wang Fing's supernatural power came to his heart. He jumped off the tank suddenly, and then hid under the tank. The moment he got under the tank, suddenly a fire dragon fell from the sky. It turned out that it was Flying Dragon. From the perspective of taking advantage of him not paying attention to the sky, he touched it from the sky and carried out a sneak attack on him. Despite the time to evade, Xiao Feng was burned to his back by the fire. The hot sting made him furious, and this was the first time he was injured in several years. As soon as he got out of the car, he pulled out a Stinger missile directly from the space, aimed at a dragon, and launched it. The dragon, flying high, of course, could not escape the missile's attack, and was directly exploded by the volley. But this not only didn't make the dinosaurs retreat, but drove those dinosaurs crazy with excitement, and even 3 flying dragons swooped down directly from the air. Xiao Feng had to hide under the tank's body again, and the hot dragon flame sprayed from the air, and the angry dragons started bombing Xiao Feng in turn. If it weren't for hiding under the tank, Xiao Feng estimated that he might belch this time. These flying dragons swooped and breathed fear in turn in the sky, and Xiao Feng guessed how many bites he could get with the scorching dragon flames. Although the one-time jet can't cause much damage to the T-72, you can't hold them to bombard the tanks in turn. Xiao Feng was worried that the ammunition in the tank would not be burned to death, but now he was suppressed under the tank, and there was no good way. It's not going to work like this. Suddenly the flame above stopped. Xiao Feng guessed that Filong was also tired. He quickly climbed out of the tank and glanced back. The machine gun on the good guy tank was burned, and even the barrel was crooked. It seemed that this T-72 was no longer worth saving. In the distance, the dinosaurs had already broken through his minefield, and the fast raptors were rushing towards his direction. The strongest chariot had been destroyed, which made Xiao Feng a little barren. He looked up and saw that the flying dragons were not far away at this time, and they kept circling above his head. Obviously, he wanted to wait until he recovered his energy and spirit, before he rushed down. At this time, he couldn't take care of that much. He took out the Hummer off-road vehicle directly from the space, jumped into the car and stomped on the accelerator pedal to the end, and started rushing towards the mountain. The current situation and terrain do not allow him to continue to confront those dinosaurs head-on, so it is best to avoid their sharp edges first. What he didn't expect was that the more he drove up, the more crazy the dinosaurs became. The running speed became faster and faster, and the flying dragon in the air couldn't help but hovered a few times before finally rushing down. At this time, Xiao Feng couldn't take care of the hot pain in his back. He could only rely on the sixth sense of danger that Bo Wangfeng brought to him, and he overtook the vehicle, constantly flickering and shifting. Fortunately, there are a lot of tall trees on the hillside, and these trees also block the sight of the flying dragons, making them unable to pounce smoothly. Finally, he could see the gentle in front of him, and even he had already seen a gleaming metal door on a gentle slope, which made Xiao Feng extremely excited, and he was finally approaching the place. But at the moment when the car was about to rush out of the woods, suddenly a red light sprayed from the side. Xiao Feng instinctively beat the steering wheel, but in the end he couldn't escape. That red light, like a rubber rope with full strength, immediately entangled the left front wheel of the car, and then the car began to slip out of control, and finally slammed into a big tree next to it. Xiao Feng didn't expect this sudden accident, and this fierce impact also smashed him. However, he still resisted the pain on his body and jumped out of the car. At this moment, a red light shot at him quickly. He almost instinctively took out the big python, and blasted it with a hand cannon. One shot of a .50 caliber Magnum bullet can be put into an adult brown bear, and it is natural to deal with the tongue of this ancient giant frog. A shot blasted out, and the giant frog's tongue immediately blasted a big hole. The giant frog had a pain and withdrew its tongue. Xiao Feng resisted the pain on his body, stood up and rushed to the front. While running, he constantly took out various grenade and flash bombs from the space, not to throw money behind him. The explosions one after another finally delayed the crazy dinosaurs behind. Xiao Feng had already rushed to the edge of the forest at this time. There was a flat ground in front of him, resembling a large playground, and the golden metal door was on the other side of the playground, with a straight line distance of about 400 meters. But Xiao Feng knew that he would definitely not be able to rush through with his legs alone. Fortunately, he still has enough material reserves in his space. He first took out the T-148 flamethrower. This big killer, he hasn't used it for a long time since the soldiers of the outside world began to use the fierce oil tank. This time it finally saw the sky again, but instead of spraying the opposite dinosaur with this thing, he set fire to the woods behind him. Soon all kinds of shrubs, grass, and even some big trees tens of meters away in front of him were lit by him. He continued to take out the fierce fire oil cans from the space, and threw them towards the isolation belt, just to make the fire burn harder and bigger. Then the dinosaurs rushed to the flame barrier and finally stopped. These animals are instinctively afraid of fire. At this time, the truth remains unchanged. In the future, only humans have overcome the fear of fire that have created the glory of mankind today, and these animals are still animals on all fours. Xiao Feng was relieved that the dinosaur on the opposite side could not rush through. He took the last Hummer out of the space, and then rushed toward the metal door with the accelerator pedal. This distance of 400 meters, in his opinion, is the most dangerous, because at this time an empty square, without the cover of trees, just happens to be the place where the flying dragons can show their power. And he only rushed for more than 50 meters, and then slammed the wheel and turned the car back to the edge of the woods. At this moment, two giant dragons swooped down from the air, and the hot dragon flames had sprayed him. On the scheduled route, if he had just rushed in a straight line, he would definitely die under the dragon flames of the dragon. And he tried this time to draw the dragon down and within the attack range of the stinger. He knelt on one knee, aimed at the stinger, released two missiles, and then immediately jumped into the car again and hit the accelerator. This time the Hummer rushed out frantically, and the two flying dragons that had just climbed up, just wanted to adjust the direction to dive, but were hit by two missiles volleyed, and they were disintegrated in the air on the spot. This situation horrified the next few giant dragons that were also hovering in the air, but even with them in such a dazed situation, Xiao Feng finally rushed to the gate. But when he was about to approach the door, an indescribable sense of crisis surged in his mind. He opened the door and jumped out of the car. After rolling on the ground for a few laps, I heard a bang, and the Hummer rushing forward was hit by a huge rock falling from the sky and was directly smashed into powder grass. This flying dragon throws stones more accurately than golden eagles, and the stones they throw are also scary. In the previous crash, he had suffered very serious internal and external injuries. At this time, he jumped off the car and rolled on the ground for a few more laps. Xiao Feng felt severe pain in his body. Not only the internal organs. Until novel.com, but even the bones were broken, at least a few, but fortunately, it didn't hurt my head. At this time, he took out an adrenaline pen from the space and gave a shot to his thigh, and almost instantly no longer felt the pain. He summoned his last strength, pushed up his body, and dashed towards the metal door. At this time, the dinosaurs behind him finally broke through his flame barrier and rushed towards him desperately. He finally rushed to the door in 3 steps and 2 steps, and suddenly found a serious question, that is, how does the door open? Fortunately, he found that there was an LCD screen beside the door. Although it was covered by special plants, he still saw it. At this time, he almost instinctively placed his hand on the screen, a green light flashed, and he did not know what machine it was, scanned his palm prints, and then the iron door opened. As soon as he was short, he rolled in directly. Just at the stall where he was short, a hot wind came from behind him, and the dragon flame of the flying dragon sprayed again. Chapter 748 Star Infantry K9527. There was a burst of fiery pain in his back, and he was singed by the dragon's flame twice in a row, and he didn't know whether the burn was serious. But at any rate, the family also opened a burn hospital. When he usually drank with Guan Zhenhai and the others, he also heard them talk about burns. It is said that lack of consciousness is the most terrible problem, and his current problem is lack of consciousness. He wanted to go back to the burns hospital for treatment now, but when he thought that he had finally entered here, he wanted to stay for a while. There were also severe pains in other parts of the body. Several very large wounds could be seen on the legs, arms, hands, and head down. There was even one of the most serious wounds on the left leg, which had already reached the point where the skin was broken. Fortunately, there should be no bone injuries. The sharp pain coming from the chest and abdomen was what scared Xiao Feng the most. He estimated that he might have internal bleeding, and the reason why he could still hold it now should be the power of that shot of adrenaline. At this time, he looked back and saw that the iron door had been slowly closed, and when the dinosaurs rushed to a distance of 10 meters away from the iron door, they actually said that nothing was going forward, as if they were all in it, afraid of something. Finally the iron gate slowly closed, isolating the roar of the dinosaur outside. But when he turned around, he was frightened. In front of him, there was a box hovering. This box reminded him of the robot sweeping in his house. Because the shapes are very similar, they are all in the shape of a disc, but slightly larger than the sweeping robot. but the other person can actually float in the air. This is obviously an artificial intelligence robot. He has seen a lot of science fiction movies. He still has this common sense. The camera in front of the robot shot red light, scanning him constantly, and the muzzle of the black hole protruding under the robot made him sweat. Just such a gadget, in his opinion, is much more terrifying than the dinosaurs outside. Discover, K9527. Discover, K9527. After the red light shot by the robot scanned him for a while, he finally made a burst of mechanical simulation sounds. And this sound also made Xiao Feng breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, a robot with a bucket body and a hemispherical glass cover on top of his head came to him again. K9527, you are finally back. Don't talk, you are seriously injured. I will treat you first before talking. The scene of the robot talking. Several small roller robots emerged from under his feet. These robots came under Xiao Feng's body, stretched out the robotic arm and lifted Xiao Feng onto an emergency stretcher next to him. The robot in front leads the way, and the stretcher has been following behind the robot, walking towards the depths of the caf. Soon I came to a space capsule full of science fiction. The surrounding walls, including the floor and ceiling, were made of materials that Xiao Feng had never seen before. Inside the cabin, there are rows of cabinets on one wall, and all kinds of tools are hung on the wall. In the middle of the cabin is a transparent cylindrical glass cabin. Xiao Feng wanted to sit up very much, but at this time the effect of adrenaline had passed, and the severe pain from his body made him unable to move at all. Several robots used lasers to cut all his clothes. He was stripped naked and sent directly into the glass warehouse. Then several lights of different colors began to sweep over his body continuously. Serious contusion of the soft tissues of the chest, severe burns of the back, fractures of the left ribs, wounds on the thighs, severe internal bleeding, ruptured spleen, and liver rupture. A lot of blood loss made him feel colder and colder all over, and after the light scanning on him, he began to report all the injuries. At this time, a thought came to his mind. This should be the kind of future medical robot that is often seen in movies. It is recommended to inject nano repair fluid. The physical fitness of the injured is extremely poor. It is recommended to inject the spacecraft gene fragments to strengthen the body and start the repair. A large amount of blood loss made Xiao Feng already on the verge of a coma, and the robot's simulation sound kept coming, and he only listened to a fragment. But before he went to sleep, his last impression was that robotic arm, holding a blue injection, pierced his arm fiercely, and then injected it in. It was also miraculous. Not long after the injection of the medicine, he felt cool sensations in his chest and abdomen, and the sharp pain was quickly relieved. When he woke up again, he found several different mechanical arms, holding different golden injections, and then injecting them. But this time, shortly after the injection, he felt waves of gathering in his body. There were bursts of pain from his bones, the kind that could directly hurt people, and soon he passed out into a coma again. And when he woke up for the third time, he found himself lying in a large jug, which was full of an unknown blue liquid, with an oxygen tube in his mouth. There are several mechanical arms holding probes and constantly sweeping back and forth on his left leg. Every time he scans it, he can see the deep bone wound on his left leg, which grows 1 centimeter. It's like a magical 3D printing technology, but I don't know what materials they use to repair their wounds. Too many things that he didn't understand, and information flooded into his mind. And soon he passed out into a coma with a bang. When he woke up again, he found that he was lying on a bed. At this time, his body no longer hurt, and he still felt like he was full of energy. He felt that at this time, he was already healthy and could no longer be healthy. He sat up and took a look at him, and all of them had recovered. The injuries on his left and right hands and legs are all healed, and even the slightest scars are not visible. Xiao Feng went to the ground happily. and the floor under his feet didn't know what material it was. It was soft and not cold when he stepped on it. It felt like a plastic runway, but it was different. You woke up. K9527. A voice sounded from behind, and he turned around to see that it was the bucket-shaped robot he had seen before. Hello, this is Xiao Feng, are you? Although the opponent is a robot, he should have his own wisdom. Xiao Feng is very polite to the opponent. Ha! Hello K9527. I haven't seen a human in thousands of years. My name is Hubble, and I am a universal mechanic robot produced in 3031 of the Ephemeris. Although this situation had already been predicted, Xiao Feng was still taken aback after hearing this. May I ask, what exactly is this place? Why are you here? Huh? This is the escape capsule of the Endeavour spacecraft, NG-25. Where we are now is Harlan, a planet in the Harlem Galaxy 300 light-years away from the Great Cantilever Galaxy. The robot is very direct and does not hide anything. We are the Phalicans who originated in the Great Cantilever L Galaxy. Previously, because the mother star of the Great Cantilever Galaxy was about to collapse and decay into a white dwarf star, a black hole would form in the future. We had to migrate from our hometown to the Andromeda Galaxy to settle. But when we passed through the Alpha Galaxy, we received a strange distress signal here. So we came to investigate, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a trap set by the Rickens, and we encountered an ambush here. The next step was a fierce battle between humans and that worm. As a result, the opponent prevailed everywhere, and the human fleet suffered heavy losses. Finally, when the entire army was destroyed, in order to prevent the starship from being occupied by the Rickens, the fleet chose to explode. And this explosion actually exploded a wormhole, directly sending the wreckage of the fleet to this Harlan star. Their current location was in an escape compartment of the starship Endeavour in the early years. In order to prevent everyone from dying, before the self-detonation, the commander of the ship put many crew members on the escape capsule, but not many people escaped. The fleet exploded, and the radiation that traveled through the wormhole was not something that everyone could resist. After the escape capsule fell on the planet, many crew members were not able to survive radiation sickness and died within a short period of time. Then why do you call me K9527? Xiao Feng asked again. This time the Hubble pointed to the bracelet on his wrist. This bracelet was the heirloom left by his grandmother and the key to traveling through other worlds. After the fleet blew up, many crew members and escape capsules came to Harlan through the wormhole. Many people died. The spacecraft and communication equipment were destroyed. In order to get in touch with the outside world, we will welcome rescue. We sent many people out to seek rescue and contact other escape capsules. They all landed in different locations on the planet. Among them was the Star Warrior K9527, but he later disappeared. His number now that the bracelet appears on you. You are naturally K9527. After listening to the introduction of the robot Hubble.metalnovel.com, Xiao Feng finally understood why he could cross and why his palm prints could be recognized by the recognizer at the door. Maybe his ancestor was the Star Warrior K9527, but he didn't know what happened to him before he appeared on Earth. Of course, he can travel between the two worlds with this bracelet. This is his unique secret. Even if the opposite is a robot, he didn't plan to tell him. Obviously, Hubble, the robot, doesn't know the secret on his bracelet. By the way, what's the matter with the dinosaurs outside? Why don't they rush in, and they go crazy when they see me coming in? Xiao Feng already had speculation in his heart, but he still had to verify it. Ha! You said those dinosaurs were the species we found on a planet when we passed by the Sea Blue Galaxy. We originally wanted to bring them to the planet of the Andromeda Galaxy and cultivate them. After we landed here, we let them go out and be our watchdog, lest the native creatures on this planet come over and harass us. Chapter 749 The Legacy of the Falcons. The robot Hubble said casually, and Xiao Feng was also relieved. He guessed it was correct. As expected, Those dinosaurs were raised by them. No wonder these dinosaurs stayed around this Dragon City. Wait, the sea blue galaxy they are talking about is the Milky Way in the mouth of mankind? Could the planet where they captured the dinosaurs be the Earth of the dinosaur era hundreds of millions of years ago? And why do the Phalicans, who originated from this great cantilever constellation, speak Chinese and use square characters? Will they also have any contact with the Chinese on Earth? On this point, Xiao Feng didn't want to understand too much, but he had a bold guess. But he did not tell Hubble his guess, because the Earth is his secret. If the person sitting across from him at this time is a person, he must be able to see what little secret he is hiding. But Hubble is just a robot. Although it has a very high IQ, it is definitely not as good as human emotion capture and understanding. Humans are so meticulous. Xiao Feng also remembered many legends in ancient human history. There are various mythological characters in the legend. There are Pangu who pioneered the world, Vulcan Gong Gong who missed the sky, and Nuwa who repaired the sky, the descendants of shooting the sun. In European mythology, there are almost similar figures of gods. Many people even say that the wars described in ancient myths are actually the wars of aliens that the original humans have seen. The pyramids in Egypt are actually the coordinates where the outer spacecraft landed. Even the mysterious Sumerians and the disappearing civilization of Atlantis are recorded in human history. Many people suspect that these are alien civilizations. At this time, Xiao Feng had a lot of thoughts in his mind, but he didn't tell Hubble. "Have you been waiting here?" Xiao Feng asked casually, and Hubble looked at him and nodded. "Yes, after we fell through the wormhole and fell on Huron, we learned that there are still many life-saving capsules scattered in every corner of the planet. Later, some of the remaining people went out to find those life-saving capsules. I wanted to find a way to survive. But at that time, the geological structure of the planet was not stable, and some serious geological disasters would erupt for a long time. Moreover, there were also Rickans who crossed here with us, so the planet was not safe. Those who went out to find companions and other rescue capsules failed to return. We went into a dormant state according to the instructions left by our ancestors. We also woke up several times during the period. We also sent some investigation teams, and we found out later some species carried in experiment cabin number 3 have been scattered on this planet and have undergone abnormal changes. Hubble explained their experience to Xiao Feng. And Xiao Feng had already faintly guessed something when he heard this. "Are you talking about those half-orcs, including the native humans here? They are actually cultivars of the experimental project in the experimental cabin of our spacecraft." Xiao Feng. It was correct with what he had guessed. What else could he say? Those half-orcs and the indigenous humans of this planet are all the research objects of this falcon from the big Cantilever constellation. Or they are just white mice. What about human beings on Earth? There are so many species, such as cattle and sheep, that can find cousins on this planet. Could it be that Chengdu is the species collected by the falcons from various galaxies? Species that are going to be brought to the Andromeda galaxy to breed? It's really hard to say. Maybe the people on Earth and the species on the Earth may be the heritage of the Falcon people. We also observed at the time that the geological plates of this planet have stabilized, and those humans and half-orcs have begun to multiply and have evolved naturally for several generations. Our robots are not allowed to interfere with their natural evolution, so we can only exist as a bystander. Xiao Feng understands that this should be because of the first law of robots. When humans make robots, the first rule for robots is that no artificial intelligence or robot is allowed to harm or betray humans. Although the indigenous humans and half-orcs are only the objects of the Falcon's research, they are also natural life, and robots cannot interfere and harm. So Hubble and the others are hiding in this valley, quietly observing their evolution for tens of thousands of years. Of course, these are all guesses made by Xiao Feng. His own brain supplemented the evolutionary history of life on this Harlan star. He even felt that the evolutionary history of life on Earth was not too far from the evolutionary history of this planet. He stood up. Hubble found him a piece of clothing. Xiao Feng took it and put it on him, feeling extremely comfortable. This dress is an one-piece suit, but I don't know what material is used. Anyway, it feels very soft and comfortable when worn on the body, and it fits very well. Is this a medical room? Xiao Feng glanced around a lot, and then asked. Yes, this is the medical room. Hubble circled Xiao Feng and said. Xiao Feng came to his medical cabin and asked, what is this? This is the CRRT medical cabin. In fact, you can understand it as a medical robot. It can automatically scan the patient's body, diagnose the disease, and then formulate a medical plan, and treat the patient. After listening to Hubble's introduction, Xiao Feng was also dazzled. This is the future technology that leads mankind for so many generations. Although he came to modern times, the United States has produced some medical robots, but those medical robots can only perform some simple operations. Thinking of this, the robot that integrated diagnosis and treatment had never appeared in his time. If you take this thing back, then a lot of doctors will probably lose their jobs. And when he belongs to modern hospitals, there are mainly three methods used when testing patients' bodies: X-ray, CT, and nuclear magnetic resonance or MRI. X-rays are electromagnetic waves that can penetrate the human body. They are good at seeing density and are generally good at diagnosing fractures or lung lesions. CT is a layered X-ray. The lesions of the patients can be seen more carefully. It is generally used in the diagnosis of lesions such as the nervous system and nerves and blood vessels. The effect is very unique. MRI, on the other hand, applies radio frequency pulses of a certain frequency to the human body to excite the hydrogen protons in the human body and generate magnetic resonance phenomena, thereby generating a certain signal that can generate images. Mainly used to diagnose certain soft tissue diseases, such as muscle, bladder, uterus and other body tissues. Therefore, these three perspective instruments have their own advantages. After the general patient is admitted to the hospital, if the medical examination is not clear, the doctor will ask the patient to go through all these three machines before they can judge you that it is a certain disease. The whole process is troublesome and expensive, and there is radiation. It is not easy for doctors or patients to be exposed to this kind of radiation for a long time. But think about the medical cabin where I just lay. It is blue light, red light, several kinds of rays back and forth on my body several times, and then I can see the bleeding somewhere in my internal organs clearly, directly to the smart doctor give a diagnosis. Aside from other medical methods, this kind of fluoroscopy instrument is not known how many times more advanced it is than on the Earth. If the machine for scanning and fluoroscopy is studied and understood and taken to the Earth, then the medical community of the entire planet must not be subverted. Thinking of this, Xiao Feng couldn't help swallowing. But just think about it. Even if he wants to move such a medical cabin, he still doesn't know if Hubble disagrees with it. Besides, even if he took it back, would he dare to take this thing out easily? He dared to take it out, and manufacturers such as General Electric, Siemens, and Toshiba dared to kill him, because once he took it out, these manufacturers would not have to play. Toshiba is fortunate to say that small Japanese companies can ignore it, but he knows the dominance of the Americans. Look at Warwick, but in a certain field, the Americans are so much ahead of them. The Americans can't help it. Popped out. Warwick used all the tricks to make it disgraced. If you come up with such a machine, do you believe that the Americans dare to shoot the warship directly? So he decided to think about it first. He came to the front of a large glass tank with blue liquid in it. If I remember correctly, the 30-centimeter long wound on his left leg was repaired in this tank. This is the repair chamber. Some traumas, such as various fractures, and soft tissue traumas, such as the traumas and burns you have suffered before, can be treated and repaired here. Xiao Feng nodded. www.mentalnovel.com. He doesn't quite understand the principle of this stuff, but it must be a technology that is at least a few thousand years ahead of his time, and it is not suitable to take it back at once. He came to the front of the row of cabinets against the wall again, where various injections and medicine packs were placed. He took out a tube of something like toothpaste, and Hubble also came to him at this time. This is the emergency ointment in a Star Warrior first aid kit. During a battle, if you receive serious trauma, such as gunshot wounds, live explosions, etc., you can use it with the hemostatic spray. First, clean the wound with water and put it in the wound. Take out the shrapnel, then use a hemostatic spray to stop the bleeding, and then apply the first aid ointment to the wound. Xiao Feng nodded his head again and again after hearing this. He had this thing in his burn hospital, and it was also the project team that brought the peak to the project. They plan to study an ointment and hemostatic spray that can accelerate the recovery of trauma. The main raw material is the small molecule collagen he provided. There have been several results. According to Jiang Gofeng, he intends to develop several FIST products that will give them the 9th laboratory to enter the medical field and build their signature brand. Chapter 750 Treasure. According to the design of He Xiaojun and Jiang Gofeng, they will develop products. It must be the same as Band-Aid, which is very representative. When people think of Band-Aid, they think of Bundy, and when they think of Bundy, they think of brand name products like SC Johnson. Because of the relationship between the Sunburn and Scald Hospital, they also carried out a large number of in vivo experiments. Their ointment is used extensively on patients in hospitals where the sun burns and scalds. According to observations, their ointment months can indeed greatly speed up the recovery of patients' wounds. For example, after surgery, the 3 general hospitals usually use wound sutures to close the wound, and this wound usually takes 7 days to half a month to heal. This has to be when the patient's physical fitness is good. If the patient's physical fitness is poor, the wound may not grow well for 10.5 months, and there is a risk of infection. If it is a patient with diabetes or other underlying diseases, the wound will be more difficult to recover, and it may take a month to heal. In this process, a large amount of medicine is also given to the patients. Not only does the patient suffer, but it also places a very large financial burden on the patient's family. As for the patients who use the ointment developed by their 9th laboratory, if they undergo minor surgery like medical beauty, the wound will be swollen and healed within 3 days. For patients undergoing surgery, no matter how big the operation is, the wound will heal in 3 to 7 days. Compared with other hospitals, it saves at least half of the time, and the most important thing is to use their ointment. The infection rate is extremely low, and there is no need to use a lot of antibiotics. This is also of great benefit to the patient's future recovery. This still made Xiao Feng quite proud, but when he heard what Hubble said next, his pride was immediately shattered. No matter how bad the wound is, even the internal injury of the Star Warrior who generally uses this kind of ointment can heal in 5 to 8 hours. If it is just a skin injury, it can recover in 3 hours. Fracture, ordinary internal injury, 5 it can be healed in just a few hours. A severe comminuted fracture, or a serious internal organ injury, such as a trauma that requires internal organ repair, can be healed in basically 8 hours. After hearing Hubble's introduction, Xiao Feng's only feeling was speechless. If he hadn't experienced it personally, this Falconian's medical treatment, he would definitely be bragging like this. Hubble. But after all, people are ahead of mankind's technology for thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, and it is normal for them not to understand. Think of the trauma ointment studied by Jiang Gofeng, which is useful for skin trauma. Internal organs and bones were injured, and their ointment was completely useless. For example, if the internal organs are ruptured, in the medical technology of his time, it can only be used to repair the ruptured organs. If it is serious, it can only be cut and removed. As for orthopedics, let alone a moderate fracture, it is necessary to cut the meat, find the broken bones, and fix them with steel nails. Comminuted fractures are even worse, and it is definitely a major operation. And listen to Hubble, as long as you have this trauma cream, it's easy. Broken organ? Easy to handle. Just squeeze the wound cream onto the broken organ. This thing is like glue. It will stick the wound first, and then the nanorobot inside will automatically repair your organ. The same is true for fractures, just like glue, which sticks the broken bones together, and then repairs them with nanorobots. There is no need for steel nails to reinforce them. In the eyes of mankind in his time, the most serious external eye caused bed, as long as you have this ointment, you can save yourself even without a professional doctor. After 8 hours, you will be a vigorous fellow again. This is so special. It deserves to be dozens of actual technologies ahead of mankind. The only thing he can understand is nano repair robot technology, and he can't understand anything else. Anyway, as long as he knows that this ointment is very good, that's it. He thought for a long time in a daze, and soon became excited. He has entered the treasure trove. Take back anything in this rescue capsule. That's terrible. It can even be said that the contents of this medical cabin alone will be enough for his children and grandchildren for several generations. As long as the technology of the medical equipment in this medical cabin is thoroughly understood, his children and grandchildren will be able to build a huge medical empire on the earth. It is not difficult to even lead mankind to break through the shackles of lifespan. Thinking of this, Xiao Feng couldn't help being excited. By the way, where is it outside? Xiao Feng asked Hubble. There are already so many babies in the medical cabin. Can it be worse outside? Hubble said that this is the escape pod of a spacecraft. He observed it before he came, and he didn't know how to hide into the mountain. It may be related to the crustal movement of this planet for tens of thousands of years. Hubble blinked and blinked, then led Xiao Feng to a door. The situation outside is not so good. The door of the medical cabin opened when talking, but Xiao Feng was taken aback by the situation outside. The outside of the medical cabin was not what he had imagined as the cabin of a spaceship with clear windows. On the contrary, it was a dark cave, as if the ventilation was not so good. The cave was full of moist moss smell and an inexplicable rancid smell. He looked at it intently. The passage outside should be the passage of the original escape capsule spacecraft, but the outer wall on the right side of the passage had all been destroyed, and the mountain just outside became the outer wall on the right side of the passage. The moss in this passage should be the spore plant that penetrated from the outside world. When the escape capsule landed, it originally landed on a flat ground. However, the geological environment on the planet was still very unstable at that time. There were often natural disasters such as volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and acid rain. When the spacecraft landed, it was basically they are all hard landings. So many parts of the hull have been damaged. For example, our escape capsule has many outer walls, which are damaged. This is also the main reason for the escape of a lot of biological materials on the third escape capsule. But those creatures can survive in such a harsh environment, which is their ability. Hubble's words made Xiao Feng frowned. I thought there would be many other good things in this escape pod, but now it seems that they should all be ruined. In the escape pod, he and Hubble walked inside. After walking not far, they suddenly felt that the front suddenly opened up, and a large empty field suddenly appeared in front of them. A cylindrical space. It can be seen that this place should be the cockpit of the original escape boat, but now the moss, weeds and various vines are reborn here. And among those vines, there are still many dinosaur eggs. Looking at the neatly arranged dinosaur eggs, Hubble nodded at him, and Xiao Feng understood that this should be the place where these robots made the dinosaurs outside. No wonder those dinosaurs would desperately stop him when he was about to rush in. No wonder he smelled such a stench in the corridor outside. It seems that Hubble really regarded him as the K9527 Star Warrior, and didn't hide anything from him. Xiao Feng couldn't help asking again, is there only one medical cabin left in the entire escape boat? No. 9527. we still have a treasure here," Hubble said to Xiao Feng very seriously. Xiao Feng turned his head and looked at Hubble when he heard the words, "treasure?" "Yes, you come with me." Hubble took him a few times in the corridor, down a flight of stairs, and finally came to the door of Mozden's cabin, and said to him, "Go in and see." The palm print lock at the door has been broken due to disrepair and corrosion from the humidifier. Xiao Feng stubbornly pushed the two tightly fitting alloy doors to both sides. He didn't know how much strength he had, but he knew that he used to be, and he would definitely not be able to open the door. But what was inside the door stunned him. On the ground lay 5 cultivation chambers shaped like coffins. On the back wall, there are small boxes. He turned his head and glanced at Hubble. "Is this the treasure you're talking about?" "Yes, this is the treasure." The Falcons left Theseus in order to continue their civilization. As soon as Xiao Feng heard this, he basically understood that in the small boxes behind, it might be the fertilized eggs or embryos left by the Falcons. What Hubble said next basically verified his guess. "These are all cloned seeds left by the Falcons. Just put them in the cultivation chamber, and after 1 month, you will be able to obtain various scientists, such as mechanical geniuses, electronics experts, medical experts, biological experts, etc." While Hubble was speaking, Xiao Feng also felt that one atomic bomb had been dropped in his mind. This is really such a treasure. It is a huge treasure. www.metalnovel.com is much more valuable than the medical equipment discovered earlier. The Falcons are indeed geniuses. They copied all the experts in their prime and made them into seeds. I can directly use the cultivation chamber to explode all kinds of scientists out of no limits. This is so awesome. He is worrying about how to take back the superage technology here to get it out. Take the medical cabin, for example. He needs to organize a team of medical experts, a team of electronic experts, plus a team of mechanical experts, and 3 teams to study together. But can you guarantee that someone on this team will not leak secrets? If it spreads out, you get the black technology of aliens. What do you think will be the consequences? But if he can have a team of cloning experts under him, then don't be afraid. With this team of experts, these black technologies can burst out on the Earth little by little.